Chapter 1. The truth is out, my son. I am your father. Call my name at once. The time traveler, Chu Bawang, gazed longingly at the disheveled beggar before him. Be Bawang. I am a stutterer, please. Do not mock. Meth beggar's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. It dawned on him that Chu Bawang was jesting, and he raised the staff, poised to strike at Chu Bawang. However, the agile Chu Bawang had already vanished without a trace. Be Bawang, you wait. I shall report you to Miss Kia. I have crossed over. Indeed, I have spent a full 18 years in the world of pirates. Yet why has the coveted golden finger eluded me? A deep frustration welled within Chu Bawang. Other time travelers were bestowed with their golden fingers upon arrival, yet here he was, having lived as a mere pawn for 18 years, deprived of even the standard golden finger. It must be noted that while the pirate world may not qualify as an exceedingly perilous realm, the clashes among the powerful are equally catastrophic for mere mortals. Earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and icebergs splitting apart at a whim. The most distressing aspect is the rampant lawlessness exhibited by pirates, who burn, kill, and plunder without remorse. Fortunately, Chu Bawang hailed from a peaceful little island West Rob village, the birthplace of Usopp. One of Luffy's esteemed crewmates. Chu Bawang had initially thought he would live an ordinary life, aging and dying without distinction. Alas, he had consented to the pursuit of his childhood friend, Kia. He had intended to live quietly as a kept man. Little did he know, on the very next day after their wedding night, the system awakened. Chu Bawang was furious if he were to remain a virgin for life. Would that not mean he was fated to be forever estranged from the system? Multiverse Sun Collection System, loading complete. As the name suggests, this system allows him to grow stronger by collecting suns whenever someone calls him father. Chu Bawang can draw a lottery. The sole limitation is that an individual can only contribute a lottery opportunity once per day, with a maximum of 10 people simultaneously addressing him as father. The daily lottery cap is set at 100, which will increase with enhanced strength. It appears that the pirate world is merely a starting point. Might he eventually traverse to the realms of Naruto, Dragon Ball, or Marvel? Chu Bawang began to feel exhilarated. System. Is there a novice gift pack? The novice gift pack remains sealed, to be claimed once someone calls you father. Chu Bawang was utterly bewildered. Shouldn't the novice gift pack be given directly to me? Why must it be a task requirement? Is this not a torment for me? Fat tiger. 10 minutes later, Chu Bawang found the village's only stuttering beggar. Thus, the dramatic scene at the outset unfolded. Whose system? Others have already called me Baba now. Can I claim the beginner's gift pack? The beginner's gift pack is now opening. I can't believe it. It really works. Initially, I thought it was merely a play on words that the system would surely recognize. However, it turns out the intelligence of this little system is quite concerning. I have received a perfect grade Thunder Fruit. Acquired level 1 observation hockey. Obtain the skill of stronger identification. Attain the art of nurturing blades. Gain the embryonic gaze. And the passive buff in the world. No one does not know your name is. This beginner's gift pack seems excessively generous. The perfect grade Thunderfruit needs no explanation. Level 1 observation hockey is also a valuable asset. As for the skill of stronger identification, the art of nurturing blades, and the embryonic gaze, the skill of stronger identification, one can ascertain whether an individual is a true powerhouse with just a glance. Skill effect. The original maternal gaze of Confucian saints will allow the recipient to experience the agony of 10 months of pregnancy within 10 seconds, followed by half an hour of enduring the pains of childbirth. Goodness. Isn't this just the legendary ability to make anyone pregnant with a single stare? Indeed, it is said that the greatest suffering in the world is a woman's agony during childbirth after 10 months of pregnancy. To discern the steadfastness of a strong individual spirit, one merely needs to let them experience the pain of gestation and childbirth. This skill is rather extraordinary, below the level of the 4 emperors. Few can withstand such an attack. The art of nurturing blades. Everything can be nurtured. It is the most peculiar skill that can enhance the affinity of any item, regardless of its nature, material, or void. This is also an exceptional skill. I recall that in the original work, when the art of nurturing blades is taken to its limit, even a dull blade can be transformed into a blade. Maiden. Indeed, products of the system are bound to be exquisite. This skill is remarkable. Just imagining the possibility of nurturing a blade maiden in the future excites the heart of the Overlord of Chu. The embryonic gaze. A sinister technique acquired after revealing oneself in the 9 netherworlds. When used in conjunction with the skill of stronger identification, it allows one to seize a single ability from an opponent. My heavens, this skill is incredibly overpowered. As long as it is used alongside the skill of stronger identification, one can take an ability from the opponent. Note, this is about seizing, not merely copying. Just imagine, if I were to seize Shanks Conqueror's Haki, Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit, Kizaru's Glint Fruit, or a kindness magma fruit, this would utterly dismantle the enemy. The passive buff in the world, no one does not know your name. Upon seeing you for the first time, everyone automatically learns your name. What use does this skill have? It seems it may not have any practical application at all. Little does the Overlord Chu know, the buff in the world, no one does not know your name will bring him an unimaginable increase in power. Zilibu Village is indeed a picturesque haven, ideal for retirement. The local inhabitants possess a kind and gentle disposition. It is said that the legendary warlord, Chu Bawang, was raised on the goodwill of the villagers. Furthermore, he carries the memories of 2 lifetimes. Ultimately shedding his virginity, his spouse is none other than the daughter of a prominent family in Zilibu Village, Kaya. Warlord, good morning. Why haven't you spent more time with Miss Kaya? The villagers cheerfully greeted Chu Bawang along the way, yet they found it peculiar that, despite their intent to call him by his true name, they ended up addressing him as Warlord, which sounded awkwardly akin to calling one's father in a moment of distraction. Chu Bawang inadvertently experienced a stroke of luck, received a 10-fold reward. Could this be the passive buff of no one in the world does not recognize you? He pondered. This effect is rather overpowered. It compels others to address me as Baba. While he was deep in thought, he received yet another 10-fold reward. It dawned on him that the buff of no one in the world does not recognize you is indeed the centerpiece of the new player's gift package. With a swagger, he traversed every corner of the village. Even the elderly village chief, upon encountering him, was momentarily flabbergasted, exclaiming, Baba Wang. In no time, he reached the limit of 100 rewards for the day. What a disappointment. 100 consecutive draws, and I receive such meager offerings? Chu Bawang grimaced as he tallied his gains. Acquired system space of 100,100,100 cubic meters. Instant teleportation. Infinite stamina. A bottle of mineral water. A pig knuckle. Aside from the first 3 acquisitions, which held some utility, the remainder felt utterly worthless. This left Chu Bawang questioning whether he had inadvertently fallen into a lesser realm. Though the initial 3 abilities were indeed extraordinary in the world of pirates, Chu Bawang's aspirations extended far beyond. Could he be content with merely the pirate world? Absolutely not. In the pirate realm, his prowess might not be inferior to anyone, but what lay beyond? What if he ventured into the realm of ancient myths, or found himself amidst the world of Dragon Ball, or even within the Marvel Universe? Would he not be relegated to mere survival? Well, it is only the first day. Such significant rewards should suffice. He mused as he made his way home, garnering numerous disdainful glances from the villagers. They whispered amongst themselves, Village Chief, why do I feel compelled to call this lad father upon seeing him? It's quite embarrassing. I find myself puzzled, as well have we been cursed? The moment I laid eyes on him, I too called him Baba. To be honest, it was merely that Chu Bawang had grown familiar with him. Otherwise, there would surely have been uproar. My dear wife, I have returned. From a distance, the formidable Chu Bawang called out towards the quaint villa. The butler, Clara, wore a grim expression as he pushed up his glasses with the back of his hand, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Master Bawang, please lower your voice. Miss Koya is still resting. Clara, ostensibly a mere butler, was in truth the captain of the Black Cat pirate crew, known by the moniker 100 Schemes, and also referred to as Captain Klo. Chu Bawang was acutely aware that this butler was far from benevolent. Klo had spent 3 years cultivating the trust of the wealthy young lady Koya under the guise of a butler, scheming to seize her fortune. Throughout Koya's pursuit of Chu Bawang, Klo had repeatedly attempted to thwart their union, intent on tearing apart this fated couple. Captain Klo, I am well aware of your true nature. You have constantly obstructed my marriage to Koya, and the day your machinations are revealed shall be your demise. Chu Bawang contemplated eradicating Clara outright, yet he hesitated, knowing that such an act would only deepen Koya's sorrow, who had already lost her parents. He had no desire to see her shed tears over such a scoundrel for now. He would allow Klo to linger a little longer. As Chu Bawang boldly entered what he believed was rightfully his, Clara's eyes flashed with cold malice. Once my crew arrives in Zilibu Village, both you and Koya shall meet your end. At that point, all the riches will belong to me. Entering the villa, Chu Bawang found Koya still asleep, her face flushed with the remnants of a lovely dream. Last night had been quite the ordeal for her in this moment. The gentle blush gracing her cheeks was a testament to her vulnerable beauty. During the time Koya mourned her parents, it was Chubawang's unwavering support and tender care that reignited her hope for life. Their childhood bond had naturally blossomed into something deeper. Feeling the warmth beside her, Koya rubbed her sleepy eyes and offered a sweet, endearing smile. Bawang, could you perhaps be a bit more restrained with your hands? As soon as the words left her lips, Koya's face turned crimson. What had she just said? Why had she suddenly referred to her husband so intimately? The embarrassment was overwhelming. After their meal, Chubawang and Koya embarked on their customary evening stroll, attracting envious glances from passers-by. Truth be told, while Koya's appearances in the pirate world were infrequent, her popularity was undeniable. With her playful golden locks and ever-present book, coupled with a sweet smile and gentle disposition, she had dedicated herself to the medical arts, driven by a desire to save. The villagers, her kind words and warm smile had captured the hearts of many suitors in the village. Koya, much like her pure and delicate exterior, possessed a gentle yet resolute character, a heart filled with kindness, and a determination as strong as steel. It could be said that Koya embodied all the virtues that define an ideal wife. Traditionally, the villagers would greet Koya with warm smiles and kindness. However, in recent days, every encounter with the formidable Chu Bawang compelled them to call out Baba, which has left them feeling somewhat irritable. At this moment, a disheveled beggar stammered, "And Miss Koya, Bawang has been teasing us. You must make him kneel on the washboard." "Miss Koya, the stammerer is correct. You cannot indulge this rascal. He is the most mischievous troublemaker in our village. Even Usopp, the habitual liar, cannot compare to him. Every time we see him, we are compelled to call him Baba. This is undoubtedly Bawang's scheme." From a distance, Usopp appeared somewhat disheartened. His head bowed in silence. It was rare to find a villager who did not hold affection for Koya, and Usopp was no exception. However, witnessing Koya's current happiness gradually transformed his unspoken love into heartfelt blessings. After all, while Chubawang possessed a somewhat capricious nature, he was exceedingly dependable when it came to his endeavors. He often assisted the villagers with laborious tasks such as chopping wood and fetching water, never shying away from hard work. This was one of the reasons most villagers silently wished for the happiness of Chu Bawang and Koya. If it were not for the unavoidable call of Baba each time they encountered Chu Bawang, everyone would have preferred life to continue in peaceful tranquility. Alas, the compulsion to shout Baba left everyone feeling quite frustrated. Koya managed to respond to each villager with a wry smile, striving to soothe their emotions. Not only the residents, but even she herself felt a tinge of melancholy each night before sleep. Engaging in indescribable activities with Chubawang, she found herself involuntarily uttering Baba, a sensation that was undeniably mortifying. "Rest assured, everyone, I will certainly give him a proper lesson when I return. At the very least, I will ensure he ventures outside less often." From that point onward, Chubawang's appearances indeed diminished significantly. Nevertheless, each day, around 100 villagers still endured the consequences of Chubawang's antics. "Today, I will randomly select 100 fortunate residents to call my name. Let's see which little darling will draw the grand prize." Boom, boom, boom. All the residents, in perfect harmony, locked their doors and windows, huddling in corners, trembling. "It's you, dear village chief." The village chief lamented in despair. "Baba Bawang, why must it be me again today?" Chubawang too felt helpless. With just over 1,000 inhabitants in Zilabu village, the daily limit of 100 draws, min a cycle, would complete in a mere 10 days. Moreover, many villagers had developed psychological scars from the experience. Even swearing to the heavens, they still kept their doors tightly shut. After much deliberation, it inevitably led him to the more easily intimidated village chief's home. "If this continues, I fear that I shall scarcely gather the limit of 100. Lottery draws, I must devise a plan. Shall we venture outside for a stroll?" As Lord Chu pondered this, 3 little imps under Usopp's command rushed in, shouting, "Pirates! Pirates have appeared! Everyone flee!" These 3 imps were known as Pepperhead, Radish Head, and Onion Head. "Speak more slowly," Lord Chu instructed, seizing the slowest of the trio. "Bah, Lord, a grave situation has arisen. Captain Usopp is currently confronting the pirates. We must inform Miss Kaya at once, so she can lead everyone to safety." The mere thought of the pirates potentially harming Captain Usopp caused the 3 imps to burst into tears. Lord Chu countered, "A pirate ship has appeared? Did you manage to discern the emblem on the ship?" The Onion Head responded succinctly, "I see it. I see it. It was a skull adorned with a straw hat." The formidable Chu Bawang chuckled. "A skull with a straw hat? That can only be the Straw Hat Pirates." The reason for the Straw Hat crew's arrival at Syrup Village was remarkably simple. Their ship was damaged. According to the original storyline, the Straw Hat crew would acquire their 4th member, Usopp, and also obtain a legendary vessel, the Going Merry. As Usopp confronted Luffy and the others, Claw held a small box, adjusted his glasses, and silently awaited the arrival of the Black Cat Pirates. "After today, both Chu Bawang and Koya must perish. Only then can I truly live a tranquil life." The Black Cat pirates had a hypnotist named Zango who could put Koya under hypnosis, compelling her to pen a farewell letter. Following that, he would command the Cat brothers to eliminate Chu Bawang, allowing Claw to reap the benefits. He had meticulously planned for 3 long years, waiting for this very moment. Koya remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, diligently studying medicine in her study. As for Chu Bawang, he approached the shoreline without a hint of trepidation. He had left behind a defense treasure, won through a lottery, with Koya. Should she suffer a fatal blow, the protective mechanism of the treasure would activate, transporting Koya to his side. In this manner, not only can Captain Kuro's scheme be thwarted, but it also ensures the protection of Kaya. Is this truly the Straw Hat crew? Indeed, each member is a spirited individual. Usopp, trembling, clutched his slingshot, aiming it at Luffy and the others. Mimicking Shank's tone, Luffy declared, "If you're planning to shoot, you must wager your life." Zoro, with a shadowy grin while covering his face, responded, "Indeed, Captain Usopp, if you intend to wage war against the Straw Hat crew, you must stake your life." Nami, shaking her head in exasperation, silently thought, "These 2 fools are at it again. I hope they don't frighten him, especially since we still need to resupply in this village." Usopp's legs quaked as if they were sifting flour, yet even so, he did not retreat a single step. This indeed caught the mighty Chu Bawang by surprise. Perhaps it is the allure of the pirate world. Even the smallest of characters possess something they wish to protect with all their might. "Usopp, you appear quite frightened." "Wang, what brings you here?" "No, you must leave this place at once. Inform Miss Koya to evacuate the villagers from the island. The farther the better." Usopp was genuinely terrified of death, his voice tinged with a sob. Upon seeing Chu Bawang, the expressions of the 3 members of the Straw Hat crew varied greatly. Wang, what a formidable name. Luffy, intending to call out Chu Bawang's name, stumbled awkwardly over his words. His close friend Zoro patted Luffy on the shoulder, nearly bursting with laughter. "Luffy, did you just call him Baba? His name is clearly Wang." "Huh? What happened? How did I know his name, and why did I mess it up?" The astute Nami felt a shiver run down her spine. Her intuition warned her that this name held peculiar significance. When she first saw Chu Bawang, she nearly let slip a shout of Bawang herself. Had it not been for her cautious nature as a thief, she might have unwittingly echoed those words. Nami was certainly not the type to allow others to take advantage of her. Struggling to suppress her desire to utter that name, Nami's expression turned serious. "Luffy, Zoro, do not underestimate him. This fellow is rather strange. Be wary of potential pitfalls." Luffy boldly stepped forward, extending a hand towards Chu Bawang, declaring his signature phrase, "I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. I sincerely invite you to join my crew. Wang, would you be willing to become my shipmate?" Why did I mispronounce your name again?" Luffy awkwardly scratched his head. "Nami, it seems my previous warning fell on deaf ears. This fool Luffy hasn't absorbed a word." Chu Bawang rubbed his chin, realizing that these passionate, hot-blooded protagonists truly are straightforward. No wonder the neighboring Naruto has already started a family, while Luffy remains a solitary wanderer. In response to Luffy's invitation, Chu Bawang neither declined outright nor accepted immediately. "Your sailing vessel must be in disrepair, correct? If you seek a new ship, I can offer you one as a gesture of goodwill." "Really? That sounds fantastic." The trio's eyes gleamed with excitement. "However, I have one condition. 2 additional people must be accommodated on this ship. Since we have the time, why not take Koya on an adventure through the New World?" "That indeed sounds like an intriguing prospect, does it not?" "Certainly. The Overlord of Chu would never concede. He merely developed a peculiar whim to compel all the formidable beings in the world to address him as Overlord. However, before that can transpire, we must first remove certain bothersome individuals from the equation." The Overlord of Chu cast his gaze upon the numerous pirates aboard the Black Cat pirate ship. Among them were the Catman brothers, the peculiar Zhang, and a multitude of pirate minions. This band of pirates has come with the intention of eliminating Koya. As the Black Cat pirates closed in relentlessly, the Straw Hat trio stood resolutely before the formidable Chu Bawang. Luffy grinned widely and declared, Bawang, leave these petty minions to us." Zoro chimed in, "Luffy is right. We cannot allow you to expend both time and resources." The Cat brothers intercepted Zoro, while the formidable Mr. Zhang confronted Luffy. The remaining ruffians targeted Nami and Usopp, leaving Chu Bawang to observe leisurely from the sidelines. I must confess, it need not be so complicated. With a mere glance, I could obliterate these scoundrels. Nevertheless, it would be ungracious to thwart their intentions of repaying a kindness. Thus, I shall merely observe the unfolding battle. The conflict progressed swiftly. Luffy faced off against Zhang, and in a mutually destructive clash, both collapsed to the ground. Luffy, did I not warn you against the hypnotic ring? How could you succumb again? Nami exclaimed. A mixture of pity for his plight and frustration at his folly etched on her face. Mr. Zhang, how could you have hypnotized yourself? The minions cried out. Indeed, this is quite typical of Luffy. The skirmish between Zoro and the Cat brothers raged fiercely, even in his diminished state. Zoro managed to hold his ground against the Cat brothers, gaining a slight upper hand. Cat brothers, unite! They shouted, spiraling upward at great speed, their forms intertwining into one. Their combined defense became formidable, rendering Zoro incapable of breaching it. As fatigue from his injuries set in, Zoro began to falter. It seemed he could withstand no more than 5 additional minutes. As for Nami and Usopp, their situation was even more dire. Despite Nami's commendable skills, she struggled against 4 assailants. One ruffian stealthily approached her from behind, brandishing a blade aimed at her. Nami, watch out, Zoro warned, distracted by the Cat brothers, who seized the opportunity to strike, landing a kick on his injury, sending him crashing to the ground. Nami, quickly evade. Usopp cried in despair, kneeling helplessly. He wished to rush to her aid, yet his efforts were futile given his pace. Chu Bawang let out a resigned sigh. Alas, must I intervene once more? The Straw Hat Crew's combat prowess is disappointingly lacking. Very well, I shall consider this a toll for passage. Buzz. The sound resonated as if metal were clashing. Despairing, Nami gradually opened her eyes to find herself cradled in Chu Bawang's broad embrace. The ruffian's blade could advance no further, completely immobilized by his grasp. This feels remarkably warm. As the overlord of Chu released his grip, Nami couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment wash over her. Just moments ago, she had experienced an unparalleled sense of security. Usopp, protect Nami, the rest is up to me. Oh Overlord, you must be cautious. These fiends would not hesitate to take your life. Fear not. If they cannot defeat me, they certainly cannot outrun me. The Cat brothers glanced at the Overlord, instinctively calling out his name. Oh Overlord. The Overlord of Chu nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he cheerfully proclaimed, Good morning, my dear sons. Damn it. We must eliminate this scoundrel who dares to take advantage of our Cat brothers. The Cat brothers, furious, brandished their claws and charged towards the Overlord. What move should I employ against such insignificant minions to appear most impressive? This one seems quite splendid, both stylish and striking. The Overlord pointed one hand skyward and the other towards the ground, declaring loudly, Come forth, swords. In that moment, hundreds of swords from nearby swordsmen were unsheathed simultaneously and flew towards the Overlord. Among them, a massive blade resembling a cross caught the Overlord's attention. The Black Blade, Knight, belonging to the warlord Dracul Mihawk of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, is part of the Supreme 12 Blades, renowned as the strongest black blade in the world. Following this, Zoro's 3 swords were also drawn, soaring towards the Overlord in a formidable display. 2 waves of flying swords obscured the sky. On this day, the figure of the sword god, akin to the formidable Chu Bawang, etched itself into Zoro's very bones. In that moment, Zoro began to comprehend what it truly meant to be a swordsman. With a resounding whoosh, thousands of blades cascaded down like a torrential rain, each one claiming a precious life. As Zoro gazed at Chu Bawang, he could only perceive a proud, indifferent silhouette. Remarkably, even the legendary Mihawk, known as the world's greatest swordsman, might not stand as a match against such terrifying prowess. Yet, how could such a powerful swordsman remain shrouded in obscurity upon the vast seas? Wait, if he is indeed this formidable, could I perhaps learn swordsmanship from him? Initially perturbed by the loss of his 3-sword style, Zoro was now filled with nothing but admiration and reverence. Clink! Mihawk's weapon, the Black Blade Knight, fell before Zoro. This was the Black Blade Knight, the very weapon of the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. How did it come to be here? Could it be that even Mihawk acknowledged the grandeur of this technique? Stunned, Zoro pondered the implications of Mihawk's black blade being present, suggesting that Mihawk himself recognized Chu Bawang's swordsmanship. In that instant, Zoro resolved to learn swordsmanship from Chu Bawang, no matter the cost. If he could master that formidable technique known as sword combs, he would surely ascend to the rank of the world's greatest swordsman. Usopp stared wide-eyed in disbelief, never having anticipated such overwhelming strength from Chu Bawang. The dense array of blades, darkening the skies, left an indelible mark on his heart. Perhaps, being with Chu Bawang was indeed the best outcome for Kaya. Her discernment was remarkable. Starting today, Usopp vowed to relinquish his unrealistic fantasies. Even Nami, seasoned and composed from her experiences across various pirate crews, found herself momentarily entranced. If Chu Bawang were to confront the fishman pirate Arlong, could he save my village? No. I must take action. Chu Bawang is the most powerful human I have ever encountered. Perhaps only he can defeat Arlong and grant me my freedom. With a single strike obliterating the Black Cat pirates, Chu Bawang felt no remorse. Those who sought to harm his beloved Kaya would pay a blood price. Even the unconscious Zango could not escape retribution. This blade must belong to Mihawk. Zoro, do you desire this weapon? Zoro gazed in bewilderment at the sword known as the Black Blade, the supreme great sword of the 12 craftsmen, reputed to be the strongest in the world. Can it truly be given to me? He pondered, fully aware that this blade belonged to the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. While Zoro's desire for the sword was palpable, he understood the true ownership of the Black Blade, Uru. The imposing figure of the Overlord of Chu merely shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "The identity of its rightful owner is of little consequence. I bestow it upon you now. Whether you choose to return it to its original master or keep it hidden away in a gilded cage is entirely your decision. Let this blade serve as the ticket for Koya and me to embark on our journey." A ship? A ticket? To use the legendary Black Sword, Knight, wielded by the world's foremost swordsman, as a boarding pass? Zoro's lips twitched in disbelief. This is truly shocking. In the end, Zoro cautiously sheathed his black blade, Uru, with the utmost reverence, as if performing a sacred ritual, fearful of causing even the slightest harm to the precious weapon. Ah, what a delightful slumber that was. Wait, what is happening? Where has the Black Cat pirates gone? Nami, in a fit of anger, delivered a punch to the groggy Luffy's head. Truly, she deserves her title as the world's strongest navigator. Even the protagonist, Luffy, could not evade the iron fist of Nami's discipline. A rather adorable bump now adorned his head. Bawang, how is it possible that his strength is so formidable? Luffy gazed at Chu Bawang with awe, belatedly realizing his prowess. He regretted agreeing to Chu Bawang's request. Otherwise, he would have insisted on inviting him to join his crew. Meanwhile, Koya began to sense something amiss. All the butlers and servants had taken leave that day, leaving only the sheep-headed butler, Mary, on duty. As Koya finished her medical texts and exited the study, she discovered Mary sprawled in a pool of blood. Surprisingly, he was still alive. Koya, miss. Quickly flee. Clara is a pirate. He intends to kill you and seize your fortune. Hurry, escape with Bawang. Koya panicked, her heart racing with dread. How could this be? Clara, a pirate? Boom. Clara burst through the door, a cold glint in his eye, regarding Koya with the indifference reserved for a lamb awaiting slaughter. Bounty crocodile, are you finally revealing yourself? From the shadows emerged the figure of Chu Bawang, with the Straw Hat crew, for members closely trailing behind him. Koya collapsed into Chu Bawang's embrace, sobbing, "Bawang, please escape. He merely wants my fortune. I will give it to him." Clara opened the case he held, revealing a well-equipped claw adorned with 10 sharp blades. Dismissing the onlookers with disdain, "It seems my subordinates have been eliminated by you lot. Without my command, they are utterly worthless." With a nonchalant shrug, Chu Bawang reassured Koya, "Do not worry, I did not come here to meet my demise." Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Wow, you must be Miss Koya. I've heard tales of your wealth. Might you bestow upon us a ship for our voyages?" "Luffy, do not frighten her." Nami suddenly resembled a furiously ruffled cat, fiercely striking Luffy on the head. "My apologies, Miss Koya. Luffy possesses an inherently familiar disposition, and I hope he does not startle you." Observing Koya being tenderly cared for by the formidable Chu, a subtle pang of jealousy flickered through Nami's heart. "Ah, I am quite all right. Are you?" The reinforcements summoned by the formidable. A woman's intuition is often keen, and Koya's instincts warned her against revealing any semblance of weakness in front of Nami. Chu's expression darkened. "Reinforcements?" Whether or not they are reinforcements remains uncertain. They resemble a group of jesters more than anything. "Kuro, you have deceived my beloved Koya, and you shall undoubtedly face the consequences." Chu positioned himself protectively in front of Koya, casting a fierce glare at Kuro. "Oh, yet, I do not perceive that you possess the strength to make me pay a price. Do not delude yourself into thinking that defeating the Catman brothers and Zhangao renders you invincible." Kuro nonchalantly adjusted his glasses. Before Chu could employ any skill to punish Kuro, Luffy had already charged at Kuro, fists raised. Chu, leave this villain to me. I inadvertently dozed off earlier. Now, you shall witness my true power. Chu, this is a predicament of your own making. Do not blame me. Captain Kuro possesses the lethal combination of silent steps and cat claws, and his ultimate move, the spoon, allows for rapid, indiscriminate assaults. Currently, Luffy is engaged in battle with Kuro, unable to even graze his adversary, rendering the encounter a one-sided torment. In merely half a minute, Luffy is left battered and bruised, with wounds so deep that they reveal the very essence of his being. Although he retaliates with a punch to Kuro's nose and a trade of injuries, it is evident that if their duel continues, Luffy risks losing consciousness from excessive blood loss. Chu Bawang shakes his head in resignation, realizing that even if Luffy were to triumph over Kuro, he would be left severely incapacitated. Such a scenario would delay their departure indefinitely. Luffy, enough. You have demonstrated your strength and determination. Let me handle this traitor. Nami gazes at Luffy with concern, echoing, Luffy, your injuries are too severe. Allow Bawang to take care of this matter. Luffy scratches his head, seemingly coming to an understanding. All right, but make sure that this villain does not escape. I detest traitors. Unbeknownst to him, at the mention of the word traitor, Nami's pupils contracted slightly. Captain Kuro, are you truly a formidable foe? Chu Bawang regards Captain Kuro with a calm demeanor. If I'm strong, wouldn't you find out by trying? Kuro smirks faintly, licking the blood from his claws, appearing increasingly cold and ruthless. Indeed, if that is the case, then brace yourself for my wrath. With that, Chu Bawang cast a fierce glare at Kuro. Strength assessment technique. The true strength of an individual can be discerned with a mere glance. Skill effect. The original maternal gaze of a Confucian sage will allow the subject to experience the agonies of a 10-month gestation and the subsequent torment of labor for the next half hour. In the next moment, the Straw Hat crew widen their eyes in astonishment. What is happening? Why is Captain Kuro kneeling before Bawang? He appears to be undergoing immense suffering, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. What has Bawang done to him that a single glance could compel Captain Kuro to bow in submission? Chu Bawang stands towering over Kuro, pressing his foot against Kuro's forehead. Captain Kuro, it seems you are not a true powerhouse after all. Why must you kneel and bow before me with just one look? Captain Kuro, tormented, clutches his abdomen, overwhelmed by cramping pain that renders him powerless to retaliate against Chu Bawang's humiliation. How infuriating. If you possess any skill, grant me a swift end. Chu Bawang waved at Nami, who, understanding his intent, covered Koya's eyes. With a swift motion, Captain Kuro's head rolled to the ground. The village of Zilabu appears to have returned to its former tranquil and idyllic state. Although Kluo has passed away, Koya refrained from revealing Kluo's sinister schemes to the villagers. They still believe that Kluo has merely returned home to visit his family. It is rather amusing. At his core, Kluo remains an unrepentant villain, having spent the last 3 years cultivating a favorable image to ensure a seamless inheritance of Koya's estate. Even in death at the hands of the tyrant Chu, he is remembered by the villagers as a benevolent benefactor. Nevertheless, Chu hosted a grand banquet. Nami, holding a goblet of fine wine, blushed and remarked, Miss Koya is truly too kind. Were I in her position, I would certainly expose Kluo's conspiracy to the entire village. Koya smiled shyly, grasping Chu's large hand, and gently replied, We must honor the deceased. While Kluo may have committed numerous wrongs in his lifetime, in the eyes of the villagers, he is an unequivocal paragon of kindness. Given this, why should I shatter the villagers' cherished illusions? Undoubtedly, this is a clandestine confrontation between two women. As the legitimate partner, Kaya clearly possesses the advantages of time, place, and support, causing Nami to retreat with each exchange. The formidable Chu Bawang can sense the tension in Kaya's small hand, which has become slick with a fine sheen of perspiration. Her body is taut, reminiscent of a protective little kitten. Bawang, do you truly intend to venture out into the world with Luffy and the others? Kaya stammered, her voice wavering. Of course. Do you not wish to explore the vibrant world beyond with me? In all honesty, Kaya harbored no adventurous spirit. Her deepest desire was merely to remain by Chu Bawang's side, living in tranquil harmony. I am just a bit concerned. Nature's whims can be unpredictable, and there are many marauding pirates. Embarking on a journey across the sea can be perilous. Chu Bawang smiled warmly, radiating strength like sunlight. Do not worry. With me around, I will ensure your safety. Lights dimmed. Sleep enveloped them. The following details of unmentionable actions are omitted. After a farewell ceremony, Chu Bawang and Kaya boarded the small vessel of the Going Merry. Usopp, with tears brimming in his eyes, waved to the villagers, village chief. Bawang and I will surely return. The village chief and the gathered villagers were alarmed. No, you may return, but Bawang need not come back. This demon always insists on being called Baba. The formidable Chu Bawang pointed at the tearful villagers. Kaya, look, they are so reluctant for us to leave. No. You vile demon, depart from Zilabu village, and the farther you go, the better. If I were not incapable of defeating you, I would certainly beat you to a pulp. As the Merry slowly sailed away, the elderly village chief waved his hand. Every household began to adorn their homes with colorful decorations, creating an atmosphere akin to a grand festival. Oh heavens! This demon has finally left Zilabu village. Quickly, let the firecrackers ignite and the drums resound. We shall host a more jubilant farewell party. Suddenly, someone poked the village chief's back and stammered, "Be Baba, is he coming back?" The crowd turned to the high platform, their lips buzzing. Be Baba, be Baba, be Baba. It was yet another beautiful day, and the opportunity for 100 consecutive draws was once again at hand. The conquest of myriad realms was now one step closer. How delightful. System, I wish to execute 10 consecutive draws. Acquired random portal fragment 1. Acquired random portal fragment 2. Acquired haunted by evil spirits. Acquired golden voice of Huaxia. Acquired a brand new upright piano X1. Acquired a tailcoat X1. Piano skills level 10. Random portal fragments? Could these be the items needed to traverse the myriad realms? I wonder how many are required to assemble a complete portal. Alas, aside from haunted by evil spirits, the rest seem to be auxiliary abilities. Nevertheless, the upright piano is quite intriguing. Surely, the world of pirates has yet to see such an instrument? Let me play a piano piece, The Truth That You Leave, which happens to be my favorite. The melodious strains of the piano resonated aboard the Merry. Kaya, in her study, closed her eyes, gently swaying to the music, completely immersed in its enchanting embrace. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew leaned forward, gazing in awe at Chu Bawang. Clad in his tailcoat, Nami's eyes sparkled with admiration. Wow, he's handsome, musically talented, and possesses remarkable strength. Truly the perfect partner in life. Luffy, get your filthy paws off the piano. Nami, why are you being so fierce? I'm not going to make the piano pregnant. Don't you dare talk back. Thunk. Luffy was met with his usual reprimand. Usopp gazed at Chu Bawang with envy, thinking to himself, so handsome. If I were a woman, I would marry him. Zoro interjected. Listen everyone, does this not echo what the people say? The formidable Lord Chu commenced a leisurely existence. On his maritime journey, should he fail to amass 100 individuals proclaiming him as their father, he would instantaneously transport himself to Zilabu village. Pray, let me behold which charming little one shall draw the grand prize. Consequently, the village chief and his entourage were nearly brought to their knees before Lord Chu. Instantaneous transportation, a technique derived from the realm of Dragon Ball, is the signature skill of Kakarot, enabling one to shift from point A to point B, disregarding space and distance. Note that a signature energy signature is required. Whenever Koya yearned for home, Lord Chu would accompany her to visit her family, and thereafter, they would instantaneously relocate to the Going Merry. This skill has truly envious the 4 members of the Straw Hat crew. Unfortunately, they are unable to sense the chi within their bodies. And the cultivation system of Dragon Ball is somewhat incompatible with the world of pirates. Early in the morning, Zoro hurriedly sought out the recently teleported Chu Bawang. What is the matter, Zoro? Do you need something from me? Master, I wish to learn your swordsmanship. That technique sword comes is incredibly impressive. Can you teach me? Chu Bawang pondered for a moment. After all, he had nothing but time on his hands. His spirits were rather low since today's 100 consecutive draws yielded nothing of value. Zoro, this naive fellow, had just presented himself at the perfect moment. Noticing Chu Bawang's hesitation, Zoro grew anxious. He was well aware of his strength, but he also understood the vast chasm separating him from the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Now, having encountered a master of swordsmanship comparable to, or even surpassing Mihawk, and one who had a good rapport with the Straw Hat crew, Zoro was determined to seize this golden opportunity. Master, I aspire to become the world's greatest swordsman. I am willing to pay any price if you agree to teach me. Chu Bawang's interest was piqued. It seemed an entertaining endeavor to cultivate a swordsman capable of wielding flying swords. Primarily, he was just bored. What? You wonder why doesn't he go to slay the Marines and overthrow the celestial dragons? Young one, you are still too inexperienced. There's an old saying, Follow the plot, and you'll live to 99. It's not that he doesn't want to. It's that the author won't allow it. Zoro, I understand your dream of becoming the world's greatest swordsman, but this path is fraught with hardship. When I practice sword comes, I meditated for 10 consecutive days and nights, neglecting food and drink. For the first time, my weight dropped below 100 pounds, leaving me nothing but skin and bones. Even after enduring such suffering, are you still determined to learn how to fly with a sword? Nearby, Koya stifled a laugh. What nonsense about neglecting food and going through deep contemplation. Since she turned 15, she hadn't seen Chu Bawang weigh less than 130 pounds. Zoro was taken aback. He never imagined that mastering sword comes would entail such terrifying hardships. Yet, he resolutely shouted, Master, I fear not the trials. I want to become the world's greatest swordsman, because that is our promise. Nearby, Luffy was astounded, dropping the large bone he had been gnawing on. And Master, wait. This sword comes technique can also allow for flying with swords? Good heavens. That's too cool. I want to learn too. I want to learn. Without a hint of mercy, Chu Bawang delivered a swift reprimand to Luffy, scolding him. Your comprehension of swordsmanship is insufficient. You should focus on developing your rubber fruit abilities. Zoro's expression lit up with joy. It appears that my innate talent for the art of swordsmanship is not insignificant. At the very least, it surpasses that of Luffy by a considerable margin. The mere thought of one day mastering the art of flying with my sword fills me with a sense of exhilaration. The first step in my journey to becoming a master swordsman is to cultivate a singular focus, channeling my intent to command the sword. Furthermore, I must embody the principle of wielding a sword without holding one in hand, for everything in existence can become a sword. Thus, I have taken to embracing my three-sword style as I drift into slumber each night. It sends chills down Usopp's spine to hear that the fearsome warrior, Chubawang, advised me to bestow a kiss upon my beloved sword before bedtime. Otherwise, achieving a harmonious connection with it would be impossible. Subsequently, Chu Bawang secretly imparted his sword cultivation techniques to my cherished blade. The art of sword cultivation, everything can be nurtured, a most enigmatic skill capable of enhancing the affinity of any object, regardless of its nature, substance, or even ethereal essence. With elevated affinity, my beloved sword will be able to resonate with my spirit. It is said that with mastery of sword cultivation, even a mundane kitchen knife could be transformed into a sentient blade. Is it not a mere trifle to conjure a sword spirit in mere moments? As time flows like a gentle stream, I find myself venturing further along the path of sword flight. The child has been utterly misled by the formidable Chu Bawang. Under the relentless tutelage of Chu Bawang in the art of swordsmanship, Zoro has finally nurtured the sword spirit of Wad Ikamanji. It can also be referred to as a blade spirit. Bawang, I can feel it. I truly sense it. This sword is communicating with me. Zoro, cradling Wad Ikamanji, is overwhelmed with joy. Were it not for the grand vision of the sword imprinted deeply in his mind, he might have abandoned hope. Yet now, the moment of fruition has arrived. Chu Bawang has not deceived him. It is indeed possible to cultivate a sword spirit. I shall soar through the skies on my sword. After a profound exchange, Zoro successfully gains the recognition of the sword spirit, allowing him to stand upon it and fly. My heavens, the existence of a sword spirit is truly a reality. Flying on a sword, how magnificent. Usopp gazes in bewilderment at the soaring Wad Ikamanji, his eyes brimming with envy. Alas, he lacks the talent for swordsmanship. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly wish to partake in such splendid sword flying. In truth, this sword spirit is merely a creation of Chu Bawang's nurturing. Little did Chu Bawang anticipate that after Zoro manifested the sword spirit, the swordsman of the pirate world would undergo a dramatic transformation. Mihawk, the Hawkeye, is constantly seen with his black blade Yoru, sharing meals, sleeping, and bathing together. Fujitora meticulously polishes his beloved sword daily, reciting profound verses that express his deep affection. Shanks whispers sweet nothings to his cherished blade, pleading for a favor. However, they are destined for disappointment. For Zoro's sword spirit is a product of Chu Bawang's nurturing. Without Chu Bawang's assistance, it is inconceivable that Wad Ikamanji, let alone Yoru, could ever harbor a sword spirit. This has led to Zoro becoming the legendary and enigmatic world's foremost swordsman. After all, the ability to cultivate a sword spirit is a testament to the terrifying prowess Zoro possesses. However, the historical truth reveals that this was merely an unintentional act by the Overlord of Chu. With the emergence of the sword spirit, Zoro became increasingly obsessed with the way of the sword, feeling the need to converse with his spirit companion, Xiaowen, for everything. Hey, Xiaowen. I'm about to have a meal. Hey, Xiaowen, I'm going to rest now, good night. Hey, Xiaowen, today I wish to fly with my sword. Luffy felt as if he had suffered 1,000 points of critical damage. It seems my good friend has fallen in love with a sword? How absurd. A man and a sword can never be together. Only true friends are meant to last a lifetime. In a small study, the Overlord of Chu and Koya enjoyed a moment of tranquility. Overlord, although I am unaware of the means you employed to give birth to the sword spirit, I can't shake the feeling that Zoro's current state is somewhat peculiar. The child's intelligence is already a matter of concern. Must you continue to deceive him? Chu Bawang coughed awkwardly a couple of times and grinned, saying, how could I possibly mislead him? He will soon grasp the essence of swordsmanship. Do you see? He can already soar through the skies on his sword. Noticing that Kia was about to protest further, Chu Bawang impatiently silenced her. Are you satisfied now? Do you still think I'm fooling Zoro? Kia's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. You are being unreasonable. What? Are you not content? Please, refrain from causing a scene. There are others outside. Fear not. I have set up a soundproof barrier. They cannot hear the sounds from this study. Here, 2,000 words of indescribable events are omitted. The sun shone brightly, and the spring air was vibrant. Usopp stood aloft, scanning the surroundings with a telescope. Luffy, a seaside restaurant has appeared ahead. At the mere mention of a restaurant, Luffy dashed to the bow of the ship, nearly knocking Usopp into the sea. A seaside restaurant? Where is it? We could use a chef to cook for us. Perhaps we can even recruit someone from the restaurant. A dark line appeared on Usopp's forehead. Only Luffy could so boldly express the idea of poaching someone in such a straightforward manner. Such audacity is truly remarkable. Nami inquired curiously, where is the Overlord? Why isn't he playing the piano at this moment? I long to hear Kiss the Rain countless times again. The two of them have seemingly been in the study for nearly 2 hours. Luffy's unabashedly straightforward demeanor seems to be ingrained in his very essence. He has not pondered the reason behind the usually restless Overlord's unusual stillness in the study. 2 hours? Nami's cheeks flushed. It is often said that girls mature more quickly. Indeed, the principle holds true. Zoro, with dark circles under his eyes, emerged from his room. Luffy, puzzled, remarked, what is wrong with Zoro? He appears to have had a restless night. Usopp, wearing a face of despair, lamented, he spent the entire night conversing with the sword spirit. Xiaowen, even I couldn't get a decent night's sleep. The Baratie, a renowned establishment in the pirate world, stands as a classic architectural marvel. Famed for its battles, it holds great prestige in the East Sea. The proprietor, Zeph the Redleg, was once a pirate himself. After a tragic incident where his crew attacked a passenger ship and subsequently encountered a maritime disaster, he and the ship's apprentice chef, Sanji, found themselves stranded on a deserted island. With their chances of rescue dwindling, Zeph sighed. How wonderful it would be to have a restaurant at sea. Miraculously, the moment he uttered these words, they were saved. Having lost his right leg while rescuing Sanji, Zeph could no longer continue his piratical pursuits. Together with Sanji, he established the Baratie, a floating restaurant dedicated to providing sustenance for those adrift at sea. Visually striking, the Baratie resembles a colossal ship, its bow adorned with fish-shaped prows. To prevent damage to its interior during combat, the entire vessel can transform into a battle-ready state, referred to as the fish fin combat arena. At this very moment, the culinary warriors of the Baratie were fervently preparing exquisite dishes when, unexpectedly, a cannonball hurtled towards them. Boom. The little girl's ship suffered a layer of superficial damage. Zeph stood resolutely at the entrance, glaring at the iron-fisted Navy Lieutenant, Fimbity, and the seemingly harmless Luffy. Fimbity bellowed at Luffy, you pirate. I shall inevitably capture you. But alas, it is dining time, and I must enjoy a meal with this lovely lady, so I shall spare you for now. However, the beautiful lady remained transfixed. Her gaze locked onto another man. Following her line of sight, Fimbity beheld the dashing figure of the gentlemanly Chu Bawang, impeccably dressed in a tailcoat, escorting the enchanting Kaya with elegance. That scoundrel dares to steal my thunder. Fimbity silently vowed to remember this affront. Who, after all, shattered my little girl's ship? Zeph glared ominously at Fimbity and Luffy. Old man, I am on official business. Do not impede the Navy's path. Zeph's demeanor darkened as he retorted. It seems this incident is the handiwork of Lieutenant Fimbity. And so what? Do you truly dare to lay a hand on the Navy? Fimbity shrugged dismissively. A look of disdain etched on his face. Zeph calmly articulated, the Baratie has 2 fundamental rules. First, no food shall ever be wasted. Second, we provide food free of charge for those adrift at sea. Now, With the destruction of the little girl's ship, Lieutenant Fimbity has egregiously squandered precious resources. Fimbity narrowed his eyes, a malevolent glint shining through. And what do you intend to do about it? What to do? That is a question you must pose to them. Behind the red-footed Zepp, 3 formidable figures emerged, each exuding an aura of fierce determination. They were none other than the future stalwarts of the Straw Hat crew, the gentleman Sanji, the combat chef Baratie, and the warrior chef Karn. The tyrannical Chu, with a face full of emotion, remarked, "Such is the custom of the sea restaurant Baratie. Indeed, they are all tempestuous youths." Iron Fist Fumbuti, however, was no match for Sanji and his companions. In the blink of an eye, he was left battered and bruised, shedding his armor in defeat. "Just you wait. I shall make you pay dearly for this," he proclaimed as he fled in disgrace, leaving behind a parting threat. The peculiar gaze Fumbuti cast towards Koya stirred Chu's ire. With a cold snort, he retorted, "If you wish to leave, then do so. Spare us your incessant prattle. Do you truly believe that a mere Navy lieutenant can pierce the world's facade?" Fumbuti's pace faltered, his fury igniting further within him. "You scoundrel! I will see you all in prison one day," he shouted, his voice echoing with indignation. Chu, however, was not inclined to tolerate such insolence. In an instant, he appeared before Fumbuti, a menacing aura radiating from his legs. Wind God Leg, Foshan Shadowless Kick, Shaolin 12 Paths of Tan Leg, Mighty Vidra Leg, Celestial Ruin Leg. Though Chu did not utter the names of his techniques, the onlookers comprehended the essence of each strike. Red-footed Zepp and Sanji exchanged astonished glances, sensing the formidable prowess in each of Chu's movements. What a terrifying leg technique! It rivaled our own skills. With a thunderous crash, the ill-intentioned Iron Fist Fumbuti was obliterated, his bones shattered, as he plummeted into the ocean's depths. His fate now uncertain. Such malevolence emanated from him. Merely for casting a lingering glance at his wife, he had rendered the Navy Lieutenant Fumbuti incapacitated. Red-footed Zepp shook his head. Having once been a ruthless pirate, he recognized the deeper meaning behind the gaze. If one were to assess the situation, Fumbuti's downfall was, in essence, self-inflicted. "Sanji, Baratie, why are you both standing there in a daze? Quickly attend to these wealthy patrons," Zepp commanded. "And you insolent brat, for daring to launch cannonballs at my little girl, you must compensate me." He harshly twisted Luffy's face into a contorted mess, issuing his decree. I have no money," Luffy exclaimed, bewildered to discover he could not overpower this seemingly ordinary old man. The funds belonging to the Straw Hat crew were under Nami's control, and Luffy indeed had no spare berries to reimburse Zepp. As for Chu, he displayed no inclination to offer assistance, believing that Luffy's clumsiness warranted a lesson. "No money? Then you shall wash dishes to repay your debt." Redfoot Zepp ruthlessly seized Luffy by the collar and unceremoniously hurled him into the back kitchen. A weary-looking young man, disheveled in appearance, entered the oceanic restaurant Baratie. Trembling, he brandished a handgun, aiming it at everyone present, desperately trying to project an air of menace. "Everyone, freeze. Hand over your food. I merely seek a hearty meal. I do not wish to take lives." The enigmatic figure known as the ghoul Akin, often humorously referred to by numerous netizens as the mysterious existence akin to Admiral Green Bull, was evidently a remnant of the once mighty Kurek pirate crew, which had suffered a disastrous defeat upon entering the Grand Line. A staggering 5,000 men and 49 ships were obliterated by the singular might of Hawkeye Mihawk, leaving only a single battered vessel to return. The tyrant Chu gazed at the ghoul Akin with a curious expression, contemplating the fact that Mihawk's black blade, now rested in Zoro's possession. Surely, a man who had lost his weapon would be exceedingly irate, yet even in such a state, the ill-fated Kurek pirate crew had still been thoroughly vanquished, even in the face of a disarmed Hawkeye. This only underscored that Mihawk's prowess should never be underestimated. Yet, should he face the formidable Chu, he would undoubtedly find himself kneeling in submission. Chu's current strength was such that he could easily overpower anyone. In this world of pirates, it is merely a romantic journey of traversing the seas with one's beloved. Baratie and Karn exchanged glances and, without hesitation, delivered a fierce beating to the ghoul Akin, subsequently tossing him to the back of the ship. "Come eat. Do not force yourself, if you wish to survive and see the sun rise again tomorrow. Then consume this meal." Sanji lit a cigarette and handed Akin a plate of fried rice. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Akin's face as he clumsily grasped the plate and devoured the food with fervor. "Sanji, I am truly, truly grateful. You are my savior." Sanji exhaled a plume of smoke and smiled, It is a rule set by Zep to provide food for those who go hungry at sea. Akin expressed his concern. But I haven't paid. You might face punishment from the boss, Mr. Sanji. Sanji nonchalantly tossed the plate and fork into the ocean, saying, then he will have no evidence. Out of nowhere, Luffy emerged, boldly extending his hand towards Sanji. I am Monkey D. Luffy. And my pirate crew is in dire need of a chef like you. Mr. Sanji, would you care to join us? Sanji was taken aback, exclaiming, a deckhand? Who would want to join your pirate crew? I intend to remain a chef at Baratie for life. As Chu strolled past with Kai's arm linked in his, he chuckled lightly, but that restless heart of yours is undoubtedly yearning for adventure. No one can resist the allure of dreams, not even you. Sanji, do you not wish to discover the All Blue, to find that legendary sea that belongs solely to tales of old? The All Blue, a dream fervently pursued by Sanji, is said to be the convergence of the four great seas, East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, and North Blue. According to legend, it is a realm that possesses all the culinary ingredients from these four oceans. Thus, the All Blue symbolizes a collective of all seas. A mythical ocean teeming with every kind of fish, creature, vegetable, and more. It is a paradise for every chef. Sanji gazed in utter astonishment at the figure before him, exclaiming in disbelief, Berserker? How do you know I aspire to reach the All Blue? A sense of caution began to rise within him. Even more shocking was the fact that, although he intended to call out the name of the Berserker, it escaped his lips as Berserker instead. This is truly stifling. Sanji, the esteemed chef of Baratie, audaciously addresses a stranger as father? Were it not for the consideration of the guest status of Chu Bawang, Sanji would have undoubtedly delivered a sound thrashing to him. Chu Bawang leisurely swirled the fine wine in his goblet, responding with a light chuckle. I not only know your dreams, but also the entire history of Redfoot Zep. Sanji's pupils dilated in shock, his gaze directed at Chu Bawang, filled with astonishment. Redfoot Zep was indeed the moniker of Captain Zep from the floating restaurant, a name that had not been uttered in over a decade. Yet now, that long-buried history is being unearthed once more, plunging Sanji into a profound reverie. What do you intend to do with him? Or rather, what do you wish for me to do? Sanji, being quite astute, directly broached the essential point, albeit before his senses could be clouded by allure. Sanji, do not regard me with such wary eyes. If I harbored even the slightest malice towards you, neither you nor even the formidable Redfoot Zep in his prime would stand a chance against me. So, relax. I am merely a guest here for a meal. Chu Bawang smiled subtly, continuing to savor his culinary delights with an air of elegance, leaving Sanji with a mysterious and inscrutable silhouette. Who is this individual? And how does he possess such profound knowledge of my past with Chapu? Luffy, your relationship with him must extend beyond that of captain and crew, correct? If you could divulge specific details regarding the Overlord, I might contemplate joining the Straw Hat crew. Without a moment's hesitation, Luffy elucidated the intricacies of his connection with the Overlord, revealing everything in clear detail. Remarkably, Luffy's actions were entirely anticipated by the Overlord. A single strike to annihilate the Black Cat pirates? The true form of Baji Kuro was extinguished? His swordsmanship surpasses even that of the world's finest swordsman? Furthermore, he is the current mentor of the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. He has instructed Zoro in the art of swordsmanship and successfully nurtured a sword spirit. Presently, Zoro has attained the ability to fly with his sword. Sanji was astounded. He had surmised that the Overlord's strength was far from simple, but he could never have fathomed such unfathomable prowess. In other words, this individual is not only an exceptional master of leg techniques, but also an extraordinary genius in the way of the sword. Sanji did not doubt Luffy's account. After all, the matter of the sword spirit was witnessed with his own eyes. While serving dishes, he had seen Zoro whispering softly to Wado Ikamanji, affectionately referring to it as Little One. This matter cannot be taken lightly. Coupled with the terrifying leg techniques of Fen Beauty, Sanji found himself engulfed in a profound curiosity towards the formidable Chu Bawang. At the very least, one thing was certain. Bawang's assertion was not without merit. His leg techniques were indeed superior to both Zep and myself. Defeating Zep in his prime should pose no challenge. Yet, how could such a superlative expert remain an enigma? His name unrecognized? Reflecting upon the awe-inspiring leg techniques displayed by Chu Bawang, Sanji was undeniably captivated. Wind God Leg, Foshan Shadowless Foot, Shaolin 12 Paths of Tan Leg, Mighty Vidra Leg, Heavenly Remnant Foot. These were unparalleled leg techniques. If only we could master even one of them. Alas, I cannot leave the Baratie. Sanji sighed deeply. Zep had saved his life, and Sanji wished to remain here forever, accompanying Zepp to repay his life debt. He longed to seek instruction from Chu Bawang and leg techniques to bolster his own strength. However, upon reflection, what could he possibly offer that would warrant the other's attention? Even in negotiation, one must possess equivalent leverage, mustn't one? Sanji-san, these provisions. Oni-man Akin gazed upon the mountain of food packages, tears streaming down his rugged face. Sanji patted Akin's shoulder, lit a cigarette, and grinned. Your good brothers must be starving, right? Take this food to them. I understand the torment of an empty stomach. Thank you so much, Sanji-san. I shall surely return the favor. Oni-man Akin piloted a small boat, gradually fading into the distance. Sanji smiled softly. To provide the foodless with a hearty meal is the dream of every chef. Redfoot Zepp watched Sanji stride toward the chef's station. His heart a tumult of emotions. I once believed no one could surpass my leg techniques. Yet, the emergence of Bawang has completely shattered that notion. Perhaps, the insolent brat Sanji ought to find a new mentor. I can no longer teach him anything further. If only I could reclaim my youth for another 30 years. I would certainly kneel before Bawang and learn the true art of leg techniques. Patty and Karn positioned themselves behind Zepp. The nearly mountain-like figure of Patty chuckled. Captain, are we truly sending off that brat Sanji? Though we often bicker and jest, the moment of parting is indeed bittersweet. Karn's eyes glistened with moisture. Sanji had grown up before their very eyes. Yet now, for Sanji to venture further, Redfoot Zepp had no choice but to sever the strings of the kite he held. Zepp turned to face the two, a broad smile upon his face. Sanji and I share the same dream. He embodies the aspirations of all chefs. We have yet to find the all-blue, so let Sanji inherit our will. System, let us engage in another 10 consecutive draws. This time, I shall wager Luffy's hair. If a rare item emerges, Luffy shall embrace baldness. With a scowl, the tyrant Chu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Today, he had already expended 90 of his 100 draws, yet not a single valuable item had graced his collection. Thus, Chu's demeanor began to darken. In a rather whimsical turn of events, there are plans to offer Luffy's hair as a sacrifice in exchange for various boons. One might attain Level 1 Observation Haki, Level 1 Armament Haki, Level 1 Conqueror's Haki, and even 3 fragments of a teleportation portal, alongside the peculiar ability to transform into a female form. The mighty Chu Bawang now feels a shiver run down his spine. Oh, dear God, I was merely jesting. Surely, Luffy will not truly become bald. Should I impart to him the legacy of One Punch Man? Imagining that scene, Luffy, aspiring to be the Pirate King, effortlessly dispatches Kaido of the Beasts with a single punch. Kaido, in a fit of rage, exclaims, Luffy, how can you be so powerful? Luffy, removing his straw hat to reveal a gleaming bald head, proclaims, because I have become bald, I have also become stronger. Such a vision is too beautiful to behold. Luffy, being a quintessential straightforward man, if he were to become bald, would he ever find romance in his life? Would he be condemned to a lifetime of solitude? Oh, but what does Luffy's romantic status have to do with me? As long as I am not destined for singlehood, I am content. Should Luffy struggle to find a partner and bear offspring, let that be a source of consternation for Dragon and Garp. Meanwhile, Naruto from the neighboring village has already sired children, while Luffy remains a solitary figure, seemingly fated to a life devoid of companionship. I merely nudged Luffy, pushing him further down the path of solitude. Soon after, Chu Bawang's gaze shifted toward a rather absurd skill. The ability to transform anything into a feminine form. Everything can be made female. Chu Bawang mused, I feel as though I am straying further down this ridiculous path. With no return in sight, what utility does this ability serve? Am I to transform my adversary into a female before delivering a devastating blow, allowing them to experience the agony of childbirth? Ultimately, I could seize their abilities and effortlessly dominate them. Alas, I possess the strength to crush my opponents. Why must I resort to such frivolous powers? Wouldn't a Scion bloodline be far more desirable? Or the Meteor Fist and the Rising Dragon of Mount Lushan? Why must I be bestowed with the ability to transform? The combination of transformation, power appraisal, and embryonic gaze, this is truly absurd. A dark line appeared upon Chu Bawang's forehead. System, I implore you to show kindness. Do you hear the voices of the people? Just then, Luffy emerged from a corner of the dishwashing room, clutching a handful of dark, disheveled hair. Usopp, taken aback by Luffy's appearance, exclaimed, Luffy, what has happened to you? You look utterly exhausted. Luffy yawned widely, resembling a sleepy bear cub. Perhaps I haven't been sleeping well. I've been experiencing some serious hair loss lately. The matter regarding Luffy's baldness should have no bearing on me. Perhaps, maybe it is indeed so. Lord of the Brawl. What has happened to Luffy? Usopp inquired, his gaze fixed upon Chu Bawang, whom he regarded as the most sagacious among the four present. Usopp, your question is quite profound. Given the current circumstances, it appears that Luffy has prematurely entered the throes of middle age. It is well known that men in this stage of life are most prone to hair loss and baldness. Luffy's eyes widened in despair, resembling two brass bells. As he beseeched Chu Bawang, no, I do not wish to become bald. Lord of the Brawl, please help me. I aspire to be the Pirate King. How can the Pirate King be a balding man? Chu Bawang extricated himself from Luffy's desperate clutches, his expression one of disdain. Luffy, I genuinely sympathize with your plight. But it would be wise for you to confront reality. While you still possess hair, seize the opportunity to take some splendid photographs. In due time, your hair may bid you farewell permanently. Luffy, consumed by fury, erupted. Oh, no. I refuse to be a bald man. Dejectedly, he retreated to the dishwashing area, where he clumsily dropped a plate. Crash. Another plate followed suit. Chubawang sighed, shaking his head. Alas, Luffy's situation is truly unfortunate. He may require some time to acclimate to the reality of his impending baldness. With that, Chu Bawang fell into contemplation. Now that Luffy had sacrificed his hair, should he consider offering Usopp's hair as a tribute to the gods? In an inexplicable moment, Chu Bawang felt he had stumbled upon the correct utilization of the Straw Hat crew. Lord of the Brawl, why do I sense a peculiar glint in your eyes directed at me? Usopp trembled, his legs shaking like leaves in a gust. Chu Bawang replied nonchalantly. It is because I believe you two are on the verge of experiencing a midlife crisis. Usopp retorted, I am not well read. Do not deceive me. Memories of Zoro's late-night chats with the spirit of the sword, which had disrupted his own rest, swirled in his mind, leaving him thoroughly unsettled. Usopp, where are you going? Aren't you having breakfast? Usopp sighed. I shall return to catch a few more hours of sleep, lest my hair loss intensify. Chu Bawang remarked. I was merely jesting. Why take it so seriously? And thus, only Nami and Chu Bawang remained at the table. Kaya had finished her breakfast and retreated to her study to pursue her medical studies. As for Zoro, that lad was likely again engrossed in late-night conversations with the spirit of the sword. If I do not succumb to slumber soon, I may well become the first swordsman to meet an untimely demise. Nami, why do you remain silent? This is not characteristic of you. Is there something weighing on your mind? Chu Bawang inquired knowingly, gazing at Nami, whose face was shrouded in clouds of concern. At this moment, Nami has yet to exhibit the overwhelming prowess she would later possess. However, she has certainly developed to a modest degree. With further nurturing, she could undoubtedly blossom into a stunning beauty. Of course, Chu Bawang harbored no base intentions towards Nami at present. If one were to insist, Nami still appeared to be underage. If he were to contemplate any advances, it would be prudent to wait until she matures, lest he feel akin to a beast. Chu Bawang enjoyed the thrill of driving, yet he maintained a firm boundary. He would never operate a children's vehicle. Bawang, have I let my thoughts wander again? My sincerest apologies. I was momentarily lost in contemplation. Nami cast another lingering glance at Chu Bawang, feeling a twinge of discomfort in her heart. Having witnessed Chu Bawang's true strength, Nami was now convinced that he possessed the formidable capability to vanquish the fishman Arlong. At the very least, that certain formidable appraisal technique could strip Arlong of his capacity for villainy. The agony of 10 months of gestation followed by the pains of childbirth is indeed not something that an ordinary individual could endure. Even someone as formidable as Arlong would likely crumble under such torment, would he not? Coupled with the prowess of swordsmanship and a myriad of utterly terrifying leg techniques, would it not be a matter of moments before he utterly overwhelms Arlong? What a pity it would be, if only I were his wife. Surely, Kakochia village would regain its freedom. Were I to be Chu Bawang's beloved, I would undoubtedly seek his assistance. Yet, at present, the two of us share no familial ties. And should I approach him only to be rebuffed, future encounters would become rather awkward. Just moments ago, when Luffy was soundly defeated by Zepp, did not Chu Bawang refrain from intervening? This illustrates a certain attitude. The individual is merely here for leisure. If one wishes to persuade them, one must at least offer a reward compelling enough to entice them, correct? A mere bounty? Don't be ridiculous. Lady Koya is inherently affluent. Would the formidable Chu Bawang lack the means? As for physical allure, although Nami firmly believes that she will undergo a second maturation in the future at present. She pales in comparison to Koya in both beauty and connections. They are childhood friends, and what does she represent? She scarcely qualifies as a mere third party. Chu Bawang's gaze upon Nami seemed to penetrate her very thoughts. Her heart began to race uncontrollably. Nami, you are not alone. You have friends and companions who will undoubtedly extend their assistance when needed. I believe that Luffy and Zoro would certainly come to your aid. As comrades, it is our duty to support one another in overcoming adversity, is it not? Chu Bawang, either intentionally or unintentionally, picked up a bounty notice and pointed emphatically at it. The wanted criminal displayed prominently was none other than the fishman Arlong. Could it be that he possesses some form of telepathy? I can't shake the feeling that he has unraveled all my thoughts. Upon seeing the terrifying visage of the fishman Arlong, Nami's pupils dilated, and her body trembled imperceptibly. Arlong, a former officer of the Sun Pirates and captain of the Arlong Pirates, ruled over the East Blue with a reign of terror, characterized by his greed and brutality. With a bounty of 20 million berries placed upon him by the Navy, he stands as the most wanted pirate in the East Blue. After returning from the Grand Line 8 years ago, he initiated his plan to dominate the East Blue, launching attacks on numerous villages. He swiftly occupied over 20 villages, including Nami's hometown of Kokoyasi Village, and established the Arlong Empire there. He even took the life of Nami's adoptive mother, Belmere. Nami clenched her fists, as if summoning her courage, her eyes shimmering with renewed resolve. Bawang, do you still seek a daughter? Silence engulfed the room, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. A dark line appeared on Chubawang's forehead. Nami, what did you just say? Bawang, do you still seek a daughter? Chubawang erupted into laughter. Prior to Nami's utterance, he had entertained numerous speculations, yet none had come close to the truth. Nami was willing to become his goddaughter to save Kokoyasi Village. The moment the words left her lips, regret washed over her, rendering her speechless. Nami, you are truly a fool. Why utter such a thoughtless request? Even if he possesses the terrifying strength to vanquish Fishman Arlong, what motive could he possibly have to assist you, a mere pirate? Moreover, he has a wife of such exquisite beauty. Surely they will bear children more charming than you. Nami, you should have remained silent. Abandon these unrealistic fantasies. The Overlord of Chu, a man you shall never possess in your lifetime. In Nami's heart, it felt as though she were the protagonist of a tragic film. Tears cascading silently like a frail woman abandoned by her husband, rendered homeless. Truly, one cannot help but feel pity. What an utter mystery, why weep so profusely without cause? The Overlord's fierce rebuke sent a tremor through Nami's heart, as tears continued to swirl in her eyes. Do you find it disgraceful to be my daughter? What prevents us from communicating openly? Why resort to tears as a form of protest? Nami, let me enlighten you. With my current strength, there are countless individuals across the globe aspiring to be my sons and daughters, stretching from the Marine headquarters at Marineford to the holy land of Mariawa. Do you feel aggrieved at the thought of being my daughter? Allow me to clarify, I do not even covet your presence as my daughter. I offer you one last opportunity. If you wish to be my daughter, wipe those tears away swiftly. Those unaware might think I, the Overlord of Chu, have abducted an innocent maiden. Perhaps the most challenging adversary for the Overlord of Chu has always been the tears of a girl. It was, after all, the very tears of Koya that breached the defenses of his heart, leading to his eventual embrace of a handsome figure. Now, Nami attempts the same tactic to become the Overlord's daughter. The Overlord mused to himself, I have come to understand that the saying about women being made of water holds true. They weep at the slightest provocation, an incessant annoyance. Nami stood frozen. She was once a master of manipulating hearts, a thief of souls. Even when Luffy extended an invitation to join the Straw Hat crew, her sole intention was to pilfer their treasures. Little did she anticipate that, instead of stealing the Straw Hat's riches, she would instead lose her own heart to the Overlord. What deepened her despair was the fact that the Overlord was already taken. Even if she summoned the courage to pursue him, she would merely earn the label of a mistress at best. Nami was on the brink of collapse. She had believed herself incapable of loving any man. Yet she was mistaken. The Overlord's refined demeanor, his myriad talents, his ruthless determination to protect his beloved, and his radiant smile. They clung to her like a relentless parasite, subjecting her to endless torment. She understood all too well that the Overlord was merely exploring the world with his wife, Koya. Perhaps tomorrow, or even today, they would bid farewell and depart. Nami was engulfed by fear. She dreaded the thought of the Overlord leaving the Thousand Sunny, leaving the Straw Hat crew, leaving her sight. He brought her joy and a long-lost sense of security. She could not bear a life devoid of the Overlord. Thus, Nami expressed her twisted affection in another manner, believing that if she became his goddaughter, she could cling to him and traverse the world together. Although it is rather disreputable to resort to such measures, it is the only solution I could conceive. It is often said that a woman in the throes of passionate love loses her intellect. Even the once astute and composed Nami has not escaped this curse. As Nami finally ceased her tears, the formidable Chu Overlord cradled her delicate face in his hands and, from his elevated position, spoke gently, "Enough of the tears. This is how my beloved daughter should behave. Since you are the daughter of Chu, there is no reason for anyone to bully you. Here, consider this as a token of our first meeting." The Chu Overlord's heart ached as if it were bleeding, with great reluctance. He retrieved an ancient small box from the depths of the system space and presented it to Nami. "What is this?" Nami inquired, opening the time-worn box to reveal a gleaming embroidery needle resting upon crimson satin. The Chu Overlord, suppressing his anguish, explained, "This is the Rui Jingu Bang. Originally forged from divine iron by the supreme Lord Laozi, later borrowed by the great Yu to tame the waters. And it was left behind as the treasured iron of the sea, residing in the Eastern Ocean." "How magnificent!" Nami exclaimed in wonder, her eyes fixed upon the Rui Jingu Bang as it gradually transformed into a towering weapon suited for her grasp. Covering her mouth in astonishment, she marveled, "Is this truly a divine artifact? It can change according to one's desires?" As she laid eyes upon it, the appearance of the Rui Jingu Bang had indeed undergone a remarkable transformation. Nami, filled with delight, examined it closely. The staff bore 2 golden hoops at either end, with a segment of black iron in between. Inscribed beside the hoops was a phrase that declared it to be the Rui Jingu Bang, weighing 13,500 pounds. Unbeknownst to her, as Nami lifted the Rui Jingu Bang, the sky shimmered with brilliant hues and auspicious energies surged forth, illuminating the world with golden rays. The entire seaside restaurant transformed into an enchanting paradise, breathtakingly beautiful. "This, my dear, is the Rui Jingu Bang, a gift for our first meeting. What do you think? Do you like it?" The Chu Overlord gazed longingly at the Rui Jingu Bang. This is the exquisite and unparalleled weapon he fortuitously acquired, the Rui Jingu Bang. Initially intended as a collectible to be displayed in his treasure trove, he planned to indulge in its use when time permitted. In his previous life as a member of the Chinese community, the Rui Jingu Bang held an inexplicable allure for the mighty Chu Bawang. Shortly thereafter, Nami produced her own Rui Bang from her bosom and handed it to Chu Bawang. Grasping the still-warm staff, Chu Bawang found himself in a mix of amusement and bewilderment. "Nami, is this a token of our affection?" "It still retains warmth." Nami's Rui Bang, also known as the 3-section staff, had long been concealed in her chest area. This is an exceedingly peculiar occurrence. It is truly difficult to fathom how Nami managed to conceal a 3-section staff within her bosom so flawlessly. This matter is as absurd as Luffy developing a bump on his head when he is struck. Upon hearing the taunts from the formidable Chu Bawang, Nami's face flushed crimson, extending to her ears. Pouting in dissatisfaction, she exclaimed, "What a great fool you are! If you are unwilling, I shall reclaim the Rui Bang." Swiftly, Chu Bawang retrieved the Rui Bang into the system's space with a light chuckle, saying, "How can one retrieve a gift once bestowed?" Observing Chu Bawang accept her token of affection, Nami's heart danced with a tiny thrill of joy. At long last, Nami would surely be able to traverse the world alongside the formidable Chu Bawang, wouldn't she? Nami, in her moment of inspiration, silently applauded herself, thinking, "What a clever little sprite I am." Yet, she soon noticed Chu Bawang gazing at her with a rather mischievous glint in his eyes. "What is the matter? Is there something on my face? Why do you keep staring at me?" Nami felt a thrill of delight. It seemed she had indeed managed to capture the attention of this seemingly stoic figure. "Nothing much. I merely wished to hear how you would address me," he replied. "Address you? What do you mean, Baba?" A sudden wave of embarrassment washed over her, rendering her almost speechless. "Baba," Nami's voice emerged in a playful tone. Chu Bawang, satisfied, gently ruffled Nami's hair and smiled faintly. "Indeed, you are truly Baba's obedient daughter." In merely half a day, the Straw Hat crew was once again abuzz with excitement. Luffy stared at Nami, his mouth agape as if he could fit a whole Rui stick inside. Nami, you secretly acknowledged him as Baba? Why didn't you inform us beforehand?" Nami, swinging her little feet and humming a tune, appeared utterly delighted. "This is my personal matter. Why should I divulge it to you all?" Zoro, indifferent to the commotion, stealthily savored a sip of sake. Usopp, ever inquisitive, chimed in, but what about Lady Kaya? Isn't she opposed to this? Kaya, being Chu Bawang's wife, raised a curious dilemma. If Nami regarded Chu Bawang as Baba, did that not imply that Kaya would become Nami's mother in a sense? Nami smirked, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Of course. Do you think Kaya would defy Baba's wishes? The group suddenly grasped the implications. Indeed, Kaya's temperament suggested she would not overly constrain Chu Bawang. Sanji, who had been eavesdropping, couldn't help but gasp. The relationships seemed rather tangled. Kaya and Chu Bawang were married. Nami had affections for Chu Bawang, and he had taken Nami as a daughter. Did this mean Kaya would be vying with her own goddaughter for a man? While Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp may not have perceived Nami's affections for Chu Bawang, Sanji, renowned for his understanding of the female heart, had keenly observed Nami's subtle gestures. Countless times, he felt a pang of sympathy for her. It was indeed a cruel fate. Nami could have competed fairly with Kaya, yet she found herself relegated to secretly adoring Chu Bawang. To accompany him on his worldly adventures, she had sacrificed her own desires by calling him Baba. It left Sanji perplexed. Aside from being slightly more handsome than himself, possessing superior kicking skills, and exuding a greater charm, what could possibly attract Nami to Chu Bawang? Sanji was eager to confront the formidable Chu Bawang, intending to hurl a barrage of insults directly at him. How could one be so inconsiderate? Occupying a prime spot without contributing? Did he not realize that countless single men were still languishing in solitude? Such actions would undoubtedly incite the ire of the lonely hearts. Even in his area of expertise, leg techniques, he could hardly contend with Chu Bawang. Whenever he reminisced about the moment when Chu Bawang decisively defeated Funbuti, Sanji felt a surge of fervor. Incredible, truly formidable, unmatched. The wind god kick, the shadowless kick of Foshan, the 12 paths of Shaolin's 10 legs, the mighty Vajra leg, the celestial ruin kick. How enviable it was, each technique a pinnacle of leg mastery. Yet, astonishingly, all these terrifying skills resided within an individual of little renown. Even Japu had never heard of Chu Bawang's name along the Grand Line. Had this man reached a state of indifference towards fame and fortune, transcending the mundane? If only he could have the opportunity to travel to the Grand Line and become his disciple. Knock, knock, knock. A thunderous knocking echoed. And just as Chef Patty was about to open the door, a tall, menacing figure forcefully kicked it open, sending Patty sprawling to the ground. I am the East Blue Overlord, Admiral Cleek. Surrender all the food aboard your vessel at once, and I might spare your lives. I have set my sights on your restaurant. Consider yourselves fortunate. You have 15 minutes to vacate this place. From this moment forward, this establishment belongs to me. Patty, both astonished and furious, glared at the ominous figure of the demon Akin, who stood silently behind Cleek. You scoundrel! Sanji saved your life. Yet you repay his kindness with betrayal by revealing our location to the Cleek pirates. The patrons turned their gazes towards the entrance, where a massive 3-decked ship loomed. Its bow fashioned in the likeness of a black panther, its flag adorned with a skull flanked by hourglasses, signifying the prey captured and the countdown to death. A reminder that surrender was merely a matter of time. That was the emblem of the Cleek pirates. Yet, to their astonishment, the Cleek pirates appeared utterly disheveled. Even Admiral Cleek himself was wrapped in bandages. As for the surviving pirates, they looked as dejected as frostbitten eggplants. Nonetheless, the name Cleek evoked unparalleled terror in the East Blue. Even in the presence of a beleaguered Cleek, no one dared to provoke him. To prevent the conflict from spilling over to the Baratie restaurant, Redfoot Japu bellowed at Carney, prepare for battle. Set up the fish fin combat arena. Sanji leapt high, confidently striding onto the floating platforms scattered on either side. If you wish to seize the old man's restaurant, you must first contend with me. The specter of Akin, unable to bear the thought of allowing his savior to perish alongside the restaurant, bellowed at Sanji, Mr. Sanji, you are no match for Captain Krieg. You must flee from this place at once. The captain seeks merely to seize this restaurant in order to regroup and once again embark upon the grand voyage of the Grand Line. Krieg, too, harbored no desire to destroy the floating restaurant Baratie. He intended to utilize this vessel to fortify his strength and once more set forth to conquer the Grand Line. Krieg, brimming with arrogance, firmly believed that the day would come when he could exact his revenge upon the legendary swordsman Dracula Mihawk. This maritime restaurant marks the initial step towards his grand endeavor. Observing Akin's hesitation to act, Sanji's defensive posture relaxed slightly. Akin, is the Grand Line truly as terrifying as they say? The Krieg pirates, reputed to be the most formidable fleet in the East Blue, returned in defeat? Reflecting on the harrowing experiences in the Grand Line, the fearsome Akin knelt, consumed by painful memories. We commanded the mightiest pirate ship across all the seas of the East Blue. Yet we confronted the strongest man in history, a figure of unparalleled terror, with eagle-like, piercing yellow eyes, clad in a wine-red patterned shirt and a black vest. It was this scoundrel who cleaved through 50 of the Krieg pirate ships with a single stroke. Soon after, we were beset by a tempest, and from our super crew of 5,000, only fewer than 50 of us remain. Krieg cast a discontented glance at the fearsome Akin. Hey, Akin, we will inevitably seek vengeance against that man. Those who dare provoke the Krieg pirates shall find themselves without a grave. The crew of Baratie displayed expressions of utter astonishment. One stroke? Did he really destroy 50 of the Krieg pirate ships? Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Zoro's pupils contracted sharply, suddenly recalling a certain legend. His trembling hand clasped around the sword, the legendary Wad Ikamanji. With eagle-like, piercing yellow eyes, adorned in a burgundy-patterned jacket and black vest. He cleaved through 50 super pirate ships. It is he, undoubtedly him. The world-renowned strongest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Shao 1. Do you feel the fervor boiling within me? At long last, I have the opportunity to challenge the world's mightiest swordsman. My great sword has long been parched with anticipation. Kaya followed the formidable Chu Bawang to the second deck, surveying the scene from above. Isn't that the unfortunate Admiral Creek? Kaya turned her gaze to Chu Bawang, her expression one of astonishment. Bawang, do you know him? According to her understanding, Chu Bawang had never ventured beyond the village, so how could he recognize Admiral Creek? Chu Bawang pointed in Creek's direction, a slight smile gracing his lips. To be candid, the East Sea Tyrant Creek is cunning and treacherous, even going so far as to disguise himself as a naval supply ship to attack villages and vessels, a truly despicable villain. Kaya, puzzled, inquired, if Creek is so sly, why call him an unfortunate fellow? Chu Bawang chuckled and shook his head. Perhaps he has committed too many misdeeds and now faces divine retribution. The Grand Line, though known as the pirates' graveyard, has seen individuals like Redfoot Zeph endure for a year, while the Lamba pirates sailed for 3. Though their prowess may not be top tier, they have all traversed the Grand Line for a time. However, it was the formidable Creek pirate crew that, within a week of their expedition, encountered one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Dracul Mihawk, who single-handedly annihilated their fleet of 50 super warships. Had it not been for a tempest at sea, they might not have returned with even a single life. The so-called 7 warlords of the sea are recognized by the world government as 7 formidable pirates, wielding catastrophic destructive power and military might that rivals nations. The title of warlord symbolizes freedom and status, ostensibly belonging to neutral pirates, yet in name only, serving as the puppets of the navy. In truth, each warlord has their own motives for obtaining this title and cannot relinquish their power and status, thus engaging in mutual exploitation with the world government. Redfoot Zeph, taken aback, cast a deep glance at Chu Bawang, pondering, who exactly is this individual? Not only is he skilled in combat, but he also possesses extensive knowledge of the clandestine dealings between the world government and the warlords of the sea. Luffy, exuberantly bounding towards Zeph, gazed at him with eager anticipation. Old chef, if I defeat Admiral Creek and successfully protect Baratie, will I no longer have to work here? Upon uttering this, Luffy felt the weight of his comrade's disdain. In a fit of rage, he exclaimed at his companions, "You bunch of heartless bastards. Why are you looking at me like that? Zoro's disdain for you increases incrementally, as does Nami's and Usopp's." Sanji, with a slight arch of his curled brow, ignited a cigarette in his hand and disdainfully remarked, "The Baratie restaurant at sea is not yours to protect." The imposing Kurizumi Creek surveyed the trembling crowd, revealing a satisfied smile. However, this smile faltered when it met the calm demeanor of the unconcerned Chu Bawang. This fellow dares to regard me with such a condescending gaze. How infuriating. I shall make an example of you soon. Oh, this woman appears quite attractive. She could serve as a source of amusement aboard the ship when boredom strikes. Creek dismissed Chu Bawang entirely, and Chu Bawang reciprocated the sentiment. Suddenly, a shadow plummeted from the sky, its massive form and peculiar equipment leaving the onlookers breathless. Creek's remaining subordinates began to cheer the name of the descending shadow. Bala. It is the Iron Wall Bala. The boss is about to make his move. No one can breach Iron Wall Bala's defenses. Luffy gazed at the formidable figure adorned with 2 shield-like emblems, exclaiming in awe, "Wow, he has so many shields. So cool." Sanji. Straw Hat Crew. Creek. One must admit, Luffy's taste is refreshingly unique at times. Perhaps he possesses an eye for beauty? Just as Sanji prepared to engage in a fierce battle with Ironwall Bala, a wave of panic swept through Creek's crew. And Master Creek, that man has appeared once more. Some of Creek's subordinates fell to their knees in despair, weeping uncontrollably. That bastard. Is it a crime to disturb his rest? Why must he pursue us to our deaths? As if sensing an impending calamity, Redfoot Zephyr, Roronoa Zoro, Admiral Creek, and Blackleg Sanji all turned their gazes toward the distance. Even the seasoned Redfoot Zephyr struggled to maintain his composure at that moment, his words laced with bitterness. It is truly unbelievable. This man has appeared in the weakest sea of all, the East Blue. A coffin-like ship bore the lone wolf drifting through the Grand Line-S adventures. A swordsman heralded as the strongest in the New World, characterized by his capricious nature. With black hair, eagle-like sharp yellow eyes, a short beard, a black top hat adorned with white fur, a burgundy-patterned jacket over a black vest, and white trousers. Those piercing eyes can instill dread even in the mightiest of warriors. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, globally recognized as the most formidable swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. With a mere swing of his black blade, he could cleave a massive ship in twain. Shortly thereafter, Redleg Zeph revealed a look of perplexity. Sanji, with a grave expression, inquired, "Old man, is something amiss?" Redleg Zeph once more scrutinized Mihawk's coffin ship before confirming a startling truth. The world's greatest swordsman, a man who has long stood at the pinnacle of swordsmanship, has lost the supreme blade, one of the 12 supreme grade swords, Yoru. The swordsman's sword is his very life. Redleg Zeph's countenance darkened, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. This was indeed his first experience of such utter panic. To be able to seize the sword from Hawkeye, the opponent's swordsmanship must have reached an extraordinary level. Suddenly, Zoro, with his green algae-like hair, wrapped his headscarf tightly and bore a massive cross upon his back. "Hey, the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, are you in search of your sword?" Hawkeye Mihawk's gaze abruptly transformed into one of piercing intensity. No one was more familiar with the black blade, Yoru, than he was. He himself could not have anticipated that the black blade he had tirelessly sought would appear in the hands of such a small brat. Mihawk spoke, his voice as frigid as ancient ice, chilling to the bone. His eagle-like yellow eyes fixated unwaveringly on the enormous cross in Zoro's grasp. "Who are you, boy? To dare steal the weapon of the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk?" Zoro leaped from the second deck, and the sword, Wado Ikamanji, floated intuitively beneath his feet. Flying with the sword, Hawkeye Mihawk couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. A spiritual sword technique. I have never witnessed a blade capable of flight. What treasure is this? One may wonder. The crowd gazed in awe at Zoro, soaring through the skies on his sword, exclaiming in astonishment. It is he, the master of the three-sword style. The pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. It is truly unexpected that 2 unparalleled swordsmen would cross paths in the East Blue. It appears a grand spectacle is about to unfold. What could possibly be the reason behind this? How did Mihawk's weapon come to rest in Zoro's possession? Could it be linked to the bizarre occurrence from a fortnight ago? Approximately 2 weeks prior, an extraordinary event transpired upon the ocean. For reasons unknown, or perhaps summoned by some mysterious energy, all the sharp blades across the East Blue soared towards a quaint village named Syrup Village. Tens of thousands of flying swords. A magnificent sight, blotting out the sun. At that moment, every swordsman regarded this phenomenon as a miraculous event for their kind. This incident ultimately came to be known as the Sword Immortal Descends event. The Sword Immortal Descends. And all swords bow in submission. In the aftermath, speculation arose that near the village of Zillabu, there existed a swordsman who surpassed the level of a grandmaster. Wielding abilities akin to sword control, this formidable swordsman summoned the blades of the entire East Sea to join the fray. What manner of powerful adversary could necessitate the collective might of thousands of sharp blades to confront? This matter, of course, made its way into the Naval Headquarters Information Archives. Regrettably, the leaders of the East Sea did not pay it much heed. After all, according to the intelligence personnel's accounts, the event was simply too fantastical, too implausible. How could thousands of blades be propelled by mere human strength? Some pointed at Zoro, exclaiming, "Have you noticed? Zoro wields no less than 5 swords. Excluding the weapon belonging to Dracul Mihawk, he still possesses 4. What could possibly explain this? Could it be that Zoro has grown stronger during this time? Mastering the art of the 4-sword style? The name Roronoa Zoro had already established itself as a formidable pirate hunter long before Luffy set sail, earning him modest renown in the East Sea. The 3-sword style pirate hunter, Roronoa Zoro, had, for a time, been the nightmare of all pirates. Amidst the whispers and glances of the crowd, Zoro paid them little mind. In his eyes, there was only the world's strongest swordsman, Mihawk. In response to Mihawk's inquiry, Zoro stood tall and resolute, declaring, "I am Roronoa Zoro, the pirate hunter who aspires to become the world's greatest swordsman. Moreover, I am an unnamed disciple of the great, the tyrant. This black blade, Yoru, is entrusted to me by my esteemed master for safekeeping. Today, having the honor to encounter the renowned world's greatest swordsman, I must challenge you to a duel. Mihawk, do you dare accept my challenge?" Zoro's bold proclamation echoed through the arena, leaving no doubt about his fighting spirit. They knew well that as the most gifted pirate hunter, the three-sword style Zoro, he was, in some sense, a symbol of the East Sea's finest swordsman. The East Sea's premier swordsman versus the world's greatest swordsman. This is undoubtedly a captivating battle. Hawkeye Mihawk's pupils constricted as he swiftly and sharply gazed towards the second deck, locking eyes with the tranquil gaze of King Chu. The name he intended to utter. King Chu, transformed into a hesitant stammer. Bawang. Hawkeye. What is the situation? Have I become tongue-tied? How do I know his name? Moreover, why do I instinctively want to call Chu Bawang upon seeing him? What on earth? Zoro, when did you become an unnamed disciple of Bawang? Luffy, who was watching from the sidelines, stared at Zoro in utter disbelief. Nami's voluntary decision to become Chu Bawang's adopted daughter had already left Luffy utterly astonished. Even more surprising to him was the revelation that his dear friend Zoro had, in fact, become an unnamed disciple of Chubawang. This is utterly absurd. When did you all become so superficial? Although the formidable Chu Bawang possesses robust strength, must one shamelessly cling to his leg like this? However, you gazed intently at Chu Bawang and inquired, when did you accept Sauron as an unnamed disciple? How was I unaware of this? Chu Bawang sighed, never having anticipated that Sauron would be so audacious as to claim this title. Sauron cautiously stole a glance at Chu Bawang's expression, relieved to find no reprimand forthcoming. A heart that had been hanging in the balance finally settled. I knew that Bawang was a magnanimous individual who would not stoop to my level. Haha. I have finally managed to cling to his leg. Having witnessed the reality of sword flight and the existence of the sword spirit, Xiaowen, Sauron's worldview had been entirely reshaped. He now understood who the true master was. By firmly grasping Bawang's leg, coupled with his own innate swordsmanship, he was convinced that one day he would become the greatest swordsman in the world. Kuina, rest assured, I will bring you along in my pursuit of strength. One day, I shall rise as the world's foremost swordsman, and my name will echo throughout the heavens. Mihawk's gaze became increasingly perilous, his hawk-like yellow eyes fixed intently on Chu Bawang. This individual exuded an unfathomable and terrifying sword intent. Who exactly is he, and why have I never heard of his name in the New World? After a moment of contemplation, Mihawk arrived at a startling conclusion. Perhaps the Sword Immortal's descent is inextricably linked to this man. It is time to leverage the authority of the 7 warlords and conduct a thorough investigation into Bawang's true identity. Damn it, did I just call that rascal Bawang again? As he watched Mihawk, who was biting his teeth in frustration, Sauron couldn't help but smirk with a hint of mischief. To utter Chu Bawang's name? That is utterly impossible. Oh, Mihawk, will there come a day when you too call someone Bawang? Sauron laughed heartily at Mihawk, tossing his black sword, knight, towards him, and declared loudly, Mihawk, do you dare accept my challenge? With a whoosh, Mihawk's figure landed on the battlefield. His expression complicated as he gazed at the weapon he had regained. He then turned to the eager Sauron and responded in kind, Roronoa Sauron, your noble qualities have earned my respect. Therefore, in my capacity as the world's greatest swordsman, I accept your challenge. The stage was set for a battle of epic proportions. For sword-style Roronoa Sauron versus the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. The fight was about to commence. In the midst of the scene, Zoro, with green algae-like hair, adorned with 3 golden droplet-shaped earrings on his left ear, dressed in a green belly wrap and a belt featuring 3 blades, bore numerous scars across his chest. He tied a dark green scarf around his left arm and donned it upon his head, signaling his seriousness. Luffy's good friend silently remarked, Roronoa Zoro. Mihawk. After both combatants announced their names, Zoro, with a blade clenched between his teeth and a weapon in each hand, assumed his iconic offensive stance. Mihawk's pupils suddenly constricted as he coldly fixated on the floating sword, Wad, Ikamanji. He dismissed Zoro's strength entirely. However, this sword, capable of autonomous flight, emanated a subtle yet discernible threat. Could this blade be the masterpiece of the legendary king? Mihawk found it hard to believe that Zoro, with his current prowess, could earn the acknowledgement of such a renowned sword. After some contemplation, Mihawk speculated that this might be a parting gift from the formidable warlord to Zoro. If Zoro were indeed his unnamed disciple, a failure at sea would undoubtedly bring shame upon the warlord. This sword, evidently possessing a form of sentient will, could very well be a protective talisman bestowed upon the disciple. Mihawk envied this young man. Even an unnamed disciple could acquire such a formidable spirit sword. What fortunes might await him had he been a legitimate son? While the treatment of a legitimate son remained uncertain, one could infer the benefits bestowed upon Nami, who had become a goddaughter. Although his expression remained unruffled, a flicker of envy and resentment towards Zoro stirred within Mihawk. He too longed for a sword of such transcendent caliber. Just as Zoro and Mihawk prepared for their life and death duel, a sudden roar erupted from the side. Admiral Korazumi's furious voice echoed, as a dark, ominous cannon barrel emerged, aimed directly at Zoro and Mihawk. Clearly, he intended to send these two bothersome figures off to meet their maker. You insolent fools! Are you two so engrossed in your banter that you have disregarded me? Admiral Korazumi, prepare to die. How dare you attack my fleet? Mihawk, are you tired of living? Boom. The dark cannon suddenly ignited, and the cannonball hurtled toward the two like a meteor. With a cold glare directed at Korazumi, Mihawk sheathed his black blade. You're, in an instant. The already battered flagship of Korazumi was cleaved in two, a mere stroke of Mihawk's sword. The colossal vessel, capable of housing thousands, was severed as easily as if it were made of paper. The deck splintered like a spider's web, and Korazumi stared in disbelief at the unmatched power of Mihawk, rendered utterly speechless and ensnared in a prolonged stupor. So powerful, truly, overwhelmingly powerful. This man undoubtedly deserves the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro felt a thin sheen of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, but soon his mood lightened, and he erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha. The prowess of the world's foremost swordsman truly lives up to its reputation. However, the more arduous the journey to becoming the best, the more intriguing it becomes. Mihawk sheathed his black sword, Yoru, and then retrieved a small fruit-cutting knife from his chest pocket. He gazed at the enraged Zoro and chuckled lightly. Roronoa Zoro, I apologize. But with your current strength, you are not worthy of provoking me to draw Yoru. Zoro, like a volcano on the verge of eruption, seethed. What do you mean by that? Do you look down upon me? Mihawk smiled faintly, remaining unfazed. I am not like a foolish beast that exerts its full strength to hunt rabbits. Although you are a somewhat renowned swordsman, we are in the East Blue, the weakest of the four seas. Unfortunately, I do not possess a smaller blade than this. Pitiful weakling, if you were truly a top-tier swordsman, even without a clash, you would surely perceive the disparity in our strengths. Dare to confront me with your sword? Should I commend you for your courage, or deem it mere ignorance? Zoro, infuriated, quickened his pace towards Mihawk. The sword, Inma, resonated with Zoro's intent, soaring through the sky at a bizarre angle towards Mihawk. Mihawk, even if you disdain me, there should be a limit. Do not regret it when you find yourself in peril. Luffy focused intently on the battlefield, anxious for Zoro's safety. Nami cast a worried glance at Chu Bawang, her voice tinged with anxiety. Chu Bawang, can Zoro defeat Mihawk? Of course not, Chu Bawang replied. Nami, taken aback, questioned. Aren't you afraid that Mihawk might kill Zoro? Chu Bawang shrugged indifferently, responding, though Zoro has grasped a sliver of swordsmanship, he can easily dispatch someone like Kuro. However, Mihawk is the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro has a long way to go before surpassing him. As for killing Zoro, that is utterly impossible. With me, Chu Bawang, here, not a single soul present can take Zoro's life without my consent. Nami felt a slight sense of relief. Although she had exploited the emotions of Luffy and Zoro, it did not signify her lack of concern for her comrades. On the contrary, her longing for her companions was profound. Chu Bawang, I shall trouble you to save Zoro's life when the time comes. Seizing the moment, Nami planted a kiss on Chu Bawang's cheek. Before Chu Bawang could react, Nami's surprise attack had already concluded. I suspect Nami is taking advantage of you, and I have evidence, Koya remarked, her face flushed as she glared at Nami. Humph. She is well aware that Nami harbors no ill intentions, yet she constantly covets the figure of the mighty Chubawang. Now that Nami has become the goddaughter of Chubawang, she has finally been caught in the act of infidelity right before her eyes. Unfortunately, Kaya finds herself powerless to reprimand Nami, For Nami is now the cherished goddaughter of both Chu Bawang and Kaya. Is it excessive for a goddaughter to share a kiss with her godfather? Not at all. As signs of turmoil within the harem begin to surface, Chu Bawang deliberately shifts the conversation, pointing at Dracula Mihawk, who has just drawn a fruit knife, exclaiming, "Look, a common monster appears." Usopp gritted his teeth in frustration, exclaiming, "This guy is so arrogant. He dares to confront Zoro with merely a fruit knife?" The atmosphere suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Zoro crossed his arms, readying his most frequently employed sword technique, the Ghost Slash. This technique is renowned among numerous pirates as a deadly maneuver, one that guarantees the demise of the opponent upon execution. The third blade serves to seal off any avenue of escape for the enemy. Perhaps, the Demon Slash is not yet perfected. However, with the addition of the sword spirit, Xiao the three-sword style of Zoro is now evolving towards a four-sword style. The shortcomings of the Demon Slash have been significantly minimized. A resounding clang of metal reverberates. Zoro, taken aback by the scene before him, gasps in astonishment. What? How is this possible? Mihawk transitions from defense to offense, his fruit knife piercing the intersection of Zoro's four swords. He has discovered the weakness of the Demon Slash. Zoro is compelled to switch from attack to defense. Otherwise, he would be pierced through the heart, with no hope of survival. Yet even so, that peculiar fruit knife directly suppresses Zoro's four-sword style, leaving everyone present in a state of disbelief. Is this truly the formidable prowess of the world's greatest swordsman? Indeed, it is terrifying. Luffy's eyes twitched uncontrollably, worry escaping his lips. Zoro. Redfoot Zephyr's expression turned frigid as he spoke in a low voice. Zoro's Ghost Slash has actually been thwarted? Damn it. I can't move. What has he done? No one has ever been able to perceive this technique. Moreover, with the assistance of the sword spirit, Xiaowen, Ghost Slash was meant to be an invincible strike in this world. Yet, it has been countered by this toy-like entity. How is this even possible? Could it be that the disparity in our strengths is so vast? Zoro stood rigidly, gazing at the small fruit knife. A bead of cold sweat trickling from the corner of his mouth. How profoundly ironic this is. A mere fruit knife has managed to withstand the swordsmanship I hold so dear? Hawkeye Mihawk chuckled lightly, remarking, "Your reflexes are commendable. Yet is this truly the extent of your abilities? I find myself rather dissatisfied with your prowess. Were I to claim the allegiance of this spirit sword, I would undoubtedly be an order of magnitude stronger. Alas, the very essence of the spirit sword lies in its name, its connection to the ethereal realm. To behold a blade imbued with sentience is indeed enviable. It is a pity that it is wielded by such an inconsequential swordsman. It is an utter waste." Hawkeye Mihawk cast a subtle glance at Zoro, his curiosity deepening. How did this so-called overlord cultivate a sword spirit? Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would have assumed such a phenomenon was confined to ancient tomes. Damn it. Why did I just refer to him as overlord again? Zoro, fueled by fury, hastened the speed of his strikes, the metallic clangor echoing across the heavens. Regrettably, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Even with the assistance of the sword spirit, Little One, Zoro could not even graze the hem of Hawkeye's attire. With a swift motion, Zoro was sent crashing to the ground by a single thrust from Hawkeye. Usopp cried out, "Zoro, you must unleash your true potential and defeat him." Rising from the ground, Zoro knelt on one knee, crossing his arms, his expression a mask of rage. Damn it. How can there be such a vast chasm between our strengths? The Overlord gazed at Zoro with a hint of disappointment, shaking his head and stating, "Zoro has already lost." He is now beginning to falter in his rhythm. The young man, had he wielded his unconventional sword from the outset, might have secured a more illustrious outcome. The formidable Chu Bawang felt a flicker of intrigue. Was Zoro's reluctance to employ his half-baked swordsmanship rooted in a fear of tarnishing his own reputation? After all, this was the sole sword technique he had entrusted to Zoro. Should he fail to achieve glory, it would undoubtedly reflect poorly on him. "Zoro, my dear lad, you possess a certain insight. Perhaps I shall assist you in elevating your prowess just a fraction. When the time comes, I shall reclaim every ounce of this debt. Once you master my 6 pulses divine sword, the Duga 9 swords, and the celestial flight, you shall grasp the true essence of the sword. Is it merely a fruit knife? At that time, you may as well repay Hawkeye with a humble fruit knife." Sanji felt a chill creeping up from beneath his feet, his gaze unwavering on the battlefield's center. Astonishingly, with nothing but a fruit knife, he had successfully parried Zoro's entire three-sword style. That fellow is truly a monster surpassing the already monstrous Zoro. At that moment, Zoro triggered his imaginary companion buff, allowing distractions to cloud his focus as he wielded his sword. Hawkeye transformed his palm into a blade, striking towards Zoro's neck. Zoro felt as though he had been transported back to the days when he was repeatedly defeated by his companion Kuina. Back then, he and Kuina had vowed that one day, either he or she would become the world's greatest swordsman. To achieve this pinnacle, he endured hardships many times greater than his peers. Yet, fate is capricious. His dear companion was now no more. I will grow stronger for both of us. My name shall echo through the heavens. I shall become the strongest swordsman in the world. This was our pact. I must become the world's greatest swordsman. Exhausted, Zoro swung his blade, yet Hawkeye effortlessly evaded his attacks. Observing the panting Zoro, who refused to concede defeat, charging at him time and again, Hawkeye was stirred. Roronoa Zoro, what burdens do you carry? At the height of power, what do you seek? Oh, the pitiful weakling. Zoro's two companions, filled with rage, brandished their weapons. How dare you call our brother Zoro weak, you scoundrel? Damn it. Silence. Our brother Zoro is the strongest in the world. Chu Bawang placed his hand upon the shoulders of the two young ones, his weight akin to a mountain, effortlessly suppressing them. Enough. Joseph, Johnny. Do not interfere in Zoro's battle with Hawkeye. Hold your ground. Usopp seemed lost in thought. Bawang. Zoro glanced back at the man he called master, struggling to rise, declaring, I absolutely cannot lose. Time seems to stand still in this moment. Zoro rises once more. The sea roars and churns, while everyone gazes in astonishment at the exhausted Zoro. Is this truly the nameless disciple of the tyrant, Roronoa Zoro? The will to triumph is undeniably profound. It is truly astonishing that such a formidable Zoro is merely an unnamed disciple of the tyrant. If the tyrant's direct disciples were to take action, could they not contend with the likes of Hawkeye's? Hiss. Upon reflection, it seems the tyrant may indeed surpass Hawkeye's in strength. Who is this individual? And from whence does he hail? Why has his name never been uttered upon the vast seas until now? Zoro assumed a stance, brandishing two blades as if they were slung across his back. Tiger. Hunt. Yet, before Zoro could complete the incantation of his technique, Mihawk had already plunged his fruit knife into Zoro's heart. Congratulations to Zoro for accomplishing the task of truly pierce the heart, my friend. Drip, drip, drip. Blood cascaded down the handle of the fruit knife. For the first time, Mihawk revealed a glimmer of admiration for Zoro, his gaze intense as he inquired, why do you not retreat? Do you wish to have your heart pierced directly? Sunlight cascaded down, illuminating Zoro's determined visage. Despite the blood trickling from his lips, he managed to muster a faint smile. I don't know. I truly do not know. I simply feel that even if I take a step back here, all those significant oaths and promises will vanish. I can never return from this place, nor do I deserve to call myself an unnamed disciple of that person. Yet you have ultimately been defeated, Roronoa Zoro. If so, then retreat is an even greater impossibility. Would you rather embrace death than withdraw? Death may be preferable. Mihawk was moved by Zoro's indomitable spirit, his footsteps betraying a slight retreat. Is this the unnamed disciple of the great warlord Roronoa Zoro? Such formidable willpower. Would you rather perish than concede defeat? With a swift motion, Mihawk sheathed his blade, casting aside all previous contempt for Zoro. The fruit knife was tucked into the cross hanging from his neck. Young man, permit me to ask your name once more. Roronoa Zoro, the unnamed disciple of the great warlord. With a solemn expression, Mihawk unsheathed his supreme 12 swords, stating coldly, I shall remember this name. It has been long since I encountered such a formidable foe. Nami, in the spirit of a swordsman's etiquette, I shall wield this world's strongest black blade to send you to the depths of the sea. Zoro gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, blood pouring from his lips. He yearned to summon the sword, yet he knew this would only bring shame to his master, the warlord. Such exquisite swordsmanship deserves no desecration. He had only scratched the surface of its mastery. No, he had not even reached that level. Great warlord, it is you who has unveiled vistas beyond those of the world's swordsman. It is you who has taught me the true meaning of the sword immortal descends to earth. To be your unnamed disciple fills me with exhilaration. The warlord gazed upon Zoro, who seemed unafraid of death, and said softly, Zoro, do not perish here. Your future lies among the stars and the sea. Zoro grinned and replied, understood, master. The members of the Krieg pirates were entirely submerged in seawater. Yet, despite their precarious situation, they remained transfixed, their eyes glued to the fierce duel between Zoro and Mihawk. The moment Mihawk unsheathed his legendary black sword, Yuru, Every pirate's pupils dilated in shock. One of them trembled and exclaimed, "He has drawn it. Mihawk has unsheathed the world-renowned blade that cleaved the flagship in two." The sound of Yoru slicing through the air resonated like a meteor streaking across the night sky. Zoro's companion, Johnny, clasped his hands in prayer. Joseph, clutching his head, urgently implored Zoro, "Brother, that's enough. Please stop. If this continues, you'll surely perish." Mihawk moved. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance from several meters away to stand directly before Zoro. "Fall," he declared. Zoro instinctively spun his arms, his blades whirling like a windmill, generating a formidable gale. For sword style, 3,000 worlds. He cast aside the feeble sword draw, unleashing the most potent strike he could muster. For an ordinary swordsman, the events would transpire in a blur, with the technique's name derived from Buddhist terminology. The air hummed as Mihawk's figure glided past Zoro. With his left hand raised high, he brandished Yoru, the arcing shockwaves swirling beneath their feet. Clang! Zoro's blade shattered, the sound echoing like a death knell. The only survivors of this onslaught were the Inma and the Wado Ikamanji. A torrent of blood erupted from Zoro's chest, and he relinquished his sword, his expression a mask of sheer rage. "Defeated? I never imagined I would lose. Is this the might of the world's strongest swordsman?" Sunlight cascaded down Zoro's back, illuminating the horrific wounds that marred his body, the injury to his chest and abdomen the most grievous. He spread his arms wide, facing Mihawk, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This unexpected turn of events left Hawkeye in a state of confusion. He had anticipated that Zoro would either flee or beg for mercy. Yet, Zoro displayed a demeanor that suggested he was resolutely prepared to face his demise. "What are you intending to do?" Hawkeye Mihawk's pupils constricted sharply. Zoro responded with a generous smile. "The scars on my back are the shame of a swordsman." "Zoro, you are truly remarkable." The gaze of Hawkeye towards Zoro gradually began to reflect a hint of respect. "The determination of this young man is truly commendable. If only he were my disciple. It is a pity that such a promising talent is merely an unnamed apprentice of that fellow." With a swift motion, Hawkeye's black blade, Knight, descended upon Zoro's chest with lethal precision. It should have been a strike capable of cleaving a super battleship in two, resulting in a gory explosion of blood from Zoro's torso, spraying forth like a fountain that pierced the very soul. Luffy's face contorted in anguish, his eyes bloodshot as he screamed, "Zoro!" Usopp echoed his despair, crying out, "Zoro!" Both of these young men were in tears, lamenting, "Big brother." Anyone could perceive the terrifying power of Hawkeye's swordsmanship. The feat of shattering a battleship was simply beyond belief. Sanji, witnessing this scene, was profoundly moved. He could not comprehend why Zoro would choose such a path of self-destruction, and memories of their conversation flooded his mind. Zoro had once told him, "When I vowed to become the world's strongest swordsman, I had long since cast aside the notions of life and death." Sanji's heart raced as he murmured, "That guy is truly insane. He is facing the real world's strongest. The outcome was already predetermined. Instead of embracing death, he should relinquish his ambitions." Sanji shouted towards Zoro, who was losing consciousness and sinking into the sea. "It's simple. Just abandon your ambition." The members of the Creek Pirates were drenched in cold sweat. Zoro had lost. He was utterly incapable of inflicting even a single scratch upon Hawkeye. The disparity in strength between the two was overwhelmingly vast. Perhaps, had Zoro been willing to wield the sword, he might not have faced such a complete defeat. Yet, he did not wish to bring shame upon his master, the great Chu Bawang, for his own failure. Zoro's two younger brothers recklessly leaped into the water, desperately attempting to retrieve Zoro's lifeless body. Luffy transformed into a rubber man, roaring as he charged at Hawkeye, but in his fervor, he inadvertently embedded his head into the deck. Hawkeye stifled a laugh, his expression icy as he remarked, "You are his comrade, are you not? Thank you for watching the battle. Rest assured, that man is still alive." Zoro was pulled from the depths by Joseph and Johnny, gasping for air. Although grievously wounded, he was evidently no longer in peril. Nami let out a sigh of relief, her heart, which had been racing, finally settling within her chest. She linked her small hand with Chu Bawang's arm, playfully nudging against him. "How do you know Hawkeye won't kill Zoro?" Chu Bawang feigned ignorance to Nami's playful gestures and replied with a light chuckle, "It is quite simple. Zoro's indomitable spirit has touched Hawkeye's heart of swordsmanship. On one hand, Hawkeye has developed an interest in honoring a fellow hero. In Zoro, he sees a reflection of himself. On another note, as Hawkeye stated, if one is indeed a master swordsman, even without engaging in combat, one can discern the disparity in strength between the two. His reluctance to strike down Zoro stems solely from his fear of me. Undoubtedly, Hawkeye possesses a remarkable ability to conceal his emotions. Of course, his prowess has undeniably reached the caliber of a top-tier swordsman. Merely unleashing a hint of murderous intent was sufficient to render Hawkeye hesitant, dissuading him from harboring any harmful intentions towards Zoro. There is no doubt that Hawkeye has perceived the significant gap in strength between himself and the Overlord of Chu, a chasm as vast as a gulf. According to the narrative, Hawkeye holds Zoro in high regard. During the later stages of the Marineford War, Zoro even became Hawkeye's apprentice. Despite his repeated references to Zoro as a pitiful weakling, Hawkeye's body speaks a different truth. Otherwise, he would not have taken the time to impart his wisdom to Zoro, nor would he have taken him as a disciple. However, with the Overlord of Chu's unexpected intervention, Hawkeye has entirely relinquished the notion of accepting Zoro as his pupil. The disparity in strength is simply too profound. Nami appeared contemplative, and seizing the moment while the Overlord of Chu was distracted, she planted a kiss on his cheek. The Overlord of Chu. This little girl truly resembles a mischievous little cat. Yet, Kaya, choosing to remain unbothered, turned away and waved her farewell, stating that the battle held no significance and that she would retreat to the study to read. Nami, casting a victorious grimace at Kaya's departing figure, was met with the unyielding fist of Chubawang. Nami, refrain from such frivolities in the future. Nami, playfully sticking out her tongue, responded with a tone of endearment. Understood, Captain. I may still indulge in it again. Usopp rushed forward, clutching a medicine jar, positioning it over Zoro's wounded chest to prevent excessive bleeding. The medicine is here. Quickly, apply it to the wound. Mihawk, the eagle eye, executed a peculiar gesture. He first bowed apologetically towards the second deck of the Baratie restaurant. The onlookers were left bewildered, unable to comprehend the purpose behind Mihawk's actions. However, Nami and the seasoned red-leg Zeph harbored a bold conjecture in their minds. This direction could only reveal Chubawang and the girl named Nami. Could it be that Mihawk was apologizing for injuring Zoro to the two of them? If that were the case, then the strength of Chubawang would indeed be unfathomable. Red-leg Zeph's expression darkened, his instincts warning him that the seas ahead were poised to unleash tumultuous waves once more. At the epicenter of this turmoil would undoubtedly lie the Straw Hat crew and that imposing figure, Chubawang. The tranquility of the seas would be a distant memory. Zeph sighed internally, recognizing that his era had long since passed. The remnants of the old age were dwindling. Once his gestures were completed, Mihawk turned his gaze towards Zoro, whose back had begun to glisten with beads of sweat. It was terrifying. Had he sensed something just moments ago? A surge of murderous intent, an endless sword aura. That chilling glimmer pierced through him like a dagger to the heart, leaving him breathless. He found himself somewhat envious of Zoro's fearless ignorance. Had he not been a top-tier swordsman, perhaps he would have had the audacity to challenge Chubawang. Mihawk regarded the barely conscious Zoro, shaking his head slightly. Young man, if you seek death, it is still too early for you. I am Dracula Mihawk. Understand yourself, recognize the world, and grow stronger. No matter how many years pass, I shall await you in this most formidable position. Those present were oblivious to the subtle pause in Mihawk's tone when he spoke the words most formidable. Had he not felt the overwhelming sword intent of Chubawang, he might still have arrogantly proclaimed himself the strongest. Yet now, Mihawk could only perceive those words as a mockery of his own standing. Hawkeye Mihawk brandished his black blade, knight, and declared passionately, Roronoa Zoro, I eagerly await the day when you surpass this sword, when you transcend my sword's intent. Johnny and Joseph, filled with excitement, shouted towards Zoro, Boss, can you hear our conversation? Red-legged Zep, arms crossed and braids bouncing, solemnly remarked, It is truly astonishing that Hawkeye Mihawk would utter such words. Red-legged Zep cast a discreet glance at the Overlord of Chu, pondering how it was that only this unremarkable disciple could earn Hawkeye's recognition as a swordsman. If Hawkeye were to face the Overlord, who would emerge victorious? This answer reveals that Redfoot Zephyr is destined to witness no results. For in the presence of the formidable Chu Bawang, even the swordsmanship of Hawkeye pales in comparison, rendering him unworthy of even carrying his shoes. Indeed, Hawkeye finds himself devoid of the desire to engage in battle. With a chilling gaze, he turns to Luffy, a slight smile gracing his lips as he inquires, Young man, what is your aspiration? Without hesitation, Luffy replies, I aim to be the Pirate King. Hawkeye chuckles in response, The path is fraught with challenges that surpass even my own. Luffy, dismissive, retorts, I don't care. I am determined to become it. Little does Luffy realize that due to his careless declaration, Chu Bawang has transformed Joel D. Roger into a feminine figure, feminized, transformed. In the words of Chu Bawang at that time, Luffy, do you not wish to be the man who becomes the Pirate King? I have revived the Pirate King Joel D. Roger and successfully feminized him. Now, if you claim Roger, you shall become the celebrated man known as the Pirate King. Of course. This is an epilogue, set aside for now. Usopp gazed joyfully at the slowly awakening Zoro, exclaiming loudly, Zoro is not dead. He merely fainted. Zoro, trembling, raised the one unbroken sword, Wat Ikamanji, and with all his strength, uttered, Master, can you hear me? I must have worried you, huh? If I do not become the world's greatest swordsman, it would trouble you, wouldn't it? Cough, cough. Zoro once again spat forth a copious amount of blood. Joseph and Johnny were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Brother, please do not speak anymore. It could cause your wounds to tear. Brother. The chefs of the sea were left astounded by Zoro's indomitable spirit. How could one who had sustained such grave injuries still manage to speak? Zoro's voice carried a hint of desperation, a yearning for strength. Master, I will not lose again. Before I defeat Mihawk and become a grand swordsman, I shall not be defeated again. Do you have any objections, Master? Zoro's voice resonated in the air, forever etched in the ears of all present. Everyone's gaze suddenly turned towards the figure of his master, the once mighty Chu Bawang, who had never come to Zoro's aid. This is indeed a true master. Otherwise, how could one conquer the formidable spirit and resolve of the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro? The overlord of Chu gazed down from his lofty height upon Mihawk and Zoro, a subtle smirk gracing his lips as he responded with a light chuckle. I have no objections. Mihawk, agitated, retorted. In this moment, Zoro found himself in a predicament where he could neither strike nor retaliate, compelled instead to silently await the adversary's growth and subsequent retribution. Casting a glance at the formidable figure of Chu Bawang, whom he could not hope to rival at present, Mihawk sighed heavily and turned away, remarking, What a commendable team. I hope to cross paths with you again. Initially, he had intended to claim the head of Admiral Creek. However, having had his fill of the fray, he resolved to return to his slumber. With a single leap, Mihawk ascended onto his coffin-like vessel and sailed away, his silhouette fading into the distance. Redfoot Zepp felt a flicker of uncertainty. Why did he have the impression that Mihawk was fleeing this sea? Could it be that the East Blue harbored a threat he deemed worthy of fear? Admiral Creek exhaled a sigh of relief, his gaze shifting dangerously toward the floating restaurant Baratie. Now that Mihawk has departed, none shall impede my grand journey, he declared. You lot, the interruption has passed. The true battle begins now. Seize that ship. Clang, clang, clang. Iron Wall Baratie pounded on the iron disc in his grasp, reveling in his moment of triumph. I am Iron Wall Baratie, and I have never shed a drop of blood in my 61 battles. Those who dare challenge me, come forth. Beneath the blazing sun, Admiral Creek sat comfortably atop the shattered floating deck, wearing a smirk that danced between amusement and mockery in his eyes. The Baratie was already a possession within his grasp. The demon man Akin brandished his weapon, a staff-like instrument with iron balls at both ends, exuding immense power. Mr. Sanji, I implore you, do not oppose Lord Creek. I wish not to be your enemy, nor do I desire to inflict harm. Akin earnestly gazed at Black Lake Sanji, holding genuine respect for the man who had once saved his life. Yet, after receiving Sanji's generosity, Captain Creek had turned and attacked the Baratie, leaving Akin with a heavy heart. Seated above, Admiral Creek scoffed, Behold the captain of the Creek pirate fleet, Demon Man Akin, my most lethal weapon. He is called Demon Man for his merciless nature. Even when faced with enemies pleading for mercy, he slays without hesitation. Sanji, however, shrugged indifferently, turning to Redfoot Zepp with a grin. Anyone who dares to take the old man's hard work shall find themselves in a fight with me. That is my principle. Iron Wall Baratie swung his shield toward Sanji, seething with rage. How naive. In the vast ocean, only fists and strength hold any weight. Patty, filled with anxiety, shouted, Sanji, be careful. It must be noted that while Patty appeared to have a contentious relationship with Sanji, he genuinely worried for the other's safety. Sanji sprang into action. First meat kick. This is the fundamental technique named after the target area of Sanji's kicks. As a disciple of the esteemed Redleg Zeph, Sanji has inherited his mentor's extraordinary kicking skills, even surpassing them in a remarkable fashion. The shoulder kick technique. Sanji's figure suddenly transformed into a wraith, instantaneously appearing before Iron Wall Baba. With a downward strike, his black foot aimed for his opponent's shoulder. Should this kick connect, the force would be sufficient to unbalance or even knock his adversary to the ground. Bang! Following a resounding impact, Sanji momentarily stood dazed. Iron Wall Baba's mocking laughter echoed. Ha ha ha. You missed. Can't reach me, can you? Are you frustrated? The furious Potty exclaimed. That scoundrel is encased in an iron shield. Sanji cannot breach his defenses. Iron Wall Baba raised his shield and swung a fist towards Sanji's head. Boom! The ocean quaked in response, and the fighting fish fins trembled violently, subsequently shattering like a web. TSK, what terrifying destructive power. A cold sweat beaded on Sanji's forehead. Had he not dodged in time, he would surely have been left bloodied and battered. This is troublesome. Without the ability to shatter that shield, he cannot inflict any harm on Iron Wall Baba. Slurp. The sound of Chu Bawang sipping a drink broke the solemnity of the battlefield, rendering the scene oddly comical. Chu Bawang smiled as he gazed at Sanji, chuckling. Sanji, that's not how you execute a proper kick. Is this the technique you learned from Redleg Zeph? Pathetic. Sanji's eyes reddened as he glared at Chu Bawang, his furrowed brows twitching with agitation. The pupil that perpetually obscured half of his face emitted a brilliant glimmer. My Lord Bawang, you may insult my dignity, but please do not belittle my master. Chu Bawang leaped from the second deck, turning his back on Sanji and Redleg Zeph, striding towards Iron Wall Baba while nonchalantly raising a middle finger in a gesture of disdain. How infuriating. Sanji charged at Chu Bawang, but was intercepted by Redleg Zeph. Sanji, know your limits. You are not his match. Yet this man is truly infuriating. As an oblivious ordinary person emerged from the crowd, Iron Wall Baba burst into laughter. This kid can't be that foolish, can he? A group of pirates looked at Chu Bawang, who was unarmed and clad in casual attire, unable to contain their laughter. However, the next moment, their amusement was extinguished. Chu Bawang, with his back to Sanji and Redleg Zeph, smiled slightly. Allow me to demonstrate true kicking technique. Wind Godleg, first form, capture the wind and shadow. Chu Bawang's figure suddenly accelerated, swift as a meteor. Whoosh! He swept past, causing a multitude of pirates to collapse to the ground like straw. Wind Godleg, third form, raging storm. The formidable figure of the Overlord of Chu unleashed a barrage of strikes with his legs, akin to a torrential downpour, each movement infused with the ferocity of a tempest. This was the epitome of storm and rain. The Iron Wall Baba, resembling a steadfast fortress, staggered under the relentless assault. The fourth form of the Wind Godleg, lightning speed. The air trembled with a thunderous roar, resonating like a celestial phenomenon in what had once been a radiant sky. Those of timid disposition were rendered speechless, collapsing to the ground, their eyes wide with the dread of an apocalyptic scene. Upon glancing back at the Iron Wall Baba, it was evident that the massive shield had been cleaved in two. A deep, gaping scar traversed Barla's front and back, with blood cascading from the shattered shield, transforming the scene into one of gruesome horror. The Iron Wall Baba, renowned for having fought 61 battles without shedding a single drop of blood, had been reduced to naught but a mere shadow by the Overlord of Chu's relentless kicks. To employ such a technique against a mere underling seemed a gross misuse of power. The Wind Godleg refers to the martial prowess of Nyefone amidst the swirling winds, embodying the essence of formlessness and speed, a technique of unparalleled swiftness and ferocity. It is one of the three supreme skills of the Overlord. Utilizing this skill against an adversary was undeniably an exercise in overkill. Had it not been for the recent receipt of a system task, the Overlord of Chu would have had little interest in engaging with a character as insignificant as the Iron Wall Baba. System task: defeat the Krieg pirate crew. Task reward: dimensional summoning card X1. Dimensional summoning card, capable of randomly summoning characters from other realms to serve as loyal subordinates. The moment to test one's fortune had arrived. The Overlord of Chu was poised to roll up his sleeves, ready to sacrifice Luffy's stroke of luck in hopes of summoning a delightful and devoted servant. If only a time-skip Kurumi or his death would appear. These are indeed the two anime characters that the Overlord of Chu cherished most in his previous life. Naturally, having a powerful henchman is also a delightful prospect. For instance, the enchanting Little D from the Bone King series or the dashing butler Sebastian would both be splendid choices. At this moment, my objective is to annihilate the Krieg pirates. A task that seems remarkably straightforward. The Overlord of Chu turned his gaze towards Krieg and the ominous demon man Akin. It is said that Demon Man Akin is destined to become one of the future 3 great admirals, the formidable Green Bull. If I were to slay Akin now, would that not prevent the emergence of Admiral Green Bull? Admiral Creek rose slowly, his eyes fixed on the wheezing Titan Barla, and exclaimed in a low, thunderous voice, "What a worthless fool! You cannot even subdue a mere cook." Perhaps it was a matter of insufficient strength. In Creek's eyes, the world appeared exceedingly insignificant. Before being vanquished by Hawkeye, Creek was the leader of the largest pirate crew in the East Sea, possessing extraordinary strength and equipped with an array of weapons. Believing himself to be invincible, a blend of arrogance, ruthlessness, and treachery. Just how arrogant is Creek? One could discern his hubris from the fact that he was personally blasted away by Hawkeye before the latter departed had it not been for Hawkeye's disdain for engaging with such a lowly opponent. Luffy would have never had the opportunity to confront the Creek pirates. It can be said that Creek possesses the most grandiose ambition and a formidable team, yet he lacks a clear understanding of his own limitations. The Overlord of Chu shook his head with a sigh. What a fool. I cannot fathom the origins of your misplaced confidence. Creek's prolonged reign as the sovereign of the East Sea has fostered an air of arrogance within him. He not only looks down upon the Overlord of Chu and the unknown Straw Hat Boy, but also dismisses the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. In his view, Mihawk must be a user of some fruitability. He is convinced that once he enters the Grand Line and acquires a suitable fruit, he will undoubtedly defeat Hawkeye and exact his revenge. Deadly toxic gas shell H5 perish, Overlord. Click, click. The weaponry on Creek began to assemble, and before long, a dark cannon was aimed at the Overlord of Chu and his companions. Sanji, after struggling to regain his composure from the shock, found himself reeling from the noxious gas. Demon Man Akin, clutching a gas mask, unhesitatingly handed it to Sanji. Mr. Sanji, I am deeply sorry. I should not have brought the captain here. Sanji wished to resist, yet his strength was utterly crushed by Demon Man Akin. At this moment, Sanji's yearning to master a more formidable kicking technique intensified. If I could acquire the Wind God leg, I could vanquish Admiral Kreja and save Baratie, couldn't I? Potty could only transfer the unconscious Sanji to a secure area. Casting a complex glance at the ghoul, Akin. He is not entirely a heartless, ungrateful scoundrel after all. The poisonous gas slowly dissipated. Kreja erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. You are indeed too careless, Overlord, daring to confront my poison gas without a protective mask? His gaze began to cast malevolent intentions towards the exceedingly worried Kaya. Once you perish, I shall take good care of your companion. The emphasis on the word care was unmistakable. However, in the next instant, Kreja's laughter was abruptly silenced. 4. The Overlord Chul delivered a powerful kick to Kreja's abdomen. The 12 paths of Shaolin Tan legs, a supremely advanced kicking technique, originating from the Longtan Temple in Linqing. The Linqing Tan leg comprises 10 paths, with the 11th and 12th being the additions from Shaolin. The first path is the horsewhip, the second is the cross ghost spin, the third is the wheel smash, the fourth is the diagonal kick, the fifth is the lion's dual play in water, the sixth is the hook and smash. The seventh is the phoenix spreading its wings, the eighth is the golden stool reaching for the sky, the ninth is the dragon seizing the jade belt. The 10th is the magpie perched on the plum blossom, the 11th is the wind caressing the lotus leaf leg, and the 12th is the mandarin duck's ingenious interlink. The style of Tan leg is characterized by its vigorous movements and coordinated execution. The techniques are diverse, with rapid offense and defense. The rhythm is distinct, and the explosive power is formidable. The combat art of Tan leg employs synchronous attacks from both upper and lower body, leaving opponents with no chance to defend. Kreja sought to resist, but discovered he had no respite whatsoever. That unparalleled and terrifying kicking technique descended upon him like a tempest. At this moment, Click finally began to comprehend the despair of Iron Wall Bar era. Helpless to resist, he found himself unable even to summon the timing to activate the Hedgehog Cloak. In less than 10 seconds, Click was transformed into a pig's head. That was a region under the special care of the mighty Chu Bawang. The sight of Click's face filled him with an overwhelming desire to strike. The more Chu Bawang thought about it, the angrier he became, causing his strikes to grow increasingly fierce. Luffy, with a mighty roar, charged towards Click, proclaiming, "Bawang, allow me to lend you a hand. Rubber pistol." With a resounding boom, the already battered Click was sent crashing into the sea by Luffy's punch. Glub, 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 glub. No one knew how much seawater Click had swallowed. His belly swelled to the size of a large watermelon. Mission accomplished, Obtained otherworldly summoning card X1. The pleasant sound of the system echoed. Luffy sheepishly scratched his head. Sorry. I couldn't control myself earlier and accidentally took someone down. Although Luffy had inadvertently defeated Click, Chu Bawang did not take it to heart. However, Nami, standing nearby, was far less forgiving than Chu Bawang. She immediately delivered a loving iron fist to Luffy. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Nami, why did you hit me? Luffy exclaimed. Sorry. I couldn't control myself earlier and accidentally hit you. Undoubtedly. This is a blatant act of retribution. One cannot help but remark on the dishearteningly low status that Luffy holds aboard the Going Merry. It is far from the treatment befitting a captain. Anyone is free to land a blow on him. Now, Nami, you ought not to torment Luffy. Look at him. He hasn't been getting proper rest lately and is beginning to suffer from significant hair loss. Your captain is singular. Cherish him dearly. If he is damaged, he shall be irreplaceable. A fleeting glance at Luffy, whose forehead is swelling with a small bump, reveals a disheartened Chu Bawang. After Nami dealt him a punch, Luffy's hair began to fall out in tufts. At this rate, it seems that within half a month, Luffy may truly become bald. Our treasured Luffy must be cared for, so he can endure until the pinnacle of the war. So, what shall the summons tomorrow require for the sacrifice of Luffy? His fortune? It seems that offering Luffy's romantic luck might also yield splendid results. At last, the moment of parting has arrived. Redleg Zeph pretends to reprimand Sanji's culinary skills, intending to expel him from the floating restaurant Baratie. Meanwhile, Luffy beams with joy at the prospect of recruiting the gastronomic genius, Sanji. As they prepare to part ways, Patty appears profoundly sorrowful. Sanji, do take care. With a cigarette clenched between his teeth, Sanji abruptly halts. Redleg Zeph silently observes Sanji's departing figure and softly advises, Sanji, be cautious not to catch a chill. Thud. Sanji abruptly bows deeply to Redleg Zeph in gratitude, overwhelmed with emotion. Mr. Zeph, thank you for your care over the years. Their relationship has evolved from animosity to mutual respect. They are not merely kindred spirits with shared dreams, but rather a bond akin to that of father and son. A friendship that transcends age. If Sanji were to remain in the East Blue, it seems he would never be able to pursue the dream of the All Blue. This is a scene that the Redfoot Japu would never wish to witness. Luffy joyfully perched at the bow of the Merry, exuberantly raising his arms. Set sail. Straw Hat Crew. He won an oversized LCD television, a Contra game cartridge, a luxurious gaming console, a Super Mario game cartridge, a barrel of delightful soda, and a plush pillow of his death. Chu Bawang was utterly bewildered, pondering the absurdity of this lottery. Why were all the prizes items favored by otaku? A television, game cartridges, a gaming console, soda, and an anime-themed pillow. With a furrowed brow, Chu Bawang rolled up his sleeves and gravely declared, it seems the time has come to sacrifice Luffy's romantic fortune to change our luck. The supreme old man hurriedly called upon the powers of the heavens' great mighty dragon, Bodhisattvas of the Buddha, and the heavenly emperor, I beseech you to bless me with a grand prize. Ding. Acquired an extraordinary skill, divine resurrection. Divine resurrection. It can revive the deceased and randomly extract one ability from the revived individual. It's done. Luffy's romantic fortune has been sacrificed. Indeed, a divine treasure has emerged. This is undoubtedly an extraordinary skill. After all, which family hasn't experienced the loss of one or two individuals, right? Setting aside other matters, let us consider the Pirate King. Gold, Roger, from the world of pirates. Should he be resurrected, it would surely stir tumultuous waves across the globe. It is imperative to understand that the reason Luffy and numerous other pirates ventured into the sea was due to the instigation of Gold, Roger, who ignited the great pirate era in Logtown. Since then, the long-dormant pirates have once again taken center stage in history with their resplendent allure. Were it not for Roger's clandestine influence, the subsequent world-shaking events, such as the Paramount War, would never have transpired. Roger, without you, the realm of pirates feels profoundly desolate. In that moment, Luffy called out to Sanji with his iconic declaration, I am going to be the Pirate King. This elicited laughter from the tyrant. To aspire to be the Pirate King? That is a straightforward endeavor. Once I arrive at Lowtown to resurrect the Pirate King Roger, I shall then employ my abilities to transform him. Following that, we shall pay our respects to heaven and earth, and then to the parents. Before ushering him into the bridal chamber, the name of Luffy, the man destined to be the Pirate King, shall resonate throughout the universe. Usopp turned to Zoro, who was swathed in bandages, expressing his concern. Zoro, how are your injuries faring? as a courageous warrior of the sea. Does Usopp not recognize that scars are the badges of manhood? Yet, your injuries are rather severe. Had Mihawk exerted a bit more force, you could have been severed in two. Humph. One day, I shall challenge him again. At that time, I will exact my revenge. As they spoke, Zoro inadvertently tugged at his wound, causing him to grimace in pain. The tyrant's hand pressed firmly on Zoro's shoulder, his expression serious. Do not move. If your wound bursts open, I am no healer. Bah! Bah! Tyrant! Zoro found himself momentarily flustered. Given his nature, it is rare for him to truly admire anyone. Yet, it was evident that the tyrant had achieved this. As a swordsman, Zoro held 100% respect and admiration for the tyrant. Otherwise, he would not have declared himself the unnamed disciple of the tyrant before Mihawk and the others. Zoro genuinely yearned to become the world's greatest swordsman. He understood that his innate talent alone was insufficient to support him on that path. He required a mentor, a guide to illuminate the way forward. And the tyrant possessed such prowess. He still brooded over the incident where the tyrant summoned thousands of flying swords to vanquish the Black Cat pirates. So strong, truly, overwhelmingly strong. Upon encountering Mihawk, this sentiment intensified. Initially, even I believed that the swordsmanship of the tyrant and Mihawk was on par with one another. However, at present, it appears that even Mihawk, the world's foremost swordsman, is separated from the prowess of the Overlord of Chu by an insurmountable chasm. Indeed, when returning the Black Blade, Yoru, to Mihawk, he glimpsed a fleeting expression of astonishment and confusion on the other's face. The world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, found himself utterly powerless in the face of the Overlord of Chu's call for his flying swords. The distinction between strength and weakness was evident at a glance. Becoming an unnamed disciple of the Overlord of Chu may seem somewhat underwhelming. However, from another perspective, this sacrifice is undeniably worthwhile. For the Overlord of Chu could very well be the legendary swordsman emphasized in ancient texts, the immortal sword sage. Zoro silently commended himself. Ah, Zoro, how clever you are to seize the opportunity of the duel to proclaim yourself as an unnamed disciple of the Overlord. At this moment, he had truly latched onto a formidable ally. What of being an unnamed disciple? Even as an unnamed disciple, there remains the prospect of becoming an authentic disciple, perhaps even a secluded practitioner. The position of the world's greatest swordsman is now within my grasp. Zoro's aspirations, of course, did not escape the discerning gaze of the Overlord of Chu. Yet it was evident that the Overlord, standing atop the pinnacle of power, could not be bothered to engage in trivial matters with Zoro. The most crucial factor, however, was the substantial rewards associated with nurturing Zoro. System task: cultivate a world-class swordsman. Task reward: obtain 3 fragments of the teleportation portal and gain 10 chances for a lottery draw. As the saying goes, no profit, no early riser. The Overlord of Chu is not one to engage in charitable acts. Even if Zoro idolizes him, he cannot bestow benefits indiscriminately. Nami is his goddaughter, and gifting her a magical staff is only fitting. As for the other members of the Straw Hat crew, the Overlord initially intended to let them fend for themselves, but now he simply wishes to declare, how delightful. Is it not merely a matter of cultivating the world's greatest swordsman? This matter is quite simple. Zoro, do you still wish to address me by name? Are you certain you will not amend your manner of address? Zoro suddenly came to a realization and performed a formal bow to the Overlord of Chu. His expression grave as he declared, for sword-style pirate hunter, Roronoa Zoro, pays his respects to the master. Zoro proclaimed, receive my strike of the celestial flying immortal. His demeanor was undeniably respectful, and the Overlord was pleased with Zoro's humble posture. Zoro, how long do you believe it will take, relying solely on your arduous training, to become the world's greatest swordsman? Well, it is not without merit to discuss, Zoro replied, somewhat awkwardly scratching his head. Although it is not an impossibly distant goal, I understand that to achieve the title of the world's greatest swordsman involves far more than mere hard work. This is precisely why I seek a master of your caliber. In you, I perceive an alternative approach to swordsmanship. Conservatively speaking, it will take at least 20 years. Before my encounter with Mihawk, I might have boasted shamelessly that I was merely a step away from the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Yet, I was genuinely astounded by Mihawk's simple fruit knife. What appeared to be an ordinary blade in his hands transformed into a myriad of elusive forms. Even my ultimate technique, the Ghost Slash and the optimized 4-sword style, 3,000 worlds, were no match for him. In 20 years, I should be able to reach my peak state. By that time, I have a 50% confidence in securing the title of the world's greatest swordsman. In Zoro's eyes, the arrival of the sword seemed to represent yet another method of cultivation, riding the sword through the skies, nurturing the sword spirit, and unifying the myriad swords. Everything seemed to unfold before Zoro, opening the gateway to a new world, rendering him utterly captivated and unable to extricate himself. The Overlord of Chu raised 2 fingers, shaking his head with a smile, to cultivate a disciple who could become the world's foremost swordsman if it were to take such an extended period. Would it not be rather uninteresting? Zoro, with me as your swordsmanship mentor, provided you are willing to diligently pursue your cultivation, I can enhance your progress by more than tenfold. In other words, within a span of 2 years, or at most 3, you shall undoubtedly secure the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro's jaw dropped in astonishment at the audacity of such a claim. To achieve the status of the world's preeminent swordsman within 2 years. Surely, such boasts could not be taken lightly. That title belonged to the universally acknowledged master of swordsmanship, far beyond the reach of mere amateurs. The corners of the Overlord's mouth curled upward. He recognized that his declaration was indeed astonishing. Yet, this was the stark reality. If he could not cultivate a swordsman capable of rivaling Mihawk within 2 years, would it not be a disservice to his own mastery of the sword? With a slight gesture, the 3 long swords at Zoro's waist flew into his hands, succumbing to an irresistible force. Even the sentient sword Wado Ikamanji could not resist. Zoro, I understand you harbor some doubt regarding my claims. Zoro's eyes flickered with a hint of apology. I do not dare. No matter, the Overlord dismissed the matter lightly. I possess an abundance of sword techniques to impart to you, as long as you can grasp 1 or 2, not only Mihawk. But even if all swordsmen worldwide were to unite against you, they would not stand a chance. As he spoke, an intense, terrifying brilliance ignited in the Overlord's eyes, captivating all who beheld it. Zoro felt an overwhelming surge of ambition welling within him. Zoro, pay close attention. These sword techniques belong to the pinnacle of swordsmanship. If you can comprehend even a fraction, dealing with Mihawk will be a mere formality. Zoro sat upright, his gaze fixed intently on the Overlord's figure as he wielded his sword. This technique is known as the Duga 9 Swords, an unparalleled sword style created by Duga Chobai, reputed to be capable of overcoming all sword techniques. It emphasizes the principle of striking first to gain the upper hand. Possessing immense power while requiring little in terms of cultivation level, even one of modest strength could defeat many formidable opponents through this art. It is particularly suited for the weak to triumph over the strong. Zoro's eyes widened in astonishment, overwhelmed by a sense of formidable killing intent and grandeur. The Duga 9 Swords, triumphing through formlessness over form, annihilating foes and vanquishing heroes, leaves no adversary standing, save for those who retreat into hidden valleys befriending sculptures. The Overlord, unhurried, cast Wado Ikamanji, transforming his fingers into a sword. With a brisk utterance, he declared, "This move is known as the 6 Pulses Divine Sword. It is the highest secret technique of the Heavenly Dragon Temple, a particularly unique sword style that employs the fingers to unleash sword energy. Its speed is astonishing, rendering it nearly impossible for enemies to defend against, and its destructive power is exceedingly formidable. The so-called 6 Meridians Divine Sword refers to a martial art technique wherein the internal energy contained within the fingertips is unleashed across a distance, allowing it to traverse the air at remarkable speed. Its formation is simple, yet its effectiveness is unparalleled, resonating with intensity that is second to none. With prolonged practice, one can achieve extraordinary results, reaching a realm where the power of the finger resembles an invisible sword. Whether sweeping or feigning a thrust, it can inflict harm upon adversaries. With a swift motion, the formidable Chu Bawang extended his right thumb towards the distant sea, bellowing, "Shall I unleash the sword of Shaoshang?" The earth trembled as the mighty sword trajectory surged forth with a force reminiscent of a cataclysmic storm. Zoro, taken aback by the scene, stared in disbelief, his eyes wide as saucers. What? How can a finger emit sword energy? Chu Bawang's figure became elusive and agile, his presence exuding an increasingly grandiose aura. This technique, known as a sword coming from the west, invokes the celestial flight of immortals. It is a supreme swordsmanship of Shimin Shui Shui, emphasizing lethal precision and unorthodox strikes, capable of ending lives in the blink of an eye. Countless souls have fallen victim to this art, a martial prowess that instills dread even in spirits. Very few in the world have witnessed this move, and those who have seldom lived to tell the tale. In that moment, a sword light, pure as the azure sky, sliced through the air with breathtaking speed. Akin to a bolt of lightning or a rainbow arching across the heavens, Chu Bawang and his sword appeared to merge into a singular entity. The brilliance of the sword light piercing forth with unmatched swiftness, unaltered and devoid of any aftereffect, channeling all his strength into this one strike. This ultimate move is called 10,000 Swords Returning to the Origin, a transcendent technique of the sword sect. To master it, one must first abandon their swordsmanship. After forsaking their skills, they may then reforge their path through the 10,000 Swords Returning to the Origin manual. Once employed, all swords become subservient to their master, akin to worshippers venerating a deity. As the sword move was unleashed, an incomprehensible torrent of sword energy surged forth, swirling like a tempest, creating a spectacle of unparalleled ferocity. As he sheathed his sword, he returned the 4 blades to Zoro, who remained utterly astonished. Chu Bawang gently patted Zoro's rigid shoulder and smiled. Once you have practiced these techniques sufficiently, you can challenge Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, under the banner of the sword comes. After what felt like an eternity, Zoro finally regained his composure, kneeling before Chu Bawang in gratitude. Master Bawang, your kindness is akin to that of a second father. Roronoa Zoro shall forever remember this. Sanji approached, holding a large piece of delectable meat, offering it to the ever-eager Luffy. Luffy devoured it with unrestrained enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Wow! This is delicious. I want more. I want more." At that moment, a breathtaking wave of sword energy surged forth, violently crashing against the boundless ocean, stirring up tumultuous tides. The destructive power was astonishing, truly hard to fathom. Not only did the formidable figure possess exceptional kicking skills, but he also exhibited such dazzling mastery of swordsmanship. One cannot help but wonder how he would fare against Mihawk if they were to clash on that fateful day. Seizing the opportunity while Sanji was distracted, Luffy stuffed the remaining delicacies into his mouth. Sanji, bewildered, gazed at the empty plate in his hands. "You gluttonous fool. Luffy, you've devoured everyone's food." Luffy let out a satisfied burp, his belly protruding proudly. "Ah, you are absolutely right." Boom. Unable to contain himself, Sanji delivered a punch to Luffy, causing his status to drop once more. On this day, the beloved Luffy was unexpectedly met with a beating from all the crew members. It was indeed a day to remember. Observing her comrades in a playful uproar, a smile finally graced Nami's face. However, as her gaze drifted to the tattoo on her shoulder, her expression darkened. "Fear not, for with me around, no one shall bully my goddaughter." The formidable Chu Bawang had appeared behind Nami, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder, which trembled slightly from fear. Nami turned to meet the fierce and confident gaze of Chu Bawang. Moreover, Kaya stood beside him. Nami's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she choked out, "Arigato, thank you." Kaya, having set aside her previous prejudices against Nami, enveloped her in a warm embrace. What a pitiful child, burdened with such a heavy load from a tender age. Clearly, Chu Bawang had taken the time to explain Nami's tragic past to Kaya. With kindness in her heart, Kaya finally comprehended the weight that the seemingly sunny girl before her bore. Nami hailed from Kokoyashi village, a place filled with cherished childhood memories. However, it was later seized by the evil Arlong pirates, who allied themselves with the fishmen Jinbei in the Grand Line. They considered fishmen a superior race, deeming humans as worthless. From Kokoyashi village, they sought to establish their own tyrannical empire to dominate the East Sea. Fishman Arlong began extorting the villagers for their lives. Those unable to pay were killed, with Nami's adoptive mother, Belmere, being the first victim. Arlong took notice of Nami's talent for cartography. She was only 8 at the time, and coerced her into joining his ranks by threatening the villagers' lives. Nami and Arlong had struck a deal. If she could gather 100 million berries, she could buy back her village and her freedom. Yet, Chu Bawang was acutely aware of the future. That wretched Arlong was far from the benevolent figure he pretended to be. "Nami, you must be nearing the 100 million berries by now, right? I advise you to abandon any illusions regarding Arlong's promise. For the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment." Nami gasped in surprise, covering her mouth as she exclaimed, "Bawang, how do you know about my agreement with Arlong?" Chu Bawang tousled Nami's cascading hair with a smile, saying, "Fishman Arlong indeed places great importance on promises, especially those concerning money. But you are too young to grasp the darkness that shrouds this world. The line between right and wrong is blurred, and not all navies embody justice." Upon hearing this, Nami's brows furrowed slightly, a contemplative expression crossing her face. Arlong would undoubtedly remain loyal to the promise of wealth. If Nami were to amass 100 million berries, he would certainly grant her village complete freedom. However, should Nami fail to gather such an amount, or if her funds were seized by the Navy, the fishman Arlong would not hesitate to exploit Nami's exceptional talent for cartography. Such talents are indeed exceedingly rare. This fact became starkly evident when Nami was on the verge of gathering 100 million berries. At that moment, the nefarious fishman Arlong ordered the conniving marine, Commodore Rat, to seize all of Nami's hard-earned money. It was after this betrayal that Nami fell into utter despair, igniting within her a fierce spirit of rebellion. I understand now, Baba. By the way, I recently asked Sanji to prepare some barbecue, which should be ready soon. Shall we indulge in the feast together? Nami smiled and nodded, linking arms with Chu Bawang and Kaya as they made their way to the deck. In their path, they inadvertently kicked Luffy, who lay sprawled on the ground, sound asleep. Luffy. This is a formidable group indeed. Nami, the beloved navigator of the crew, must be protected at all costs. Should anyone dare to mistreat her, Sanji, who has always held women in high regard, would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. Though he may endure a few blows, given his resilience, one must not forget that Sanji is the chef of the Straw Hat Pirates. Without a chef, how could Luffy ever find joy? As for Kaya, she is the esteemed benefactor who gifted the merry-go, inherently placing her in a position of respect. And then there's the legendary Chu Bawang, a figure of immense prowess. In terms of swordsmanship, he rivals the world's greatest swordsman. While his kicking techniques would leave even Sanji and Redfoot Zeph in awe, his remarkable abilities, such as the torturous experience of pregnancy induction and his unique transformation skills, can turn adversaries into women. One must wonder who would not fear such capabilities. Miss Nami, it is my utmost pleasure to serve you. Despite Nami becoming a goddaughter to Chu Bawang, it does not hinder my eagerness to shower her with affection, transforming into a loyal admirer. After all, the nickname of the lecherous chef is not without merit. In truth, Sanji has his own ulterior motives. Initially, he held great confidence in his kicking techniques. However, upon witnessing Chu Bawang's extraordinary kicks, such as the legendary Foshan Shadowless Kick and the mighty Vitra Leg, used to chastise Iron Fist Hobody, he suddenly found his own skills lacking in comparison. Especially after observing Zoro's rapid improvement under Chu Bawang's tutelage, Sanji felt an envious pang. If he could successfully pursue Miss Nami, perhaps he could also learn superior kicking techniques from the master. After all, he would then be the son-in-law of Chu Bawang. Nami clapped her hands, calling over Chu Bawang and Kaya with a gentle smile. Baba, Mama, please enjoy these delicacies. Sanji, who had been lost in a pleasant daydream, instinctively recoiled upon encountering Chu Bawang, akin to a mouse spotting a cat. He felt as though all his intentions were laid bare before the master, making the pursuit of Miss Nami seem increasingly unrealistic. Perhaps, he mused, he could emulate the green-haired fellow and become an unnamed disciple under Chu Bawang. With drool pooling at the corners of his mouth, Luffy gazed longingly at the sumptuous feast on the grill, his eyes wide with desire. Wow, that looks delicious. Beneath a clear azure sky and amidst the cerulean waves, seagulls circled above the merry-go as the sea caressed the colossal underwater rocks. Schools of unknown fish swam leisurely. Suddenly, a dark, gigantic figure opened its eyes. In the depths of the pitch-black ocean, the silhouette of the creature shone like a lantern. The surrounding fish panicked, vanishing in the blink of an eye. As a shadowy figure stirred, the boundless sea erupted into chaos. Even the surface of the water began to undulate. Not far from this scene stood an imposing edifice, the very site of Nami's childhood nightmares, Arlong Park. The vividly painted red and yellow doors were firmly shut. An octopus, boasting 8 arms, fervently fanned the flames of a barbecue, striving to intensify the heat. Above the grill lay a perfectly roasted piglet. This octopus, with a mouth resembling a trumpet, possessed an endearing and somewhat clumsy demeanor, adorned with tufts of silvery gray hair. On its head, it resembled a starfish, with the emblem of the sun, representing the Sun Pirates, emblazoned on its forehead. Undoubtedly, this was the octopus known as Chopper, who had once rescued the Pirate King, Rayleigh. Time to eat. Moo, time to eat. After a full half-minute, Chopper received no response. What could be the matter? How odd, at this hour. He should be quite famished. Where could he have gone? Near the merry-go, the waves surged. A terrifying figure, resembling a sea cow, was steadily advancing towards the ship. Luffy stretched out his hand and stuffed a plate of fried rice into his mouth. Johnny, Zoro's subordinate, held a plate of green noodles and gave Sanji a thumbs up. Truly impressive, Sanji. Your culinary skills are unparalleled, and the flavor is absolutely top-notch. Sanji turned his gaze towards the three members of the Chubawang family, shaking his wine glass with a wry smile. Honestly, I would much rather cook for Miss Nami than for you all. Luffy, devouring a hefty piece of meat, gnawed on the bones, crunching them with his teeth. It was evident that Luffy had transformed into a bald figure. Hey, Luffy, did you shave your head? Chubawang said somewhat nervously, tossing a grilled leg of meat towards Luffy. Luffy looked at Chubawang earnestly and grinned broadly. Thanks for the barbecue, Chubawang. Hee. Hair always falls out anyway. Better to embrace it than to suffer. I went ahead and shaved it all off, so now I don't have to worry about losing my hair anymore. Chubawang sighed and gazed upwards. Luffy, you truly bear a heavy burden at such a young age. Johnny seized the last piece of meat, prompting Luffy to react with urgency. That big piece of meat is mine. Johnny retorted, but you just ate some, didn't you? It's only fair that I get to have one too. But that was mine. Luffy protested. Let me have just one. It's not a big deal. Not possible. That belongs to me. Return it quickly. Can you eat some bean sprouts? No, that's mine, my meat. The ship suddenly swayed violently. Sanji struggled to pour fine wine into his cup, but found it impossible. Hey, you two, stop swaying around. The precious wine is going to spill. The expression on the face of the formidable Chubawang grew slightly tense as he sensed a violent tremor beneath the surface of the sea. Nami looked at Chubawang with a puzzled expression. It seems something is amiss with the sea. A strange sound began to emanate from beneath the water. Woo. Woo woo. Kaya pressed against the railing, gazing down below with a look of confusion. It seems something is lurking beneath the Mary. As soon as she spoke, the once pristine waters transformed into an inky blackness, as if ink had been poured into the ocean, staining it a deep shade of black. After a brief contemplation, Chu Bawang grinned and remarked, "It appears an intriguing creature has arrived." Moo, 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 moo. The inky waters surged dramatically, revealing the terrifying figure of the sea cow, Mo. Hailing from the Grand Line, the sea cow had been brought to the East Blue by Arlong. It was a colossal creature. To put it in perspective, the entire Mary was less than 1/10 the size of Mo. Even just its head was over 3 times larger than the Mary. Moreover, this monster possessed destructive power sufficient to devastate an entire village. However, Johnny's eyes widened in terror as he exclaimed, "What the heck? It's a sea beast." Luffy looked at the sea cow Mo with delight. It's beef. So big. Sanji, bewildered, exchanged glances with Mo. Is this really a cow? Ordinary cows can't swim. It must be a hippopotamus. Johnny, in shock, questioned, why would such a creature exist in the East Blue? That's a creature from the Grand Line. The Grand Line is a peculiar region in the pirate world. Its first half known as Paradise and the latter half as the New World. The geomagnetism, celestial phenomena, ocean currents, and atmospheric flows of the Grand Line are chaotic, making it challenging to ascertain one's position, let alone locate islands. Traditional navigation techniques and experiences are unreliable. Only the record and permanent pointers can be trusted. It is the most wondrous and perilous waterway in the world. For those from the 4 seas wishing to enter the Grand Line, they must either traverse the doldrums or pass through Reverse Mountain, which also serves as the entry point to the Grand Line. From Reverse Mountain, 7 magnetic forces extend outward. Initially, one may choose any path, but regardless of which island the magnetic force originates from, once a choice is made, it cannot be altered. One must proceed along the route from island to island. Ultimately, these 7 routes converge upon the archipelago of Baratie, where one may choose a new course in the New World, culminating at the island of Raftel, the endpoint of the Grand Line. The New World is governed by the 4 emperors, a treacherous maritime expanse. After the rigorous trials of the first half of the Grand Line, many pirates navigating this realm possess formidable strength, making it the most challenging and perilous sea. To vanquish all in this new world is to attain the title of Pirate King. The onlookers initially presumed that the sea cow, Moo, would assault the Mary, yet it remained motionless, fixated on Luffy and his companions. Nami, brimming with curiosity, inquired of Bartholomew Kuma, what is this creature plotting? Casting his gaze upon the sumptuous barbecue feast before them, Kuma replied, it must be drawn by our delectable cuisine. Luffy, indignant, pointed an accusatory finger at the sea beast, declaring, dare to steal my food, and even the King of Heaven shall feel my wrath. Gum pistol. Sanji too was displeased by Momo's audacity to covet their meal. Miss Nami's culinary delights are not for a mere sea creature to covet. Diable jam. Momo's massive form was indeed imposing, with considerable destructive potential. Yet, when faced with the wrath of both Luffy and Sanji, its fate was sealed. With a resounding crash, Sanji's kick landed on Momo's jaw, sending the colossal creature hurtling through the air, darkening the skies. Zoro awoke from his slumber to witness Mumu being flung hundreds of meters away. Excellent. Allow me to test my skill with the Duganine swords. The first sister draws forth, the unanticipated converges with humanity, humanity approaches the great abundance. The cycle turns from A to B, B to G, G to K, the convergence of the rat and ox, the dragon and snake, the horse and goat. Wind and thunder transform, mountains and marshes transform, water and fire transform. The heavens and earth clash, the tremors and exchanges collide, the Li and Sun clash. 3 increases become 5, 5 increases become 9. Swordbreaker style go? With a swift stroke, Zoro unleashed his blade, accompanied by an ominous whisper of wind and thunder. Mumu, with its tough hide, was suddenly lacerated, crimson blood spilling forth. The creature emitted a pained bellow as waves crashed violently around. It yearned to flee from this horde of seemingly demonic straw hat pirates. Yet, upon locking eyes with Kuma, its body became paralyzed, unable to move an inch. Tears of fear began to well in its eyes as instinct warned it that this human was a far greater threat than the swordsman who had severed its flesh. Mumu was on the brink of despair. Since when had such fierce beings emerged from the East Blue? How come each one possessed overwhelming strength? I am Mumu, a sea beast capable of obliterating an entire village. Sanji carried the flesh upon his shoulders, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Green algae head, splendid work. It appears we won't need to procure meat for quite some time. The flesh of sea beasts is exceptionally nutritious, perfectly suited for preparing a sumptuous feast for Miss Nami." Johnny gazed at Zoro with admiration, exclaiming, "Big brother, you are truly remarkable." However, Zoro merely shook his head slightly, his expression tinged with dissatisfaction as he replied, "It is still insufficient. My comprehension of swordsmanship has yet to reach even the elementary level. I am still far from meeting my master's expectations." The Overlord of Chu nodded gently and chuckled, "Continue your efforts and swiftly master the Duganine swords. Thereafter, you may attempt to learn the celestial flight." Zoro respectfully clasped his fists, gazing at the Overlord with admiration. "I understand, master. I shall strive to become the world's greatest swordsman, and I will not disappoint your teachings." Sanji unconsciously rubbed the tip of his nose. The green algae head has indeed grown increasingly formidable, although he and Luffy can easily overpower the sea beast, Mumu. The latter is remarkably resilient and tough-skinned, rendering them incapable of inflicting any substantial harm. At best, they can only make Mumu feel the sting of the blows. In stark contrast, Zoro astonishingly severed Mumu's body with a single strike. This is merely the introductory level of the solitary 9 swords. If perfected, would it not render one invincible across the Eastern Sea? By such reasoning, the swordsmanship of the Overlord truly rivals that of the Eagle Eye. Sanji was secretly astounded, and simultaneously, he cast a covetous glance at Zoro. The green-haired creature is remarkably fortunate, having become the unnamed disciple of the formidable chieftain. It is truly a source of envy and resentment. Nami pointed at the immobile sea beast, Mumu, her face displaying a hint of disdain. "Chieftain, how shall we deal with this sea beast?" As an elite officer of the fish pirates, Nami was well aware that Mumu was a minion of the fishman Arlong. This very beast had brutally devastated neighboring villages, leaving countless individuals in dire straits. Chieftain Chu's gaze swept over the manatee Mumu, which, to everyone's astonishment, shuddered visibly. Usopp, finally recovering from his shock, stared at Chieftain Chu with a bewildered expression, waves of astonishment crashing within him. Good heavens! It seems this sea beast is so terrified by a mere glance from Chieftain Chu that it dares not move. With swift strides, Chieftain Chu approached the railing, donning an innocuous smile. "Nami, I have a splendid idea. Mumu has always been a loyal henchman to Arlong. Can you imagine what Arlong would do if Mumu were to betray him?" Nami's eyes brightened at the thought. Arlong's actions towards humans were notoriously brutal, yet he exhibited a remarkable sense of loyalty towards his own kin. This is also the fundamental reason why so many fishmen were willing to follow Arlong upon his return to the East Sea from the Grand Line. Betrayal by one's own kind must indeed evoke a profound sense of rage, wouldn't you agree? I can already envision the fury etched across Arlong's face. For the fishman Arlong, Nami harbors both fear and loathing. She despises him for having murdered her adoptive mother, Belle Emery, right before her eyes. Yet, she also fears him. as his strength is overwhelmingly formidable. Now, an opportunity has presented itself to strike a deep blow against Arlong. What are your intentions, Bappa? Simply turning Mu into an ally would suffice. However, this sea beast possesses a certain level of intelligence, and I fear it may not comply easily. You need not worry. I have a clever plan. As soon as the words left his lips, a brilliant radiance illuminated the surroundings. In Bappa's hand appeared a resplendent golden orb. Luffy's eyes widened with excitement as he exclaimed, "Wow, how impressive. Bappa, are you performing magic? That little pill looks quite delectable." With a swift motion, Nami swung her iron fist directly at Luffy's head, her expression darkening as she reprimanded, "Luffy, don't interrupt." She then turned her gaze towards Bappa, her eyes softening as she tucked a stray hair behind her ear. "Bappa, please continue." Bappa cast a curious glance at Luffy's bruised head, truly intrigued by the peculiar shape of Luffy's skull. He held the dazzling golden orb aloft. A mighty roar, primal and fierce, emanated from within the orb, sending shivers through one's very soul. "What on earth is this?" trembled Usopp, quaking atop Sanji's head. Bappa chuckled softly in response. "The evolution golden core of the invincible overlord of the Star Doe Forest, the Azure Bull Python." Once again, Usopp quaked in fear. "What on earth is this?" Bappa continued with a smile. "The evolution golden core of the Azure Bull Python, a treasure I obtained during one of my lottery draws. In the Star Doe Forest of a certain continent, the Azure Bull Python reigns as one of the sovereigns of the core circle. A super soul beast from the same era as the Titan giant ape, it was severely injured due to the hunting by the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, and was compelled to sacrifice itself to Tang San. At the sight of the evolution golden core of the Azure Bull Python, Mu's eyes nearly bulged out of its sockets. Perhaps the intelligence of the manatee is not particularly high, yet its instinct as a beast is remarkably potent. An intuitive sense informs it that the diminutive golden core harbors unparalleled evolutionary power. Should it succeed in devouring this golden elixir, even the mightiest of marine monarchs would stand no chance against it. In this oceanic realm, it shall honor its master. Mu, Mu Mu. The manatee, Mu Mu, felt a stirring in its heart. Had it not been for the awe-inspiring presence of the formidable Chu Bawang, it would undoubtedly have recklessly seized the evolutionary golden elixir of the Azure Bull Python. A subtle smile graced Chu Bawang's lips as sunlight enveloped him, casting a profound radiance upon his figure. "Do you desire it?" Those 3 words echoed like an incantation in the ears of the onlookers. Luffy nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. "Yes, yes, yes." Nami, Sanji, Usopp. Indeed, this is quintessentially Luffy, ever eager to savor any delectable morsel. Usopp's mind swirled with questions and conjectures. The evolutionary inner elixir of the Azure Bull Python was undoubtedly a treasure of immeasurable worth, rare beyond compare. Based on my acquaintance with Bawang, he had likely never ventured beyond the village of Zillabu. Yet, how had he acquired such extraordinary swordsmanship and kicking techniques? Now, he presented such an enigmatic artifact as the evolutionary golden elixir. This fellow seemed to grow ever more mysterious. Chu Bawang loftily tossed the evolutionary golden elixir into the air, an act that appeared to be an act of charity towards Mu Mu, leaving the spectators in astonishment. Such a significant treasure, carelessly offered to a sea beast? Luffy gazed at the elixir being swallowed by Mu Mu, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Were it not for the predatory gazes of Chu Bawang and Nami, he would have surely snatched a taste of the Azure Bull Python's evolutionary elixir. Curious about its flavor, Mu Mu, Mu Mu. The manatee emitted a piercing roar, and the surrounding seas erupted with thunderous winds. It was as if the world was on the brink of apocalypse. Evolve Mu Mu. The slanting rays of sunlight illuminated the profile of Chu Bawang, revealing a confident smile gracing his lips. His eyes sparkled with a brilliance akin to that of a celestial being, momentarily captivating Nami. Mu Mu Mu, Mu Mu Mu, roar. The bellowing of Mu Mu startled Usopp, causing him to collapse to the ground. Even the ever-optimistic Luffy could not help but gape in awe at the miraculous spectacle before them. What did they behold? A terrifying creature, with the head of a bull and the body of a python, stretching 100 meters in length. In the next moment, Mu Mu spoke with human words. The entire merry-go swayed uncontrollably, and even the vast sea within a 50-mile radius resonated with a majestic, distant, and grandiose sound, as if echoing from the depths of ancient history. Master, Mu Mu, pays homage to the master. The expressions of the Straw Hat crew shifted dramatically. Kaya, in particular, was rendered pale and incredulous by the scene unfolding before her. An endless rumble of thunder enveloped the newly transformed sea cow. A magnificent figure gradually materialized from the hazy, radiant light. It was the azure sky bull python Moo Moo. Although Moo Moo had yet to make a move, an unprecedented sense of oppression tugged at the nerves of those present. An incredibly formidable power coursed through Moo Moo, surging within every muscle and vein, roaring with ferocity. The fierce sea wind howled, bringing with it the breath of history. The name Moo Moo did not quite please me. Perhaps we shall refer to you as Little Ching from now on. Furthermore, as a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years. You must possess the ability to transform, correct? Henceforth, you shall serve as my personal bodyguard. What say you to that? The crowd was in utter disarray. Yet, the Overlord of Chu regarded the towering monstrosity with an air of nonchalance. As you wish, master. The sea cow, now evolved into the azure sky bull python, had not only made significant strides on the physical plane but had also awakened a higher level of intelligence. She was acutely aware of who had granted her this rebirth. More importantly, she understood the dire consequences of letting this newfound power lead her to arrogance and a desire to challenge the Overlord of Chu. A flash of white light flickered, then gradually faded. The scene before them slowly came into focus. Silence reigned, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The Overlord could even discern the frantic beating of Sanji's heart and the sound of his nearly gasping breaths. What a beautiful girl, Sanji blurted out. Without a doubt, the transformed Moo Moo had become a strikingly attractive woman clad in green, now known as Little Ching. The Overlord of Chu felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that such a majestic creature would take on the form of a stunning female. Before him stood the azure sky bull python, or rather, Little Ching. Not only radiant and charming, but also adorably delicate, reminiscent of exquisite jade. Her features bore the subtle allure of a woman from a riverside village, with her eyes sparkling with intelligence and mischief. Her skin, as fair as snow, glowed with a rosy hue, resembling the morning dew upon fresh blossoms. An ineffable beauty that was both ethereal and enchanting. Kaya and Nami exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. The sixth sense of the Overlord of Chu hinted that both Kaya and Nami harbored a slight animosity towards the enchanting Little Ching before them. There is no way around it. The transformation of the little blue creature into human form is rather fantastical, resembling nothing like a mortal woman. Ahem, Little Blue. From now on, you shall attend to the daily needs of both myself and Koya. Do you have any questions? The formidable Chu Bawang cleared his throat slightly, attempting to mask his momentary embarrassment. Before this transformation, he had never anticipated that Mu would turn out to be a female manatee. Little Blue smiled gracefully, captivatingly beautiful. She complied with the command. Accompanied by Usopp's sharp intake of breath, the Straw Hat crew erupted into collective screams and uproar. The Mary instantly brimmed with fervor, as if it had exploded with enthusiasm. My heavens, a sea beast can actually assume human form? Moreover, it possesses such stunning beauty. How on earth did Bawang achieve this? To endow a sea creature with such remarkable intelligence. How could this be possible? In truth, it was not only Usopp and Sanji who were astounded and perplexed. Even Nami took a step back, her complexion paling. The frigid sea breeze struck them, almost threatening to shatter their bones. The world fell silent. The wind howled as the ocean churned and roiled, as if heralding the roar of a king. This was undoubtedly the most formidable ruler of the seas I have ever encountered, possessing intelligence rivaling that of humans. Yet, the existence of such a creature willingly choosing to follow Bawang, merely to serve as a caretaker, is beyond comprehension. This world seems increasingly irrational. It is truly quite mad. Meanwhile, approximately 100 nautical miles from the scene of the incident, at Arlong Park, the shark-headed structure towered majestically, with a pirate flag adorned with skulls and red-nosed sharks flying boldly in the wind, exuding an air of dominance. The fishman Arlong was engaged in a covert transaction with Colonel Mouse of the Navy. Thus, here is the share for this month. Please accept it. Arlong held a thick wad of paper bills in his hand, each worth 10,000 berries. Over the years, Arlong has plundered more than 20 villages in the East Sea, rapidly amassing immense wealth in a remarkably short span of time. His pirate crew rampages through the East Sea, yet no naval forces have taken action against them. The primary reason lies in the collusion between Arlong and the despicable Colonel Mouse from the Navy headquarters. Colonel Mouse, true to his moniker, possesses a countenance that is utterly unbecoming, with thieving brows and beady eyes. Even his laughter is exceedingly detestable. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Brother Arlong, your intellect is remarkably distinct from that of an ordinary pirate. You truly grasp the nuances of human relations, Colonel Mouse remarked, impassively pocketing a wad of belly notes. His deft movements indicated that this was not his first encounter with such dealings. Arlong the fishman erupted in a boisterous laugh, his expression menacing. On his left arm, he bore a tattoo of the fishman pirate crew, and across his chest, the emblem of the Sun Pirates. Haraha, Colonel Mouse, we are indeed kindred spirits. As long as you are willing to be my friend, you shall savor endless delights in the East Sea. Your understanding of this truth proves you to be a shrewd naval officer. Money is a marvelous thing, more trustworthy than anything else. Would you not agree, Colonel Mouse? Behind Arlong stood his formidable commanders, Kruby and Jayabura, their predatory gazes causing beads of cold sweat to form on Colonel Mouse's forehead. You are correct, Fishman Arlong. Arlong's tone grew increasingly arrogant. I have always harbored disdain for humans. However, individuals like you, who possess a sense of reason, are exceptions. Startled by Arlong's sardonic tone, Colonel Mouse rose abruptly. In that case, I shall take my leave. Arlong mockingly suggested, why not indulge in a drink or two before you depart? Relax a bit. That is unwise. A naval vessel on patrol docking at a pirate's island could easily lead to trouble. Arlong scoffed dismissively. Who would dare report to headquarters? I would slay them. Nevertheless, I must take my leave. As he departed, Colonel Mouse's thoughts darkened. Damn those foul fishmen. They are truly a repugnant lot. Yet, they are indeed a lucrative source of revenue. Not long after Colonel Mouse's departure, a commotion on the sea stirred unease within Arlong. Kruby, with a grave expression, gazed intently towards a distant point on the horizon, his eyes betraying a deep concern. Boss Arlong, do you sense that? Such a terrifying pressure, as though it emanates from a primal fear within our very blood. Jayabura concurred. It seemed as if some monstrous entity had emerged from the depths of the ocean. Not even the sea kings of the Grand Line have ever exerted such a fearsome aura upon me. Arlong shook off the stiffness that had begun to settle in his body, resolute in dispatching all reconnaissance fishmen to ascertain the cause of the upheaval in the sea. A sense of inexplicable unease lingers within me. The mermen are struck with profound astonishment. Even from such a distance, the formidable Captain Arlong is filled with trepidation. What manner of creature has emerged from the East Blue? Shortly thereafter, it seems that Captain Arlong recollects something. His fin-like fingers tapping restlessly upon the table. Our companion Nami appears to have been absent for an unusually protracted period. We must find a way to contact her. By the way, she is likely nearing her goal of gathering 100 million berries, isn't she? It is quite vexing. I, Arlong, shall never breach a monetary agreement. It seems I must once again enlist the services of this rodent to carry out some unsavory tasks for me. At the easternmost reaches, in Lobe Town, a location situated near the entrance to the Grand Line, the former Marine Admiral Zifa's pupil, Smoker the Smoke Man, gazes wide-eyed in astonishment. His aide, Tashiji, cannot help but feel a rush of alarm. This was the first time she had witnessed such a grave expression in Colonel Smoker's eyes. What troubles you, Colonel Smoker? Smoker, with his silver short hair and a long coat emblazoned with the word justice, donned wind-resistant goggles and wielded a weapon made of sea stone. He was a man of smoke, possessing the smoke fruit, capable of transforming into smoke, which could materialize and ensnare his foes. The significance of Lobe Town to the world government was profound, a testament to the triumph of justice and the sacred site marking the end of the notorious pirate King Roger's life of crime. The very fact that Smoker was stationed in Lobe Town attested to his formidable strength. Lobe Town was renowned as the gateway to the Grand Line. Any pirate from the East Blue seeking entry into the Grand Line must first endure Smoker's trial. In nearly a decade, not a single pirate had escaped Smoker's relentless pursuit, underscoring the terror of his prowess. Smoker slung his sea stone weapon over his shoulder and mounted his amphibious tricycle. Tashiji, I sense that a terrifying monster has emerged from the sea, and it may soon arrive at Lobe Town, stepping into the Grand Line. Do you lack confidence in defeating this creature as well? Smoker sighed inwardly, gazing out at the vast, tumultuous ocean. This world was on the brink of a cataclysmic upheaval. A world more tumultuous than the era of the great pirates was on the horizon. I have returned to the place where my nightmare began. As they approached Cocoa Village, Nami's heart grew heavier. Reflecting on the events of the previous day, she still felt as though she were in a dream. Beneath her seemingly cheerful facade lay the heart of an orphan. She had been adopted and raised by Belmere, who was once a member of the Navy. Nami had a strikingly beautiful sister named Nojiko, a girl of remarkable character. They once formed a blissful family. However, the ruthless Arlong pirates invaded Cocoa Village, demanding that the villagers pay with their lives. The tenacious and spirited Belmere clashed with the Arlong leader to protect the two children with no blood relation to her. Belmere was tragically slain by the fisherman Arlong, and even the scars on Jinzo were the handiwork of Arlong's subordinates. Sister, I have returned. This time, I will save Cocoa Village and ensure that everyone can live freely. At the moment she set foot back in Cocoa Village, tears welled in Nami's eyes as she embraced her sister Nojiko. Nami, it's such a relief to see you safely returned. Turning her head, Nojiko spotted the members of the Straw Hat crew, Zoro, Kaya, and Usopp. Sanji, unable to contain his eagerness, showered Nojiko with attention. Wow, the beautiful Miss Nojiko. You must be Nami's sister, am I correct? I am Sanji, the chef of the Straw Hat Pirates. However, Nojiko paid no heed to Sanji's flirtation, her gaze fixed intently on the formidable Chubawang. Her instincts informed her that Chubawang was not a member of the pirate crew. Yet, if that were the case, why was he entangled with such ruthless marauders? Moreover, it seemed that those pirates held him in high regard. Nojiko found herself perplexed by the convolutions of this situation. Nami, why do you associate with other pirates? Have you forgotten the heinous crimes committed against us by the fisherman Arlong? Nami's shoulders trembled slightly. She would never forget the deep-seated enmity between her and Arlong. It was that scoundrel who had murdered her and Nojiko's adoptive mother, Belmere, forcing the villagers of Kokoyashi Village into a living hell. Mr. Akin, adorned with a windmill atop his head, strolled over and gazed at Chubawang. Nojiko, they likely mean no harm. Please allow them to sit with us. Luffy exclaimed, wow, a spinning windmill on your head? That's incredibly cool. By the way, is there any delicious food in the village? I want to eat barbecue. Nami, Nojiko, Mr. Akin. The initially wary Mr. Akin and Nojiko felt a sense of relief. They were already aware of Nami's secret efforts to raise funds to buy Kokoyashi Village, and their hearts ached for her plight. Now that Nami had brought a band of pirates into Kokoyashi Village, there must be a compelling reason for it. Subsequently, Nami calmly recounted her experiences at sea, placing particular emphasis on her current relationship with Chubawang and the others. When Nojiko heard that Nami had acknowledged Chubawang as her Baba, her expression turned bewildered. Nami, you mean to say that this seemingly dashing young man is now your Baba? At this moment, Nojiko's cheeks flushed slightly. Why add an adjective in the explanation? Wait. Could there be an underlying story here? Why did Nami blush when mentioning Baba, just as she did? Huh. Why did I mistakenly call Baba by the wrong name? And how do I even know his name? This is all rather peculiar. The Overlord of Chu smiled gently. A smile as warm as the sun, capable of warming the hearts of those around him. In silence, even a Jin and Nuachi Gao found themselves instinctively setting aside their doubts and barriers. Nuachi Gao, you need not always regard me with such fervent eyes. I am merely accompanying my wife, Kuya, on a journey around the world, and we have chanced upon this place. It appears that my daughter is enduring great suffering. If that is the case, I shall liberate the village of Kokoyashi and dismantle Along's reign. The Overlord of Chu spoke with sincerity. This matter was merely a secondary concern. However, both Nokigo and Mr. Ajien were profoundly astonished by the nonchalant tone of the Overlord Chu. To liberate Cocoa West Village? To overthrow Along's reign? Just with the few of you? Xiao Qing pouted slightly, her expression one of discontent as she remarked, Humph. To think you do not believe in your master's words. I shall teach you a lesson. Nokigo was momentarily captivated, having never encountered a woman as ethereal as Xiao Qing. If one were to describe her, it could only be said that such a maiden should only exist in the heavens, rarely heard of on earth. Nokigo could not fathom why such a stunning woman would willingly acknowledge another as her master. Xiao Qing, cease this. Overlord Chu interrupted her reckless actions. Just as he intended to offer a thorough explanation, a cacophony of noise erupted from the doorway. Nami stepped outside, her heart filled with perplexity. How could the Navy be here? Moreover, it coincided perfectly with my arrival in Cocoa West Village. This is far too coincidental. Could it be that someone is secretly monitoring me? She recalled the words spoken by Overlord Chu on that day. Nami, you must be nearing 100 million berries by now, and I advise you not to harbor any illusions regarding Along's promises. For with greater hope comes greater disappointment. A slight shiver coursed through Nami's heart. For decades, the Navy had never come to Cocoa West Village to rescue them. Yet now, just as she was about to gather 100 million berries, they had arrived. What does this signify? Nami, even with the slightest effort, could discern that the situation could not possibly be a mere coincidence. Nevertheless, she restrained her excitement, forcing a smile as she gazed at the Navy colonel. Chirp, chirp, chirp. You must be the thief known as Nami, correct? According to our investigations, you have concealed all the treasures stolen from the pirates. Haven to you? The government is here to confiscate all your ill-gotten gains. Nami found this amusing. She harbored no affection for the Navy. It was truly surprising how fervently you are devoted to your duty of safeguarding the public, lacking the courage to confront the pirates. You seek to bolster your reputation by targeting a thief. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. I am a lieutenant of Arlong's crew. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, Arlong will not remain idle. The cunning gaze of Colonel Mouse darted about, and the 6 long whiskers at the corners of his mouth were quite unsettling. Little girl, do you think you can negotiate with me on equal terms? No, you are mistaken. Who do you think brought you here? Do you truly believe that the fishman Arlong stands on your side? Everyone search. All the loot stolen from the pirates belongs to the government. Nami was incensed. If she still did not comprehend Arlong's scheme by now, she would no longer be Nami. Monitoring my movements in secret, waiting until I was on the verge of gathering 100 million berries to buy Cocoa Village, only to have you seize all my efforts through the Navy. Arlong, your heart is truly ruthless. Nami's chest heaved with fury, clearly demonstrating her anger in that moment. Indeed, I should not harbor any expectations of you. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. In the past, for the safety of the Cocoa Village residents, perhaps I would have swallowed my pride and gathered the 100 million berries again. But the current Nami now possesses the courage to resist. I wield the Rui Jingu Bang, weighing a staggering 100,800 pounds. Nami reached into her hair, tightly gripping an embroidered needle in her hand. Colonel Mouse erupted into laughter. He expected Nami to employ some means of resistance, yet she merely produced a weapon no larger than a toothpick. Would Nami be all right? Kia observed Nami's simmering anger with concern. Rest assured, the power of the Rui Jingu Bang is such that a group of inept Navy officers is no match for Nami. Chu Bawang smiled. No Kigo, do not move, just enjoy the spectacle. No Kigo, who intended to stand, found himself seemingly immobilized, as if someone had pressed down on his shoulder. What is this? How did he manage to do that? No Kigo was engulfed in confusion, having lost control over his own body due to a single utterance. Rendered immobile. How could he have achieved such a feat? Nami lowered her gaze, refusing to acknowledge the grotesque visage of the mouse-like colonel. Is this truly the task that your navy ought to be undertaking? The crew of Arlong not only committed murder and arson, but also laid waste to an entire town. You must be aware of this, correct? To this day, they continue to dominate this island, trampling upon lives with impunity. Yet you choose to turn a blind eye to this calamity, seeking only to prey on the weak, rummaging for stolen goods from a common thief. Is this the will of the government? Merely a cowardly bully who fears the strong? The mouse-like colonel utterly disregarded Nami's fury, instead donning a mocking smile. You are nothing more than a mere thief. Spare us the grandiloquent rhetoric. What are you all standing around for? Get back to your search at once. Do you dare defy my orders? A whole squad of naval officers began to move towards Nami's orange grove. Nami's anger surged even higher, as countless souls across the island awaited the Navy's rescue. This group of scoundrels dares to ignore the true villains led by Arlong. Yet they seek to undermine my diligent efforts. Uncle can endure, but Aunt cannot. The Rui Jingu Bang, magnificent. In Nami's grasp, the Rui Jingu Bang suddenly grew to the height of a person, swirling with an ethereal wind that created ripples of circular air waves beneath her feet. The terrifying pressure instilled trepidation among all present. Colonel Mouse's pupils contracted sharply, his gaze fervently fixed upon the Rui Jingu Bang. Chittering. What a splendid treasure. Undoubtedly a remarkable artifact. If I could present it to my superior, promotion and a raise would surely follow. Ha ha ha. Come, seize the stick from her hands. Such a precious item should never be wielded by a mere girl. It must be the pirate's loot. Retrieve it and submit it to the state. With a leap, Nami wielded the Rui Jingu Bang with fierce vigor, instantly shattering the ambitions of a sycophantic Navy soldier eager to impress. The little thief cat bared her fangs in defiance. I will not allow you to lay your filthy hands on my orange grove. My money will never be handed over to you scoundrels. Those funds. Mr. Ajian could no longer suppress the fury within him, bellowing at the Navy. This child's money is meant to save Cocoa West Village. How can you bear to commit such an unconscionable act? You wretches have neither the qualification nor the right to take this money. Colonel Mouse, frenzied, danced upon the minefield time and again. What exactly are you insignificant beings rebelling against? How dare you, a mere island's police, raise your voice against me, a naval officer? Do you truly not comprehend the concept of rank and status? Nami's assault on the enemy suddenly halted, her gaze vacant as she looked at Mr. Akin. Mr. Akin, how did you know my intentions? The formidable Chu Bawang smiled gently. Silly child, they have known the truth all along. Ever since you publicly announced your desire to join Arlong's crew at the age of 7, your sister Nojiko informed the villagers of your true purpose for raising funds. They have always been aware that you were silently striving to save them. Nojiko's eyes softened at that moment. The villagers, repeatedly questioning her for the truth, ultimately learned of Nami's intentions to join Arlong's crew for the sake of saving the village. They merely pretended to be ignorant, fearing that when Nami sought to escape Arlong's clutches, their expectations would become her stumbling block. Yet Colonel Mouse remained oblivious, arms crossed behind him, his gaze dripping with ridicule. What on earth are you discussing? Are you implying that the entire village is filled with thieves, thus calling for our arrest? The king of Chu rose to his feet, his expression icy and resolute. Each of them fought for their very survival, a predicament entirely attributable to you unreliable conquerors. If you are unwilling to save this village, then swiftly depart from here. Colonel Mouse, without a glance at the king of Chu, continued to command his subordinates to seek Nami's treasure. Hey, you worthless lot. Have you not yet located that 100 million berries? It is not akin to searching for grains of rice. How can it be so difficult? Initially, there had merely been suspicion, but Colonel Mouse's words unequivocally revealed his collusion with the nefarious Arlong. Mr. Aji clenched his fists, trembling with rage as he demanded, "How do you know the specifics of the treasure?" Realizing he had inadvertently spoken too candidly, Colonel Mouse attempted to rectify his blunder, stroking his mustache and placing his hands in his pockets. Ha ha ha. 100 million berries. I merely conjectured there would be approximately that much. What's wrong? You all seem rather upset. Despite her prior suspicions, Nami felt a pang of disappointment. The last flicker of hope she harbored for Arlong had been extinguished. The king of Chu grasped Nami's trembling shoulders and softly assured her, "Fear not, as long as B is here, no one can bully you." What is a mere Colonel Mouse? Should he dare to provoke the daughter of this king, even the Navy headquarters would be shattered to pieces. Mr. Aji, equally incensed by Colonel Mouse's shamelessness, pointed an accusing finger at him and exclaimed, "You truly are a band of corrupt miscreants." Noki raised his voice in agreement. The Navy conspiring with pirates? How can you justify such actions in the name of the righteousness that lies behind you? Nami bit her lip, her eyes wide as saucers, intently glaring at Colonel Mouse. If it were possible, she would have dearly wished to eliminate him to protect the treasure that could save the villagers. We have found it. There is an abundance of wealth inside. One of the sailors, wielding a shovel, uncovered the wooden crates. And Colonel Mouse gazed in rapture as he pulled forth handfuls of gold coins and paper berries. This is magnificent. Just a little girl. Yet she managed to amass such riches. One sailor remarked, "It is all stained with blood and tattered." Colonel Mouse stroked his mustache with satisfaction, declaring, "No matter. Money is money. It can be used anywhere." Among this amount, a full 30%, amounting to a staggering 30 million Baileys, shall find its way into the pockets of Colonel Mouse. This was the pact between him and the fishman Arlong. Do not touch it. Do not touch it. Do not touch it. Nami seemed entranced, her steps leading her toward Captain Mouse. Noki, deeply concerned for her sister's safety, hurriedly rushed to Nami's side. She understood all too well the disastrous consequences that would ensue if Nami were to unleash her wrath, offending both pirates and the Navy alike. Captain Mouse drew the flintlock pistol hanging at his waist, his gaze icy as he regarded the swiftly approaching Nami. Akin grasped Nami's wrist, while Noki positioned herself protectively in front of Nami, attempting to quell her rising fury. Bang! The gunshot abruptly ceased. An imposing voice interposed itself between Nami and Noki. Sunlight cascaded downwards. The bullet spun through the air, emitting a fierce roar, yet it could advance not a single inch further. Clink! That was the sound of the bullet striking the ground. Chubawang had caught the bullet aimed at Nami and Noki with his bare hands. Nami stared in utter disbelief at Chubawang's figure. How could this be? It was a bullet. How could it be caught barehanded? Captain Mouse was taken aback, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. In this world, there are indeed individuals capable of catching bullets with their bare hands. What a terrifying level of reflexes and physical prowess this demands. Even the mightiest naval forces at the rank of vice admiral would struggle to achieve such feats with ease. Would they not? How painfully slow. Is it true that the so-called navy can only lurk in the shadows, striking from behind? The gaze of the formidable Chu Bawang remained eerily calm as he fixed his eyes upon Colonel Mouse. The latter's legs trembled uncontrollably, akin to chaff in the wind, his eyes brimming with sheer terror. Sanji extracted a lighter from his pocket, igniting a cigarette with an air of gentlemanly elegance, stating, "Miss Nami bears a burden of suffering far beyond that of ordinary souls. Allow me to alleviate her pain. Is there any greater happiness in this world?" Usopp pondered, resting his chin in his hand. "Culinary Casanova, I can easily discern your thoughts. Do you intend to strike a fatal blow against the navy? Such an act would forge an unbreakable enmity." Sanji retorted nonchalantly, "What is wrong with fighting for a beautiful woman?" Thunder rumbled in the sky, and Zoro, taking refuge beneath the shade of a tree, silently positioned himself behind Chu Bawang, unsheathing his sword. Wad Ikamanji. "Usopp, there is no need for further prattling. Our comrades have been trampled upon. Must we continue to endure in silence? That is not my way." It is worth noting that Zoro was left with but a single blade, for during his battle with Hawkeye, all his other weapons had been shattered by the swordsman. Without hesitation, Sanji stood to the left of Chu Bawang. Despite Chu Bawang's serene demeanor, Colonel Mouse could sense an overwhelming intent to kill emanating from his eyes. Could Chu Bawang be a benevolent soul inclined towards mercy? The answer, of course, is a resounding no. Otherwise, he would not have dealt such lethal blows to the likes of Bucky and the hypnotist. Anyone who threatens his loved ones and comrades is doomed to face death. Mr. Akin rallied his companions, and soon a multitude from the village had gathered. "Vile navy, detestable pirates, your atrocities must come to an end here," he proclaimed. "Comrades, let us arm ourselves and commence the battle together. Let us overthrow their tyranny, even if it costs us our lives. We shall seek justice for Nami." Nami, who genuinely sought to save the innocent villagers of Cocoa Village, would never allow anyone to harm her. This time, even if it means death. They are determined to fight to the bitter end against the fishman Arlong. In this moment, Nami is overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in her eyes, leaving her momentarily speechless. It is not just the Straw Hat crew, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp, but also the numerous villagers who roar in unison, led by the valiant Chu Bawang. They encircle Captain Mouse and his fellow sailors. Nami, suppressing the surge of emotions within her, wipes away her tears and exclaims with fervor, "Thank you. Everyone, thank you all. If we truly cannot defeat Arlong, I want to convey, even if we cannot vanquish him, at the very least, I would be honored to perish alongside you all." The villagers have endured enough of this life devoid of freedom. Although they vowed 8 years ago never to sacrifice their lives lightly, they are resolute. No matter how painful or humiliating Arlong's reign may be, as long as Nami can find happiness, they will persist in this protracted struggle. However, the exploitative actions of Captain Mouse have revealed to them the true nature of Arlong. The breakthrough for liberating the village has been completely sealed off, and Cocoa West Village now seems devoid of hope. Moreover, those despicable fishmen have the audacity to manipulate Nami's kindness. This has touched upon the villagers' most sensitive spots. If they wish to attain happiness, their only recourse is to resist. They must take up arms against the tyrannical reign of the fishman Arlong. Furthermore, the formidable strength of the Overlord of Chu instills in them a glimmer of hope to combat Arlong. The ability to seize bullets with bare hands transcends mere monstrous attributes. Does it not? Moreover, Nami is not alone. She is accompanied by her loyal comrades, the rubber-bodied Luffy, the sword master Zoro with his four-sword style, the black-footed Sanji, and the brave marine warrior Usopp, along with the ethereal beauty of the enchanting girl Ching. This group possesses the potential to become allies of the formidable king of Chu. What could possibly diminish their strength? You wretches, do you truly intend to oppose the navy? Colonel Mouse, filled with trepidation, brandished his flintlock in a futile attempt to intimidate the assembled villagers. The king of Chu raised a hand slightly, his expression one of utter indifference. "Villagers, are you prepared to engage in battle at a moment's notice? Are you willing to fight valiantly for this benevolent child, even if it means sacrificing your own lives?" Without a hint of hesitation, the villagers brandished their knives, forks, and clubs, collectively roaring, "We have long been ready. Charge forth. We stand ready for battle." With a sweeping gesture, Colonel Mouse, trembling with fear, barked, "Rebellion. All of you are in open defiance. I see you have all made up your minds to oppose the Navy. If that is the case, then prepare to meet your demise. As his words hung in the air, every firearm was aimed squarely at the King of Chu. Bang, bang, bang. The muzzles exhaled crimson flames, like demons seeking their prey. Yet, astonishingly, as the bullets approached the King of Chu and his companions, they could not advance even an inch, suspended in midair. What manner of ability is this? Why can the bullets not penetrate their target? Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of captivating purple demonic energy erupted from the King of Chu. Simultaneously, within his grasp, he clenched a shattered purple blade, fragmented into thousands of pieces. The demonic blade of 1,000 edges, an instrument of offense, devoid of defense. This is the fated weapon of the Shadow Assassin, ranked first in the Assassin Alliance leaderboard. This weapon is among the grand prizes that have sacrificed Luffy's good fortune. The surge of demonic energy rendered the countenance of the Overlord of Chu imbued with a sinister aura, slightly tilting his head. The Overlord cast a calm gaze upon Colonel Mouse. Are you seeking your own demise? That chilling voice, laden with an inexorable murderous intent, sent tremors deep within the bones of Colonel Mouse and the assembled Navy. Dozens of naval personnel, including Colonel Mouse, felt a bone-chilling fear that compelled them to shudder involuntarily. I am an officer of the world government, a colonel of the 16th Division. How dare you lay a hand on me? The Navy will never let you go. Colonel Mouse stammered, his legs quaking uncontrollably. With unwavering resolve, the Overlord of Chu advanced rather than retreating, his steps steady. Utterly dismissive of Colonel Mouse's threats, despair enveloped the colonel as he pondered the true nature of this being before him, a veritable human weapon, a demon emerging from the blood-soaked depths of hell. The palpable murderous intent, so frigid, invoked a profound sense of despair within him. What manner of being had he slain to forge such an icy will? The Overlord of Chu typically possessed a rather temperate disposition. Under normal circumstances, he rarely instigated conflict. However, should anyone dare to take his life or harm his comrades and loved ones, a serious conversation would indeed be warranted. Did this mere Navy colonel truly believe he could dominate the East Blue? Fire! Are you all just standing there waiting for death? Shoot! The demon blade of 1,000 edges loomed ominously. Colonel Mouse suddenly sensed the approach of death. His body bristled with fear, his trembling finger faltering on the trigger. Too slow. The Overlord of Chu sighed, shaking his head. Despite the Navy's immediate counterattack, hastily loading bullets and pulling triggers, their movements were still far too sluggish. In mere moments, thousands of purple shards surged forth like a tidal wave. Unmatched in demonic energy, they were unyielding. PSHHD. PSHHD. Blood gushed forth like a spring as the naval soldiers fell to the ground like wheat before the scythe. The fragments of the demon blade of 1,000 edges swept through, akin to locusts descending upon the land. Elite naval warriors, without exception, collapsed to the earth. Overlord, do you truly wish to oppose the Navy headquarters? Let me tell you. Colonel Mouse fell to the ground, his eyes filled with dread, casting furtive glances at the seemingly demonic figure of the Overlord of Chu. PSHHD. Regrettably, the formidable Lord Chu had no desire to heed the lengthy discourse of this scoundrel. A minuscule shard of a magical blade pierced the throat of Colonel Mouse. Perhaps, until the very moment of his demise. Colonel Mouse remained ensnared in a haze of confusion. What is the true origin of this tyrant? Why does he exhibit such audacity? How dare he erase the existence of this naval captain within the Eastern Sea region? What is the nature of that enigmatic purple blade? Why do his elite Marines show no sign of resistance whatsoever? He is filled with regret. Why did he assist along in plundering Nami's wealth? Had he not been so consumed by greed, perhaps he would not have encountered the fearsome Chu Bawang. Thousands of shards of the enchanted blade once again darted through the air. Moments later, the remaining Marines also collapsed, their vitality extinguished by Chu Bawang. To eradicate evil, one must be thorough. To uproot the weeds, one must eliminate the roots. This principle is well understood by the formidable Chu Bawang. The Straw Hat crew, who were poised to embark on a grand undertaking, found themselves utterly astonished at the scene before them, which resembled a hellish inferno. Gulp. It was Usopp who first swallowed hard. Zoro gazed enviously at the magical blade, Shinren, in Chu Bawang's hand, exclaiming in shock, "What on earth is this weapon? It is simply extraordinary. The ability to disassemble and reassemble. Does this mean it will never break?" Suddenly, Zoro felt that the sword in his hand, Wad Ikamanji, was far less appealing. Luffy, Nami, what are you still dawdling for? Let us present Colonel Mouse's corpse to Arlong as a gift for our meeting. In this matter, the formidable Chu Bawang did not permit the villagers of Cocoa West Village to intervene. After all, the burden of slaying the Navy was a responsibility far beyond their capacity to bear. Bawa. Nami's eyes brimmed with tears as she collapsed into Chu Bawang's embrace. How could Nami not comprehend the rationale behind such actions? Even though the deeds of Captain Mouse were exceedingly heinous, he remained an official member of the Navy. The act of killing an official Navy officer was a transgression grave enough to plunge the villagers of Cocoa Village into an abyss from which there would be no return. The Overlord of Chu gently rubbed Nami's left arm, causing the tattoo of the Fishman pirates to vanish without a trace. There, Nami, the tattoo has been erased. I promise that as long as I am here, no one shall bully you. Nami's gaze abruptly shifted to her left arm, where memories of her nightmarish past flooded back. Countless times, she had wished to rid herself of that tattoo. It had been her fervent dream. Now, at last, her dream had been realized. From this day forth, Cocoa Village would assuredly gain the right to freedom and survival. The villagers, unable to contain their overwhelming excitement, knelt before the Overlord of Chu. Benefactor Mr. Overlord, you are the great savior of our village. Benefactor, please allow me to pay my respects. Please allow me to pay my respects with a subtle gesture. The Overlord lifted his hand, and everyone felt as though clouds had risen beneath their knees, elevating their bodies. A miracle. A true miracle. Was it merely through thought alone that he could raise hundreds of kneeling villagers? How astonishing this is! Chu Bawang smiled faintly within, as if the sensation of being a savior was rather delightful. My esteemed companions, this is merely the initial step towards liberating Cocoa West Village. The true adversary remains the Fishman Arlong pirates. Now, let us together witness the moment of freedom. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, it is your turn to showcase your prowess. Half an hour later, the group arrived at Arlong Park. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, and the heavens roared. Boom, boom, boom. The poised Fishman Arlong shifted his gaze to the rocky wall beside him. In the next moment, the wall suddenly collapsed. Amidst the flying debris, Chu Bawang stood proudly. Behind him were Straw Hat Luffy, Zoro with his green mossy hair, Sanji the Blackleg, Usopp the warrior of the sea, and Nami, whose eyes glistened with tears. Arlong's henchmen, Kurubi and Chu, regarded Nami with a knowing glint in their eyes. The notorious Fishman pirate captain, Arlong, wore a grim expression. His gaze fixated ominously on Chu Bawang. Zoro casually tossed the corpse of Captain Mouse before Arlong and his crew. Hey, which one of you is Fishman Arlong? Step forward and meet your demise. Luffy shouted, shaking his fists in discontent. Nanny, how dare you lay a hand on a Navy officer? Kurubi exchanged a silent glance with Fishman Arlong. Despite possessing the strength to crush Captain Mouse effortlessly, they were not so reckless as to act foolishly. Killing a Navy captain would only invite insurmountable trouble upon themselves. Chu Bawang, maintaining a calm demeanor, surveyed the surrounding structures and replied with a light chuckle. It was merely the death of a rat. What is there to fuss about? Oh, so it was you who killed the rat. I thought as much. Those timid villagers could never accomplish such a feat immediately after. Arlong lowered his head, avoiding the fierce gazes of the crowd. Nami, now that you have returned to Cocoa West Village, why did you not inform us? As your comrades, we were ready to welcome you back in style. Moreover, did you bring so many people to challenge me? As his words fell, all eyes turned to the stern figure beside Nami. Bawang. Huh, why do I know his name? How peculiar. I accidentally called him by the wrong name. How infuriating. I just referred to that scoundrel as Bawang. I must eliminate this strange fellow. The imposing Fishman Arlong stood tall, stomping on the marble floor with such force that it created a massive crater in the solid ground. With a menacing tone, Arlong remarked, Nami, have I perhaps been too kind to you lately? Do you truly believe that a motley crew of insignificant individuals has emboldened you to defy my dominion? I am genuinely curious to know who has bestowed upon you this audacity. Could it be that in the recesses of your subconscious, I have always been perceived as a benevolent figure? Ha ha ha. How could the fearsome Dragon Lord possibly be virtuous? Have you imbibed too much? For Dragon Lord Arlong is no mere human. The cadre of the Fishman pirates erupted into raucous laughter. Had it not been for Arlong's admiration for Nami's cartographic skills, they would have surely dispatched her long ago. As for the group led by the Overlord of Chu, despite their seemingly formidable presence, they were regarded with disdain. It is crucial to remember that this is their sanctuary, Arlong Park. How many in the East Blue possess the audacity to act with impunity here? The Overlord of Chu sneered dismissively. Is the fishman Arlong truly so arrogant? A rodent that fled from the Grand Line to reign here in the East Blue. In my eyes, you amount to nothing more than a myriad. The previously unruffled fishman Arlong, upon hearing these words, felt his eyes blaze with fury. And he abruptly crushed the wooden chair beside him. How did this fellow come to know of my embarrassing moments? In the past, the fishman Arlong and one of the 7 warlords, the rotund Jinbe, clashed over their differing ideologies as they sought to seize control of the Sun Pirates. Unable to match Jinbe's formidable strength, Arlong had no choice but to retreat to the East Blue to recuperate. The words of the tyrant Chu struck a sensitive chord within Arlong, inciting his fisherman subordinates to rise in rebellion. You scoundrel Chu! How dare you provoke our boss Arlong? We shall tear you to shreds. However, before they could reach Chu, Sanji swiftly dispatched them with a kick, leisurely puffing on a cigarette as he declared, "You little lackeys. Begone. This is not a place for you to speak." He then silently positioned himself behind Chu, devoid of any sense of pride in his intervention. Zoro immediately felt a pang of regret, inwardly cursing, "Damn. This lecherous chef must be trying to curry favor with the master. Is he also aspiring to become an unnamed disciple of the tyrant Chu? There indeed exists such a possibility. After all, that extraordinary kicking technique is evidently superior to Sanji's heritage by several magnitudes. It is likely that the thin-skinned Sanji cannot bring himself to humbly seek tutelage from the Overlord of Chu, which is why he resorted to the underhanded tactic of flattering. Yet, it is I who am astute, seizing the opportunity to publicly acknowledge myself as a nameless disciple of the Overlord. At last, I have acquired the unparalleled swordsmanship. The truth has proven that without sacrificing one's pride, achieving great endeavors in life is an impossibility. Crocodile gazed at Nami with a serious expression, his face twisted in a scowl. Nami, I knew it would only be a matter of time before you betrayed us. Your greatest talent lies in betrayal. Arlong, unafraid, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze dripping with contempt. A mere handful of inferior races. What could they possibly achieve? Octopus Little 8 strolled over, pointing at the crowd. What a bunch of foolish beings. Brother Arlong couldn't care less about you. Having us little brothers is more than sufficient. Just as he spoke, Octopus Little 8 pinched his nose, expanding it into a trumpet-like shape. The sound of da-da-da-da-da echoed, a call to summon the sea cow. The sky suddenly darkened ominously. Octopus Little 8 laughed heartily. My comrade. Emerge and annihilate them. All shall become your bait. Come forth, Moo. The sea erupted with tumult, raising towering waves. The whirlpool engulfed Arlong Park, where Fishman Arlong, filled with pride, was about to utter some harsh words. Yet, the next moment, he was utterly astonished by the scene before him. This was not the Moo sea cow. What manner of creature are you? A thunderous roar resounded, causing Octopus Little 8 to fall to the ground in shock. Even Fishman Arlong could not help but gape in awe at the seemingly miraculous sight before him. What did they behold? A terrifying monster with the head of a bull and the body of a python, stretching 100 meters in length. In the next moment, the Moo, or more accurately, the azure bull python, Shao-Qing, spoke human words. The entire Arlong Park trembled, and even the sea within a 50-mile radius began to resonate with a grand, far-reaching, and magnificent sound, as if echoing from the depths of ancient history. Master, azure bull python, Shao-Qing, pays homage to you. The villagers' faces turned pale with shock. Noki Gao was particularly astounded, his face drained of color, filled with disbelief. An endless rumble of thunder surrounded the new form of Moo. A figure of imposing stature gradually became clearer amidst the hazy and dazzling light. It was the azure bull python, Shao-Qing, bowing in reverence to the Overlord of Chu. The merman Aaron was rendered speechless. Octopus Xiaoba was clearly summoning a manatee. So how did such a terrifying creature suddenly appear? That behemoth, towering hundreds of meters high, possessed the body of a python and the head of a bull. Merely casting a glance at it sent shivers through Aaron's very soul. This is the terrifying suppression stemming from one's bloodline. It is essential to understand that within the body of the azure bull python lies the mottled bloodline of the dragon clan. Not even the formidable Sea King, let alone the mere fishman along, can stand tall in the presence of true dragon blood. They must bow in submission. What could possibly be the reason behind this? Where has the sea cow gone? And from whence has this creature, possessing the body of a python and the head of a bull, emerged? All of this left Aaron in a state of utter bewilderment. However, Before he could regain his composure and devise a strategy, he felt as though he might shatter. In the eyes of Eren and his companions, the Azure Bull Python suddenly transformed into a youthful maiden, who further addressed Lord Chu as her master. A long pause hung in the air, as Eren and his companions gazed in disbelief, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Initially, he had presumed that the Azure Bull Python was a creature of unblemished royal lineage among the Sea Kings. However, it appeared that the Azure Bull Python's stature far surpassed that of the Sea Kings. After all, he had never encountered nor heard of a Sea King capable of transforming in such a manner. What instilled terror in Eren was the fact that the young woman who had transformed boldly referred to the Overlord of Chu as her master. Eren's gaze was fixated intently on the Overlord. Xiao Qing, visibly displeased, cast a sidelong glance at Eren and softly commanded, "Kneel when you speak." "You." Eren was overcome with fear. Just as he intended to retort, his knees felt as if they were laden with lead, rendering him utterly immobile. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, landing in a most undignified manner. Xiao Qing, somewhat satisfied, nodded slightly before turning back to the Overlord of Chu, maintaining an air of utmost reverence. "Damn it, what manner of power is this? Why must I kneel before a mere human? This primal fear, emanating from the depths of my very bloodline, leaves me with no capacity for resistance." Eren struggled to comprehend what monumental feat the Overlord of Chu had accomplished that compelled such an extraordinary being as Xiao Qing to acknowledge him as her master. Without a hint of courtesy, the Overlord of Chu placed his foot squarely upon Eren's face. "What is this? You seem rather unwilling to accept your fate, do you not? Are you reluctant to be trampled by your own comrades?" "Comrades? What comrades?" The truth began to dawn upon Eren. The disappearance of the sea cow. The birth of the Azure Bull Python. There must be an intricate connection here. The puppet master undoubtedly relates to the human before us. Could it be that the Azure Bull Python has slain the manatee Mo? Arlong struggled to rise, yet it felt as though a colossal mountain bore down upon him, filling him with utter despair. "What have you done to Mo? I shall not spare you for daring to harm my companion." Krubi, Geo, the octopus Xiaoba, and numerous cadres were left dumbfounded. Their leader, Arlong, the captain of the Fishman pirate crew, was actually being trampled underfoot by another? Krubi's eyes turned a fierce crimson as he brandished his blade and charged at the Overlord of Chu. He had yet to comprehend the disparity in strength between them. Clang. There was no need for the Overlord of Chu to intervene. Zoro had already blocked Krubi's fierce assault. "Leave this little scoundrel to me. It is the perfect opportunity to test the fruits of my recent training." Slightly adjusting the angle of his blade, Zoro assumed the stance of his three-sword style. "The pirate hunter, Roronoa Zoro? It is truly unimaginable that even you have become a pawn for another." Zoro's reputation in the East Blue was indeed formidable. Thus, when he drew his three swift blades, Arlong's crew recognized his identity. However, they were taken aback. Isn't Zoro a three-sword style swordsman? Why does he wield four blades? Hiss. Could it be that Zoro has now mastered the four-sword style? This is truly not encouraging news. Lackeys? Haha, your ignorance knows no bounds. I am now an unnamed disciple of the great Lord Bawang. Whoever dares to insult my master shall face my wrath. Krubi was momentarily taken aback. An unnamed disciple? The esteemed bounty hunter has indeed become a nameless apprentice to another. This matter strikes one as exceedingly bizarre. Had I not witnessed it firsthand, Krubi would never have believed that the typically aloof and haughty Zorong would so proudly proclaim himself as an anonymous disciple of another. This is truly absurd. Akin to a king acknowledging a beggar as his godfather. Regardless of your identity, you have insulted the formidable Arlong, and for that, all must perish. Krubi surged forward, charging at Zoro. "Since you seek to obstruct me, I shall strike you first." The woman in green was perceived by Krubi as the most perilous adversary. Even Arlong had been subdued to his knees before her. Yet, Krubi was convinced this was merely the result of her sorcery. If only the woman would engage, Arlong would surely break free from his constraints and claim victory in this confrontation. Zoro cast a disdainful glance at his opponent, adopting a stance akin to drawing a sword for a decisive strike. "Allow me to test my blade upon you." With a sword thrust from the west, like a celestial being descending from the heavens, the ethereal and graceful swordplay seemed as if it had descended from the very heavens, an extraordinary display of skill. Though it appeared to have form, it transcended the confines of both form and no form. While it possessed form, it surpassed no form in its sheer dominance, perfectly embodying the union of man and sword, of heaven and humanity. In that fleeting moment, Zoro emanated an aura of nobility, solitude, tenacity, and an otherworldly elegance, untouched by the mundane. Though he had only grasped the rudiments of this technique, it sufficed to obliterate Kyuubi. Should you wish to master the sword, you must understand that a true swordsman must be sincere to the sword itself, rather than to humanity. This was a lesson imparted to Zoro by the great warrior, Chu Bawang. At this moment, he let out a soft sigh, and the sword in his hand transformed into a streak of flying rainbow. With a sword thrust from the west, like a celestial being descending from the heavens, blood splattered. Kyuubi was defeated, kneeling upon the ground like a condemned sinner. The crowd erupted in exhilarating commotion. One strike, merely one, had it truly vanquished Kyuubi. This man is utterly terrifying. It is beyond belief that such a formidable swordsman is merely an unnamed disciple of the tyrannical Bawang. I cannot fathom the extent of power possessed by the master, Bawang. If even an unnamed disciple is this powerful. Octopus Xiaoba and other high-ranking officials stood agape, gazing at the resplendent scene before them. Kyuubi had fallen, annihilated by Zoro, whom they had so scorned. Trembling in fear, they looked towards Chu Bawang as if gazing upon the grim reaper. Ah, how detestable these humans are. I shall surely slay you. Everyone, attack and eliminate Bawang. Though Arlong remained pinned to the ground by the overwhelming bloodline pressure of the woman in green, his eyes were filled with rage. He roared furiously, issuing a deadly command. Valuing his comrades is one of the few redeeming qualities of the fishman Arlong. You lot, go and slay that woman wielding sorcery to rescue our leader, while the rest of you deal with Bawang. We are numerous, each one a valiant warrior of the fishman tribe, and even if the tyrant possesses celestial powers, he is destined for death. Together, let us vanquish this instigator and avenge Lord Kyuubi. Kill. The fishmen pirates, by nature ferocious, became even more frenzied upon witnessing their comrades slain by lowly humans. This is dire. Their numbers are overwhelming, and the villagers are in peril. Sanji and Zoro felt a sense of urgency. With so many pirates, it is exceedingly difficult to ensure the villagers' safety. What shall we do if the tyrant lays blame upon us? Does their multitude truly confer power? Tyrant Chu let out a boisterous laugh. A bunch of trash, no matter how many, remains trash. With a heavy stomp, Tyrant Chu surged skyward with astonishing speed. The fishmen pirates gazed up in terror. How could a mere human leap so high? With his feet suspended, he emanated an aura of dread, as if a deity had descended. He regarded the fishmen pirates with disdain, looking down upon all. Navy 6 styles, finger gun. He extended his index finger and forcefully jabbed downward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The hardened finger pierced through flesh like lightning. Swift. It was alarmingly fast. The fishmen had no time to mount any defense, their heads bursting like ripe melons one after another. In the blink of an eye, over 100 members of the fishmen pirates lay dead. Even those fortunate enough to survive were left grievously injured, their existence a torment. Tyrant Chu has always shown no mercy towards his foes. No. Fishman Arlong's lips bled profusely as he knelt helplessly, watching his comrades being slaughtered. Arlong was on the brink of madness. Such formidable fingers. The cunning thief Nami's heart raced wildly. Her gaze fixed on the swiftly extending finger of Tyrant Chu. This is hardly a paradise for the fish folk. This is nothing short of a merciless massacre, transforming the realm into a veritable hell for the fishmen. Yet, no one mourns the demise of the fishmen. They have dominated Cocoa West Village for nearly a decade. Over the past decade, there has been no sign of restraint. The rampant destruction and pillaging have been utterly heinous. These miscreants have long deserved to be cast into the depths of hell. Had it not been for the invasion of the Cocoa West Village by these pirates, how could Nami's adoptive mother, Belmere, have lost her life? Quick, look, Mr. Bartholomew Kuma has finally made his move. My heavens, is he a monster? With but a single strike, he has vanquished the entire fishman pirate crew. The fingers of Mr. Kuma must be harder than steel, effortlessly piercing the heads of the fishmen. Such power. Mr. Kuma is the savior of Cocoa West Village and our guardian spirit. We bow to you. The villagers, having endured oppression for far too long, were overwhelmed with emotion and knelt in reverence to the mighty Kuma. Rise, all of you. Do not kneel. Even the King of Heaven has perished. No one is worthy of your submission, roared Mr. Kuma, his voice like thunder. Thus, the villagers found themselves unable to bow any longer. It was not that they did not wish to kneel. Rather, it felt as though a cushion of soft cotton had appeared beneath their knees, rendering them incapable of doing so, no matter how much strength they exerted. Mr. Akin, Please stand up. Mr. Kuma despises those lacking in spirit, Nami urged, assisting both the village chief and Akin to their feet. Mr. Kuma. The villagers were instantly moved to tears, wiping their eyes as joy streamed forth. How magnificent! Truly magnificent. Having saved an entire village, he remains utterly humble and unassuming. Is there anyone in this world more endearing than he? Akin raised his arm and proclaimed to the villagers, Mr. Kuma does not wish for us to perform such honors. Yet we must keep this in our hearts. Let us all bow to Mr. Kuma together, with precision and unity. The villagers lowered their heads in a solemn bow to Mr. Kuma and the Straw Hat crew. The atmosphere grew intensely solemn. For a moment, even the ever-brave Luffy was taken aback by the gravity of the occasion. He removed his straw hat, revealing his shining bald head, and joined the villagers in their respectful bow. Nami, being one of their comrades, felt the weight of their collective suffering in her homeland, yet her captain remained inactive, requiring Mr. Kuma to intervene against the nefarious dragon pirate crew. This filled Luffy's heart with profound guilt. This time, the formidable Chu Bawang did not hinder the villagers from paying their respects to Luffy as a savior, relishing in the adoration and admiration of ordinary people, satisfying one's modest vanity. What wrong could there be in that? None at all. The master is indeed a master, effortlessly winning the hearts of the populace and soothing their spirits. There remains much for me to learn from him. Zoro, with a stray blade of grass between his teeth, broke into a grin. This conclusion is simply splendid. I am enamored. Usopp and Sanji exchanged glances, both feeling a profound sense of honor in standing shoulder to shoulder with Chu Bawang in battle. They could envision a future where Chu Bawang would undoubtedly stir the winds of the world, becoming a dazzling star of an epic. At that moment, to boast to others about having fought alongside Chu Bawang would surely incite envy. If only Chu Bawang could refrain from killing that rat lieutenant and avoid opposing world domination, it would have been utterly flawless. The mere thought of that rat lieutenant, slain by Su Song's blade, caused the expression of the cunning cat, Nami, to darken. In her fervor to vent her anger, she had been unable to prevent Bawang's actions. Killing a professional Navy officer would likely land them on the Marine headquarters blacklist, would it not? Nevertheless, Nami bore no regrets. Even if given the chance to relive that moment, she would still choose to fight alongside Chu Bawang and slay the rat lieutenant. Cunning cat, what do you see? Chu Bawang's large hand rested gently upon Nami's small head as he gazed into the distance at the towering office buildings. A bloodstained quill fell before Nami. She was taken aback. Luffy was equally stunned. Cunning cat, what do you see? Chu Bawang's large hand rested gently upon Nami's small head as he gazed into the distance at the towering office buildings. A bloodstained quill fell before Nami. She was taken aback. Luffy was equally stunned. Luffy picked up the quill, now marred with splotches of blood, his expression darkening. This pin is soaked in blood. Damn you. Arlong. The villagers glared at the fisherman Arlong with fiery eyes. The battle had been so fierce that this pin had plummeted from the office building. In her childhood, Nami had been imprisoned within that very building, weeping as she sketched sea charts. Her delicate, tiny fingers were ill-equipped to bear the heavy workload, resulting in the white quill being tainted with blood. You bunch of scoundrels, if you have the capability, face me fairly without using sorcery. I tell you, I am Arlong, destined to seize the world's dominion. When I master these sea charts and know the oceans of the world like the back of my hand, we fishmen shall have no rivals, and the world will become my empire. The stepping stone to conquering the world lies upon this island in the East China Sea. Can you truly exploit this woman with such efficiency? The merman errant seethed with impotent rage, his eyes bloodshot, wishing fervently to slay everyone present with a serrated knife. Silence. The formidable King Chu issued the command without so much as a glance back. Slap. The breathtakingly beautiful Ching struck Eren with a resounding blow to the face. Blood and teeth erupted in a gruesome spray. The force of that slap was truly tremendous, shattering the teeth of the fishman Arlong. Xiaoqing, did I ever instruct you to cease? The indifferent tone of Lord Chu echoed through the air. Xiaoqing recognized her error. She paused for a moment, her face filled with remorse. Slap, slap, slap. With each strike Xiaoqing delivered to the vile dragon, blood mingled with shattered teeth erupted forth. Initially, Arlong maintained his bravado. However, it was too long before his shark-like teeth amassed into a small mountain. Arlong, utterly deflated, dared not utter a single harsh word. Dare to curse? One swift slap in return. Dare to curse again? 2 more slaps would follow. I shall see whether your defiance holds up against my fist. If I do not teach you a lesson, will you truly believe that my esteemed goddaughter is easily trifled with? Even if one must be bullied, let it only be by me. Should someone else attempt it, I would not hesitate to drag you down from your lofty perch. Even if you were the king of heaven. Baba. Nami rushed into Lord Chu's embrace, tears welling in her eyes. As an orphan raised by Belmere, she had never experienced the warmth of paternal love. Yet at that moment, she finally comprehended the meaning of a father's love is as steadfast as a mountain. The twisted seed of affection was thriving in the dark corners of her heart. Enough of the tears. Baba will show you something wonderful. Something wonderful? Indeed, something wonderful. Lord Chu grinned widely, gesturing gently. Tiger Fool Su Chu, come forth and entertain everyone. Thud, thud, thud. The distant sound of galloping hooves echoed. A raging inferno ignited, turning the entire night into a fiery spectacle. There appeared a mighty steed, its hooves ablaze as it galloped forth. The horse was colossal, towering as high as a two-story building. Yet, what astonished the onlookers even more was that the rider was even more magnificent than the horse itself. It was a giant clad in resplendent crimson armor. With a single hand, he wielded a colossal siege hammer, his robust physique instilling a sense of dread, though he had not yet arrived. The overwhelming aura he exuded had already shaken everyone to their core. My heavens, is he one of the giants from the Grand Line? This presence is utterly terrifying. No, this cannot be a giant from the Grand Line. Did you not hear? This is unmistakably the guardian spirit of Lord Chu. But what of that horse? It is so daunting. Surely it won't trample us underfoot. I now understand. Lord Chu is indeed a divine being incarnate. The power of a god is beyond our comprehension. The villagers were all paralyzed with fear. Despite knowing that it could very well be the grand scheme of the formidable Chu Bawang, they instinctively recoiled, surrendering to their primal dread. Boom. The fearsome warrior Su Chu mounted his steed. As he casually set down the immense siege hammer, the ground trembled beneath its weight, causing a collapse. Such a heavy hammer that it could cave in the very earth. Usopp's lips twitched, utterly astonished. It was terrifying, even with my strength. I would likely be unable to lift that hammer. Zoro fixed his gaze intently upon the colossal instrument. What a magnificent hammer. What a striking horse. I want one too. Luffy's eyes sparkled with wonder, his visage adorned with awe. Yet, it was evident that this foolish lad was fixating on the wrong aspects. While the crowd continued to discuss the hammer and the giant steed, Su Chu knelt on one knee, his fists pressed together in a formal gesture of respect. He addressed Chu Bawang with a ceremonious bow, the resounding echo reverberating through the air. Su Chu pays tribute to the Lord. May I inquire what business the Lord has summoned Su Chu for? A collective gasp arose from the onlookers. The Lord? Could it be that the esteemed Bawang was indeed the master of this terrifying giant? My heavens, Bawang has taken a giant as his warrior servant? This is utterly astonishing. Could it be that even the giant race has succumbed to the might of Lord Bawang? The fierce warrior Su Chu stands ready to heed the call. Lord Bawang smiles subtly, clearly pleased with the spirit he has summoned to protect him. He possesses a total of 7 such guardians. There is no remedy. After all, luck has favored Lord Bawang, granting him the formidable 10 halls of Yenluo cannon from the realm of Soul Street. As you command, my lord, I shall not falter. Su Chu responds, his voice resonating like thunder, reverberating in the ears of the onlookers. The villagers instinctively retreat 3 paces, fearful of being inadvertently crushed by the mighty Su Chu. Then let us proceed. Lord Bawang gestures towards the office building that once held Nami captive. Su Chu, demolish it. No matter what, you must reduce this prison to rubble. The fishman Arlong is left in shock, struggling to comprehend why such a terrifying fire giant was summoned merely to obliterate a small office building. What could Lord Bawang possibly gain from exerting such effort? Understood. Su Chu replies, unwavering in his loyalty to his lord's will. He rises once more, his towering figure ablaze with fiery determination. He cares not whether this demand is excessive, as long as it is the command of his lord. He shall flatten even a mountain into a plain today. This is Su Chu, the tiger enthusiast, unparalleled in loyalty and righteousness. The ground trembles, the earth shakes. Su Chu leaps high, wielding a colossal siege hammer, the white tassel on his helmet transforming into a blazing flame. The intensity of that fire is so fierce that the onlookers cannot endure it, retreating several dozen meters to find some respite. A formidable aura of slaughter radiates from him, waves of energy violently pulsating from beneath his feet. The murderous intent that envelopes him is overwhelmingly potent, making one ponder the countless lives he must have taken to cultivate such a terrifying presence. Zoro's expression stiffens. Among those present, he is the most attuned to the aura of death. Having once been a bounty hunter of pirates, he carries the weight of many souls lost under his blade. Gradually, whenever he draws his sword to confront an enemy, an instinctive, chilling aura emanates from him. Yet, Zoro abruptly realizes that the murderous intent he has cultivated pales in comparison to that of this giant warrior. The intensity of that aura seems poised to pierce the heavens, instilling a bone-deep chill. Zoro is filled with curiosity. How could such a fearsome warrior have been subdued by the mighty king of Chu? Such a valiant and unparalleled warrior is not easily subdued. Zoro's query mirrors Usopp's confusion. As far as he knows, for over a decade, the formidable Chu Bawang has remained in the village of Zilabu, never venturing far from home. With a resounding roar, Chu swung the colossal siege hammer with ferocious vigor, delivering a mighty blow to the office building. Crack, snap, boom. Countless shards of marble tumbled to the ground as the structure shattered like a spider's web. Following a tremendous crash, the office building was cleaved in twain by Chu's single strike. The villagers stood in stunned silence. The might of this giant is rather terrifying, isn't it? With just a single swing of its hammer, it has cleaved a 50-meter-tall skyscraper in twain. This stronghold, painstakingly constructed by the fishman Arlong over nearly a decade, has been reduced to ruins by a mere blow from you. It is truly inconceivable. Such terrifying power could easily rival that of the giants. Who, pray tell, is the formidable mister that has tamed him? It goes without saying, it must be sheer brute force. While this giant possesses sufficient strength to be intimidating, I dare assert that if Mr. were to unleash his full might, he could easily overpower him. This argument holds merit. Mr. S' ability to recruit such a fierce warrior certainly indicates that he possesses strength and charisma comparable to his own. Arlong, utterly stunned, stood with eyes vacant like those of a lifeless fish. He had initially contemplated challenging or even slaying the formidable, but now, even a mere subordinate of could easily best him. How could he possibly contend with? By sheer stubbornness? Do not jest. No matter how obstinate one is, can they match the hardness of shark teeth? Boom, boom, boom. Within a mere 30 seconds, Cocoa West Village trembled as if it had experienced an earthquake. Yet, in truth, this was merely the aftershock of Chu wielding the siege hammer to demolish the office building. My lord, are you satisfied with this outcome? If not, Chu can continue to strike until it is reduced to nothingness. Chu is a relentless warrior. Since commanded the destruction of this building, he would execute the order with unwavering diligence. Fragments of the sea chart fluttered down upon Arlong Park, gradually turning to ashes under the glow of flames. Along with it, Arlong's ambitions were entirely consumed. This was the very sea chart he had spent 8 years gathering. With it, he could discern the locations of hidden reefs and waterspouts. Leveraging the fishman's aquatic prowess, he could easily dominate the entire East Sea. Indeed, he could extend his dominion across the entire Grand Line. It is crucial to understand that even the mightiest of the Yonko cannot withstand the forces of nature. Yet now, Arlong's envisioned empire of ambition shatters like glass with each resounding strike. Thank you. As the crowd fell into stunned silence, Nami's tears streamed down her face. Unable to suppress her sorrow, among all present, only Nami comprehended why commanded the brutish Chu to publicly demolish the office building. All of this is to care for her goddaughter. The office building of Arlong Park symbolizes the deepest nightmares within Nami's heart. In her childhood, she spent countless helpless and frigid nights here. She tirelessly worked on the sea charts, solely to ensure the safety of the villagers and to prevent those she cherished from falling victim to Arlong's malevolence. It can be said that this office building represents an insurmountable inner torment for Nami, a prison, a shackle, a fetter. Yet now, this prison has been utterly dismantled by the formidable strength of the Overlord of Chu. Nami has achieved a profound liberation of her spirit. To her, this was the most profound spiritual redemption in history. Although it may seem somewhat absurd, every action was taken by the valiant Chu Bawang to cater to Nami's delicate emotions. How could Nami possibly be oblivious to such heartfelt intentions? Chu Bawang affectionately ruffled Nami's hair and chuckled. Why are you crying? As my goddaughter, I certainly know how to assist you. It is precisely because of the existence of this room that you have been unable to leave Cocoa West Village with ease. Wherever you do not wish to remain, I shall obliterate it entirely for you. In front of everyone, Nami planted a gentle peck on Chu Bawang's cheek, her eyes brimming with tears. Baba, thank you. The onlookers merely assumed that Nami was overwhelmed with joy, attributing her outburst to her excitement, without delving further into its implications. Yet, deep within, Nami was acutely aware that her heart could no longer harbor affections for any other man. Even if this man were already married, it mattered not. She would devise every means possible to remain by his side, in her quest to stay close to Chu Bawang and explore the world together. She had even resorted to the cunning ploy of claiming to be his goddaughter. What else could she possibly forsake? Mr. Bawang, you truly are a remarkable gentleman. Sanji salutes you with a cigarette. Alas, Nami had arrived a moment too late. Mr. Bawang was already claimed. It was unclear when it had begun. But the nightly Sanji had quietly lit a cigarette, his gaze flitting between Nami and Chu Bawang. Did we win? The dragon paradise lay in ruins. We have truly triumphed. The destruction of Fishman Paradise had decisively shattered the fears harbored by the villagers. They had never experienced such a sensation. Tonight's moonlight was exceptionally clear and enchanting. Chu Bawang spread his arms wide and exclaimed, "What are you all standing around for? Let the celebration commence." The villagers could not help but break into smiles. Zoro's two companions, Johnny and Joseph, were so exhilarated that they clasped hands and began to dance the cha-cha. Although this battle had little to do with them, their spirits soared. Mr. Bawang, how should we handle these two Marines? The doctor from Cocoa West Village approached Chu Bawang, leading a dozen righteous Marines. It became evident that not all Marines were as morally bankrupt as Captain Mouse, who spared no one, including the common folk. These naval officers, during the invasion to search for the Orange Fields, were the only ones unwilling to lay hands on the villagers. Were it not for this, they would have long met the same fate as Captain Mouse, becoming mere corpses. What is your name? Lord Chu pointed casually at a naval officer sporting a squad leader badge. My name is George, stammered the self-proclaimed George, trembling in fear. He had witnessed the horrifying moment when Lord Chu dispatched Captain Mouse. The seemingly harmless individual before him had the audacity to slay a naval captain. Thus, he dared not entertain any thoughts of resistance. Given that you have not behaved as atrociously as Captain Mouse by firing upon innocents, I shall spare your lives this time. Upon your return, ensure that you know how to report to your superiors. George's lips quivered as he apprehensively replied, I am but a foolish man. I beseech you. Lord Chu, please enlighten me. With responsibilities above and below him, he naturally wished to avoid dying here in vain. Moreover, several of his comrades had entrusted their lives to him. To survive, they would certainly not wish to accompany Captain Mouse in death. It was I who killed the fishman Arlong. Captain Mouse, too, met his end at my hands. Those naval soldiers who sought to fire upon civilians were also slain by me. Lord Chu remarked coldly, patting George's face with a chilling smile, You have witnessed my power. Do not attempt any tricks. If I desire to kill, not even a naval admiral could save you. Now, go and deal with the remnants of the fishmen. Take them to the naval headquarters to claim your reward. Perhaps you might even rise in rank and acquire some wealth. George and his companions instantly brightened at the prospect. Indeed, capturing Arlong's pirate crew would surely lead to promotions and fortune. As for Captain Mouse, he had simply reaped what he sowed. Unprovoked, he dared to fire upon innocents, making him an exemplary case of what not to do within the naval headquarters. Observing their reaction, Lord Chu decided not to further trouble these naval officers. He excelled at wielding both the rod and the sweet date, employing such methods with finesse. Well, it seems we lack the time for a celebratory feast. We must depart from Cocoa Village swiftly, otherwise it will only bring you trouble. Lord Chu waved his hand, signaling a final decision. As a murderer, it was certainly unwise to maintain ties with the villagers of Cocoa Village, lest it arouse the suspicions of the Navy. Should all the villagers be deemed accomplices in the killings, it would lead to a far greater calamity. With deep admiration and reluctance, the villagers of Cocoa Village bid farewell to Lord Chu and the Straw Hat crew. Meanwhile, the legendary journey of Lord Chu and the Straw Hat crew was only just beginning. At the naval base of Captain Mouse, Moses, is this the naval headquarters? This is the 16th Division stationed at the Eastern Sea Naval Base. I am Captain George, identification number 889615. Hello, this is the naval headquarters. There is urgent news to report. The highest leader of our division, Colonel Mouse, has been assassinated. Please issue a warrant for his capture. What? The supreme leader has been killed? Please elaborate on the details. This is a grave offense that warrants execution for treason. Who dares to commit such an audacious act? To assassinate an official of the Navy. George passionately conveyed a meticulously prepared report to the naval headquarters. The lives of his comrades rested in his hands, and he dared not defy the will of the mighty Chu Bawang. He had to meticulously detail every aspect as per Chu Bawang's demands. By the time he concluded his report, cold sweat had drenched his palms, fearing he might reveal a flaw. The naval headquarters remained silent for a considerable time, seemingly deliberating the accuracy of the information. All right, the naval headquarters has received the report. We will actively search for the whereabouts of Chu Bawang and the Straw Hat crew. As for Colonel Mouse, if the intelligence proves accurate, this scoundrel will be nailed to the pillar of shame at the naval headquarters. This group indeed poses a significant threat, having already defeated the so-called invincible Fishman Arlong of Arlong Park. Given the peril they represent, we will place a substantial bounty on the heads of Chu Bawang and the Straw Hat crew. George couldn't help but sigh in relief, finally able to ease his mind. Headquarters, we have received your response. We will now transmit the photographs via the snail phone. Please confirm receipt. Headquarters received. Headquarters received. Unable to resist the villagers' warm hospitality, Chu Bawang decided to remain in Cocoa West Village for a couple more days. With the speed of information transmission in the pirate world, 2 days would not impede the progress of the sailing vessels. At this moment, Cocoa West Village was hosting the most memorable celebratory party in its history. Someone suggested erecting a monument in honor of Chu Bawang, which received unanimous agreement from the crowd. However, the individual who proposed this suggestion was promptly dealt a blow by Chu Bawang. What the hell? I have gone to great lengths to distance myself from you bunch of miscreants, and you want to erect a monument in my honor? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Thank goodness for Mr. Bawang. Otherwise, we would still be living in fear under Arlong's rule. Nami's sister, Nojiko, also raised a frothy beer in celebration, drinking heartily at the festivities. Ever since Fishman Arlong arrived in Cocoa West Village, they had not experienced such joy. Nojiko, I just want to see Arlong Park. It was incredible, utterly destroyed. Nojiko ruffled the little girl's hair and smiled, saying, Isn't it astonishing? All of this is the credit of Mr. Bawang. Without him, there would be no beautiful Cocoa Village today. Sister Nokigo, where is the person who defeated the vile dragon? I yearn to meet him. The little girl, resembling a porcelain doll, spread her arms wide with excitement, radiating sheer joy. Yet, Nokigo was acutely aware of the grim truth. The girl named Lanchi was the daughter of a man who had perished at the hands of the Fishman Arlong for failing to pay the protection fee. Right there, at the center of the dining table, Lanchi gazed in the direction of Nokigo's finger through the throngs of people. What did she see? A bald man adorned with a yellow straw hat, voraciously devouring a potato in one hand and an apple in the other, as if he were a glutton reincarnated from centuries past. His haste in consuming the food was such that it seemed he might choke on his plate. Were it not for the rubbery constitution of that man, he might very well have suffocated. That was none other than the voracious Luffy. The little girl Lanchi was dumbfounded. Her fantasies of a hero shattered, staring blankly and exclaiming, Him? He saved us? Nokigo, with a furrowed brow, replied, How could it possibly be this troublesome brat? Look closely at the person behind him. The gentle strains of piano music wafted through Cocoa Village. The villagers instinctively closed their eyes, swaying gently to the melody, completely entranced by the ocean of music. As for little Lanchi, she craned her neck to survey the elegantly dressed Chu Bawang in his tailcoat. Her eyes sparkled with a bright red heart. Wow, is that Mr. Bawang? He is handsome, musically gifted, and immensely powerful. He is truly exceptional. I have decided, when I grow up, I shall marry Mr. Bawang. Nokigo playfully pinched Lanchi's delicate nose, smiling as she said, You have quite the sweet tongue, little one. However, Mr. Bawang is already taken, so you may not have a chance. Lanchi pondered for a moment, her face scrunching in thought. Actually, I could be a little wife. Aren't the strong ones at sea allowed to have multiple wives? Mr. Bawang is so strong, handsome, and gentle. I think having a few concubines would be perfectly reasonable. Nokigo was taken aback, baffled by the thoughts of today's youth. Yet, she couldn't help but find some merit in Lanchi's words. After all, who among the truly powerful did not have multiple partners? Mr. Bawang is indeed remarkable. Nokigo gazed intently at Chu Bawang, lost in reverie amidst the enchanting music, her heart inexplicably racing at the thought that he might one day take a concubine. No, Nokigao, your notion is exceedingly perilous. Even if the formidable Mr. Chu were to take a concubine, how could he possibly find interest in someone as ordinary as you? Furthermore, should you truly be chosen, how would you navigate your relationship with your sister Nami? As Nokigao's mind wandered into these tumultuous thoughts, Mr. Chu had concluded his solo piano performance. Bowing slightly to announce his farewell, which was met with fervent cheers and applause from the villagers below. The ovation was so intense, imbued with profound respect and gratitude. Nokigao, do convey a message to Nami. We have lingered here long enough, and it is time for us to depart, Mr. Chu suggested. Nokigao felt a pang of reluctance, her small hands twisting nervously behind her back. Must we leave so soon? The villagers wish to entertain you further. Mr. Chu replied with a smile. If we linger any longer, and the naval headquarters arrives to investigate, Cocoa Village may truly become embroiled in a scandal. That would only complicate matters. Nokigao nodded in understanding, yet her mind was preoccupied with the thought of sneaking aboard the ship. Since time immemorial, beautiful women have been drawn to heroes, especially those who are handsome. Unfortunately for her, Mr. Chu possessed both qualities, coupled with his artistic flair and gentle demeanor. It was no surprise that he captured Nokigao's heart. Observing her inner turmoil, Mr. Chu grinned and said, I have a method to teleport instantly to Cocoa Village. Should you find yourselves missing me dearly, I shall return to visit. Nokigao beamed with delight. Is that truly possible? Mr. Chu playfully tapped a chestnut and responded, What? Do you not trust the words of your savior? Nokigao's cheeks flushed. She realized she was being overly eager about the matter. Thus Mr. Chu had discerned her feelings. Quickly, she changed the subject, naturally linking her arm with his. Let us not dwell on that. Weren't you seeking Nami? I just saw her at the tattoo parlor. Let us go find her. The tattoo parlor? What could Nami possibly be doing there? Mr. Chu recalled vividly that the tattoo of the fishman on Nami's arm had long been removed by him. Could it be? The thought struck him with a mix of amusement and disbelief. 8 years ago, as a child, Nami had reluctantly joined the Fishman Pirates, acquiring a fishman tattoo on her left arm, which caused her great sorrow. In an effort to comfort Nami, Nokigao had also chosen to get a tattoo. If Nami was indeed at the tattoo parlor now, she must be getting a new design to prevent Nokigao from feeling alone, right? Doctor, could you please ink a small piano on my left arm? The doctor was taken aback. A small piano? Why must it be the small piano? Were you not just relieved of your tattoos with great difficulty? Wait, I recall that within this village, it seems only that individual possesses a small piano, does it not? Gazing at the piano illustration on the sheet of white paper, the doctor appeared to grasp something profound. Doctor, the experiences in Cocoa West Village hold an indelible place in my memory. I yearn to etch this experience into my very being. The doctor sighed deeply, recognizing the futility of persuading the willful Nami, thinking to himself, what a foolish girl. A man as exceptional as Mr. Bawang must have countless admirers pursuing him. If you truly harbor feelings for him, you ought to first solidify your bond before proceeding with caution. You should endeavor to solidify your bond first before proceeding with caution. This sentence seems to indeed hold considerable merit. Nami's eyes suddenly sparkled, akin to a lost lamb rediscovering its path. The doctor, in a moment of panic, exclaimed, for heaven's sake, I was merely jesting. Surely, you cannot take me seriously. Hey, Nami, do not act impulsively. The great Don Quixote Doflamingo is a man you could never hope to possess. He is, after all, your godfather. As his goddaughter, your filial piety must remain unwavering. Ultimately, the formidable Doflamingo and the Straw Hat crew departed from Cocoa Village, setting sail once more. At their farewell, Nami left behind the entire sum of 100 million berries that she had pilfered, taking only a few seeds from the orange trees in the orchard, which were soon to bear fruit. The following day, beneath a sky of azure and clouds white as snow, with the sea breeze gently caressing the air, a newspaper-seeking seagull alighted upon the railing of the Going Merry. In the vast expanse of the ocean, the transmission of information proved exceedingly cumbersome, with newspapers serving as the primary conduit for news. The newspaper-seeking seagull stood as the solitary messenger of tidings across the sea. Do not underestimate this seagull, for it hails from the enigmatic World Economic News Agency. This agency holds dominion over the global fishing fleet, wielding the most cutting-edge intelligence. Its influence is not to be trifled with. The pressure of the fishing fleet, in many respects, symbolizes public sentiment. If utilized wisely, it could incite a monumental upheaval throughout the pirate world. Is the price of the largest newspaper in the Grand Line, The alabasta times, about to increase? Are you not charging a tad exorbitantly? Nami, resembling a market vendor, pointed and gestured at the large head of the newspaper-seeking seagull. The seagull replied. This was indeed the first time it encountered such an eccentric customer. After all, it was merely a newspaper. Why be so miserly? Usopp crouched in the corner, mending the damage to the Going Merry, muttering softly to himself. Is it really necessary to be so stingy over a couple of newspapers? Nami raised an eyebrow in discontent, retorting, Humph, one cannot truly understand the value of hard-earned money until they are in charge. There is no conscience whatsoever. Have the large bones and meat I usually buy for you all been fed to the dogs? Upon hearing the phrase large bones and meat, Luffy instantly snapped out of his daze, bouncing up and down in excitement. Meat? Where's the meat? I want to eat meat. Sanji. Zoro. Usopp. In truth, the little money-loving Nami had her own calculations in mind. She wished to save a bit more money so that when the time came for her marriage, she could bring her own dowry. Just as Nami began to immerse herself in fantasies about her post-marriage life, a pair of large hands stealthily reached for the transplanted orange tree. Thud. Nami delivered a merciless punch, causing a pink bump to swell instantly on Luffy's shiny forehead. Luffy was on the verge of tears. Is it just for an orange that you hit me again? Sanji, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, shot a disapproving glare at Luffy. Luffy, you should keep your distance from the orange tree in the future. This is the orange tree that Miss Nami specifically transplanted for Mr. Bobber. It must not be allowed to be pilfered. Sanji has completely awakened to the truth. He has come to realize who the true pillar of the ship is. In pursuit of mastering those dazzling and formidable kicking techniques, Blackleg Sanji has ventured deeper into the path of servitude. Zoro cast a disdainful glance at Sanji and retreated to the shade with a sigh. Umph. This is the fate of those who cannot swallow their pride and seek guidance. He used to mock me for becoming an anonymous disciple. Now, I wonder if he regrets it. Fortunately, I, the Great One, foresaw this and brazenly forged connections, successfully becoming a disciple of the illustrious Bobber. Nowadays, my swordsmanship has advanced by leaps and bounds. You, wretched chef, have finally come to your senses and wish to cling to a powerful ally? Haha, it is already too late. What has fallen out from the newspaper? Nami initially thought it was just a flyer, but when she discerned the content on the page, she was momentarily stunned. This is a bounty notice for Mr. Bobber. Usopp also gathered around. A hefty bounty in the East Blue is exceedingly rare. Aside from the clown buggy, the East Blue tyrant Admiral Creek, and the fishman Arlong of the Arlong Pirates, there are seldom any bounty notices deliberately embedded in the newspapers. How can this be possible? When Usopp finally read the amount of the bounty, he was left gaping in shock, unable to utter a single word. 90 million berries. Zoro was equally astonished. Having once been a bounty hunter, he understood the terrifying implications of that figure better than anyone else. To put it into perspective, the average bounty in the entire East Blue is merely 3 million berries. Even Admiral Creek, the East Blue tyrant, has a meager bounty of only 17 million berries. Given Mr. Bobber's immense strength, isn't a bounty of only 90 million a bit too low? Sanji seized the opportunity to interject, not missing any chance to flatter. Look, here is my bounty notice too. A staggering 30 million berries. I never expected to be wanted as well. Luffy grinned widely, his excitement akin to a bear that has stumbled upon honey. Everyone else wore expressions of disbelief. How can one remain so joyful after being wanted? We truly cannot comprehend your thought process. However, this poster makes me look utterly unflattering. Why does Mr. Bobber's poster look so dashing? Luffy scanned the two bounty notices, which seemed to originate from entirely different publications. In the photograph, he donned his iconic straw hat, his shining forehead nearly reflective. In contrast, the bounty for the formidable Chu Bawang depicted him in a pristine white suit, poised elegantly beside a piano, revealing only a profile, exuding an irresistible charm. The adage rings true. Without comparison, there can be no pain. Standing side by side, Luffy couldn't shake the feeling of being the less favored child. However, he soon dismissed the annoyance of his baldness. With an initial bounty of 30 million berries, he felt as though he might float with excitement. It was unclear when, but Chubawang had already approached the crowd from behind. 90 million berries? Such a meager sum, falling short of 100 million. How absurd. Am I, in the eyes of the Navy headquarters, deemed inferior to even a mere ruffian in the Grand Line? Oh well, bounties are but hollow titles. Why should one care so much? Is it that the soda of a couch potato is unpalatable, or that the games are unenjoyable? Instead of fretting over such matters, one ought to indulge in affection with the affluent Kaya. Meanwhile, the New World was a tumultuous sea of chaos. To traverse the Grand Line is the aspiration of all pirates. It is said that the endpoint of the Grand Line is Raftel, the resting place of the great treasure, One Piece. The one who discovers One Piece shall be crowned Pirate King, yet only the Roger pirates have ever been known to reach this destination. The first half of the Grand Line is referred to as Paradise, while the latter half is known as the New World. These two segments of the route are separated by the Red Line. The celestial dragons and the quest for world domination reside in the most sacred region of the Red Line, myriad. The so-called New World is governed by the Four Emperors, a domain where only the most formidable pirates navigate, making it the most challenging and perilous sea. Among these, Shanks, the red-haired, is hailed as the man closest to the throne of Pirate King. On this day, an unexpected visitor arrived in the territory of the crimson-haired Shanks. He sailed in a coffin-shaped vessel, boldly intruding upon the realm of the Four Emperors. Indeed, this individual is none other than the world's foremost swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. Mihawk, what brings you here? A newly inducted apprentice pirate exclaimed in terror, brandishing his blade at Mihawk. As a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, Mihawk is regarded by all pirates as a mere pawn in the grand pursuit of world domination. The newly joined pirate minion was undoubtedly filled with trepidation at the sight of Mihawk. Do not panic. I am not here for you. Where are the officers? The stoic Hawkeye's Mihawk revealed his piercing yellow eyes, sharp as an eagle's. Captain, we are in grave trouble. Hawkeye's Mihawk has come. The young lieutenant was so intimidated by Mihawk's gaze that he scrambled towards the heart of the small island. Every pirate crew shares a common hierarchy, ranked from highest to lowest as follows: captain, first mate, officer, young lieutenant, basic pirate, and apprentice pirate. Ah, it is Hawkeye's. What a rare visitor. I am rather unwell at the moment. Have you come to spar with me? Red-haired Shanks maintained a hardened expression, nestled beneath the awning, his countenance obscured. He had just engaged in a fierce battle with his officers and was inebriated to the point of incapacitation. Humph, I had no intention of dueling with you. The one who has lost his left arm. Mihawk produced a piece of paper from his pocket and spoke gravely. I have discovered an intriguing pirate. I believe you will find him quite captivating. He hails from a small village, a rather amusing lad. It was a bounty poster. The image depicted Monkey D. Luffy, crowned with his iconic straw hat, his shining forehead capable of serving as a mirror. Who is this boy? Why does that hat seem so familiar? Wait, how is my hat in his possession? Shanks was momentarily stunned. Isn't this the rubber man, Luffy? How has he turned bald? Lakiru, holding a chicken leg, wore a similarly bewildered expression. With a first bounty of 30 million berries, it was no wonder the captain had taken an interest in this young lad. Thought first mate Ben Beckman silently. Good lad. No wonder his face seems familiar. He is the rubber boy. Achieving a first bounty of 30 million is indeed quite rare, even in the entire world. Red-haired Shanks gulped down his drink with gusto, bursting into a proud, hearty laugh. This is indeed the little rascal he admires. He even wagered one of his arms at the outset, and he certainly did not bring shame upon himself. Wait, Hawkeye, you haven't come all this way merely to remind me of such a trivial matter, have you? Shanks regarded Mihawk with suspicion. He was well aware of his old friend's temperament. While the initial bounty of 30 million was indeed astonishing, such a minor issue should not warrant a special visit from the world's greatest swordsman. Hawkeye, you must possess more significant intelligence to share with the captain, do you not? Beckman's gaze instantly sharpened. He discerned that the rubber lad was merely mentioned in passing. Clearly, the individual of concern was someone of considerable importance to warrant the attention of the world's premier swordsman. Beckman was somewhat taken aback. Who could be so formidable as to command such respect that it compelled the world's greatest swordsman to traverse great distances to share this matter with his only friend? Mihawk unsheathed his black blade, Yoru, his expression gravely serious as he stated, "During my travels in the East Blue, my black blade Yoru was once stolen." Gulp. Red-haired Shanks swallowed hard, clearly taken aback. Mihawk, surely you jest? All the officers of the red-haired pirates were left in stunned silence. As officers, they were acutely aware of Mihawk's prowess. The man before them, sharp as an eagle, was a formidable presence capable of matching their captain in swordsmanship. The world is replete with swordsmen, yet despite the multitude, Mihawk has maintained his dominance, reigning as the world's greatest swordsman for decades. This is the embodiment of terrifying strength. How is it possible? Mihawk, you are the world's greatest swordsman. Who could possibly take your weapon? Usopp's father, Jesus Burgess, fixed his gaze on Mihawk, attempting to unearth the genuine answer from the depths of his eyes. The world's greatest swordsman? Huh. In the presence of that man, I am unworthy of such a title. A swordsman's sword is his very life. If I cannot even safeguard my own weapon, what face do I have to claim the title of the world's greatest swordsman? Mihawk once again retrieved a bounty notice from his pocket and slammed it onto the table, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Shanks, can you fathom this? In the face of that terrifying man, I lacked even the courage to draw my sword. Hawkeye Mihawk divulged all his experiences in the East Blue to Shanks. He had no desire to conceal this matter from Shanks, for Shanks is one of his few true friends. Are you suggesting that a grand event involving a sword saint occurred in Syrup Village? That all swordsmen's blades within a 100-mile radius were drawn to him against their will? Even you were unable to retain the black blade, Yoru? A flicker of horror crossed Lakiru's gaze, and he dropped the chicken leg from his hand, oblivious to its fall. This is truly preposterous. What sort of individual could wield such a multitude of blades? Could it be that he is a deity of swords descended to the mortal realm? The tyrant, the tyrant. Are you suggesting that his name is the tyrant? Huh? What is happening? I clearly intended to utter his true name, so how did I mispronounce it? Shanks's expression stiffened, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation. It is utterly maddening. What is going on? How could I suddenly refer to this individual as the tyrant? Mihawk's countenance also darkened. Even Shanks, one of the four emperors, has fallen victim to this. The name indeed possesses an air of peculiarity, though he intended to call out the formidable Lord Chu. What effortlessly escaped his lips was Daddy Wong. Hey, I refuse to believe that I cannot even pronounce his name correctly. Shanks, somewhat defiant, endeavored to salvage his dignity. Clearing his throat, he vowed to articulate the name of Lord Chu in its entirety. Wong. Alas, he faltered once more. This simply wouldn't do. He resolved to try again. Wong. Shanks's expression turned rigid as he surrendered to his plight. The various officers of the red-haired pirates exchanged bewildered glances. It was all too strange. The swordsmanship of this fellow is not only exceedingly peculiar, but his name is equally strange. Though he desires to call out his true name, he finds himself uncontrollably inclined to exclaim Baba instead. Shanks, feeling somewhat perturbed, raised his goblet and began to drink heartily once more. What is this all about? The illustrious fourth emperor of the New World. Yet he calls a complete stranger Baba in front of so many subordinates. It is truly embarrassing. Is this the bounty for Baba Wong? My goodness. The initial bounty astonishingly reaches 90 million berry. Ha. The captain finds this amusing. Are the Navy stationed in the East Blue merely loafing about? Such a formidable opponent has a bounty of only 90 million berry. This paltry sum is certainly beneath Shanks' consideration. In the New World, bounties of this caliber are plentiful. Not to mention, one of his own apprentice pirates possesses a bounty in the hundreds of millions. However, the staggering bounty of 90 million berries is not something that emerges in the New World. It hasn't even crossed into the realm of the Grand Line. The average bounty in the East Blue is merely a paltry 3 million berries. To place a criminal valued at 90 million berries among the feeble denizens of the East Blue is akin to releasing a wolf among sheep. Yet, what truly leaves Shanks at a loss for words is not this fact, but rather the incompetence of the station Navy in the East Blue. A foe so formidable that even one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Dracula Mihawk, cannot muster the courage to draw his sword against him. Is it merely a bounty of 90 million berries? Who do they presume to look down upon? Let us not treat the warlords of the sea as mere pirates. The actions of the station Navy in the East Blue are utterly disgraceful. I can already envision the expressions of those notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million, who, upon provoking the formidable Chu Bawang, will be swiftly overwhelmed. They will surely curse the ancestors of all the women in their lineage. Ben Beckman, too, wore a peculiar expression. As Shanks' right-hand man, he embodies not only the role of the strategist for the red-haired pirates, but also stands as an unparalleled warrior. Among the 4 emperors of the New World, the red-haired pirates are the sole crew possessing dual emperor-level combat prowess. Even the quest for world domination dares not provoke them lightly. It is time to depart. The intended message has been conveyed, and Mihawk does not linger. He is headed for seclusion. Once again, Mihawk feels an immense pressure emanating from Chubawang. Shanks does not impede him. He senses the blazing fighting spirit within Mihawk. Rakairu, you shall post the bounty notice for Bawang. Should we encounter him, Instruct our crew not to engage lightly. I have a premonition that Bawang will soon arrive in the New World, stirring a tempest of chaos. Rikiru paused momentarily. This was the first time he had witnessed such a grave expression on his leader's face. However, upon reflection, he found it understandable. Even Mihawk, the world's foremost swordsman, had encountered setbacks, so it was only natural for there to be such concern. Just as Rikiru was about to turn away, Shanks called out, "If necessary, it would be wise to cultivate a rapport with Bartholomew Kuma. Simply express my desire to meet him. If we could invite him for a friendly exchange of swordsmanship, that would be even better. I am quite eager to see it." In this world, the swordsman who instills such trepidation in Mihawk possesses a truly terrifying mastery of the sword. The unparalleled swordsman, Shanks, is not one to let an opportunity slip by lightly. In the East Blue, near Lobetown. What is this? It is only 7 in the morning, yet my lottery chances have been completely exhausted? Could it be that 100 people were calling my name in their dreams last night? The system has a daily lottery limit of 100 entries. The triggering keyword is Baba. It appears that this little system is somewhat lacking in clarity. Otherwise, the puns played by the great Chu Bawang would have been reported long ago. Despite mulling it over, Chu Bawang could not fathom who had granted him 100 lottery entries. Since pondering it proved futile, he decided to cast aside his thoughts and proceed with the lottery. Acquired. KFC Family Bucket X1 acquired. Mr. Krabs Burger King Secret Recipe X1 acquired. Empress Photo Collection, Volume 1. X1 acquired. Advanced Armament Hockey. Chu Bawang was taken aback. What kind of luck was this? I could tolerate the Family Bucket and the Burger King Secret Recipe, but what on earth is this Empress Photo Collection? Does this little system really delve into such sordid and lowly matters? How delightful. For the next lottery, may I also be granted the opportunity to view the second volume. Chu Bawang was engrossed in the content, nearly succumbing to the temptation of retreating back into bed to indulge in wicked thoughts about the charming young lady. Alas, beauty is indeed a source of temptation, detrimental to both body and spirit. Chu Bawang rolled up his sleeves, his expression serious as he proclaimed, "Only 10 lottery chances remain. It seems the time has come to sacrifice Usopp's hairline to turn my fortunes around. Buddha Thagata, Jade Emperor Lousy, I implore you, great might heavenly dragon. World-honored Earth Store Bodhisattva, Mommy Hong, I beseech you to bless me with a grand prize. Ding. Acquired. Iron Man's complete mark suit. Ding. Acquired. Saitama Sensei's One Punch Man inheritance. It seems that I have completely messed things up. Have I sacrificed even the hairline of the great Usopp? However, the silver lining is that this time, the lottery has indeed yielded an extraordinary treasure. The entire set of Iron Man's Mark armors is undoubtedly a splendid acquisition. In comparison to Iron Man's nanotech armor, the war machine known as Bartholomew Kuma in the pirate world appears utterly inferior, does it not? The latest iteration of the nanotech armor can even contend with a being of cosmic power like Thanos, showcasing formidable strength. The fundamental tenet of One Punch Man's legacy lies in perseverance. One must perform 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and run 10 kilometers each day. P.S. A bald head may grant an additional buff. Have I become stronger along with my baldness? If Luffy were to suddenly utter such a phrase, it would surely be quite amusing. Nevertheless, at this moment, the inherited power of One Punch Man poses a considerable danger to Luffy. Currently, Luffy cannot be deemed a competent captain. Who would have imagined that this is the correct utilization of the Straw Hat crew? I truly adore you all. The gaze of the Overlord of Chu has begun to grow increasingly perilous. It appears that if this unfortunate soul wishes to procure some significant treasures, he must offer a sacrifice to the god of fortune. Should I consider sacrificing Zoro as romantic luck next time? That should be feasible, right? Zoro's romantic fortunes have always been among the best in the pirate world. If I were to use Zoro's luck as a sacrificial offering, I could undoubtedly summon the god of fortune to invert his fate. Just as Zoro, cradling the sword Wado Ikamanji, was drifting into a midday slumber, his brow furrowed tightly, as if he were experiencing a rather unpleasant nightmare. The sky was clear and the sea was azure, with seagulls circling above the Going Merry. The ocean waves lapped against the colossal underwater rocks, and an unknown school of fish swam leisurely. Hey, Usopp, have you perhaps entered into an early midlife crisis? Why has your hair diminished so drastically? Luffy, his mouth stuffed with succulent meat, mumbled. This is all Zoro's fault. He always chats late into the night with that sword spirit, leaving me sleep-deprived. Just a week prior, Mr. Overlord had warned me that a lack of sleep could precipitate early midlife symptoms in men. Usopp scratched his head, gazing at his hands full of hair. Instantly on the verge of tears. Goodness. Is it possible that this captain has been infected by the rubber boy and is entering midlife prematurely? Luffy, with impressive speed, devoured the meat from the bone, leaving nothing but the bone itself, which he crunched with a satisfying crack. He casually removed his straw hat, revealing his shiny bald head. Usopp, you must be strong. At worst, we can both shave our heads. Mr. Tyrant once imparted to me a profound piece of wisdom. Regardless of the challenges one may encounter, do not succumb to fear. Rather, confront it with a smile. The most effective means of dispelling fear is to face it head-on, for perseverance is the key to triumph. Luffy has always possessed a carefree demeanor, believing it essential as captain to offer guidance to his crew. After all, he has gleaned insights on combating hair loss. What is hair loss, after all? Is it truly of any consequence? One could simply shave it all off and eliminate the worry of losing hair altogether. No, I must devise a strategy to rescue my precarious mane. Usopp, however, lacks Luffy's audacity. He often immerses himself in the creation of peculiar inventions, such as Nami's weather stick and Sanji's battle attire, both of which were conceived by him. With the last few stubborn strands atop his head, Usopp retreated into his workshop of inventions. This time, he intends to explore what might enable his hair to regrow. Everyone, come quickly. I see a new island. Zoro is leisurely practicing sword flight in the air, while Sanji gazes up from below with envy. Really? What kind of island is that? Luffy stretches out his arm and plops down onto the ram's head of the Mary. That is Town, Chopper smiles, the town known as the beginning and the end. The former pirate king, Gold, Roger, was born here and was executed in this very place. This locale is situated near the entrance of the Grand Line, serving as a crucial passage from the East Blue into the Grand Line. The former Marine Admiral Zephyr's student, Captain Smoker, is tasked with guarding Town. It seems to be quite a large town. There must be a market selling fresh ingredients there. It is time to replenish the supplies for the Mary. Sanji lights a cigarette, carefully distancing himself from where Zoro and Chopper stand. He recalls having heard Zoro mention, whether intentionally or not, that even secondhand smoke could be harmful to infants and companions. Since then, Sanji has rarely smoked in public. Consequently, Zoro specially gifted Sanji a box of Zobo brand triple-filtered eco-friendly cigarette tips. These filtered cigarette holders have long been regarded as treasures by Sanji, who has often displayed them before Zoro as a means of boasting. Zoro, filled with regret, could only lament his younger self for never having learned to smoke. Otherwise, he would have surely coveted a few of those filtered cigarette holders as keepsakes. I must visit the weapon shop, he mused, reflecting on the absurdity of a three-sword-style samurai wielding only one blade. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the formidable demon sword Shinrin, sheathed at the waist of the Overlord of Chu, and he secretly licked his lips. The Overlord had once mentioned, almost in passing, that if Zoro could defeat Dracul Mihawk within 2 years, he might be granted this exquisite weapon from the kingdom of God Saturn as a reward for his prowess. The image of the Overlord wielding the demon sword Shinrin to vanquish Colonel Mouse was indelibly etched in Zoro's mind. Indeed, it could be said that Zoro dreamt of cradling the demon sword Shinrin in his sleep. Ah, demon sword Shinrin, how dare you entertain such thoughts of slumbering beside me, when I regard you as my master. I also need to make a trip to the tool shop, Usopp declared, adjusting the brim of his small hat in an attempt to conceal his receding hairline. Sanji, before you leave, please pick some oranges. I wish to prepare some juice for Baba. Upon hearing that Nami intended to prepare orange juice for the Overlord, Sanji eagerly climbed the orange tree. Nami, with a smile that barely concealed her amusement, glanced over the broad chest of the Overlord, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Last night must have exhausted Baba, don't you think? Allow me to help rejuvenate him with some freshly squeezed orange juice, she whispered conspiratorially in the Overlord's ear. It was not only Koya who had endured torment the previous night. Nami, too, had her share of tribulation. Her sleeping quarters were adjacent to that of Koya and the Overlord, and the sounds that echoed through the walls were anything but subtle. This leaves Nami, who is entering puberty, in a state of sleeplessness, having already struggled with insomnia due to leaving her hometown. She inadvertently glimpses the fiery romantic interlude between the formidable Chu Bawang and Koya through a hole in the wall in the dead of night. Instantly invigorated as if electrified, she found herself unable to sleep for the entire night. her mind swirling with fantasies of being ruthlessly ravished by Chu Bawang in place of Koya. After that fateful night, the once mischievous little thief Nami had undeniably matured. Well then, let me indulge in your culinary skills, Nami. It has been quite a while since I savored orange juice. Chu Bawang mused, somewhat perplexed. You, a robust man, merely accompany your mother in the fields for a couple of hours each night. If anyone should be replenished with orange juice, it ought to be your dear mother Koya. Nami's lips curled into a sly smile as she replied, Father, I assure you, my skills will leave you thoroughly satisfied. For reasons unknown, Chu Bawang couldn't shake the feeling that Nami's smile concealed some devious scheme. Truth be told, he was aware that Nami had been spying on his passionate encounters with Koya. However, knowing was one thing, taking action was another. If he were to seal off the little hole in the wall, it would only serve to embarrass Nami further. And if Koya were to discover that Nami had been peeking at her nightly, she would undoubtedly be even more furious and mortified. Meanwhile, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp merrily scampered off to Log Town, leaving only Chu Bawang and Nami aboard the ship. As for Koya, she remained engrossed in her studies of medicine in her study, free from distractions. Is it delicious? Nami inquired as she handed a glass of orange juice to Chu Bawang. It's pleasantly tangy and sweet, he replied honestly. Suddenly, Nami leaned closer, whispering affectionately in his ear, So, compared to Koya's milk, which one tastes better? In an instant, Chu Bawang was taken aback, and he inadvertently sprayed orange juice across Nami's face. Ah, father, she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed crimson. Dressed in a simple, casual outfit that accentuated her slender figure, Nami's dreamlike. Pure eyes could make anyone's heart flutter at a mere glance, her long hair cascading like a celestial maiden. Unfortunately, her delicate visage was now marred by an unknown liquid. The damp, hazy atmosphere evokes a dreamlike sensation, when a faint smile graced her enchanting visage and her beautiful eyes swept over the surroundings. The misty allure of her damp hair seamlessly intertwined with her inherent charm, creating an irresistible enchantment. Even with the composure of the formidable Chu Bawang, his heart raced uncontrollably for a fleeting moment. Ahem. Suddenly, Chu Bawang recalled a trivial matter requiring his attention, necessitating a trip to Log Town. He attempted to shift the topic. It must be noted that the little thief cat, Nami, had begun her transformation. The subtle fragrance of innocence emanating from her made even Chu Bawang feel a surge of warmth. However, he was no beast to lay his hands upon his goddaughter. Observing Chu Bawang's unwavering gaze fixed upon her bosom, a faint smile appeared on Nami's lips. It seems this little girl possesses quite the assets. Nami, stay aboard the Mary and refrain from wandering about. I shall procure an orange for you in Log Town. Wait, Bawang, you haven't answered my question yet. Before Nami could launch another offensive, Chu Bawang swiftly departed the Golden Mary with his attendant, Xiaoqing. What do you expect me to say? How would I know whether your orange juice is tastier than Koya's milk? Furthermore, Koya has never borne a child, so where does her milk come from? Just as Chu Bawang aimlessly roamed Log Town, the naval branch stationed there stirred with commotion. A naval subordinate exclaimed, Colonel Smoker, we have a grave situation. The headquarters has reported that the pirate Monkey D, Luffy and his crew are en route to Log Town. He is a pirate with a bounty of 30 million in the East Blue. Moreover, there is a notorious criminal aboard, responsible for the death of a naval colonel. With a total bounty of 90 million berries, disregarding life and death. In the fog-laden office, Smoker's expression changed dramatically. A criminal with a bounty of 90 million berries? This might be the most terrifying bounty notice in the East China Sea in recent years. Moreover, it is the most severe, disregarding life and death. It is worth noting that even the notorious Captain Creek and the Fishman Arlong have not received such a level of treatment. Only the most dangerous and malevolent pirates are granted such formidable bounties. Have they truly slain a professional Navy officer? What a heinous act. Smoker, with two enormous cigars clenched between his teeth and his upper body bare, revealing his well-defined abs, displayed an unusual expression of shock. He inquired, Where has Tashiji gone? Navy lackey replied, It seems she left early this morning, but she mentioned she wouldn't miss the training. Tashiji, a direct subordinate of Smoker, serves in the Navy stationed in Log Town. Her favorite pastime is collecting renowned swords taken by villains, and it seems she has seized a moment before training to search for the whereabouts of such blades in Log Town. Navy lackey B rushed into the office, saluting respectfully, and reported, Report to Colonel Smoker. A pirate crew has been spotted at the port. please proceed to the scene at once. Navy lackey A concurred. It must be Luffy and his crew. They have certainly broken in. Do not panic. There is no need for concern. Since I took control of this town, no ruthless pirate has ever escaped from here. Even a criminal with a bounty of 90 million berries cannot evade my grasp. Smoker shrugged nonchalantly, his weapon, the jit embedded with sea prism stone, resting on his back as he strode away with purpose. In his eyes, whether it was the pirate Luffy or the notorious criminal with a bounty of 90 million berries, they were all the same. Only after Smoker had departed did Navy lackey A realize his task, lamenting, "Colonel Smoker, you forgot to check the information on the bounty notice." The Navy base in Logue Town is situated a considerable distance from the coastal port. Smoker was not in a hurry to apprehend them. The pirates passing through Logue Town would undoubtedly resupply there and would not escape anytime soon. For some reason, Smoker found himself involuntarily recalling that legendary man from his childhood, the former pirate king, Joel D. Roger. Want my treasure? If you want it, I can give it all to you. Go find it. I've placed all my treasure there. It's in the Grand Line. The legendary great treasure is the One Piece. Suddenly, the sky darkened, heavy and foreboding, as if it were on the verge of unleashing an immense torrent of water. Crackling, lightning danced through the clouds like serpents, and Smoker looked up at the sky, feeling increasingly agitated. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that something significant was about to transpire in Logue Town. 300,000 berries, 500,000 berries, 700,000 berries. Are these renowned swords truly that exorbitant? The least expensive among them demands a staggering 100,000 berries. Zoro gazed despondently at the exquisite swords displayed in the showcase. It is far too costly. These weapons are exceedingly expensive. He indeed borrowed some usury from Nami, and to repay it, he must return threefold, including the principal and interest. Nevertheless, Zoro still cannot afford 3 swords as weapons. If he wishes to gather enough for 3 swords, it seems he might have to sell himself to afford them. Yet, he is unwilling to enter the Grand Line with merely 1 sword. Losing face is trivial. But should he tarnish his master's reputation, he might very well be expelled from his school. He certainly has not forgotten the promise he made to the Overlord of Chu during his duel with Hawkeye, vowing not to lose to anyone else before he triumphs over Mihawk. Zoro, what are you staring at? A pair of large hands patted his shoulder. Huh? Who is calling me? Master Overlord, it turns out you have arrived. Good morning, Miss Ching. Upon recognizing the 2 figures behind him, Zoro immediately forced a smile. The Overlord of Chu glanced at Zoro and said with a smile, "Zoro, I will take you to a wonderful place where you can find what you need." Zoro was instantly frozen in place, filled with anxiety. Could it be that the Overlord already knows about his financial predicament? The situation is rather dire. As a 3-sword-style swordsman, the inability to even gather enough funds for a trio of blades would surely lead to disdain from my master. Having finally mustered the courage to adopt the title of anonymous disciple of the Overlord of Chu, I am determined not to squander this rare opportunity to learn unparalleled swordsmanship. With a heart heavy with apprehension, Zoro followed the Overlord of Chu through winding paths, eventually entering a time-honored weapon shop. The walls were adorned with an array of forks, swords, and sickles, all coated in a layer of dust. The shopkeeper was deeply ensconced in slumber. With Colonel Smoker stationed in Rogue Town, the influx of pirates had dwindled, significantly impacting her business. "Excuse me, I wish to purchase a sword," the Overlord of Chu announced, tapping the counter twice. The shopkeeper jolted awake, momentarily stunned. Having weathered many storms, she was taken aback by the sight before her, a customer barely 20, yet towering over her by a full foot. With shoulder-length black hair, fair skin, and eyes that sparkled like stars, he exuded an aura of refreshing charm with every gesture. Clad in a perfectly tailored white suit, one could only describe him with phrases like a jade tree swaying in the breeze or an ethereal being descended from the heavens. "Mr. Overlord, welcome. I am Jessica, the shopkeeper. At your service." She was momentarily entranced, her words stumbling as she overlooked how she even recognized the Overlord of Chu's name. Her gaze entirely captivated. The presence of Zoro and the enchanting little Ching beside him seemed to fade into the background. "Please, prepare 2 fine swords for my anonymous disciple. Zoro, come and select your weapon. This selection will serve as a welcoming gift from your master." Thank you, Master Overlord," Zoro exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Despite his attempts to conceal his financial constraints, he realized he had been effortlessly seen through. Truly, his master was remarkable. Zoro. The shopkeeper's eyes were drawn to the sword at Zoro's waist, and she was once again struck with astonishment. Although her business was struggling, her ability to discern talent was keen. With just one glance, she recognized the sharp will emanating from Zoro. Isn't this the illustrious first swordsman of the East Sea? The three-sword-style pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro? How has he become an unnamed disciple of another? What astonishes her even more is that Zoro shows no intention of refuting this claim. Instead, he respectfully addresses the individual as master. Well then, let me temporarily entrust the sword spirit Xiaowen to Sister Qing, as I shall venture inside to select my weapon. Leave it to me, Xiao Qing casually replied, her sweet smile rendering the entire realm momentarily breathless. At that moment, a short-haired girl in a light yellow top, wearing glasses, suddenly burst into the weapon shop. Boss, I sincerely apologize for the intrusion. Has the Shiyu that I requested you to polish been completed? Dashki exclaimed as she rushed to the shopkeeper. However, as she passed by the imposing figure of Chu Bawang and the enchanting Xiao Qing, she momentarily paused, utterly captivated by their striking appearances. Upon catching sight of the Wado Ikamanji held by Xiao Qing, her composure shattered completely. Is this not one of the celebrated great swords, the Wado Ikamanji? This knife is a world-renowned masterpiece valued at over 10 million berries. To behold its true form today is an overwhelming delight. Dashki, neglecting her own weapon, rushed towards the formidable Chu Bawang, exclaiming, Mr. Bawang, would you be willing to sell this knife? I am prepared to offer double the market price for it. However, as soon as the words left her lips, Dashki found herself in utter bewilderment. What was happening? Why did I just address a stranger as Baba? It is utterly humiliating to have unwittingly acknowledged someone as a father figure. Furthermore, I intended to address him as Mr. Chu Bawang. Why did I suddenly stutter at such a crucial moment? Wait, how do I even know his name is Chu Bawang? Is this a supernatural occurrence? Could this be the mysterious bond of fate? Chu Bawang smiled slightly. He had not anticipated that, despite personally accompanying Zoro to purchase a knife, he would encounter Dashki, who shared a profound connection with Zoro. In the original narrative, Zoro and Dashki did not meet in this weapons shop. Moreover, it appears that Dashki remains oblivious to the fact that she is already wanted. Otherwise, she would not have spoken to him so politely just now. Indeed, the transmission of information across the vast ocean is inherently fraught with uncertainty. The remote and underdeveloped East Sea is undoubtedly one of the least conspicuous corners of the world. Even the ambition of world domination cannot extend its reach to every nook and cranny of the globe. Xiao Qing furrowed her delicate brows and remarked with displeasure. You should abandon this notion early on. This blade is merely being kept in trust by the master and will not be sold to anyone. Master, you dare to address the great Chu as master? Dashki once again scrutinized the positioning of Chu and Xiao Qing, gasping in astonishment. Such a stunning lady. Referring to Chu as her master, she had assumed that Xiao Qing and Chu were in a romantic relationship. Little did she realize that Xiao Qing's status was, in fact, so humble. In that moment, Dashki's emotions became a tempest of complexity. She felt both sympathy for Xiao Qing's plight and indignation towards Chu. It is only natural for anyone to feel compassion upon discovering that such a breathtaking beauty as Xiao Qing is merely a lowly servant. After all, the appreciation for beauty is a universal sentiment. Dashki, with her somewhat innocent and simple nature, was no exception. Master, I have returned. I have found the weapon that suits me. At that moment, Zoro emerged from the back door, joy radiating from his face as he clutched 3 sharp blades. However, upon catching sight of Dashki's visage, he was rendered speechless, his heart surging with tumultuous waves that refused to subside. How is it that this woman bears an uncanny resemblance to her companion? Kuina? Zoro did not engage in idle chatter with Dazzy, for he realized that she seemingly did not recognize him. This left Zoro feeling rather despondent. Perhaps his dear companion Kuina had truly perished. Well, it is good to be back. The Overlord of Chu casually glanced at the weapon rack within the shop, yet felt a slight surprise stirring within him. Isn't that the legendary Sandai Kitetsu? How could it possibly appear in this store? Those familiar with the original narrative would undoubtedly recognize it. The so-called cursed sword, Sandai Kitetsu, along with Yukai's, one of the esteemed 50 blades, should rightfully be in the possession of a rather unscrupulous shopkeeper. Could it be that my arrival has induced a slight butterfly effect in the world of pirates? Perhaps it is indeed my presence that has triggered numerous butterfly effects in this realm. After all, according to the original storyline, Although both Crocodile and the Fishman Arlong were defeated by Monkey D. Luffy, they did not meet their demise directly. Daski's gaze shifted toward Zoro, her tone laced with curiosity. You actually intend to wield 3 swords as your weapons? It seems reminiscent of that bounty hunter. What was his name again? Roronoa. However, despite his high reputation in the East Blue, it is tarnished by infamy. To think he would use swords as mere tools for profit, should I ever encounter him. I shall not let him off easily. Zoro paused momentarily. What a peculiar maneuver. To insult me right in front of my face. Is that not exceedingly disrespectful? His full name is Roronoa Zoro. Roronoa was the moniker he once bore as a bounty hunter. The Na'vi Daski was evidently oblivious to the shift in Zoro's emotions. Her gaze remained sorrowful as she innocently remarked, "It is truly perplexing why the forces of evil in this era are so rampant. The renowned swordsmen are either pirates or bounty hunters. Almost all of the world's famed blades rest in their hands. Those swords must be lamenting, mustn't they?" A sardonic smile crept upon Zoro's lips as he turned his back to Daski and remarked, "They may have their own burdens to bear. After all, everyone is compelled to heed the call of their heart." Zoro could not concur with Daski's perspective. Were the villains of this world truly malevolent from the very beginning? Moreover, is the boundary between good and evil truly so stark? To speak of another, among the notorious figures he knows, the most illustrious is his own master, Chu Bawang. In a bid to save the village of Cocoa West, Chu Bawang even went so far as to personally slay Colonel Rat of the Navy. In the eyes of the naval headquarters, this was undoubtedly a rebellious act. Yet, would it truly be a disservice for the magical blade, Shinrin, to fall into the hands of the Overlord of Chu? The answer, of course, is in the negative. If one could reincarnate as a sword in the grasp of the Overlord of Chu, Zoro would not feel humiliated. Rather, he would bask in the glory of such a fate. Daki, gripping her weapon Shiyu, declared solemnly, "In any case, I shall wield this Shiyu as I diligently train as a swordsman. One day, I will reclaim all the famed swords that have fallen into the hands of villains across the world. The unmatched Great Blade 12 crafts, the Great Blade 21. The Good Blade 50 crafts. Regardless of the peril to my life, I shall rescue them all." The Overlord of Chu waved his hand slightly, a mocking smile playing upon his lips. "Are you suggesting that you wish to seize this blade as well?" In an instant, no one could discern how a tattered, purple weapon, seemingly on the verge of shattering into 1,000 pieces, materialized in the Overlord's grasp. Yet, from the moment the magical blade, Qianren, revealed itself, both Zoro and Daki found their gazes irresistibly drawn to it. Defensively poised, the magical blade Qianren. Zoro's breath quickened. This was the weapon he had longed for fervently. The magical blade Qianren? Yet it appeared merely as a rusty iron sword. Daki was momentarily taken aback, murmuring to herself, although she spoke otherwise. Her astonishment was no less than Zoro's. From this seemingly corroded blade, which looked as if it could fracture into countless shards at any moment, Daki sensed an overwhelming sword intent. It bore down upon her like a mountain, rendering her breathless. Daki had never encountered a true unmatched Great Blade 12 crafts. However, she instinctively felt that this magical blade, Qianren, was undoubtedly on par with any of the unmatched Great Blades. The unmatched Great Blade was a weapon only wielded by master swordsmen of the highest caliber. Where, then, did this strikingly handsome man, who could easily pass as a pretty boy, acquire the magical blade Qianren? Overlord, sir, you misunderstand. I do not seek to claim the famed swords. I merely wish for them not to fall into the hands of evildoers. Under the pure and clear gaze of the Overlord of Chu, a flush of crimson rose to Daki's cheeks, her fingers nervously entwined behind her back. She had dealt with numerous nefarious pirates as an exemplary naval officer. Yet, she could not fathom why her heart raced. Those eyes seemed imbued with an enchanting power, rendering her unable to meet his gaze. The Overlord of Chu nonchalantly waved his hand and instructed Zoro, "All right, we do not have much time. Let us resolve our pressing matters and continue on our journey." Zoro placed the 3 weapons he held upon the weapon platform, his heart soaring with joy. From this day forth, he would transition from being the 3-sword style Zoro to the 4-sword style Zoro. With the bond forged with his kindred spirit, the sword spirit Shao One, he firmly believed that his swordsmanship would ascend to new heights. At that moment, he felt more confident in challenging the world as foremost swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Zoro silently resolved to intensify his training, vowing not to disappoint his revered master's expectations. "Are you certain you wish to select these 3? He pondered aloud. It must be said that although these 3 blades were indeed sharp, they lacked sufficient resilience and did not even meet the standards of a fine blade of the 50-fold craftsmanship, rendering them prone to damage in a short span of time. Zoro scratched his head in confusion. Whether it be a fine blade of 50-fold or a large blade of 21-fold, these were rare treasures, difficult to encounter. In this establishment, he had not found any swords of such esteemed caliber. Is that so? Chu Bawang replied with a mysterious smile. Zoro was immediately left baffled. What was happening? Had he truly been negligent? Could it be possible that his master could actually find a renowned sword here? Master Bawang, forgive my ignorance. I humbly seek your guidance. Zoro's demeanor was exceedingly respectful. As a disciple of Chu Bawang, I must not tarnish my master's name when venturing out. At the very least, I should acquire a fine blade of 50-fold craftsmanship. Fellow, Chu Bawang commanded suddenly, the 3rd-generation ghost cutter. Hurry and recognize your master. What are you waiting for? As soon as the words left his mouth, a sharp, piercing sound rushed towards them. It was a long, elegantly curved blade, a fine blade devoid of blood stains. The blade's edge was crafted from a typical flame-patterned steel, forged through folding and hammering. The blade itself was rather unadorned, featuring a grip that enhanced friction for a secure hold. The total length of the blade measured 88 centimeters, with a width of 1.7 centimeters and a blade thickness of approximately 0.8 millimeters. This, could it be the 3rd-generation ghost cutter? Daski exclaimed, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. In her memory, although the 3rd-generation ghost cutter did not belong to the 50-fold fine blade category, its notorious reputation was acknowledged and feared by all swordsmen. It was said that all swordsmen who had wielded the 3rd-generation ghost cutter met unfortunate fates, thus earning it the moniker of Demon Blade. With a swift command from Chu Bawang, the 3rd-generation ghost cutter surged forward. Good boy, Chu Bawang remarked with a smile, flicking the 3rd-generation ghost cutter. Clang. Despite the delicate and slender fingers, a thunderous sound of metal colliding erupted as they met the blade. Such formidable fingers. Daski's beautiful eyes widened, fixated on Chu Bawang's long, fair fingers. Perhaps it was an illusion, but she felt that the very soul of the 3rd-generation ghost cutter trembled at the mere touch of Chu Bawang. It is merely a blade. Is it truly capable of possessing a soul? In terms of hardness, it is barely satisfactory, yet it will serve you for a considerable duration. Having accepted it, Zoro, this blade shall now be your companion. The Overlord of Chu nodded with a smile, signifying his approval of the addition of Sandai Kitetsu. Upon first grasping Sandai Kitetsu, the Overlord of Chu immediately sensed the peculiar aura emanating from the sword. This blade indeed possesses a soul. Within the mythos of the island nation, the legendary sword Sandai Kitetsu harbors an evil spirit capable of corrupting the minds of those who wield it. Ordinary swordsmen are utterly unworthy of holding the Sandai Kitetsu, as they will inevitably succumb to madness and meet their demise, ultimately becoming sustenance absorbed by the sword itself. Thus, only a swordsman of unparalleled strength, surpassing even the sword spirit, can master this blade. Otherwise, they will be devoured, meeting an untimely end. To mitigate the malevolent influence within the sword that could be detrimental to Zoro, the formidable Chu Bawang must intervene with a gentle strike. This sword possesses an eerie quality. Zoro's expression hardened as he carefully examined the Sandai Kitetsu, which he received from Chu Bawang's hands. The strange purple light, illuminated by the shop's glow, cast an unsettling chill upon his heart. It is indeed a remarkable blade. To miss out on it would be a profound regret in this lifetime. Sir, how much would it be in total if I were to acquire this Sandai Kitetsu? Zoro inquired, gazing at the shopkeeper, who appeared to be somewhat breathless for reasons unknown. Logically, I should not compromise your dignity. However, I must confess that this sword is simply not for sale. The shopkeeper's heart raced with anxiety, to speak candidly. Since the inception of the original Kitetsu, every sword from the Kitetsu lineage has been exceptional, yet each one is a cursed blade. Many renowned swordsmen have met tragic fates after wielding a Kitetsu, and now, not a single swordsman dares to use one in this world. It not only brings calamity upon the swordsman, but can also spell disaster for their companions. The shopkeeper clearly was a man of earnest integrity. This knife was procured from a retired, somewhat unsavory-looking male shopkeeper. It is not that she wished to sell the Sandai Kitetsu at a high price, but rather that she did not want to deceive anyone. The fearsome reputation of the Sandai Kitetsu has long been established by time itself. Historically, those who wielded it met with dire fates. She lowered her head, resembling a quail stealthily observing the extraordinarily handsome Lord Chu. "I apologize, Mr. Chu, but I truly wish to spare you from any potential harm." Lord Chu gazed at Zoro and softly inquired, "Do you believe you can master this fearsome blade?" Zoro exchanged a knowing smile and confidently replied, "Of course. I cannot afford to tarnish my master's reputation. I have a great fondness for this sword." Both the shopkeeper and Dasky were left in a state of astonishment. The two masters and disciples seem utterly oblivious to the consequences of their actions. After all, that is the cursed blade of the ghostly severing sect. This weapon undoubtedly harbors ominous secrets, and though I too am tempted to rid myself of it, the well-meaning shopkeeper remains apprehensive. "If you were to perish because of this, would it not mean that I have taken your life? No one can withstand the curse of a demonic blade." Zoro steels himself with determination. This is a weapon meticulously chosen by the formidable king of Chu, and even in death, he yearns to face it head-on. "Very well then." With a resolute expression, Zoro declared, "Let us compare my fortune against its curse, and see which proves to be more formidable." The shopkeeper and Dasky looked on in bewilderment as Zoro, with one hand, tossed the Sandai Kitetsu into the air. Empty, empty, empty. The Sandai Kitetsu spiraled downwards, striking a chord deep within the hearts of the two women. At that moment, Zoro slowly extended his left arm. Could it be? "Stop it." Dasky's expression also changed dramatically. The Sandai Kitetsu is a weapon capable of slicing through steel with ease. Has this man lost his mind? Wagering his own arm? Indeed, this is the gamble that Zoro speaks of. If the legendary sword Sandai Kitetsu acknowledges him, his left arm shall remain unscathed. However, should Sandai Kitetsu refuse to recognize him, he would pay the price of losing an arm as a testament to his pride. The well-informed shopkeeper's gaze was firmly fixed on the enigmatic Mr. Chu. "I am genuinely curious. How did you manage to take such a ferocious swordsman as your disciple?" Zoro's courage and indomitable spirit are indeed admirable, yet her greater concern lies with the strikingly handsome man before her. She could scarcely fathom the charisma that Mr. Chu possessed, capable of nurturing a swordsman with a heart as resilient as iron. Zoro is certainly remarkable, but the shopkeeper perceives Mr. Chu, who can cultivate such a swordsman, as even more formidable. Consider this. If Mr. Chu were weak, would a swordsman of Zoro's caliber willingly choose him as a master? Swish, swish, swish. Sandai Kitetsu continued its descent. The hilt spun along the left arm, while the blade narrowly missed Zoro's arm. Clang. The sharp Sandai Kitetsu embedded itself a full half-foot deep into the unyielding granite ground. One can only imagine that if the blade were to traverse human flesh, its keen edge would undoubtedly cleave a person in twain. Success. He has truly gained the recognition of the cursed blade. Dasky appeared utterly shocked by Zoro's reckless act, sitting on the ground in a duck-like posture, looking as if she had been thoroughly undone. "Are all of you men this reckless?" Mr. Chu crossed his arms and smiled at the shopkeeper. "It seems that my rather unremarkable disciple indeed carries the weight of martial destiny and has already received the acknowledgement of Sandai Kitetsu. In that case, we shall accept this cursed blade." Zoro effortlessly withdrew the sword lodged in the ground, outwardly calm yet inwardly elated. "Thank you, Master Chu, for bestowing this blade upon me. I will remember your kindness and strive not to disappoint your expectations." Though he often appeared carefree, his mind was astute, and he naturally sensed the admiration in Mr. Chu's words. An official disciple. After all my efforts these past few days, have I finally risen from an anonymous disciple to an official one? What a momentous occasion this is. The late-to-understand Dasky finally regained her composure, her astonishment evident as she gazed at the formidable Chu Bawang. To think that such a powerful swordsman as Mr. Zoro is merely a disciple of Master Chu Bawang. The weight of the grand martial destiny he bears must be utterly terrifying. It is often said that when a woman becomes curious about a man, it marks the beginning of her affection. Unbeknownst to her, Dasky had already developed a curiosity about Chu Bawang's past. "Boss, I would like to settle the bill," Chu Bawang stated, his pockets well stocked with funds. Several times, the prizes from lotteries had been in berries, amounting to at least 80 to 90 million berries, if not 100 million. While the rare 3 generations of guache, despite its scarcity, was worth only a little over 1 million berries. As Chu Bawang prepared to depart, the shop owner hurriedly ran into the inner room, exclaiming, "Master Chu Bawang, please wait a moment." Perhaps he was moved by Zoro's bravery, or perhaps he merely wished to leave a lasting memory. After rummaging through his belongings, the shop owner retrieved his most cherished weapon, Snowwalk. The blade is crafted from black lacquered steel, featuring a serrated edge, belonging to the renowned craftsmanship of the 50 master blades, Snowwalk. Although my shop may not be renowned, this is indeed the finest swift blade we possess, despite the fact that you already wield the demon blade, Qianren. I sincerely hope you will take Snowwalk with you on the Grand Line, to accompany Master Chu Bawang in his battles. The 50 master blades, the 21 great blades, and the 12 supreme great blades amount to a total of 83 legendary swords of the world. Such treasures are rare and cannot be sought after. Their value is incalculable. This was originally a treasured heirloom set aside by the shopkeeper, Jessica. Despite knowing that the formidable warrior, Chu Bawang, possessed a powerful weapon, the demon blade Qianren, she inexplicably chose to bring out the Snow Walk and explicitly expressed her hope that Chu Bawang would take it with him on the Grand Line. Chu Bawang, with a flourish, waved his hand and said, "Very well, name your price for this blade." The shopkeeper's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she quietly replied, "No, this blade is a gift from my humble shop to you, Mr. Bawang. I kindly ask for your continued patronage in the future." Zoro, whistling, turned away and discreetly murmured, "Don't worry, Master Bawang. I want to tell the mistress that you accepted a token of affection from another lady." Chu Bawang was both amused and exasperated. A token of affection? Have you ever seen a blade given as a token of love? What, do they expect me to take my own life? Yet, on the other hand, has my allure become so formidable that even experienced women would present themselves so readily? Pray tell, what is your name, fair lady? Chu Bawang paused, exuding an air of dominance. Jessica, she stammered. Jessica, you say? I shall remember this name. We will meet again. Not one to dismiss the affections of a beautiful woman. Chu Bawang was certainly not a paragon of virtue. Who among men would not revel in the idea of multiple wives? Ultimately, it was his adult whims that led him astray, much like knowing Nami was spying on his nocturnal escapades, yet choosing not to intervene. After all, life requires a touch of mischief to ignite passion. A little dalliance every now and then surely wouldn't upset any refined sensibilities. Bidding farewell to the shopkeeper and Dasky, Chu Bawang, along with Shao Qing and Zoro, began to meander aimlessly through Logue Town, resembling carefree tourists with no particular destination. Bawang, Bawang. Along their journey, every resident of Logue Town, upon encountering Chu Bawang, wore a dazed expression. They were perplexed, wishing to call him by his true name. Yet the words escaped their lips as Bawang, sounding akin to calling someone daddy, which felt profoundly awkward. Despite his striking appearance, he still garnered disdainful glances from the townsfolk. What is this? Why does seeing this lad make me want to call him daddy? How utterly humiliating. I am equally baffled. Did he cast a spell upon us? Just moments ago, I called him Bawang, and now my boyfriend is threatening to break up with me. What a predicament. The passive buff of no one in the world does not recognize you is indeed delightful. Clearly, the Overlord of Chu is indulging in a rather mischievous pleasure, deliberately mingling in crowded places. Upon entering a location, the crowd erupts in exclamations of daddy. Daddy. The villagers of Rogue Town are known for their simple and amiable nature, usually greeting one another with warm smiles. Yet now, they appear agitated, their worries palpable as they pace nervously. Were it not for the Overlord of Chu's strikingly handsome appearance, which unmistakably signals that he is not to be trifled with, they might have already sought him out to confront him. My lord, you truly are rather devious. Are you not? Shao Qing remarked, a hint of mischief dancing at the corners of her exquisitely beautiful lips. Possessing the essence of the azure bull python, her intellect is certainly on par with that of any adult human. In this cunning state, my lord looks quite dashing. Zoro, let us go see what that little Usopp is up to. I am curious to see if he can indeed concoct a hair growth formula. However, there was no response behind him, prompting the Overlord of Chu to raise an eyebrow and turn around. To his astonishment, he found himself utterly alone. How can one so large simply vanish without a trace? Goodness, you truly are a remarkable individual. The Overlord's forehead creased with annoyance, filled with regret. Had he known, he would have conducted a more thorough evaluation, extending the observation period. Such negligence has allowed the directionally challenged green-haired fellow to fall under his wing. After this, how could others find out that the illustrious disciple of the Overlord of Chu is, in fact, directionally challenged? Wouldn't that be a source of ridicule? Dasky felt a bit disoriented. What is wrong with me? Why do I keep recalling his smile? She found herself perplexed, unable to comprehend why. Ever since parting ways with the Overlord of Chu, Her mind has been consumed by thoughts of his every expression, almost as if enchanted. The crisp and decisive footsteps of the Navy's patrol disrupted Dasky's contemplation. Dasky gasped, hurriedly returning to the Navy office in Lobetown. Colonel Smoker, what is happening? Why are there suddenly so many Navy personnel on high alert? Before Smoker could respond, she caught sight of 2 substantial bounty notices laid on the desk. This is... Dasky was momentarily stunned, her hand trembling as it grasped the bounty notice. The image depicted a figure in a pristine white suit, poised and elegant, seated beside steel beams, showing only a profile. Yet, an irresistible charm emanated from him. It cannot be mistaken. It is undoubtedly the Overlord of Chu, whom she had just parted with at the weapons shop. The bounty for the assassination of the local authority, Colonel Mouse, in Cocoa Village was a staggering 90 million berries, with the gravest implication of life or death. Cold sweat trickled down Dasky's back as her beautiful eyes widened. She fixated intently on the photograph on the bounty notice. The most notorious faction, Overlord. The title, White Devil. Dasky could hardly fathom that the man with whom she had just shared pleasant conversation was, in fact, the target the Navy was currently pursuing. Capturing the Overlord would yield an astonishing bounty of 90 million berries, irrespective of life or death. This revelation was utterly shocking. In the notoriously weak East Blue, a bounty of 90 million berries for the first time was unprecedented. Dasky shivered violently. Only at this moment did she realize that she had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. This is indeed a malevolent faction that has earned the title of World Conqueror. Had the adversary sought to bring harm upon her, she would have had no choice but to acquiesce. Yet, in the very next moment, a fierce blaze of fury ignited within Dasky. How infuriating! No wonder their gaze was so peculiar. They had already discerned my true identity and were deliberately toying with me. The next time we meet, I shall reclaim the demon blade, 1,000 blades. Its possession in your hands will only bring disgrace. Dasky's greatest aspiration is to retrieve all renowned blades from the clutches of nefarious individuals. Although the demon blade, 1,000 blades, wielded by the tyrant Chu, does not belong to the esteemed ranks of world-famous swords, it remains an exceedingly rare and unparalleled weapon. The mere thought of that ultimate weapon being in the hands of the enemy stoked the flames of Dasky's wrath. The enigmatic Smoker inquired, "What troubles you, Dasky? Your demeanor appears rather tumultuous." Without hesitation, Dasky recounted her morning's ordeal to Smoker. What? You had close contact with the tyrant, and even laid eyes upon his true visage. We must apprehend this villain post-haste. We cannot allow him to continue his reign of terror in Lobetown. Smoker's initial shock swiftly morphed into a seething rage. This fellow is exceedingly arrogant. How dare he roam about recklessly on my territory, brazenly making his way to the weapons shop to purchase a fine blade, the 21 craftsmanship. It is as if he holds me in utter contempt. Dasky, candid as ever, nodded and remarked, "Indeed, I have laid eyes upon the tyrant, but I must confess, he is far more handsome than in the photographs, possessing striking features akin to a dandy, quite the charming visage." Smog was left bewildered, his mind swirling with confusion. Why does the conversation suddenly veer into such peculiar territory? We were just deliberating on how to apprehend this scoundrel, and now we have strayed into the realm of appearances? As Dasky's voice diminished, her tone tinged with a hint of bashfulness, Smog pondered. Dasky's assistant. "Surely you haven't been enchanted by the tyrant, have you?" Smog was utterly flabbergasted, his heart racing in alarm. "What is this? Why does a natural airhead like you wear the expression of a starry-eyed fangirl?" In the eastern part of Rocktown, merely 2 streets away from the execution site of Joel D. Roger, Zoro lay on the stairs, a pained expression on his face as he meticulously examined his newly acquired sword, the Sandai Kitetsu. Somehow, in the midst of their journey, he had lost track of the tyrant. Suddenly, Luffy popped out from a corner. "Wow, Zoro, that blade seems extraordinary. Is it your recent acquisition?" Startled, Zoro retorted, "Do you walk without making a sound, Luffy?" After a moment, he relaxed, cradling the Sandai Kitetsu tenderly. "This is the Sandai Kitetsu, a weapon handpicked for me by the tyrant's master. What do you think? Doesn't it look incredibly striking?" Luffy was rendered speechless, suspecting that Zoro's fervor for sword flying was merely a pretext for future displays of bravado. Luffy inquired, "Zoro, what brings you here? Where have Mr. Tyrant and Sister Ching vanished to?" Zoro's forehead throbbed with visible veins. How could he respond to such a statement? It would be utterly embarrassing to admit that he had gotten lost while following along. Zoro was well aware of his chronic lack of direction, yet he never openly acknowledged it. And you, what brings you here? Zoro chose to deflect the question, opting to respond with another inquiry. Luffy, unfazed and brimming with bravado, declared, me? I'm actually on my way to visit the execution site of the Pirate King. Unfortunately, I've lost my way. Zoro erupted in exasperation, haughtily retorting, you fool. You can't even manage this trivial task? Just follow me to the execution platform. Yet, inwardly, he pondered whether a lack of direction was contagious. Luffy, waving his hands in frantic denial, insisted, no. Zoro, you mustn't say that. Do you remember our last encounter in Syrup Village? You could have reached your destination in a straight line, but you arrived hours late. If I let you lead, I might never see the execution platform of Pirate King Roger in my lifetime. A dark line formed on Zoro's forehead as the urge to draw his sword and take down the insufferable captain surged within him. Just as their argument escalated, the townsfolk of Lobe Town became animated, rushing about with excitement. Everyone, come see. Someone is about to duel with Daddy the child-holding man. Zoro rubbed his chin, seemingly recalling something. Daddy the child-holding man? He is the strongest among bounty hunters. The thought of someone daring to challenge him was almost unfathomable. What kind of fool would step up to duel him? In the hierarchy of bounty hunters, he was the most formidable swordsman, while Daddy the child-holding man was the mightiest gunslinger. Zoro, it seems something intriguing is unfolding. Let us go witness it, Luffy exclaimed, as if he had stumbled upon a new world, dragging Zoro through the throng. As they squeezed through the crowd, Luffy curiously remarked, that person standing next to Daddy looks remarkably like Usopp. Indeed, with that long nose, it was unmistakably Usopp. Zoro's lips twitched slightly. Go for it, long nose. I have high hopes for you. Don't be a coward. Even if you perish, I've already prepared a resting place for you. The onlookers buzzed with anticipation, chattering excitedly. In the grassy area behind the crowd stood a haphazard array of tombstones numbering in the dozens, marking the resting places of those who had failed to defeat Daddy in duels. The grass atop those graves had grown a foot high. Zoro bellowed, hey Usopp, have you lost your mind? Why would you challenge Daddy the child-holding man? Luffy, Zoro, what are you doing here? At this moment, Usopp was drenched in perspiration, gripping the pistol handed to him by Daddy, his legs trembling uncontrollably as if sifting through flour. Had he not been standing back-to-back with Daddy, he would likely have collapsed to the ground in fright. With a woeful expression, Usopp lamented, see, cut it out. I don't want this either. Who could have known it would turn out like this? The rules of the duel between marksmen were straightforward. At the sound of the referee's whistle, both parties would take 10 paces before being permitted to fire at one another. Those brief 10 steps tested the marksman's psychological resilience, their ability to gauge their opponent's precise positioning, and the fluidity of their draw and shot. If one failed to seize that fleeting final second, the outcome would invariably be one word, death. Luffy and Zoro stood in stunned silence. The typically timid Usopp dared to engage in a gun duel with another? Was he truly prepared for such a fateful shot? Daddy's daughter, Carol, was exuberantly cheering, proclaiming the commencement of the contest. She was a petite girl adorned in a light green dress, with golden hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding an irresistible charm that made one want to pinch her adorable cheeks. If one were to harbor a more mischievous intent, they might even be tempted to deliver a playful punch. Such an adorable little girl. How long would she cry if struck even once? The duel commenced. 1, 2. Kaler raised her hand, signaling both parties to commence. This is dire. How could I possibly triumph over a parent with a child? Surely, I shan't meet my demise here, especially when the adventure has only just begun. Usopp, his countenance stiffened, took 2 hesitant steps, his legs trembling. In contrast, Daddy moved with serene composure, his demeanor tranquil. The disparity was readily apparent. 5, 6, 7. With the little girl's call, despair began to seep into Usopp's heart. It's over. This time, it seems utterly disastrous. Not only did I fail to acquire the latest model of goggles, but I also risked my own well-being. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the crowd, parting like the Red Sea to allow passage for an individual at its center. This person radiated an astonishing brilliance, akin to the sun itself, casting light in all directions. Accompanying him was an exquisite beauty, delicately holding a gleaming, formidable blade. The scene was nothing short of ethereal, leaving the onlookers with the impression of encountering a celestial being, a true conqueror. The crowd erupted in waves of awe and exclamations. Yet, almost immediately, an inexplicable fury surged within me. Who on earth are you? that I should be compelled to call you father upon our first meeting. However, the conqueror remained unfazed, even appearing to relish the attention. How delightful it is to see you all seething with impotent rage while wishing to confront me. Zoro and Luffy shared a similar sentiment, both acutely aware of the conqueror's penchant for mischief. With his extraordinary charisma, he gravitated towards throngs of people, inciting them to chant his title. Just as Usopp contemplated fleeing the scene, an unexpected glance rendered him frozen in place. The conqueror? How could he be here too? Usopp, having grown up in Syrup Village, once harbored affection for the gentle and sweet Kaya. Alas, at that time, Kaya had already fallen under the spell of the conqueror. Her heart closed to all other suitors. To speak frankly, the conqueror had once been Usopp's romantic rival. Although he no longer harbored feelings for Kaya, Usopp was determined not to lose face in front of his former adversary. Gritting his teeth, Usopp resolved to stake everything on this gamble. My master, this long-nosed fellow is unlikely to be a match for that bounty hunter. He may very well meet his demise at his hands. Shall I intervene to rescue him? The enchanting Ching's lips quivered as she transmitted her thoughts discreetly. Indeed, you surmise correctly. This is the legendary internal voice chat. Outsiders cannot hear these conversations. There is no need to intervene. Let Usopp endure a little hardship first, Chubawang remarked casually with a serene smile. Since Usopp insists on putting on a brave front, let him be. Of course, Chubawang is not a heartless person. He would never allow Dottie to shoot Usopp down. After all, Usopp is his fellow townsman. Usopp? His name is Usopp? Does that mean he is the son of Jesus Burgess from the Red-Hair Pirates? Dottie, who had already entered a combat state, was momentarily taken aback. Memories flooded back like a tide. In his youth, Dottie was an elite member of the Navy headquarters. As the foremost marksman of the Navy, he had once attempted a cowboy duel with the sharpshooter Jesus Burgess of the Red-Haired Pirates, ultimately ending in failure. Jesus Burgess had spared his life. To care for his daughter, Carol, Dottie ceased his reckless pursuits of hunting pirates and withdrew from the elite forces of the Navy. Content to live a tranquil life as a bounty hunter in the East Blue, the weakest sea in the world. Although his earnings were modest, he led a rather comfortable existence. Out of the corner of his eye, Dottie glanced towards Chubawang and could no longer maintain his composure. It was you. The infamous white devil, Bawang, with a bounty of 90 million berries. Is this the one who killed the notorious Fishman Arlong of the East Blue? And later, was responsible for the death of the Navy's own Colonel Mouse. How dare he appear in Lowtown? Dottie's heart raced, nearly causing him to exclaim. The notorious Fishman Arlong had once made it onto Dottie's blacklist. However, out of concern for his daughter's safety, Dottie had refrained from delivering a fatal blow to Arlong. Any potential loose ends could pose a threat to his daughter. Yet, he could never have imagined Chubawang would be so audacious. How could he dare to operate so brazenly under the watchful eyes of Smoker the Smoke Man? Does he not fear being captured and thrown into prison? Bawang's bounty of 90 million berries is unprecedented in the East Blue, exceeding that of Fishman Arlong by more than threefold. Furthermore, he seems to have a close connection with Usopp, who is also a member of the Straw Hat crew. If I cannot capture the Straw Hat crew along with Bawang, I may very well face repercussions later on. Rather than dealing with this nuisance myself, I might as well throw it to Smoker and let him grapple with the headache. Merely due to a casual remark from the Overlord of Chu, Daddy found himself ensnared in a web of anxiety and uncertainty. After a moment of rapid contemplation, Daddy capitulated. There was no other reason. The ferocity of the Overlord of Chu was deeply etched into Daddy's very marrow. He dared not provoke a man capable of slaying even a naval colonel at will. I will count to 3, and then I shall fire. The young girl, Clara, exclaimed with unbridled excitement, counting aloud, 8, 9, 10. Time's up. Usopp finally overcame the dread that gripped his heart and prepared to turn and shoot. Bang, bang. The resounding gunfire reignited the fervor within the crowd. The duel had come to an end. You have lost, Usopp, Daddy declared coldly. Usopp slowly knelt, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Indeed, he had lost. At this moment, Usopp was nowhere near being Daddy's equal. In a mere half-second, Daddy had fired 2 shots. One bullet disarmed Usopp, while the other grazed the brim of his hat. One could say that just moments ago, Usopp had traversed the very gates of hell. Had that bullet deviated just half a centimeter higher, Usopp would already be dead. Kneeling on the ground, Usopp's lips trembled, his eyes brimming with tears of terror. He stammered, "Why didn't you kill me?" As a future sharpshooter, Usopp could sense that Daddy's shot had been deliberately aimed wide. Otherwise, he would be a corpse by now. Whether I choose to kill you or not is my prerogative. It is none of your concern. Daddy instinctively cast a glance toward the Overlord of Chu, his heart silently scoffing. Little brat, had it not been for the Overlord's careless words, you would have long since become a casualty beneath my gun. You are oblivious to who spared your life, and yet dare to question my reasons for sparing you. Truly a foolish child. You are nothing like that scoundrel Jesus. Indeed, Daddy had intentionally held back during the confrontation. He was uncertain of the relationship between Usopp and the Overlord of Chu. If he recklessly killed this timid individual, who bore no bounty, it could spell disaster for both himself and his daughter. Daddy dared not take that risk. If he was cautious even with the fishman Arlong, who had a bounty exceeding 20 million berry, how could he possibly risk it with the Overlord of Chu, who commanded a staggering bounty of 90 million berry? Moreover, Usopp is the son of Jesus Burgess. During his service in the elite naval forces, he was once defeated by the gun of Jesus Burgess. Yet, Jesus Burgess did not take his life, and naturally, Daddy would not engage in such repulsive acts of ingratitude. I have lost Luffy. Zoro, I have lost this duel. Usopp, engulfed in despair, lowered his head, unable to meet the gaze of Luffy and Zoro. He had always harbored feelings of inferiority, believing his role aboard the ship paled in comparison to that of anyone else. Kaya was merely a tourist, serving as a beautiful ornament, easily overlooked. Luffy and Zoro were monsters among men. Each battle they faced inevitably drew forth the enemy's most formidable forces. Sanji and Nami each possessed their own unique strengths, one excelling in culinary arts, the other in navigational command. As for the formidable Chu Bawang, there was no need to elaborate. Every action he took radiated excellence, invincibility, and an undeniable charisma, making him the most dashing figure in the village. Encountering Chu Bawang, it was no wonder that even Zoro and Sanji felt a pang of inferiority. On the Merry, Usopp stood alone as the epitome of failure, paralyzed by fear at the slightest challenge. If it weren't for his ability to handle minor repairs and occasionally lighten the mood, he would have long since lost the courage to remain aboard the Merry. Today, he had finally mustered the courage to confront Daddy in a life-or-death battle. Yet, he never anticipated such a complete and utter defeat, utterly tarnishing the reputation of the Straw Hat crew. If there were a crevice in the earth, Usopp would certainly wish to burrow into it and never emerge again. Usopp came to a realization, finally recognizing the absurdity and foolishness of his petty grievances with Chu Bawang. He was merely an ordinary person. What right did he have to harbor resentment towards such a prodigious man? Without the proper means, one should not attempt tasks beyond their capabilities. As Usopp's thoughts spiraled into deeper despair, he found himself trapped in a vicious cycle. He shouted towards the gathered crowd and Daddy, "Now you may mock me, for I have always been a person plagued by insecurity." After mustering the courage to challenge Daddy, only to be utterly defeated, I have presented you with a farcical display of a clown. Come, laugh at me. I am a failure. With a tremendous roar that seemed to summon every ounce of his strength, Usopp found himself collapsing to his knees, his legs unable to support him any longer. He placed his hands firmly on the ground, tears cascading down his cheeks in heavy droplets. A tumult of regret and anger swirled within him, anger at his own frailty, and regret for his pettiness. As the villagers of Road Town absorbed Usopp's frenzied inner monologue, they fell into stunned silence. The taunts they had prepared evaporated into the air, leaving them speechless. Usopp, Luffy, and Zoro exchanged a glance before stepping forward to join Usopp's side. Luffy spoke with unwavering conviction, his voice low yet resolute. "You are a comrade I truly recognize, and I shall never ridicule my companions throughout my life." Suddenly, the crowd erupted into applause, voices rising in unison to commend him. Though this young lad did not defeat the formidable Dottie, he is nonetheless remarkable. Among so many challengers, he is the only one who dared to duel Dottie and emerge alive. Indeed, like an ant attempting to shake a tree, he is commendably audacious. What is with all this flowery language? I can hardly comprehend it. I truly admire this young boy's bravery. He knows he cannot match Dottie, yet he overcomes his fear. For this alone, I am compelled to give him a thumbs up. What is happening? Shouldn't they be mocking my audacity? Why are there people praising me? A continuous wave of accolades left Usopp in a state of prolonged bewilderment. Hey, Usopp. The imposing figure of Chu Bawang appeared before him in a flash. A man does not kneel to heaven or earth, only to his parents and mentors. Chu Bawang commanded with a booming voice now. Immediately. Stand up, you shall not kneel. His reprimand resonated like a thunderous bell, echoing across the beach and shaking Usopp to his core. The onlookers stood agape, entranced by Chu Bawang's bold declaration. They were all stunned by this extraordinary display. Do not kneel to heaven or earth. Kneel only to your parents and mentors. How utterly imposing. Fortunately, I refrained from delivering a fatal blow. This little rascal, Usopp, undeniably shares a remarkable camaraderie with the formidable Overlord. The sheer aura of unparalleled dominance emanating from him is truly terrifying. It seems that even the once mighty red-haired cannot compare. Are those Navy forces merely idle spectators? Such a formidable and malevolent crew has a bounty of merely 90 million berries. Dottie, however, has firmly locked onto the Chu Overlord and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Dottie felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Were those responsible for naval intelligence truly incompetent? How could the notorious Chu Bawang, a figure so perilous, possess a mere bounty of 9 million berries? It was evident that the naval headquarters had succumbed to increasing corruption. A profound sense of despair enveloped Dottie. Yet he found himself powerless to alter the decisions made by the naval headquarters, decisions far beyond the influence of a mere bounty hunter. Bawang. Yes, I apologize. It is entirely my fault. I should not have acted rashly, nor should I have attempted to appear stronger than I am. All of this is my error. I lost this duel. If my journey is destined to conclude here, then let me face it with courage. Usopp, tension radiating from his body, slowly rose from the ground. Dottie drew his firearm, aiming it at Usopp. Indeed, in this duel, you have lost. According to the rules of the contest, I can take your life at any moment. Usopp met Dottie's gaze with unwavering resolve, his voice steady and powerful. Dottie, pull the trigger. I, Usopp, vow to be a brave warrior of the sea. Even in death, I shall stand tall rather than kneel in submission. Dottie did not reply to Usopp. Instead, he cast a profound glance at Chu Bawang. Bawang, is this part of your scheme as well? I must concede that your insight into people is remarkably astute, surpassing even that of certain admirals. Until this moment, Dottie had never regarded Usopp with anything but disdain. To him, Usopp was merely a coward unwilling to confront his own fears. Yet, in this instant, Dottie realized his profound mistake. A grave misjudgment. From the very beginning, Chu Bawang had recognized the brilliance that lay within the seemingly insignificant Usopp. This so-called duel is, in fact, the deliberate outcome of the actions of the formidable Chu Bawang. It was a carefully orchestrated awakening ceremony arranged for Usopp. Realizing this, Dottie's heart was filled with an increasing sense of dread. What an extraordinary man this is. He is capable of flawlessly integrating martial prowess, virtue, and intelligence. Shao Qing, puzzled, once again conveyed through a secret channel, Master, your fellow townsman Usopp is currently seeking death with all his heart. If Dottie truly intends to slay Usopp at this moment, what shall we do? The Overlord of Chu smiled faintly, confident in his victory. He would not dare take such a risk, for I have seized upon his only weakness. As the two commenced their internal communication, the Overlord of Chu intentionally cast a sidelong glance at Dottie's daughter, Carol. The ferocity in his gaze instantly frightened the typically fearless Carol, causing her to shrink behind Dottie. The Overlord of Chu, with a half-smile, regarded Dottie and softly remarked, "Are you certain you wish to kill Usopp, Dottie Masterson?" The lieutenant? What a terrifying man. Although Dottie appeared outwardly calm, a tempest brewed within him. He is indeed well acquainted with my past. Dottie Masterson is his full name. Even in Rogue Town, few would be familiar with the entirety of Dottie's name. However, what truly astonished Dottie was not this revelation, but rather the title of lieutenant. At the time of his departure from the naval headquarters, Dottie Masterson held the rank of lieutenant. Moreover, this event occurred several decades ago. Yet now, it has been unveiled by the Overlord of Chu with a single utterance. What does this signify? This indicates that Usopp's duel with himself was entirely under the control of this man. Upon realizing this, Dottie felt a cold sweat trickling down his back, to the point that his shirt was nearly soaked. The tyrant intentionally inquired, aiming to compel me to declare my allegiance to the battle team. A wrong choice would lead to an irreversible fate. Had I encountered such threats a decade ago, filled with youthful fervor, I might have impulsively shattered the sand table and fought the tyrant to the bitter end. However, now I possess an inextricable attachment, my daughter, Clara. She is Daddy's sole vulnerability. If I were to take Usopp's life, Not only would I invite the tyrant's vengeance upon myself, but Clara would also be swept into the turmoil. The sensation of being toyed with is truly infuriating. Veins bulged on Daddy's forehead, clearly reflecting his fury. On the surface, it appeared that he had won the duel. Yet in reality, he had no choice whatsoever. From beginning to end, every action of Usopp and himself was manipulated by the tyrant. Usopp, the disparity in our strengths is too great. It would not be an exaggeration to say that I am bullying the weak, so I shall spare your life this time. Clara, return this latest model of goggles from the North Sea to that long-nosed brat. Your father will buy you a new pair. Clara pouted, clearly reluctant, but ultimately complied and returned the goggles to Usopp. Mr. Daddy, if we meet again, on the day you have grown stronger, I will challenge you to a duel once more. At that time, I shall show you no mercy. Usopp was momentarily stunned, filled with both surprise and joy, tears welling in his eyes. Daddy tucked the pistol back into his coat, his tone remaining remarkably calm. After uttering these words, he left with Clara without looking back. He truly wished to leave without a moment's delay. The oppressive presence of the tyrant continuously drained his spirit. The tyrant subtly nodded, for this was the outcome he desired. Daddy, a seasoned figure in the underworld, indeed comprehended his intentions and dutifully played along with his subtle cues. The result exceeded his expectations, leaving Usopp with an attainable goal to strive for. Usopp, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and express your gratitude to Mr. Daddy for sparing your life. Next time we meet, you must become significantly stronger. Witnessing Usopp narrowly escape danger, Luffy and Zoro both broke into broad grins. You need not thank me. Had I not been constrained by my own vulnerabilities, I would have certainly taught you, this ungrateful little brat, a proper lesson. To be utterly oblivious to the presence of a noble beside you is simply foolishness at its finest. Daddy let out a cold snort, his voice laced with frost. Usopp was momentarily taken aback, clearly unable to grasp the deeper meaning behind Daddy's words. A vulnerability? What vulnerability? Mr. Daddy, you are so powerful. How could you possibly have such a thing? Zoro, on the other hand, appeared contemplative. His gaze shifted back and forth between the formidable Chu and Daddy, as if he had come to an understanding. So this is what it meant. A knowing smile crept across Zoro's face. Truly, the master is impressive. Not only is his combat prowess unparalleled, but his intellect and cunning are equally formidable. How admirable. Zoro patted Usopp on the shoulder, offering reassurance. Usopp, you must refrain from acting recklessly in the future. The master is not always conveniently nearby. Daddy spared your life solely out of fear that the master might take action against his daughter. Had it not been for the master seizing Daddy's only vulnerability, neither Luffy nor I could have come to your aid. In the eyes of Luffy and Zoro, a man's promise holds more weight than his very life. When Zoro faced Mihawk at Baratie, even after suffering a grievous wound, Luffy restrained himself from intervening, choosing instead to observe. This does not signify a lack of concern for a companion's life, but rather an acknowledgement of their choices. Should Daddy triumph in a duel and insist on ending Usopp's life, both Luffy and Zoro would be powerless to intervene, merely spectators to the unfolding tragedy. However, if Daddy were to employ deceitful tactics to secure his victory, then they would certainly have just cause to act. Mr. Chu, I am deeply sorry. This is all my fault. Usopp, overwhelmed with shame, bowed his head, unable to meet the gaze of Lord Chu. Recognizing one's errors and striving for redemption is one of Usopp's commendable traits. It is of no consequence. I merely happened to be nearby, drawn to the commotion, and unwittingly stumbled upon your duel with Daddy. Thus I intervened. Lord Chu waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Usopp need not dwell on the matter. Despite Usopp's numerous quirks, the brilliance within this small figure is equally remarkable. When Luffy first arrived in Syrup Village, Usopp bravely resolved to buy time for the villagers to escape, fully aware of the peril he faced. In truth, Usopp can be considered a noble compatriot, having grown up under the watchful eyes of the villagers of Syrup. Out of both empathy and principle, he could not stand idly by in the face of danger. This time, he truly danced on the edge of death. Usopp nodded gravely, feeling a profound emptiness wash over him, his body succumbing to fatigue as he collapsed to the ground. His mind was consumed by the terror of being threatened by Daddy's gun. Lord Chu then remarked, Usopp, as the son of Yasopp, you must never bring shame upon his name. Usopp's eyes widened in disbelief. Springing to his feet, he eagerly inquired, do you know my father, Yasopp? Realizing he might be displaying excessive enthusiasm, he quickly waved his hands. I do not concern myself with the well-being of that irresponsible father. I simply wish to understand why he has not returned to see me all these years. At this point, Usopp's mood visibly darkened. In truth, his life had been fraught with hardship. Since his earliest memories, his father, Usopp, abandoned their family to pursue a life with the pirate crew. For over a decade, Usopp has not set foot in Syrup Village. Even when Usopp's mother, Banchina, passed away in sorrow, he did not return to check on them. It must be said that Usopp's survival thus far owes much to fortune. At present, you are still too weak. Even if you were to learn of Usopp's whereabouts, you would be powerless to act, Lord Chu said with a mysterious smile. However, if you diligently work to raise your bounty, perhaps it will not be long before you cross paths with him. After all, he is the sharpshooter of the red-haired pirates. The sharpshooter of the red-haired pirates? I understand, and I shall strive to grow stronger. Usopp silently clenched his fists, experiencing a profound yearning for strength for the very first time. Satisfied, Chopper nodded, believing that after experiencing defeat at the hands of Daddy, Usopp would no longer act recklessly. He communicated discreetly with Nami, saying, "Let us proceed to Roger's execution platform in Logtown for some amusement." In a swift motion, Chopper vanished from the sight of the Straw Hat crew. Luffy cast a curious glance at Chopper's departing figure and shouted, "Is Mr. Chopper in a rush? Damn. I forgot to ask him how to reach Roger's execution platform. I want to see the place where the Pirate King met his end." Approximately 10 seconds later, the once radiant sky abruptly darkened ominously. Accompanied by the roar of thunder, dark clouds surged ominously from the north. The fierce winds whipped the flags into a frenzy. In a mere 30 seconds, the climate of Logtown transformed entirely. This world, it seems, is on the brink of change. Zoro gazed in the direction of Chopper's departure. Murmuring softly, "Is it about to rain?" This sudden gust feels rather inexplicable. At the port, Nami looked up at the sky, perplexed. "I wonder when Chopper will return. He hasn't given me a definitive answer yet. Which is more delightful, orange juice or the juice from Mama Koya?" But then, as if recalling something of utmost importance, Nami's expression shifted. "Oh no, my newly purchased cargo is still on the deck. Inside are my new beach swimsuit. I must hurry and retrieve it to my room. It absolutely cannot get wet. This matter is indeed urgent, as it pertains to her nefarious scheme. Tonight, she intends to deliver a resounding surprise to the formidable Chu Bawang." The sound of the telephone bug echoed, a signal unmistakable. It was our hidden operative at the execution ground, number 7. Dasky handed the telephone bug to Smoker, her expression fraught with tension. "Colonel Smoker, we are in grave trouble. There has been an incursion at the execution ground of the former Pirate King, Roger." The words of operative number 7 came forth in a rapid cadence, imbued with palpable urgency. This is an exceedingly rare event. As a meticulously selected member of the shadowy faction of Rogtown, one should not exhibit such a lapse in composure. Unless, of course, he has encountered an insurmountable foe. How can this be possible? Roger's execution ground is a heavily fortified area under our stringent guard. How did he manage to breach your defensive perimeter? Dasky trembled slightly, clutching her weapon, astonished. If one were to ponder the most strategically significant location in Rogtown, without a doubt, it would be Roger's execution ground. It possesses immeasurable value and significance for world domination. Not even the naval base of Rogtown can rival the importance of the execution ground. Thus, it is concealed with unimaginable elite soldiers. Yet now, how could someone possibly penetrate through layers of heavy troops to reach Roger's execution ground? The subordinate reported with utmost sincerity. That individual appeared like a ghost devoid of substance, suddenly manifesting at the execution site. The tone of Shadow Member number 7 was fervent, even more anxious than Dasky. After all, he is a frontline combatant, undoubtedly among the first to suffer the consequences. To put it bluntly, he is merely cannon fodder. The subordinate reported with utmost sincerity. That individual appeared like a ghost devoid of substance, suddenly manifesting at the execution site. The brothers were poised to repel this intruder, yet for reasons unknown, they fell unconscious to the ground, unable to fight. Requesting support from headquarters. "My brothers can hardly hold on any longer. This is dire. I've been discovered by the enemy. ZZZ, Shadow Member No. 7's communication device lost all contact with the naval base of Rogtown. Damn it, even the most concealed Shadow Member number 7 has been uncovered. Yet we do not even know who the enemy is." Dasky's face turned ashen. the naval forces have exhibited a remarkable failure, with the enemy boldly approaching without even discerning their identity. Enough, Dasky. Your maturity is still lacking. It is imperative to maintain composure in the face of adversity. Meticulously analyze the battlefield and ascertain the enemy's identity. This is the paramount task at hand. I shall lead the vanguard ahead. You are to assemble the patrolling brothers nearby and instruct them to steadfastly guard the entrance to the Grand Line. Afterward, rendezvous with the remaining personnel, and together we shall execute a strategic encirclement, ensuring the enemy has no means of escape. Smoker raised an eyebrow, his mouth clenching two thick cigars, his expression momentarily one of astonishment. However, as an experienced veteran of the Navy, he had anticipated scenarios of this nature. The current situation, though, was slightly more dire than he had envisioned. Meanwhile, those who had consumed the slippery fruit, including Arlita, alongside the fragmented fruit user Buggy the Clown and the beast tamer Machi, were searching for Luffy's whereabouts. They suddenly noticed that the patrolling navy was all heading towards the execution ground. Machi exclaimed in shock, "Captain, why are all these Navy officers rushing in one direction? Could it be that they have discovered the trace of Straw Hat Luffy?" Arlita, wielding a spiked club, with her fair skin seemingly delicate, chuckled wickedly. "This time, I must capture Straw Hat Luffy and make the man who defeated me my husband." Buggy burst into a raucous laugh, his large red nose strikingly vivid. "Let's not overthink it. Based on my understanding of the Straw Hat Kid, he will undoubtedly visit Roger's execution ground. We shall lie in wait there. Once we capture the Straw Hat Kid, we will venture into the Grand Line in search of treasure." Buggy's fervent underlings cheered, quickly racing towards Roger's execution ground. At Roger's execution ground, the streets, which were usually bustling with shops, appeared desolate at this moment. Only a few daredevils or those with ulterior motives lingered near the execution site, unaware of the monumental impact that the scene they were about to witness would have on the entire world. In his final moments, Roger ushered in the era of great pirates, though it plunged the new world into chaos. It must be acknowledged that this calamity inadvertently brought a semblance of peace to the beginning of the Grand Line, reducing many disputes and threats. In the context of the first half of the Grand Line, and even in seas not associated with it, this can be reluctantly deemed a fortunate circumstance. After all, those ambitious and idealistic pirates have all congregated in the New World in pursuit of the elusive One Piece. It is only the likes of the mediocre Arlong who can roam freely across the East Blue. "My lord, I have incapacitated all the bothersome navy nearby," reported the enchanting Xiaoqing, as she respectfully bowed before the man cloaked in black. The hood obscured his visage, revealing only a sharply defined profile. At his waist hung a purple longsword, seemingly on the verge of shattering into 1,000 pieces, exuding an aura of menace. As the slanting sun cast its rays, it illuminated the profile beneath the dark hood, where a smile involuntarily graced his lips, a smile imbued with an intrinsic confidence that seemed to emanate from his very bones. He casually shed the black cloak draped over him, revealing a tailored white suit beneath. His eyes sparkled with intensity, and every gesture he made was as refreshing as a spring breeze. The figure was none other than the formidable Chu Bawang, known in the world of conquest as the White Devil of the most ruthless faction. As the sun dipped lower, edging towards twilight, Chu Bawang approached the massive execution platform with a deliberate calm. In comparison to the towering skyscrapers of his previous life, this execution platform, standing merely 20 meters high, appeared rather rudimentary. Yet, the brief moments that transpired upon this platform had profoundly altered the course of world history. The former pirate king had once smiled as he faced his demise here, and in his final moments, with just a few words, he had ushered in a new and grand age of piracy, igniting a worldwide treasure-hunting frenzy. "Roger, do you not wish to witness with your own eyes the era of piracy you so boldly initiated?" A mocking grin slowly spread across Chu Bawang's face, filled with derision and scorn. "Alas, the era of piracy you birthed is now teetering on the brink of insurrection. Everything is slipping from your grasp." Chu Bawang's musings stirred the curiosity of the increasingly inquisitive villagers, who quietly creaked open their window shutters. Surrounding them were numerous menacing figures, without a doubt. These were pirates disguised as ordinary citizens, lurking within Rogue Town. Among them were spies linked to the most adept information gatherer of the four emperors, red-haired Shanks, as well as agents of the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo and puppets of the world conquest itself. The execution ground of Roger is indeed remarkably unique. In the fleeting span of mere minutes, the sound of synchronized and resounding footsteps echoed from the far end of the street. The blue and white banners converged, enveloping the execution platform in a swift and seamless manner as the tide of humanity surged forth. The naval forces, led by Smoker, arrived at the battlefield in the shortest possible time. White. The White Devil. Where are you, the Overlord? What are you doing? Overlord. Vacate the execution platform at once, or we shall open fire. Under the passive buff of no one in the world is unfamiliar with you. Even though the Navy could only glimpse the figure of the Overlord from behind, they still discerned who stood upon the platform. Disperse at once. The Overlord is not an adversary you can contend with. A primal growl erupted from the ranks of the Navy, causing nearly 100 sailors to retreat like a receding tide, parting into two lines. Clad in a cloak of justice, Smoker, armed with the weapon known as Shishido, embedded with sea stone, strode boldly at the forefront. I am Colonel Smoker, the highest commander of the garrison in Rogue Town. White Devil, I command you to vacate the execution platform immediately. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy. Smoker was seething with rage. Since the execution of Roger, he had never encountered such an audacious foe. The execution platform, under the stern gaze of the Navy and the ambition of global domination, stands as a symbol of the inevitable triumph of justice. Rogue Town, the sacred ground that marked the end of the notorious life of the Pirate King, holds profound significance for the entire world. Had it not been for the fear of destroying this execution platform, he would have long commanded his subordinates to unleash a comprehensive bombardment upon the Overlord of Chu. Depart from the execution platform, or face ruthless annihilation. Were this declaration uttered by the Gorosei, it might carry some weight. In the face of Smoker's threats and actions, the Overlord of Chu remained indifferent, as if oblivious to the existence of such a trivial naval colonel. What is there to be arrogant about? Unmoved by Smoker's roaring commands, the Overlord of Chu merely murmured to himself. The Pirate King Roger reached the world's end at Raftel, unveiling the truth and secrets of global domination. At the very center of the maelstrom of the old era, he allied with Garp to defeat the maritime Overlord, Rox D. Zebek. I'm curious to see what role you will assume in this impending era of chaos. Will you be akin to Whitebeard, a mere remnant of the old era clinging to life? Or perhaps, a cold smile crept across the Overlord's face, a hint of mockery at the corner of his lips. I wonder what expression would cross the face of the Pirate King Roger upon learning that his son Ace had recognized Whitebeard as his father. In the War of Marineford, confronted with the imprisoned Ace, what choice would Roger make? The Overlord of Chu, with the cursed blade Qianren at his waist, accelerated with an air of nonchalance. Traversing the void, in but a few strides, he reached the pinnacle of the execution platform. My heavens, what manner of ability is this? How can he ascend the execution platform without the aid of stairs? This is utterly preposterous. How did he manage to reach such heights? Is he, perhaps, walking upon air? Seeking death? How dare he disregard my warning? The crowd of onlookers was engulfed in a tumult of confusion and fury. Aim, fire. At Smoker's command, hundreds of naval officers raised their weapons in unison. A chilling intent to kill manifested at that moment. Smoker distinctly remembered that the Overlord of Chu had earned the moniker of the White Devil for having slain a former naval colonel. Despite his outward disdain, he had never underestimated this devilish man in his heart. Even when targeted by hundreds of long rifles, the Overlord of Chu maintained an unperturbed demeanor. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. You are currently situated at the execution platform of the former Pirate King Joel D. Roger. Would you like to utilize the Divine Resurrection technique on Roger? Yes or no? Note, upon using the Divine Resurrection technique, you can resurrect the deceased and randomly acquire one of their abilities. This skill, indeed, is a divine treasure acquired through the fateful sacrifice of Luffy. After all, who among us has not experienced the loss of one or two individuals, right? Resurrection. The mighty Chu Bawang responded without hesitation. To speak candidly, although Roger was immensely powerful in life, the only ability that truly piqued his interest was the ability to hear the voices of all things. Other skills, such as armament hockey, observation hockey, and swordsmanship at the level of a grand swordsman, hardly caught the eye of Chu Bawang. As soon as his words fell, a resounding, magnificent, and far-reaching laughter echoed around the execution ground, enveloping the entirety of Rogue Town. Hey, Pirate King, where have you hidden the treasures you found? Is it truly in the Grand Line? Surely, you must have obtained it. the legendary great treasure, the one and only One Piece. Do you desire my treasure? If so, I can grant you all of it. Go forth and seek. I have placed all my treasures there. How could this be possible? Smoker's expression changed drastically, his forehead veins prominently visible. In his youth, he had witnessed the execution of Lord Roger with his own eyes. Yet, at this moment, he found himself doubting his own vision. The Navy and the pirates alike wore pale faces, filled with confusion. That voice was etched into the very DNA of his being. Unforgettable for eternity. There was no mistaking it. This is indeed the fabled man, delivering his final words to the world. An endless radiance ascends, blindingly bright, rendering the onlookers unable to open their eyes. A majestic figure, exuding an aura of might, gradually becomes discernible amidst the hazy and dazzling light. That indistinct form slowly solidifies into reality. The former pirate king, Lord Roger, has been resurrected. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, the formidable figure of Chu Bawang, positioned at the pinnacle of the execution platform, gazes at the emerging entity with a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Undoubtedly, the extraordinary power he has summoned, exchanged for Luffy's fleeting fortunes, is truly remarkable. If Luffy were to realize the significant role he played in the revival of the Pirate King, he would likely be overwhelmed with emotion. As for the earlier decision not to resurrect Nami's mother, Belle-Marie, it was simply because Chu Bawang wished to avoid conducting experiments on her. Belle-Marie is, after all, Nami's adoptive mother, and if something were to go awry, resulting in the resurrection of a zombie or similar entity, it would lead to a catastrophic situation. Regarding Pirate King Roger, there are no such concerns, nor any psychological burdens. Congratulations. You have successfully resurrected the legendary figure Lord Roger, and are now in the process of randomly replicating his abilities. Please hold on. Ability replication successful. Congratulations. You have successfully replicated Lord Roger's swordsmanship, mastering the profound technique known as divine evasion. Divine evasion, a rapid strike imbued with haki that can bypass the opponent's weapons and defenses, striking directly at the enemy. What on earth? How has it reverted again? This is not the skill I desired. What are the voices that listen to all things? Has that wretched system devoured them? As for the profound understanding of swordsmanship, the formidable Chubawang has indeed grasped a considerable amount. To him, the swordsmanship of Pirate King Roger is little more than refuse. Of course, it does possess some merit. After all, it belongs to the Eastern school of swordsmanship, and through meticulous examination, there are indeed gains to be had. A fierce wind surged forth, battering against him. Countless memories flickered and replayed within Chu Bawang's mind. They belonged to Roger's comprehension of swordsmanship. Concealed within were his nearly innate memories of battle and the essence of swordplay. The resplendent white light gradually faded. Silence enveloped the surroundings. As if one could hear a pin drop, Chu Bawang could even perceive the terrified heartbeats and the near suffocating breaths of those around him. What? Seeing the living Roger has left them dumbfounded? That is, Pirate King Lord Roger? My heavens! The Bawang has actually resurrected Pirate King Roger. Am I dreaming? How could the dead possibly return to life? The sudden turn of events left the onlookers, the undercover pirates, and even the Navy, who had intended to shoot Chu Bawang, retreating a step with pale faces, their hands trembling involuntarily around their gun grips. Gulp. Even the usually composed Smoker swallowed hard. That is none other than Pirate King Lord Roger, the legendary pirate said to possess the power, prestige, and wealth of the entire world. He represents the greatest glory of a bygone era. A ruthless figure who overshadowed the flying Admiral Shiki and the strongest man in the present age, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. Moreover, he is an extreme threat, regarded as a nemesis by both the Navy and the world, with a bounty that reached an unprecedented 5,648 billion berries. Even the once dominant Sea Lord rocks would pale in comparison. Yet, that man was publicly executed by the Navy many years ago, dying in Lobe Town. And now he has returned to this world once more. How could this be possible? It was only at this moment that Smoker realized his blind spot. From the very beginning, he had never regarded the figure before him, dressed in a resplendent white suit, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, with a mere bounty of 90 million berries, as a serious threat. Yet now, the so-called overlord of the Chu had completely shattered Smoker's worldview, leaving him in a state of utter stupor. Just as the crowd's fear and astonishment reached a critical threshold, the increasingly solid figure of Jold, Roger began to speak. It was evident that this man was still clad in his iconic attire, a scarlet captain's cloak billowing in the gentle breeze, adorned with the golden epaulets that only the Pirate King could wear. No one dared to doubt the authenticity of Roger standing before them. After all, there were 2 large holes torn in the chest area of his garment, remnants of the wounds inflicted by soldiers who had pierced him with their long spears. Where's this place? Roger's presence exuded a raspy quality, his form swaying as if still trapped in a daze. He slowly lifted his gaze, looking down upon Smoker and his fleet, completely disregarding the hundreds of armed Navy soldiers. Upon recognizing that he was in his hometown, Log Town, a deep nostalgia and longing flickered in his eyes, settling into a calm acceptance. So it is. Log Town. It is unfathomable that I have the opportunity to return to my homeland. Finally regaining his composure, Roger turned to the smiling Overlord of the Chu and asked in a deep voice, "Did you resurrect me, Ba?" Ba. The final syllable of King remained unuttered. The calm demeanor on Roger's face instantly darkened. What the hell? How could anyone name themselves father? That is utterly absurd. The Overlord of the Chu shrugged nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by Roger's reaction, and smiled. Indeed, I resurrected you. To Chu's surprise, Roger did not retaliate despite calling him father. Upon reflection, it made sense. A man like Roger, with such a carefree spirit, would likely not be troubled by such trivial matters. Raising an eyebrow, Roger fell silent for a moment before stating, I am already dead. My will has been inherited, and I have no regrets in death. Although I cannot fathom what means you employed to resurrect a deceased soul. Since this world has its destined course, why go to the trouble of bringing me back? The Overlord of the Chu narrowed his eyes, remaining unmoved. Roger had faced death with this very mindset, believing that as long as his will could continue to be passed down, the distinction between life and death truly held little significance. Suddenly, the heavens roared with thunder. The mountains bore witness to an impending storm, and the chilling, slightly refreshing sea breeze rushed towards him, as if it sought to tear him asunder. Roger squinted his eyes, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. What a terrifying aura! Even the overwhelming presence once exuded by the maritime sovereign, rocks, pales in comparison. It is truly unfathomable to contemplate the transformations this world has undergone during my absence. Such a young lad possesses the regal charisma of a king. This is undeniably astonishing. Or perhaps, could it be? The Overlord. Is he the inheritor of my will? Initially indifferent to his own mortality, Roger now found himself profoundly intrigued by the Overlord of Chu. He yearned to discover whether this figure was indeed the next pirate king. As the winds rose, they whipped about the Overlord's white attire with wild abandon. He focused intently, scrutinizing the legendary man before him, the very pirate whom countless aspired to emulate and equally reviled. Suddenly, he spread his arms wide, as if embracing the vastness of the world, and laughed heartily, for I have arrived upon this magnificent sea. Yet, without your presence, this ocean cannot satiate my desires. It is only with you that this sea can become even more splendid, evoking greater joy within me. So let the chaos ensue. To please me, let the world experience its anguish. A challenger? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Roger's eyes, his spirit ignited with fervor. The Overlord dares to provoke Joel D. Roger, the pirate king who stood atop the world over a decade ago? The onlookers in the square were awestruck, their expressions frozen in disbelief, their hearts trembling. What they found most difficult to accept was Roger's apparent intrigue. You are the pirate king, Roger, the world's foremost figure with a bounty of 564,800,000 berries. Why entertain the tactics of a mere villain worth only 900 million berries? They could not comprehend why, just moments before, Roger had displayed indifference to life and the world, yet now radiated an intense desire for battle. The Overlord remained silent, a faint smile playing on his lips. The wind howled, and the atmosphere resonated with a fierce intensity that left the crowd unable to open their eyes. Gazing at the youthful and unfamiliar visage before him, who had just addressed him as father, Roger's expression suddenly shifted. A flicker of shock and terror crossed his gaze as realization dawned. So that is it. You are utterly unconcerned with the world's sins. Nor do you care whether the legacy is successfully passed on. What you desire is nothing but conquest. From the very outset, Roger profoundly misinterpreted the true intention behind the resurrection of the Overlord of Chu. The other party is not a mere inheritor of one's will. Nor do they care whether this world is steeped in evil. What they seek is solely dominion. The Overlord of Chu laughed with abandon, exclaiming, I have arrived. I have seen. I have conquered. Those endeavors you failed to complete, those grand ambitions that existed only in the recesses of your mind, never daring to manifest, shall be forged by me. Smoker, astonished, commanded, open fire. All the long rifles were aimed squarely at Little Ching, Roger, and the trio led by the Overlord of Chu. At this juncture, Smoker could no longer afford the luxury of uncovering the truth. His instincts warned him that if he did not thwart any effective resistance now, the opportunity for victory would slip away forever. Bang! Bang! The long rifles belched forth crimson fire, transforming into voracious demons. Halt! Before Smoker could even relax his mind, a delicate voice pierced through the thick fog. Unbelievably, those rapidly spinning bullets had come to a standstill in midair, unable to advance even an inch. Little Ching beckoned with a finger, then gently clapped downward. Clang! 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 The bullets, as if burdened with tenfold gravity, plummeted to the ground. After accomplishing this, Little Ching silently retreated behind the Overlord of Chu, as though she had never intervened at all. Is this the power of the float fruit? Could it be that even the Golden Lion has met his demise? Roger's expression darkened, and he immediately recalled his old adversary, the airborne Admiral Golden Lion. The ability to suspend bullets in midair could undoubtedly be attributed to the float fruit. Even more astonishing to Roger was the fact that such a powerful and enchanting woman would willingly step back, reluctant to overshadow the glory belonging to the Overlord of Chu. The sound of that call is simply extraordinary. Smoker, you possess remarkable audacity. Chu Bawang, with a calm smile, unsheathed the enchanted blade, Qian Ren, from his waist. A surge of captivating purple demonic energy emanated from him, creating an aura of chilling menace. The interplay of this malevolent energy with his impeccably tailored white suit rendered his visage strikingly sinister. The icy intent to kill exuded from him, instilling a profound sense of despair within the hearts of those who beheld him. With a subtle twist of his neck, he produced a series of explosive crackling sounds, his gaze settling calmly upon the gun-wielding Navy personnel. Those who wish to live, step aside. His voice, cold as ice and laced with a hint of murderous intent, sent shivers through the very marrow of Smoker and the Navy soldiers behind him. Nearly 100 elite Navy officers found themselves utterly subdued by the singular presence of Chu Bawang, their bodies involuntarily trembling in fear. Was this the very weapon that defeated the Fishman Arlong and claimed the life of Captain Mouse? Smoker quivered slightly, his pupils constricting sharply. The Qian Ren sword appeared as if it were on the verge of shattering into thousands of pieces, yet from this weapon emanated an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. This palpable murderous energy was indeed terrifying. What kind of adversaries had this man slain to possess such a commanding presence of death? Roger furrowed his brow. He harbored a disdain for the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents and found himself at odds with those who reveled in excessive bloodshed. However, while Chu Bawang radiated a similar aura of dread, it did not evoke revulsion within him. Gulp. Some seasoned pirates began to sense the gravity of the situation and swiftly retreated, prioritizing their lives over the gathering of intelligence. A glance at the trembling legs of the Navy officers revealed that none chose to flee. A smirk curled at the corners of Chu Bawang's mouth. It appears they are all fearless fools, without orders from their superiors. Should these Navy personnel choose to withdraw without a fight, they would be deemed deserters, and deserters ultimately face a singular fate. Smoker finally regained his composure from the shock, his expression one of horror as he bellowed, "Stop dawdling. Fall back. Only those with abilities can contend against those with abilities. Thinking of fleeing now? It is far too late. Divine avoidance." As his words fell, Su Song, with a fierce countenance, raised the Qian Ren blade high. With a thunderous roar, the sword resonated like a dragon's roar. He swung the sword in a decisive strike. The sword energy surged forth, akin to a dragon rising in fury, rampaging as it cleaved through the entire Rog Town square from the execution platform. The earth split. A terrifying fissure stretched for miles. With a mere swing of his sword, he had stepped into the realm of the great sword masters. Roger stood dumbfounded, gazing in disbelief at the devastation that enveloped Rog Town Square. Isn't this the profound essence of my swordsmanship, the divine evasion? Why then does it possess such terrifying destructive power? Wait, why is my divine evasion in the possession of the formidable Chu Bawang? Cough, cough. I nearly choked to death. Who could be so malicious as to dig a deep pit in the middle of the road? I almost fell into the ditch. The disheveled clown Buggy emerged from the rubble, cursing under his breath. He had meticulously devised a plan to ambush Luffy at the execution ground, eagerly waiting for his prey to approach. Yet here he was, on the brink of disaster before even reaching the site. This pit was not merely dug by someone. It was cleaved open by a sword. Boss, please lower your voice. The White Devil, Bawang, is approaching. Machi shrank his neck, barely resisting the urge to flee on his mighty lion. A bounty of 90 million berries might not catch the eye of the high-ranking figures. But that was merely a relative observation. Long before the plan was concocted, Alrita had repeatedly emphasized that if they wished to capture Straw Hat Luffy, they must avoid the gaze of Chu Bawang at all costs. Before the feeble Buggy pirate crew, the name of the White Devil was synonymous with invincibility. Buggy turned stiffly, only to meet the cold, piercing gaze of Chu Bawang, which caused him to kneel instantly. Bawang, no, please, Lord White Devil, do not kill me. I truly did not mean to. If time could be reversed, Buggy would gladly slap himself a few times, wishing to silence his own mouth. Why did he have to provoke such a fearsome individual? This was someone who dared to defy the very will to conquer the world, mercilessly slaying even high-ranking officials of the Navy. Lord White Devil, I beseech you to spare Captain Buggy. We were wrong. We should not have tried to take advantage of the situation and sought to capture the Straw Hat Kid while avoiding your sight. Buggy's loyal followers, in tears, knelt on the ground, desperately pleading for their captain's life. You are the red-nosed Buggy? You little brat, how did you end up in Lobetown? Roger was momentarily taken aback, but ultimately recognized Buggy. After all, not everyone could boast such a distinctive red nose. See, Captain Roger, save me. I am the clown Buggy, the former red-nosed brat. Buggy wailed, and in the next moment, he clung to Roger's leg. The clown Buggy was once an intern of the Roger Pirates and an old friend of one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks. He is a pirate who derives pleasure from the torment of the weak, embodying selfishness and ruthlessness. In a fit of rage, he once unleashed the Buggy bomb to indiscriminately bombard a town. When Luffy retaliated by bouncing the Buggy bomb back at him with his rubber balloon, Buggy shamelessly used 2 of his subordinates as human shields for his own protection. Remarkably, he possesses an outrageous streak of luck, even daring to insult Whitebeard during the war on the top, and foolishly initiated a live broadcast, comparing him to his fellow intern, Shanks the Red-Haired. One can truly grasp the depths of Buggy's ineptitude. One stands as one of the 4 emperors of the sea, a man at the pinnacle of the New World, while the other languishes in the weakest sea, the East Blue, even being soundly beaten by the newly emerged Monkey D. Luffy. As for the incompetent jester Buggy, the formidable Chu Bawang holds no admiration. Had it not been for Buggy's past as an intern on Roger's pirate crew, he might have taken action to rid the world of this nuisance. Bawang, please, might you show me mercy just this once, and let me off the hook? Roger scratched his head, feeling rather helpless. What is this predicament? I have just emerged from the grave only to encounter such a disarray. Yet, I find myself compelled to intervene. The illustrious pirate king, reduced to humbly beseeching assistance for such trivial matters, is nothing short of a disgrace to his esteemed reputation. It is not that Roger is unwilling to rescue Buggy directly from the hands of the formidable Chu Bawang. Recently revived, he is far from being in peak condition. His powers and physical state are in a phase of fragility. At this moment, confronting the seemingly mighty Chu Bawang would undoubtedly be an unwise choice. Moreover, Chu Bawang is the very benefactor who has just revived him. To act in a manner that betrays such kindness would leave Roger with no face to continue navigating the realm of his endeavors. Just as Chu Bawang began to contemplate whether to grant Roger a favor, a somewhat anxious and delicate voice interrupted, momentarily capturing his attention. Quickly, Team 9, organize a rescue. Carry the wounded to the infirmary. Colonel Smoker, how are you holding up? The arrival of Dasky at the execution ground, her face marked by shock, revealed the devastation that had turned the plaza of Roguetown into mere ruins. What on earth is happening? Could the battle be so fierce that it has caused the very ground to fracture over 1,000 meters? I am unharmed. Fortunately, the White Devil has yet to master the means to counter elemental transformation. Otherwise, I too would be unable to escape calamity. Smoker's expression was one of utmost dread. The sword energy that cleaved the earth and mountains filled him with profound trepidation. Had it not been for the smoke fruit, which allowed him to transform his body into smoke and thus evade physical attacks, he would have long since become a lifeless corpse. Casting a glance at his severely injured subordinate, Smoker clenched his fists, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in the air. This was indeed the first time he felt such humiliation, wishing he could slay the tyrannical Chu Bawang on the spot for harming his subordinates. Dasky glared at Chu Bawang with equal fury, drawing her weapon, the rein, and adopting a defensive stance. Bawang, your actions are utterly despicable. I once regarded you as a kindred spirit in the pursuit of renowned swords, yet you dare to murder the naval commander. The esteemed knives, Snow and Thousand Blades, have suffered a grievous humiliation in your possession. I vow that one day, you shall face the righteous retribution you deserve. Dasky had previously encountered Chu Bawang at a weapons shop, where they had engaged in amiable conversation about the fascinating stories of world-renowned swords. Little did Dasky know that Chu Bawang was none other than the infamous White Devil, a figure of extreme malevolence. While the actions of Colonel Mouse in assisting such a villain had indeed filled her with disdain, she believed that justice should be administered by the naval headquarters, not dictated by an outsider like him. Chu Bawang casually tossed the 1,000 blades to his maid, Xiao Qing, shaking his head nonchalantly. Perhaps in Dasky's eyes, the naval headquarters represented the epitome of justice. Yet in Chu Bawang's heart, the justice of the naval headquarters was merely a distorted semblance of righteousness. It served the celestial dragons, not the people, in a fervent attempt to prevent the resurgence of the century that had been obliterated from history. The world conquerors madly enacted the Demon Extermination Order, annihilating all historical scholars on O'Hara Island. Even the ships intended for the evacuation of innocent civilians did not escape unscathed. The task was executed by Admiral Sakazuki and Admiral Akiji. These two naval commanders have ascended the ranks to become admirals at the naval headquarters. Such a distorted and twisted notion of justice, parading itself under the guise of righteousness, is it truly worthy of being called justice? Like casting aside refuse. The formidable Chubawang smiled nonchalantly and remarked, Darsky, I have heard that your reports and summaries are quite commendable. Would you care to become the dedicated secretary to my White Devil? Darsky retorted angrily, you insult me. Even in death, I shall not become your pawn. Chubawang's lips curled into a mocking smile. The current Darsky, after all, has been thoroughly indoctrinated by the so-called justice of the Navy. If this somewhat naive young lady were to learn the truth about the world conquest and the brutal extermination order unleashed upon the innocent at O'Hara Island, it would surely shatter her beliefs completely. How infuriating! That accursed Chubawang, so audacious as to undermine me right before my eyes. A fierce blaze of anger ignited within Smoker's heart. The sensation of being robbed incensed Smoker beyond measure. Tashigi was an exceptionally talented subordinate he had painstakingly nurtured. If even his own subordinates were poached, how could he possibly maintain his standing in the world? Wherever he went, he would be subjected to ridicule, forever unable to hold his head high. Moreover, although he was reluctant to admit it, Smoker harbored a slight wicked thought regarding Tashigi. He was engaged in a sort of lowly cultivation game. Given the significant age difference between them, a direct confession would undoubtedly spell disaster. However, as long as Smoker continued to mentor Tashigi, shaping her into his right-hand ally through rigorous training, he was confident that one day she would succumb to his charismatic allure. Yet now, just as his lowly cultivation plan was set to commence, it was about to be thwarted midway. How could Smoker possibly accept this? Humph. I will never allow you to take Tashigi away. The sudden surge of confidence in Smoker stems from the fact that his devil fruit belongs to the Logia category. Logia fruits are utterly invincible in the absence of haki, particularly armament haki. Just like earlier, although the Overlord of Chu unleashed a sword energy spanning thousands of meters, it was devoid of even a trace of armament haki. It is precisely for this reason that Smoker's combat prowess remains remarkably intact. You, Smoker, an old bull chasing after tender grass, have no right to reprimand me here. The Overlord of Chu scoffed, feeling displeased. In the original narrative, while Smoker is portrayed as a relatively righteous marine, his stubbornness is undeniable. He remains obstinately determined to capture Straw Hat Luffy, refusing to turn back until he hits a wall. Tashigi, are you truly certain you will not accompany me? The Overlord of Chu smiled faintly, gesturing towards Smoker, and declared, if you do not come with me, I shall take Smoker's life right now. After all, I have already claimed one life. An additional one matters not. Tashigi was unwilling to yield, retorting angrily, abandon such thoughts. A forcibly twisted fruit is never sweet. I will not go with you. Moreover, Colonel Smoker is far more formidable than you imagine. The outcome remains uncertain. A forcibly twisted fruit is never sweet. Ha! Setting aside the sweetness of a forcibly twisted fruit, As long as it quenches thirst, that suffices. Resolute in his determination, the Overlord of Chu had already devised a plan. Since Dashiji refused to heed his invitation and was adamant in her decision not to accompany him, he would not hesitate to resort to more forceful measures. Roger and the clown Buggy exchanged glances, both perceiving the peculiar expressions in each other's eyes. This fellow's audacity is simply outrageous. Does he truly hold the Navy in such contempt? Roger believed that his experiences in the Grand Line were sufficiently grandiose. Yet even he had never witnessed anyone daring enough to snatch someone from the Navy's grasp. The Overlord, indifferent, shrugged and softly remarked, "Dasky, since you firmly believe that Smoker can triumph over me, let the two of us engage in combat." The reason the Overlord refrained from utilizing haki earlier was solely to avoid severely injuring Smoker. However, given Smoker's utter lack of discernment and his insistence on obstructing his plans, he should not be surprised if he finds himself at a disadvantage. Smoker, secretly elated, was on the verge of bursting with joy. That you possess an awe-inspiring sword aura akin to a master swordsman, your actions are undeniably foolish. You fail to comprehend the sheer terror of a Logia-type devil fruit user. In any case, before someone who lacks haki, a Logia user is inherently invincible. He could not believe that the young Overlord had already mastered haki at such a tender age. Even so, attaining victory would not be a simple task. Overlord, do you require my assistance in dealing with him? Roger, unable to bear the sight any longer, huffed. This old fellow is indeed bullying others. Relying on his status as a Logia user to assert dominance, it is utterly shameless. He too had been astonished by the Overlord's extraordinary sword strike. Yet he discerned the greatest flaw within that sword aura. It lacked even the slightest trace of haki. A sword aura devoid of haki cannot harm a formidable opponent capable of elemental transformation. Roger contemplated whether he should impart his knowledge of haki training to the Overlord after his defeat, viewing it as a means of repaying a favor. Although he had yet to regain his peak strength, dealing with someone like Smoker was undeniably within his capabilities. Casting a disdainful glare at the inept clown Buggy, Roger felt a surge of frustration akin to a blacksmith's disappointment in an untempered iron. As my crew member, how dare you flounder in the weakest sea of the world? You are bringing disgrace to my name. Buggy, intimidated by Roger's gaze, instinctively straightened his neck. He vividly recalled the grueling training sessions orchestrated by Roger and Rayleigh, which still sent shivers down his spine. Xiao Qing raised an eyebrow, gracefully declining Roger's offer on behalf of the Overlord, and with a soft smile, she assured him, "Rest assured, since my master dares to accept Smoker's challenge, he will not allow anyone to become the subject of ridicule." Roger was momentarily taken aback. His gaze was firmly fixed upon Xiao Qing, and he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Is this truly the maid of the renowned Chu Bawang? She is indeed breathtakingly beautiful. A rare gem in this world, nearly impossible to find elsewhere. Moreover, the overwhelming vitality emanating from her could easily rival even the young and spirited old rascal carp. It is truly unfathomable how such a young conqueror has become her master. Initially, Smoker felt a surge of panic upon hearing that Roger intended to confront him. However, upon discovering that Xiao Qing had audaciously rejected Roger's goodwill, a cold smirk crept across his face. If you insist on pretending to be formidable without any mastery of haki, then do not blame me for taking advantage of the situation. With a chilling laugh, Smoker launched his assault. White fist, white smoke launcher. Smoker's body surged forward rapidly, transforming into a white mist propelled by a fierce wind. Behold the terrifying essence of elemental manifestation. Intangible yet immensely powerful. Colonel Smoker has transcended into this elemental state. Victory is assured for him. The reinforcements summoned by Tashiji were expressions of confident amusement. In these vast seas, no matter how audacious or ferocious a pirate may be, they inevitably face a devastating defeat upon encountering Smoker. Numerous notorious pirates have found themselves incapable of even escaping, promptly subdued and imprisoned by Smoker's smoke fruit abilities. Before us stands the formidable Chu Bawang, whose swordsmanship is remarkable. However, he lacks the haki necessary to counteract a Logia user. What means does he possess to contend with Smoker? Though it may be rather shameless, I must concede that this individual's strength is indeed formidable. His overall combat prowess rivaling that of a typical Navy captain, which explains his deployment to quell the entrance of the Grand Line. Casting a glance at Smoker's assault, Roger rendered his assessment. In the next moment, Smoker's smoke-like form surged forth, ensnaring Chu Bawang in a manner akin to a vine prison, trapping him firmly at the center. Observing Chu Bawang's refusal to evade and willingly stepping into the encirclement, Smoker erupted in laughter. White Devil Bawang, yield at once. This battle is undoubtedly yours to lose. Without Haki, even if I stood here for an eternity, you would not lay a finger upon me. Come now. Strike me if you dare. I challenge you to a one-on-one duel. Do you have the courage to engage? Smoker laughed boastfully. Were it not for the fear that Chu Bawang might cleave him in two, he would have relished the opportunity to strike a pose, hands on hips, laughing heartily. You boast of your prowess. Come and face me. Huh. Without Haki, you cannot touch me. Tell me, does that infuriate you? Chu Bawang regarded Smoker with a peculiar expression. What source of confidence did he possess, assuming I would not wield Haki? Smoker, this was your challenge. Chu Bawang rolled up his sleeves, grinning as he declared, with fists the size of sandbags, one blow could easily crush you. Are you certain you wish for me to strike you? Come now, approach me. To refrain from exerting my full strength would be a sign of disrespect. Smoker, I must admit, that expression of yours is quite deserving of a punch. With a hint of impatience, Smoker pressed, are we to continue this fight or not? Observing Chu Bawang's hesitance, Smoker grew increasingly certain of his speculation regarding the absence of Haki. Very well then, I have never encountered such an absurd demand in my life. With a shrug of his shoulders, the formidable Chu Bawang strode forward with the gait of a tiger. His fists, as large as sandbags, collided with Smoker's weathered visage. Boom. The vast execution ground resonated with the thunderous sound of impact. The smile on Smoker's face froze instantaneously, his complexion transforming to a hue reminiscent of liver. Although he had transformed into smoke, he suddenly seemed to regain substance, hurtling backward with great force. Crack, crash. Along his trajectory, he demolished 3 or 4 earthen structures before finally coming to rest, embedded within a wall. He lay there like a freshly made jelly, sliding down the wall in a limp fashion until he collapsed onto the ground. The Navy, who had been so certain of their victory and prepared to humiliate Chu Bawang, stood in stunned silence, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. The entire execution ground was so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. Almost everyone, including Des Boney and the clown Buggy, was no exception. They instinctively rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Is this merely a hallucination? Upon a closer inspection, the figure sliding down the wall is unmistakably Captain Smoker. How is this even possible? The Navy personnel were utterly dumbfounded. Captain Smoker is a formidable user of a Logia-type devil fruit, renowned for his invincibility in the East Blue. How could he be sent flying so far by a single punch? While one might defy the heavens, one cannot escape the consequences of their own actions. Merely witnessing such a powerful strike sends a jolt of pain through me. I wonder if this fellow will be felled by the brawny Overlord's fist. Roger's lips twitched slightly. Smoker, in your arrogance, you have brought this upon yourself. Such hubris deserves its reckoning. The brawny Overlord smirked, hands behind his back, and with an air of nonchalance declared, in ancient times, Lu Zhishan struck down the villain Jin Guanxi with 3 punches. Today, I, the brawny Overlord, shall incapacitate Smoker with a single blow. Roger remarked. Another pretentious fool. Apprehend him. You actually employed armament Haki. Emerging from the rubble, a battered Smoker gasped for breath. The crowd's gaze inevitably fell upon the brawny Overlord's fist. Gasp. They all inhaled sharply. My goodness, it is indeed armament Haki. This young man appears to be merely in his teens, yet he has already mastered the formidable technique of armament Haki. What a terrifying talent. Smoker's expression darkened significantly, as his entire worldview was profoundly shaken. Now approaching middle age, he finds himself merely at the threshold of understanding armament Haki. Meanwhile, observing the level of armament Haki exuded by Chu Bawang's fist, it is often said that without comparison, there can be no pain. This stark comparison left Smoker's heart feeling cold and desolate. Have I truly lived my first half of life as a mere dog? Dog, I feel insulted. Thank you very much. This man, clearly adept in the advanced application of armament Haki, is feigning ignorance. Upon locking eyes with the darkened fist of the tyrant Chu, Roger could no longer maintain his composure. Initially, he believed that Chu's mastery of armament Haki was merely rudimentary, perhaps reaching a commendable level at best. However, witnessing the terrifying Haki that erupted from Chu in that fleeting moment, the precision of its control and its overwhelming force was a caliber that even the world's elite could barely rival. Roger himself belonged to this elite circle, the sole exception being the iron-fisted Garp, who had once fought fiercely alongside him. That man was indeed capable of mastering Haki in its most formidable form. Smoker's defeat was utterly catastrophic. Just watching it made my stomach churn. The clown buggy. Filled with trepidation, couldn't he help but feel relieved for his earlier prudent decision. Fortunately, his strategic direction proved correct. Otherwise, there would have been yet another person. No. An entire pirate crew, lying incapacitated on the ground. After all, he had once sailed alongside Roger as an apprentice pirate, thus possessing experiences beyond the ordinary. What Buggy couldn't fathom was how the youthful tyrant Chu had cultivated such an unparalleled mastery of armament Haki. It is known that even with exceptional innate talent, mastering armament Haki is an arduous endeavor. Smoker, this was your own request. Don't blame me for the severity of your defeat. Chu shook off the entangled advanced armament Haki and, with an air of tranquility, approached Smoker. The reinforcements from the Navy, led by Tashiji, instinctively parted to create a path. It was not out of fear, but rather an acknowledgement that they could not interrupt the one-on-one duel agreed upon by both parties without either conceding. Moreover, Chu had thoroughly impressed them with his prowess. The spectators, lacking even a natural-type fruit, were in no position to intervene in the battle between Chu and Smoker. Armament Haki. Of such high caliber, undoubtedly not something that could be cultivated overnight. As Chu advanced relentlessly, Smoker's contorted features betrayed a look of incredulity. White devil. Tyrant. Could it be that this scoundrel began his training from the womb? With a single punch from the formidable Chu Bawang, Smoker found himself utterly devoid of the ability to retaliate. However, a sense of indignation lingered within him. He harbored the belief that, had it not been for Chu Bawang's deliberate ruse of feigning weakness, his own prowess should have spared him such a humiliating defeat. Little did he know that Chu Bawang had not unleashed his full power. He had merely exerted about 1% of his strength. After all, he intended to recruit Dasky as his secretary, and it would be rather excessive to obliterate Smoker's head with a single blow. What's this? Unconvinced, Chu Bawang extended his left hand, pressing it firmly on Smoker's shoulder, effectively immobilizing him. Observing the stubborn glint in Smoker's eyes, it was evident that this obstinate old fellow was reluctant to confront his own failure. Smoker's lips twitched in frustration as he spat. I do not require your pity. Do not assist me. The ferocity of Chu Bawang's earlier punch had been so overwhelming that even now, Smoker felt as if his very organs had been displaced, the pain rendering him almost unrecognizable. To endure the agony had already drained his entire focus. Should he attempt to resist or move? He feared he might faint from the pain. To Smoker's surprise, Chu Bawang shrugged nonchalantly and replied with a wry smile, You misunderstand. I have no intention of helping you up. Huh? What do you mean by that? Smoker glanced at the iron hand resting on his shoulder. Chu Bawang's expression turned serious as he solemnly declared, As you wish, let us engage in a proper duel. The reason I am holding you in this position is merely to facilitate my right hand's striking motion. Nothing more. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. Facilitate my right hand striking motion? Are you a devil? Does your conscience not ache when you utter such words? Asked Chu Bawang's fist, as large as a sandbag, prepared to descend upon his face once more. Smoker was engulfed in panic. Wait, I concede. I concede. He covertly signaled to Dasky to flee, urging her to run as far away as possible. Though filled with resentment, he recognized that he had no other option. Another blow would surely bring him to tears from the pain. Chu Bawang chuckled lightly, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Smoker, a true duel not only determines superiority, but also life and death. Surely you do not think that a duel concludes with one party's surrender? His fist halted just before Smoker's nose, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of armament Haki, twisted into a pitch-black iron fist. The sight was nothing short of terrifying. The recent assault occurred with such swiftness that Smoker scarcely had the opportunity to observe the dense and terrifying Haki emanating from the formidable Chu Bawang. It is only through close observation that one can truly discern the dreadfulness of Chu Bawang's Haki, which is almost tangible. You intend to take my life? Smoker felt a surge of unease within, for in the face of death, true calmness remains elusive. The duel was your proposal. I am merely fulfilling your desire. Chu Bawang remarked with a cold smirk, as he brought his fist crashing down upon Smoker's visage. What does it mean to lift a stone only to drop it upon one's own foot? This is what one might call lifting a stone only to smash one's own foot. Why not simply allow me to take Dashki away? instead of incessantly fussing here. Who else should I strike if not you? With a powerful iron fist, the force was far beyond what the feeble Smoker could withstand. Initially, Smoker could only let out a few muffled groans of pain, but soon even those ceased to exist. A copious amount of blood splattered onto the ground, thoroughly staining the cobblestones a deep crimson. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Each blow left Smoker's head ringing, as if a heavy bronze bell were being relentlessly struck against it. You fiend! Cease this at once. Do you wish to kill Colonel Smoker? Dashki, filled with tears and desperation, rushed forward, finally coming to terms with Smoker's defeat. Everything unfolded with astonishing speed. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Smog had already been defeated. Before she could react, Smog was reduced to a mere puddle of blood. Before she could grasp the gravity of the moment, Smog might have already become a lifeless corpse. 72 Transformations. Immobilization Technique. With a mere thought, the Overlord of Chu formed a seal and recited an incantation, rendering the fleeing Smog motionless in place. This immobilization technique is a spell that renders one incapable of movement. It was akin to the time when the great sage Sun Wukong was summoned to the heavenly palace by the Jade Emperor to oversee the Peach Garden, where the 7 fairies, tasked with plucking peaches, found themselves immobilized beneath the peach trees by Sun Wukong. Subsequently, the well-known tale of the great sage wreaking havoc in the heavenly palace unfolded. If even celestial beings like the 7 fairies could be held in place, it was needless to say that a mere human like Dashki stood no chance. What have you done to me? Why can't I move? Dashki inquired, her heart racing with fear. Although the immobilization technique rendered her unable to move, she could still speak. Little Earth Girl, Smog has been defeated, according to our agreement. You now belong to me. The Overlord of Chu lifted Dashki's chin with his hand. At that moment, Dashki had just begun to blossom, her body subtly developing, making this the most opportune time for such investment. She certainly could not allow that perverse Uncle Smog to benefit. You lecher, let me go? Ouch. That hurts. Dashki struggled, wishing she could bite off the Overlord's fingers right then and there. You are quite disobedient, little Earth Girl. The Overlord's fingers traced along her chin and slipped into Dashki's mouth. What an opportunity. How dare you take liberties with me? Seizing the moment of his carelessness, Dashki bit down fiercely on his finger. Crunch. Hiss. That hurts. What exactly is this finger made of? Is it crafted from steel? It seems excessively rigid. Dashki felt as though her teeth were on the verge of shattering. With tears welling in her eyes, Dashki was at a loss for words. If Nami were present, she would likely share Dashki's sentiments. This finger has, indeed, taken lives with its fierce jab. The Navi girl is truly adorable. The mighty Chu Bawang chuckled heartily and extended his left hand, squishing Dashki's delicate face into a round shape. The smooth and slippery sensation was undeniably delightful. It is no wonder so many are fond of pinching their girlfriend's cheeks. White Devil Bawang, release Miss Dashki at once, or we shall be compelled to open fire. Despite knowing the futility of his actions, the captain of the support team raised his long gun, aiming at Chu Bawang. One must admit, compared to the scoundrel Colonel Mouse who perished at Chu Bawang's hands, Smoker has trained his subordinates rather well. Even though Smoker had already fallen, they could not bear to watch as Dashki was brazenly taken away by Chu Bawang. What? Are there still those who wish to seek death? Xiao Qing cast a cold, piercing glance, causing the crowd to feel as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. The oppressive gaze of the 10,000-year-soul beast, the azure bull python, surged like a torrent, rudely invading the consciousness of the Marines. Thud, thud. The Marines who dared to speak trembled in terror, one by one collapsing to the ground. Roger's pupils dilated suddenly, a sense of dread washing over him. What a terrifying pressure. Moreover, this is an entirely different manifestation of intimidation than the Conqueror's Haki. The so-called Conqueror's Haki signifies the pressure of Akin. Only those endowed with royal potential have the opportunity to develop this rare form of Haki. In contrast, the pressure emanating from Xiao Qing belongs to that of a stronger. This was the first time Roger encountered a pressure technique distinct from the Conqueror's Haki. If this could be widely disseminated, it would undoubtedly incite a monumental transformation across the entire world, potentially reshuffling it entirely. Everyone, cease your futile sacrifices. Even Colonel Smoker is no match for the White Devil. I cannot bear to witness your demise before my very eyes. Please, do not concern yourselves with me any longer. Flee for your lives. Dashki bit her crimson lip, tears welling up in her eyes, evoking sorrow in all who bore witness. Xiao Qing, eliminate them. Do not allow them to ruin my good mood. The Overlord Chu casually hoisted Dasky onto his shoulder and swaggered away. Yes, master. Xiao Qing bowed respectfully, her gaze towards the Navy growing increasingly frigid. Days later, at the Marine headquarters of Marineford, one of the three great powers of the Grand Line. The Marine headquarters had yet to experience the Summit War, and the Navy's influence remained at its zenith. Marineford featured a colossal oval military harbor serving as a defensive bastion, brimming with countless heavy artillery and surrounded by myriad battleships resembling behemoths. In the eyes of the Marines stationed there, they upheld absolute justice in maintaining order worldwide. However, to pirates, the Marine headquarters was merely the lapdog of global conquest. At this moment, within the highest military secrecy conference room of the Marine headquarters, the upper echelons of the Navy, led by Fleet Admiral Sengoku, were all seated, their expressions stern and grave. Iron Fist Garp, Admiral Tsuru, Akainu Sakazuki, Kizuru Borsellino, and Akiji Kazan. With a gesture from Sengoku, an officer placed a classified, encrypted intelligence report before them. All held their breath, the atmosphere thick with an eerie silence. Even the typically nonchalant Kizuru wore a serious expression. The air in the highest military secrecy conference room became chillingly tense. Esteemed colleagues, I trust you comprehend the gravity of this intelligence. I wish to hear your thoughts on this matter. As the Fleet Admiral, Sengoku, known as the strategist, furrowed his brow in concern, the sharp glint emanating from behind his frog-like glasses was unmistakable. His imposing military hat obscured his gaze, and his tone bore a weight of severity, revealing the intense unease within his heart. No one spoke, or rather, everyone remained ensnared in profound shock, still grappling with the disquieting information before them. Whether it was the so-called Marine hero, Iron Fist Garp, or the three admirals, hailed as the Navy's strongest forces, all wore furrowed brows, enveloped in a heavy silence. The news at hand was simply too terrifying. A shiver of dread courses through one's being. If this intelligence proves accurate, that legendary man has indeed returned to these waters. No one can guarantee that the world will not spiral into chaos once more. Sengoku, the commander of the warring states, is this confidential information true? At last, someone has spoken. It is none other than the most senior member of the Navy headquarters, Commander Tsuru. A rare tremor is evident in her voice. Ordinarily, as a strategist, she would have little authority to voice such concerns. However, the implications of this intelligence are far-reaching and too daunting to contemplate. Moreover, that fabled man is the sworn nemesis of both Sengoku and Garp, the elder legends of their generation. The gravity of the situation has rendered her restless. If that man has indeed returned, the entire world will surely descend into madness. Sengoku's expression is grave as he articulates. This intelligence was conveyed to us by Colonel Smoker, who, despite being gravely injured, managed to relay this information. While he may possess a somewhat obstinate personality, Colonel Smoker is an exemplary graduate of the Naval Academy, with strength rivaling that of an ordinary rear admiral. Otherwise, he would not have been entrusted with the defense of the unique waters of Lobetown. The intelligence personnel have confirmed, without a shadow of a doubt, that it is indeed Colonel Smoker himself. Given Colonel Smoker's military acumen and the standards of the Academy, it is highly probable that this intelligence is authentic. This means that the man who heralded the era of great pirates has truly resurrected. As he uttered the final phrase, even Sengoku, the Buddhist strategist who has dealt with the incident at O'Hara and weathered countless tempests, could not suppress a gulp. This is the legendary figure who ignited the great pirate era, the former pirate king Joel D. Roger. All present are genuine high-ranking officers of the Navy, and they inherently understand that the circumstances surrounding Roger's execution were far more intricate than the narrative of conquest suggests. The pirate king Roger was not captured by the Navy headquarters at all. This individual, driven solely by the impending conclusion of his ailment, voluntarily surrendered to the Navy headquarters. In what could be considered a distant epoch, the pirate king, Roger, undoubtedly stood as the most illustrious figure of his time. Despite the expenditure of vast resources, both human and material, capturing Roger and his crew remained an insurmountable challenge. He was once the most formidable adversary that plagued the Navy headquarters, with the young Akainu and Kizaru having endured significant defeats at his hands. Yet now, astonishingly, that legendary man has seemingly resurfaced. Is this world on the brink of chaos once more? Given the current influence of the Navy headquarters, it can maintain a balance with the new world. However, with the addition of a figure like Roger, the situation for the Navy headquarters appears rather bleak. This is not the most troubling aspect for the high-ranking naval officials present. How could anyone dare to defy the wishes of that old man, who met his demise so gallantly? Garp furrowed his brow, feeling a deep sense of unease. In his youth, Roger shared a profound bond with Garp, their relationship forged in both camaraderie and rivalry along the Grand Line, even uniting to confront the maritime tyrant. The Rock's pirates. Their friendship ran deep. When Roger came to terms with his inevitable fate, he entrusted his son, Portgas D. Ace, to Garp's care, a testament to the trust he placed in his old friend. Garp felt both sorrow and admiration for the loss of this comrade, who had no remaining regrets. Yet, why would anyone choose this moment to resurrect Roger? What ulterior motives could they possibly have? If it were merely Roger's revival, that would not be the most terrifying aspect. What truly concerns me now are the remnants of the bygone era lurking in the shadows. Imagine the true Pirate King returning to the fray. Such a resurgence would undoubtedly stir the world anew. Sengoku's brow furrowed into a deep furrow. Akiji, Kazan, spoke softly. Indeed. As Admiral Sengoku has indicated, Roger's resurrection will certainly incite turmoil in the New World. To my knowledge, many of Roger's former crewmates, such as the Dark King Rayleigh and the red-haired Shanks, are still very much alive, are they not? This single statement sent chills down the spines of the naval officials present. Indeed, Roger had been the one to dissolve his pirate crew voluntarily. Rayleigh, the Dark King, now resides in the Sabaody archipelago, and as Roger's first mate, this elder's prowess is not to be underestimated. Red-haired Shanks, even more formidable, stands as one of the 4 emperors of the New World, heralded as the man closest to the throne of the Pirate King. Among his numerous crew members, several possess combat capabilities rivaling those of the highest-ranking admirals in the Navy, ensuring they would not be easily outmatched even in a confrontation with the Navy's elite forces. These are merely the tip of the iceberg regarding the power of the Roger pirates. If Roger were to make a grand declaration at this moment, the news of his resurrection would undoubtedly cause an upheaval. At that time, the delicate balance between the Marines and the pirates could be irreversibly tilted. Admiral Sengoku, I believe the most pressing matter at hand is to apprehend this notorious individual known as the Overlord. Akainu was momentarily taken aback, his fury igniting. I intended to utter the name Chu Overlord, yet it inadvertently transformed into the Overlord. Upon expressing this, Akainu clenched his teeth tightly, his expression darkening. How infuriating. What on earth is happening? Why did I refer to someone as the Overlord? Admiral Sakazuki, please remain calm. The corner of Kazara's mouth curled into a teasing smirk, clearly relishing the spectacle. Cunning as he is, he had evidently discerned the peculiarity of the name long ago and was eagerly awaiting Sakazuki's public embarrassment. It is indeed a rare occurrence to see the serious Sakazuki falter. Ahem. Polysolino, do exercise restraint. Admiral Sakazuki, the moniker of this individual is rather peculiar. It is as though cursed by a spell. Even I cannot utter it directly. Sengoku coughed, having evidently faced a similar embarrassing situation before his subordinates. Sakazuki was fortunate enough in this regard. I recall when he first received intelligence, he made a significant blunder in front of many subordinates. Sengoku thumped the table decisively, restoring the solemn atmosphere of the conference room. What I fear most is the bizarre abilities of this white devil, the Overlord. Roger may merely have been his first experimental subject, should he possess the capacity to resurrect others. The consequences are beyond imagination. As those words left his lips, a chilling shiver coursed through the hearts of all high-ranking Marines present. If the adversary's abilities are indeed not one-time use, then it implies that those buried in the annals of history, each a demon of war and bloodshed, would re-emerge into the world. Counselor Tsuru's expression was grave as she remarked, "This situation is quite troublesome. At this point, we must swiftly eradicate this individual in his cradle." Tsuru's finger emphatically pointed at the striking visage on the bounty notice. Though she is but a woman, a fierce killing intent flowed from her eyes. This vast ocean boasts a history that is nothing short of magnificent and ancient. The dragon-slaying warrior, Longma, the maritime sovereign, Rox, the pirate king, Roger, and the airborne admiral, Golden Lion. Although it is true that Roger heralded the epic-making era of piracy, resulting in a significant surge in the number of pirates in the New World. For the high-ranking naval officers present, even those brash youngsters with bounties exceeding 100 million are merely a group of inexperienced children engaged in trivial scuffles. Despite their considerable numbers, they are incapable of stirring any substantial storms. The most terrifying aspect of this vast ocean lies in the infamous legends of malevolence that have long since become notorious. It is the unparalleled sovereigns of wickedness. What do you gaze upon me for? The old man's bones feel as though they are on the verge of disintegration, and yet you expect me to exert myself? Carp sniffed disdainfully, his expression one of utter contempt. This group of youngsters is utterly unreliable. Back when I, the old man, fought tooth and nail against rocks, you could only stand by with astonished expressions, shouting in awe. Now, as my bones threaten to crumble, you still wish to fish in troubled waters? Bah! I have nurtured you for so long, not to have you idly consuming resources. Kazan instinctively rubbed the tip of his nose. He had been a prized pupil under Garp, clearly accustomed to receiving reprimands. As one of the former admirals of the Navy, Zephyr had betrayed his sense of justice and could turn against them at any moment. In the New World, Kaido and Big Mom were stirring restlessly, seeking to reassert their dominance. Meanwhile, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, lurked in the shadows, poised to launch a lethal counterattack. In this perilous situation, beset on all sides, a formidable new threat emerged, Blackbeard, disturbing the winds of fate, seemingly resurrecting the long-deceased Pirate King. Roger. The circumstances for the Navy headquarters were dire indeed. Sengoku inwardly shook his head, feeling quite disheartened. Although the Navy headquarters intelligence division held a significant advantage, having infiltrated the forces of the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords of the sea with numerous spies, when it came time to deploy personnel, their high-level combat strength remained somewhat inadequate. If those notorious fiends from God Valley were to be resurrected, the more Sengoku pondered, the more his head throbbed, even causing him to pull out some of his beard in frustration. In terms of intelligence on the White Devil, Blackbeard, how much do we truly possess? Is there anything to add from the 5 elders overseeing world domination? Akainu's expression was grave. Sengoku's voice was somewhat hoarse. The world domination faction has already mobilized the CP intelligence department. According to reports, the White Devil Blackbeard was born on a remote island in the East Blue known as Syrup Village. Before he set sail, Syrup Village experienced bizarre occurrences reminiscent of a sword saint descending to the mortal realm. I suspect this is closely tied to him. Sengoku's fingers lightly tapped the table, his countenance stern. In Lobetown, Blackbeard's actions resurrected Roger, but it remains uncertain whether he could revive others. As for combat capability, this individual possesses swordsmanship not inferior to that of the greatest swordsman and advanced hockey, able to cleave the execution ground in Lobetown across a distance of 1,000 meters with a single strike. With this, Sengoku felt there was no further need to continue speaking. A single slash, splitting the earth for 1,000 meters. Such prowess undoubtedly belongs to the realm of the Grand Swordsman. Upon this vast ocean, countless warriors yearn to attain the stature of a Grand Swordsman. Yet those who can achieve this milestone are as few as the rare koi that leap across the river. The elite Grand Swordsmen are indeed a select few. This notorious faction, known as the Overlord of Chu, possesses not only the extraordinary ability to resurrect the deceased, but is also among the rare few wielding the prowess of a Grand Sword Master. This intangible threat has become nearly as formidable as the 4 emperors of the New World. Could it rival the unparalleled swordsman Dracula Mihawk? Akina Sakazuki murmured to himself, fortunately. As long as we act swiftly to apprehend him and deny the tyrant any opportunity for growth, we can keep this menace within manageable limits. Admiral Tsuru pondered for a moment before inquiring, where did the tyrant go after leaving Lobetown with Roger? Surely, they have not ventured into the Grand Line. The intelligence officer stepped forward respectfully, reporting, the station forces at Lobetown dispatched naval vessels for pursuit, yet they were ruthlessly ambushed along the way. The only information we possess is that the White Devil, the tyrant, seems to be in good company with a young man named Monkey D. Luffy. This Straw Hat Kid has already breached Lobetown's defenses and has crossed the threshold of the Grand Line, Reverse Mountain, entering its first half. Kizaru casually cleaned his ears and grinned. To put it simply, we have lost all trace of the tyrant and Roger, correct? The intelligence officer's expression stiffened, and he nodded helplessly. Upon hearing that his grandson is intricately connected with the vicious White Devil, Don Quixote, Garp's demeanor also grew somewhat uneasy. This impudent rascal dares to associate with such perilous villains. I shall teach you a lesson when I lay my hands on you. Admiral Sengoku, glancing at Akainu and Akiji, commanded, Akiji, you are hereby entrusted with the matter concerning the Yonko, Kaido, and Roger. If feasible, we must act before they enter the Grand Line. when their influence on the world remains minimal. We must put an end to their schemes in advance. Akiji nodded in understanding. Sengoku then turned to Akainu and continued, Sakazuki, you are to make contact with Blackbeard, teach, and discern his true intentions. Recently, Blackbeard betrayed one of the 4 emperors, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard, and sent a friendly message to our Navy headquarters. Although his ulterior motives remain unclear, given his past as a subordinate of the fallen era's Whitebeard, I deem it necessary to dispatch an admiral to engage with him. Understood, Sakazuki affirmed with a nod. While Sengoku held Akiji in higher regard for the future of the admiral position, he couldn't deny Sakazuki's formidable military prowess and commanding abilities. It was Sakazuki who ordered the annihilation of escape boats filled with ordinary civilians to ensure no remnants from O'Hara Island escaped. Though ruthless, adherence to orders is the foremost duty of a soldier. Everyone, issue the latest bounty notice. Raise the bounty on the White Demon, Kaido, from 90 million berries to 1 billion berries. Commands are to be disseminated, urging all garrisons in the New World to remain vigilant. If this individual is spotted, engage only if absolutely necessary, and report to headquarters immediately. Sengoku slammed his iron fist onto the conference table, exclaiming, for the sake of justice. The assembly rose in unison, their expressions grave. For justice, for justice, for justice. In the New World, within the domain of Edward Newgate, the man known as the strongest in the world and one of the 4 emperors, a man with pineapple hair and fish-like eyes, clenched the bounty notice, veins bulging from his fist. I must relay this news to Dad immediately. If this information proves accurate, then Sachi truly has a chance to be resurrected. In the kingdom of Dressrosa, a golden-haired man donned in sunglasses, a pink feather coat, cropped trousers, and loafers, with a chiseled physique, emitted a peculiar laughter. Hee hee. This world is about to undergo a transformation. Possessing the extraordinary ability to resurrect others, he was poised to captivate the entire world. In this manner, it is certain that the 5 wretched old men will be filled with trepidation, is it not? How increasingly fascinating this becomes. I can hardly contain my eagerness to meet this individual. In a certain clandestine retreat, a swordsman adorned in a wine-red patterned garment and a black vest, with eagle-like, piercing yellow eyes, exhaled a breath of discontent after enduring prolonged training. Upon glancing at the confidential intelligence before him, his sharp, eagle-like gaze suddenly narrowed. The last time we met, I lacked the courage to unsheath my sword against you. Should we meet again, I shall undoubtedly challenge you, even if the outcome is nothing but defeat. Such scenes unfold in every corner of the world, whether in shock or fervor, greed or tranquility, in rage or curses, in joy or blessings. Yet, one cannot deny that, at this moment, the name of the White Devil, Chu Bawang, has entered the very center of the world's vortex, instilling fear in the hearts of those prominent figures. However, what they might be oblivious to is the entity that has stirred the world into a tempest once more. While leisurely seated on the deck, savoring hot pot and singing, time rewinds to a week prior. Rogue Town. Shaoqing, it is time for us to depart, Chubawang said, patting Dasky on the shoulder with a contented expression. Long ago, he had harbored disdain for that old schemer, Smoker. Today, delivering a sound thrashing to him would fulfill a long-held aspiration. Very well, master. Shaoqing no longer held back, with agility and finesse. She dispatched the remaining garrison of Rogue Town in a flurry. Underestimating her would be a grave mistake. Although she had yet to fully assimilate the essence of the Sky Blue Bull Python's core, she exhibited no fear even in the face of a Yonka-level pirate. Aside from those wielding the powers of the Logia type, Shaoqing could easily overpower the vast majority of Devil Fruit users. This is one of the reasons why I did not allow Shaoqing to intervene and eliminate Smoker earlier. Without the ability to harness armament hockey, it is indeed quite troublesome to confront a user of a Logia-type Devil Fruit. It seems I must find the time to thoroughly instruct Shaoqing in the practice of armament hockey. The rather laid-back Chu Bawang pondered to himself. What a terrifying woman. She managed to obliterate so many Marines with merely a glance. As the formidable master of the crew, her strength is unfathomable. And that exceedingly fearsome armament hockey is undoubtedly among the elite in my recollection. Watching the receding figures of Chu Bawang and Shaoqing, the clown buggy breathed a silent sigh of relief, feeling a deep-seated apprehension. Fortunately, he encountered Captain Roger. Otherwise, he would have surely met his demise today. Although the Straw Hat Kid could not deal with him, it did not imply that even Chu Bawang could not handle his fragmented abilities. With an excited expression, Buggy looked at Roger and inquired, "Captain Roger, do you have any plans? Would you care to join us on an adventure?" Currently, Roger's combat prowess was significantly diminished, rendering him exceedingly vulnerable. Since Roger was once Buggy's mentor, he felt it imperative to take necessary precautions before Roger regained his peak strength. Roger patted Buggy on the shoulder and replied with a reassuring smile, "Buggy, your concern reflects your commitment, and as your captain, I am quite gratified. It indicates that I did not misjudge you. However, you are simply too weak at present. The troubles I bring forth upon entering the Grand Line are beyond your capacity to withstand." A look of urgency crossed Buggy's face as he hastily responded, "Captain." He understood that Roger was worried about his safety. Yet, to simply stand by and watch Roger walk to his doom was a burden he could not bear. "Rest assured, the Queen of the Sea has resurrected me. She would never allow me to perish in vain. I firmly believe that my existence holds immense value for her. With her strength, ordinary individuals cannot harm me." After considerable admonishment, Roger ultimately bid farewell to Buggy. Quickening his pace, he headed in the direction where Chu Bawang had departed. His mind was still clouded with numerous uncertainties. "Chu Bawang, from whom did you learn your swordsmanship?" After a prolonged contemplation, Roger finally voiced the question that perplexed him the most. A look of confusion and curiosity adorned his face. For some reason, he felt that the sword aura she unleashed, cleaving through a kilometer at Low Town, bore a striking resemblance to his own swordsmanship principle, the divine evasion. Yet, his own sword techniques had not been passed down. Even his first mate, Rayleigh, had not deliberately guided him. "In truth, that was your swordsmanship." The frigid sea breeze tousled the long hair of the renowned general, and his eyes, radiant like stars, gradually narrowed into mere slits. "Wishing you a joyous National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival." "My swordsmanship." Roger was taken aback. Could it be that that old fellow Rayleigh took on other disciples after my surrender? This is not quite right. The swordsmanship that Rayleigh learned from me is merely superficial. If I could teach a prodigious talent like Chu Bawang, I would certainly. The abilities on the high seas are myriad, and one of mine is the divine resurrection technique. To put it in terms you might comprehend, I have consumed the resurrection fruit, granting me the power to bring the dead back to life. Furthermore, this ability not only allows for the revival of the deceased, but also grants me a random ability from the individual resurrected. While Chu Bawang engaged in lively conversation with Roger, he leisurely explored the shops of Rogue Town. Whenever he encountered suitable items of interest, he would generously purchase them all. It would be a travesty to visit Rogue Town without acquiring some local specialties. If Smoker were to discover that Chu Bawang merely regarded his post in Rogue Town as a tourist attraction, he would surely be furious. Truly furious. How? How is this possible? How could such a bizarre ability exist in this world? Roger's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly taken aback. It was impossible not to be astonished. The capacity to resurrect the dead and randomly acquire one of their abilities is rather too extraordinary. Wouldn't you agree? Heh. Chu Bawang chuckled softly. It is utterly astonishing, isn't it? To know that the divine resurrection technique is not merely a one-time ability, and that it is devoid of any peculiar limitations, would surely leave one in awe. Yet, it appears you have neglected. Roger raised an eyebrow, a hint of mischief dancing at the corners of his mouth. You have so readily divulged your greatest secret to me. Are you not fearful of my ulterior motives? Although you have mastered swordsmanship that rivals my own, it does not imply that I lack other hidden cards. Roger, inherently a man of temperament, would not easily acquiesce to another. Moreover, the divine resurrection technique imposes no further constraints upon the resurrected. In other words, Roger is now a free man, possessing complete autonomy. Although he is yet to regain his peak combat prowess, he can still, through his renown and status, swiftly assemble a formidable pirate crew to traverse the seas. The Overlord of Chu raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Roger, indeed, as you say, I have merely acquired your swordsmanship, which, to a certain extent, poses no threat to you. However, should you truly believe me to be an easy target, then by all means, feel free to test your strength. Furthermore, the ocean of today is no longer the same as that of your era. It is now the year 1522 of the Sea Circle calendar, and many of your former crew members have long since perished, disappearing without a trace. I highly doubt that, even with your charisma, you could rally many loyal subordinates. Roger stood transfixed. The year 1522 of the Sea Circle calendar? That implies a full 22 years have elapsed since his surrender and execution. Suddenly, a vital realization struck him, and he leapt up in a frenzy. In a frenzied state, he raked his fingers through his hair, leaving it in a disheveled mess. Trembling, Roger inquired, "Oh, Overlord, do you know of someone named Ace?" If anyone were to witness Roger's demeanor, they would surely be taken aback. For the figure before them, Joel D. Roger, seemed devoid of the regal aura and grandeur that once characterized the Pirate King. The only remnants are the worries and anxieties etched upon his face. This is a father, consumed with concern for a son he has never met. 22 years prior, Roger surrendered himself to the naval headquarters for the sake of his ambitions. Yet, at that time, his wife, Rouge, was already with child. Time was a luxury Roger could not afford. He could not even wait for Ace's birth. Should he spend the remaining moments of his life with his beloved wife, or boldly embark on the grandiose era of piracy? Roger chose the latter. But now, having returned from the depths of death, his thoughts immediately turned to his wife and unborn son. The heart of a parent is a universal sentiment. Even someone as formidable as Roger, capable of commanding storms, could not escape the bonds of blood. The conqueror, King Chu, handed the unconscious Dasky to Shao Qing, long before Shao Qing intervened to suppress the naval forces in Rogue Town. This young girl had succumbed to panic and fainted. "Roger, are you certain you wish to learn about your family? This may not be the news you desire." Roger's hands trembled slightly, a look of anguish crossing his face. "Please, tell me, how is Rouge? Where's my child?" King Chu retrieved a bottle of wine from his pack and tossed it to Roger, his expression grave. "Your wife, Rouge, is dead." The revelation struck Roger like a thunderbolt, leaving him frozen in shock. The bottle he had just opened shattered upon the ground, glass shards scattering everywhere. His hands shook violently, his expression becoming increasingly complex and heavy, suffused with profound pain, nostalgic memories, and unspeakable sorrow. King Chu drank deeply from the bottle in his hand, falling into silence, his gaze drifting into the distance. Though he was merely an orphan in his past life, the anguish of losing a beloved spouse weighed heavily upon Roger. He did not mock Roger for displaying vulnerability in public. Instead, he placed a comforting hand on Roger's shoulder. One could only imagine how he would fare if he were to lose Kaya. His reaction would likely not be far removed from Roger's. A primal roar erupted from Roger as he fell back, consumed by anguish. His heart-wrenching cries echoed through every corner of Rogue Town. At that moment, they had yet to leave Rogue Town. With the eruption of Roger's emotions, the once sturdy marble streets of Rogue Town began to tremble violently. A series of marble tiles were inexplicably lifted and shattered, while nearby wooden structures emitted mournful wails, as if on the brink of collapse. The sky crackled with lightning and the winds howled ferociously. The sea roared with a palpable, overwhelming presence that nearly caused half of the residents of Rogue Town to faint. Is this the manifestation of the conqueror's haki belonging to the Pirate King? It is indeed terrifying. Chu Bawang's lips curled slightly as he gazed at the anguished Roger. If he were to strike down Roger now and employ the legendary resurrection technique, would it unveil his conqueror's haki? The cunning Chu Bawang felt a sudden stir of ambition. Although his conqueror's haki was not innate, the one acquired through the system bore a striking resemblance to Roger's. Alas, its level was somewhat lacking. It sufficed against ordinary foes, but against a powerhouse like Roger, it would be akin to showing off one's skills in front of an expert. It must be noted that although Roger's strength had not yet returned to its peak, indeed, it was far from even a tenth of his prime, his mastery of Conqueror's haki would not diminish with his waning power. In moments of emotional turmoil and brief loss of control, this terrifying Conqueror's haki could even induce a sense of discomfort in Chubawang. The spiritual shock emanating from the depths of one's soul could not merely be matched by physical prowess or swordsmanship. Alas, I am too soft-hearted to deliver a fatal blow to such a pitiable figure. Otherwise, Roger, you would have already become my source of experience. To be candid, Chu Bawang harbored a deep envy for Roger's ability to hear the voices of all things and his conqueror's haki. Yet, it remained merely envy. With a lottery system at his disposal, he believed that one day, through sheer luck, he would acquire a skill akin to the voice of all things. The motive behind wanting to resurrect Roger was simply to make this vast sea a bit more entertaining. The powers of hearing the voice of all things and the conqueror's haki were secondary. Hey, what kind of sight is this? A grown man weeping and wailing. Don't make me lose respect for you, GOLD. Roger, is it such a monumental issue to have lost your wife? Let us not forget the abilities I possess. Resurrecting the deceased is merely a matter of my word. Once your wife, Rouge, is revived, you can rally your crew for vengeance. In a moment of impulsive action, Chu Bawang slapped Gold Roger across the face with considerable force. The weeping ceased abruptly, and the hellish phenomena surrounding them returned to tranquility. See, a child's cries can be quelled with a firm hand. With tears glistening in his eyes, Roger gazed at the Overlord of Chu, his breath hitching. Overlord, will you truly help me resurrect Lugio? Carefree and unbothered by the slap he had received from the Overlord, Roger may have forgotten the incident entirely. In this regard, he was indeed a mirror image of Luffy, a carefree spirit with a somewhat delayed reflex. Observing the tearful elder before him, the Overlord felt an uncomfortable tension in his body, resisting the urge to deliver another slap. Impatiently, he remarked, "Stop your incessant whining. I lack the time to soothe the emotions of an aging uncle like you. Let me make this clear. If you allow me to kill a few times to recoup my losses, resurrecting your wife Lugio is not beyond the realm of possibility. In due time, you can reunite with your son, Portgasti, Ace, and your family can be whole once more. Family is meant to be complete." Roger murmured these words, tears shimmering at the corners of his eyes. The Overlord felt a surge of frustration. Had it been a beautiful maiden before him, he might have felt a stirring of desire, but alas, the individual in front of him was merely a middle-aged man, somewhat greasy and with several holes in his attire from soldiers' jabs. Nevertheless, there would be future utility for Roger, so he refrained from confronting him outright. Observing the slight upturn of the Overlord's lips and the cunning glint in his half-closed eyes, Roger gritted his teeth and said, "Overlord, why do I feel you are concealing something?" From the very onset of the Battle of Xingtai to the subsequent scenes of Shaoqing dismantling the pursuing forces, Roger had already discerned the Overlord's cunning nature. This individual, who appeared to act impulsively and fearlessly, was in truth meticulously calculating, each action clearly a product of deep contemplation. Despite having resurrected himself, he was not in haste to flee. Rather, he first eliminated any unrelated personnel, sweeping away all spies and smokers' forces from the scene. Roger understood well that the Overlord's decision to resurrect himself at this moment came with significant notoriety and peril. He would not only be viewed as an adversary by the Navy and the world government, but would also become a target for most pirates. It is essential to remember that Roger's ascent to the title of Pirate King was fraught with obstacles, and the grudges he had amassed were not those of an ordinary pirate. Now, over 2 decades later, would the dynamics of the Grand Line still be as clear-cut as before? All he knew was that, as the former Pirate King, his return to the world would undoubtedly instigate a tumultuous upheaval. The vast sea will be rife with myriad disputes and conspiracies, particularly from those who see themselves as archenemies, the world conquerors and the Navy headquarters. In the eye of the storm stands the formidable Chu Bawang, destined to endure the most terrifying of shocks. It is crucial to remember that over 20 years ago, during that execution, he personally ushered in a new era. That act signified his transformation into a figure of ultimate malevolence. The pinnacle of evil can only be concluded by the hands of absolute justice, which is regarded by the people as the most flawless resolution. It is essential to recognize that the evils thought to have vanished from the eyes of the world have resurfaced, akin to a brutal slap across the face of justice, which had reigned for 8 centuries. The resurrected Chu Bawang must inevitably confront the myriad tribulations posed by world conquerors and the Navy's sense of justice. Yet, the individual before us exhibits neither fear nor trepidation. Instead, he wears an expression that suggests he relishes the chaos, were it not for his profound doubts. Even Roger would prefer to avoid mingling with someone so fond of stirring trouble. Over the past 22 years, significant events have indeed transpired. Let us converse as we walk. However, before we proceed, you must ensure that you do not easily succumb to anger here, for your little admirer may suffer the consequences. In a state of emotional turmoil, Roger's unintentional release of his conqueror's haki would be a formidable force to reckon with, a calamity for Luffy and Zoro. Fortunately, Nami, having sensed the urgent mobilization of the troops stationed at Rogue Town, informed Zoro in advance. Although Luffy displayed some minor irritation for not witnessing Roger's execution, it paled in comparison to the grievance of being captured by Smoker and barred from entering the Grand Line. "Come, let us drink and calm ourselves." Chu Bawang smirked inwardly, as if performing a magic trick, and tossed a bottle of aged wine to Roger. since the tavern keeper had fainted from the pressure of hockey. Chu Bawang did not pay for the wine. The four of them walked and chatted, and whenever Roger felt inspired, he would uncork a bottle and drink deeply, a clear indication of his melancholic state. Chu Bawang smiled faintly, gaining a deeper understanding of the legendary pirate king, Joel D. Roger. This man before him was not merely a pirate king. He was a walking, living treasure of folly. Upon hearing that one of the four emperors of the New World was his apprentice, that Whitebeard had become the world's strongest man, and that Admiral Zifa had betrayed the Navy's justice, even Roger, seasoned by countless storms, found himself momentarily dazed. The strong liquor coursed through him, bringing a mix of nostalgia and guilt for his wife and children. You have orchestrated such grandiose events merely to deliver to me the worst news, have you not? Ace, pray tell, what has become of my son? Following this exclamation, Roger commenced to indulge in a copious amount of strong liquor. It was evident that Roger was a man of considerable depth beneath his rough exterior, otherwise he would not have ascended to the illustrious throne of the Pirate King during the grand epic of yore. Challenger Chu, with a languorous drawl, inquired, "Are you truly able to bear the notion of your son addressing another as father?" Upon hearing this, Roger, having just taken a swig of his drink, erupted in a spout of disbelief. Fortunately, Chu had maintained a prudent distance, sparing himself the unfortunate consequence of Roger's regurgitation. With a voice hoarse and strained, Roger exclaimed, What did you just say, Chu?" His eyes, reminiscent of a wild beast, glowed a furious crimson, seemingly intent on devouring the very essence of the truth before him. Little Ching, tilting her head in curiosity, regarded Roger, whose demeanor suggested he bore the weight of an entire pasture atop his head. With a hint of provocation, Chu glanced at Roger and burst into laughter, declaring, "You have heard correctly, Roger. Your son, Portgasti, Ace, has chosen to refer to someone else as father, rather than you." Roger stood momentarily stunned, unable to fathom Chu's audacity. However, upon reflection, he reconciled with the fact that, given his current state, he was powerless against Chu, who clearly reveled in his invulnerability. In a fit of rage, Roger hurled his bottle to the ground, bellowing at the heavens, "Damn that carp! How dare he cultivate a pasture atop my head? I hold a long-standing grudge against you. When I surrendered, it was because I entrusted you with my wife and children. And what have you done? You've cared for them splendidly, haven't you? By the heavens, when next we meet, I shall extract your very essence." Chu, taken aback, pondered, what on earth is wrong with Roger? Why does he suddenly lash out at Captain Carp? Roger seethed. Carp, whom I regarded as a brother, to whom I entrusted my entire family, has betrayed me. With gritted teeth and veins bulging upon his forehead, he remained in turmoil. Chu began to question the peculiar logic that governed Roger's thoughts. How had this man, with such absurd reasoning, managed to attain the title of Pirate King? Surely, an honest fellow like Carp could not possibly betray him. Was it truly the case that all the ambitious schemers of the old era were fools, allowing this man to seize the throne of the Pirate King? The thought that the Golden Lion had brought such a foolish man to the naval headquarters, and subsequently severed his own legs in a desperate bid to escape from prison, truly left King Chu feeling a deep sense of injustice for the Golden Lion. Ultimately, it was a misplaced trust. King Chu took a deep breath, realizing that if he did not clarify the situation, Roger would likely unleash a torrent of curses upon Garp's ancestors. "Roger, please be quiet for a moment." Ace did not refer to Garp as dad. Rather, it was Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, who took Ace as his adopted son. Roger froze in shock. Before he could enjoy even half a minute of silence, Roger erupted again in a fit of rage. "Damn it, that old bastard Whitebeard. How could you betray me like this? I had thought to share a drink and become sworn brothers beneath the cherry blossom trees, reveling for 3 days and nights. Who would have imagined? Who could have foreseen that you old scoundrel, would commit such a heinous act against our brotherhood? Just wait, you accursed Whitebeard. I will come for you with all my might." Roger, as if possessed by madness, cried out without regard for his dignity, his tears and snot intertwining in a disheveled display. In a futile attempt to preserve his pride, he tried to wipe his face, only to make it worse, leaving it even stickier. Somehow, this oblivious old fool had once again uncorked a jug of strong liquor, glugging it down with abandon. King Chu felt a shiver run down his spine as he observed Roger. He could have sworn he saw Roger's Adam's apple bob as he sniffled. This fellow. Could it be that he has swallowed that thing? The mighty Chu overlord found himself questioning existence. Before him stood this utterly unhygienic old rascal. Who was indeed the legendary pirate king, Roger? Surely, he could not have saved the wrong person. Beside him, Roger continued to wail like a banshee, consuming the recently uncorked spirits as if they were mere water. Chu Overlord could no longer endure the sight of this disheveled old man and casually tossed a wad of tissue towards him. For the sake of your turbulent spirit, I shall spare your wretched life this time, as you mourn your lost wife and your son calls your former rival father. But should you dare to weep and wail before me again, I shall not hesitate to smash your head. Seeing Roger in a state of despair, almost driven to madness, Chu Overlord helplessly waved his hand and explained, Roger, you are a man destined to be the pirate king. Cannot you exhibit a bit more composure, like I do? Before you unleash your emotions, could you not allow me to finish my words? I am quite serious when I tell you that Garp has not betrayed you. Neither has Whitebeard. Therefore, cease your theatrics before me, or I shall send you to reunite with your wife this very moment. Roger was rendered speechless. This was indeed the first time he had been reprimanded so harshly, leaving him with a peculiar sensation, akin to a father chastising his son. Are you implying that neither Garp nor Whitebeard has ever treated my wife in such a manner? The flask in Roger's hand halted midair, and a glistening droplet of mucus dangled from his comically long mustache, presenting the image of a defeated dog bereft of its beloved. No, this defeated creature had indeed lost its most cherished companion. Chu Bawang nodded thoughtfully, responding with patience. Prior to your surrender, you believed you had executed the most flawless final bequest. However, you must comprehend that even a paragon of justice like Garp cannot wield absolute power over the entire Marine headquarters. Above the esteemed hero Garp lies the fleet admiral and the commander-in-chief, as well as the world government, who regards you as a thorn in their side, yearning to consume you whole. He gently pinched the unconscious face of Dasky, smiling softly. Your wife, Port-Gas de Rouge, endured immense pain and employed various methods to ensure the safe continuation of your lineage, concealing the identity of your unborn child for an entire 12 months. It is precisely for this reason that, after giving birth to Ace, Rouge succumbed to exhaustion and passed away on the spot. At this juncture, even Chu Bawang could not help but marvel at the profound strength of maternal love, capable of fortifying an ordinary person to such an extent. The ancients truly did not deceive me. Though the feminine form may be delicate, a mother's resolve is formidable. Indeed, the D family is astonishingly remarkable. They truly managed to keep a fetus alive within the womb for 12 full months. Ace, even more impressively, survived that entire duration without any detrimental effects to his development, aside from perhaps a few extra facial blemishes, in comparison to those peculiar and grotesque births that emerge from the womb. Ace's arrival into the world is nothing short of enviable. Almost instinctively, Chu Bawang cast a glance at the wailing and thrashing Roger. Birds of a feather indeed flock together. This family of three is undoubtedly a trio of simpletons. Upon hearing those words, Roger fell into a profound silence. He wiped away the tears and mucus from his face, placing the flask filled with spirits on the ground, his eyes revealing a trace of melancholy and nostalgia. Miss Rouge. That gentle and graceful figure resurfaced in his mind. It was during that year when he ascended to the throne of the Pirate King. Acutely aware of his impending demise, after disbanding his crew, Roger encountered the most tender-hearted girl of his life on the island of Baratie. Perhaps she was not the most beautiful girl in the world, nor was she the kind that would capture his heart at first sight. Yet, she was the most considerate and gentle soul he had ever encountered. That year was devoid of conflict and bloodshed. The old and the young supported each other through thick and thin. Oh, how those were truly nostalgic times, Roger murmured, a smile emerging on his lips that belied his age. In the next instant, he abruptly raised his head, locking his gaze intently on the formidable Chubawang, his expression grave and earnest. Before Chubawang could intervene, BM. Roger's legs crashed to the ground, his knees wedged tightly into the hard green rock. His body arched like a shrimp, his forehead pressed firmly against the earth. Everything I entrust to you. B. Bawang, please assist me in resurrecting my wife. Port-Gas de Rouge, should you extend your hand to aid me, Roger shall exert every effort, even to the point of sacrificing my life and essence, to help you achieve your goals. Chu Bawang's gaze remained fixed on the suddenly kneeling Roger, his silence lingering in the air. This unkempt old fellow, who I never anticipated to possess such a temperament, stands before me. Observing the indifferent demeanor of the overlord of Chu, Roger earnestly implored, Overlord. Truly, I beseech you. With that, the resonant sound of his head striking the ground echoed in response. This time, Roger voluntarily withdrew his armed haki, displaying a sincere attitude by allowing his flesh and blood to collide with the unyielding surface of the oak stone, causing debris to scatter. The once carefree demeanor of the Pirate King transformed as he faced the serious tone of the formidable Chu Bawang, who softly reassured him, Rest assured. Since I have promised others, I shall never go back on my word. If I say I will ensure your family is whole, then I will ensure your family is whole. In stark contrast to the now regretful Roger, the pursuit of the sea and freedom had ceased to be of paramount importance. He had accomplished feats that no one else could, yet at a grave cost. He lost his beloved and earned the disdain of his own son, poor Dasti, Ace. Roger felt a deep remorse and yearned to reconcile with the mother and son he had wronged. As Roger appeared on the verge of tears, Chu Bawang swiftly interjected, However, before you resurrect Lugio, it would be wise to mend your relationship with Ace first. If Lugio learns that Ace has harbored hatred for you for over a decade, even your favoritism may not quell her grievances. Roger clenched his teeth in quiet fury, increasingly agitated by the thought that Whitebeard had taken advantage of him. When I see Whitebeard, I shall make him pay. Why choose my son as his own? Does he not regard me, the Pirate King, with due respect? Chu Bawang retorted, with such a pitiful display of tears, not even Whitebeard would take you seriously. Let alone myself. If Luffy discovers that you, Roger, are a weeping warrior, he might just develop a mental block right then and there. Suddenly recalling something, Roger inquired urgently, By the way, where is Whitebeard now? I shall summon my brothers to confront him. Chu Bawang replied, There is no need for that. As Whitebeard is soon to meet his end, Roger stood frozen, momentarily bewildered by this revelation. Indeed, one must acknowledge that elderly individuals, having shared a bond of love and rivalry for so many years, may find it difficult to accept the sudden news of a companion's demise. In a bygone era, the relationships among those prominent figures were indeed fraught with passion and animosity. The likes of Pirate King Roger, the naval hero Garp, the maritime sovereign Rox, the golden lion Shiki, and even Sengoku the Buddha, all stood as titans amidst the currents of their time, engaged in countless bloody confrontations. Within the throes of such tumultuous battles, it is conceivable that a certain camaraderie, laden with mutual respect and understanding, emerged among these heroes. Just as the formidable Chu Overlord prepared to extend words of comfort to the unfortunate elder, Roger's next action nearly caused him to choke on his own blood. What did you say? Whitebeard is on the brink of death. Roger erupted into laughter, as if he had just received the highest honor. Ha ha ha. Well done. Even the heavens can no longer tolerate that old scoundrel's behavior. Whitebeard, die well, die splendidly, die with a flourish. Chu Overlord thought to himself, I now regret resurrecting this fool. Is there still time to send Roger back to hell for a proper reformation? Only through close proximity can one truly grasp the absurdity and pettiness of Roger's character. The overwhelming aura of the Pirate King, as depicted in textbooks, bears no resemblance to this old rascal. His furious tirade, as if he were striking Whitebeard in the face, transformed him into a whirlwind of animated gestures. Whitebeard, oh Whitebeard, look at you now. Did you think you could flaunt your ignorance of the location of the ultimate treasure before me? I revealed that world-shaking secret to you out of sheer benevolence, simply because I found you likable. And what do? You tell me you only wish to find your family, leaving me in a predicament. You deserve to suffer for this. Roger rambled on, reminiscent of a mute reborn, finally seizing the opportunity to indulge in verbal expression. Initially, Chu Overlord found some amusement in the gossips surrounding the camaraderie of Roger and Whitebeard. However, as the discourse continued, it grew increasingly peculiar, leading him to perceive Roger as rather foolish, someone to be kept at a distance to avoid contagion. With Luffy already aboard the merry-go as a captain of questionable intellect, adding another fool in the form of the Pirate King would surely unleash chaos. Oh wait, I haven't finished. Why did you leave, Chu Overlord? After a moment of astonishment, Roger's figure once again materialized before the Overlord of Chu, his gaze fervently fixed upon the latter. That look was imbued with such profound emotion that it caused the Overlord of Chu to tense up considerably. This unreliable fool. Could it be that he has taken a liking to me? How utterly chilling. Chu Bawang wiped his face with an air of frustration and said, Speak your mind swiftly. Do not delay important matters. My wife and daughter aboard the Melee are waiting for my return. As he spoke, Chu Bawang quickened his pace slightly. Having stayed in Rog Town for such an extended period, it was only natural that Koya and Nami would be quite anxious. As a man, one must bear responsibility and cannot allow the women in his life to live in constant trepidation. Roger smiled awkwardly and hurried to catch up to him. I merely wish to inquire, what is the actual cause of Whitebeard's imminent demise? Do not misunderstand. I do not intend to save that old scoundrel. I simply wish to give him a thorough beating before he departs. I find it rather intriguing. Why does a grown man possess that tsundere trait typically associated with anime girls? Clearly, he desires to save Whitebeard, yet insists on providing justifications. Is it not better to be straightforward? The lack of basic sincerity between people is truly disheartening. The primary reason Whitebeard could not live out his days peacefully is largely due to your foolish son. Roger was taken aback. What does this have to do with my foolish son? No, my son is not foolish. On what grounds do you make such an assertion? Chu Bawang let out a cold laugh, derisively responding, huh? If it were not for Ace's reckless ambition to chase after Blackbeard Teach alone, how could he have possibly fallen into the hands of the Navy? If he had not been captured by the Navy and subsequently reported as the offspring of Gold, Roger, by a spy within the Whitebeard pirates, would it have provoked the most grandiose and spectacular war in pirate history? From the moment Blackbeard Teach killed Whitebeard's 4th Division commander, Sachi, to Ace's failure in confronting Blackbeard and the subsequent revelation of his identity that sparked the war, culminating in the Whitebeard pirates facing the Navy head-on and Whitebeard's tragic demise at Marineford. Chu Bawang succinctly and bluntly recounted the origins of the war to Roger, who was left in stunned silence as the legendary pirate king. Indeed, the forthcoming war at the summit will unfold in such a manner. Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, led his crew in an assault on the Navy headquarters to save your son, ultimately sacrificing his own life in the process. Roger stood frozen, as if turned to wood. Future. The impending war at the summit? Wait. If this is something that will happen in the future, how does Chu Bawang possess this knowledge? Could it be? Roger was taken aback. His mind was a chaotic mess, leaving him in a state of utter confusion. Although he had entertained doubts about the veracity of the words spoken by the formidable Chu Bawang, the confidence and composure reflected in his demeanor swiftly dispelled any misgivings Roger harbored. The description of the Marineford War, while remarkably succinct, was exceedingly logical and coherent. It encompassed not only the maneuvers of the Marine headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates, but also took into account the actions of the 4 emperors, Kaido and Shanks, along with the movements of the 7 warlords of the sea and other influential forces. Even his trusted first mate, Rayleigh the Dark King, could scarcely have anticipated the global dynamics to such a degree, nor could he have discerned the intricacies of human emotions with such clarity. This stratagem is nothing short of unparalleled, with a meticulous analysis of the actions of various factions that is remarkably insightful. The facts are laid bare before him, leaving Roger no choice but to believe. His worldview has been thoroughly trampled and ground into the dust by the formidable figure of Xiangyu. In this world, could there truly be individuals who possess knowledge of the future's trajectory? If such foresight is not genuine, how can they so astutely comprehend the grand currents of the world? Does the divine truly exist within our realm? Roger felt a bitter sensation in his throat. Before him stood the formidable figure of the Overlord of Chu, who, despite exuding no palpable aura of intimidation, instilled within Roger a profound sense of dread. A person capable of grasping the world's dynamics with such precision surely cannot be an obscure entity. Could it be that his resurrection is merely a cog in this individual's grand design? Is his ambition truly limited to the conquest of this world? What ulterior motives does the Overlord of Chu harbor? A series of alarming questions rendered Roger's countenance increasingly pallid. What absurd notions has this fool conjured in his mind? It seems to me that there is a hint of trepidation in the way he gazes upon me. Perplexed, the formidable Chu Bawang conjured a mirror from the depths of the system space. Dashing. Even I am moved to tears by my own handsomeness. How peculiar it is. I do not appear to be a villain of nefarious intent. Isn't this a strikingly handsome young man, seemingly descended from the heavens? What remarkable deed have I accomplished to evoke such apprehension in Roger? Throughout history, beautiful souls often meet their twilight, while heroes are forbidden from growing old. Ah, Whitebeard. We are both renowned figures, yet it seems that not only will I face misfortune in my later years, but you too are not spared from calamity. That crescent-shaped beard of yours has been singed away by that rascal Sakazuki. The outcome is truly tragic. However, truth be told, Had I been the one to rescue Ace, I would not have perished in Marineford. I would have turned the entire Marine headquarters upside down. In light of this, Whitebeard, the gap between us is indeed significant. The mighty Chu, with a hand upon his forehead, sighed. Wasn't it all to save your son? If it weren't for saving that fool Ace, would Whitebeard have met such a dismal fate? Meeting you, Roger, has truly brought him nothing but misfortune. Not only having to clean up after your son, but also enduring your mockery. Whitebeard has it exceedingly hard. Suddenly, Roger gazed intently at Chu, a sly glint in his eyes, and whispered, Chu, if Old White really falls victim to a naval ambush as you suggest, would you bring him back to life? Chu's expression turned cold, as he brusquely swatted away Roger's attempt to be familiar. He despised such presumptuous individuals. Are we so well acquainted? Ahem. I apologize for my abruptness. Roger retracted his hand, managing a sheepish smile. Despite his outwardly lewd demeanor, Chu was acutely aware that Roger was, without a doubt, a cunning character. Given Roger's current condition, even with a premature recovery, it would be challenging to alter the outcome of the war on the summit. Thus, this crafty fellow sought to secure some insurance for his old friend Whitebeard. Noticing Chu's disapproving demeanor, Roger's eyes darted as he seemingly devised another clever scheme, promptly exclaiming with delight, Chu, let me share a secret with you. Old White possesses the strongest paramecia-type devil fruit, the tremor fruit. You have the ability to resurrect the dead and gain a power from them, right? If that rascal is indeed slain by Akainu and Blackbeard, I believe you could easily replicate his tremor fruit abilities. Even if you look down upon his devil fruit powers, you could still extract his Conqueror-S Haki and Armament Haki. Although his Conqueror-S Haki is slightly inferior to mine, it is more than enough to dominate these seas. As long as fortune smiles upon you and you casually acquire a practical ability, combined with my mastery of swordsmanship, even the 3 admirals of the Navy would prove ineffective. Ultimately, Roger, with a hint of flamboyance, winked playfully. The astute Roger had evidently discerned the offensive nuances displayed by the tyrant Chu during his strike. Specifically, his grasp of Haki was not yet flawless. Perhaps, with swordsmanship of the caliber of a grandmaster paired with advanced Haki, one could dominate the East Sea. Yet, upon entering the New World, there would still be a select few capable of standing against him. Of course, this was merely due to Roger's limited understanding of Chu, leading him to contemplate using Whitebeard's abilities to coax Chu into resurrecting his foe. Had Roger known that Chu possessed no fewer than 100 trump cards surpassing the might of the tremor fruit, he likely would not have been so naively optimistic. Witnessing Chu's skin prickling with goosebumps, he nearly succumbed to the impulse of delivering a punch. Observing Roger, who appeared to be puffing up with bravado, it seemed he was on the verge of extolling Whitebeard's might to the point of floral exaggeration. Ultimately, unable to restrain himself, the furious Chu delivered a fierce strike known as the heaven-splitting fist to Roger. Ouch, that hurt. Caught off guard, Roger's body contorted into a lobster-like shape, his complexion paling dramatically. Roger, it is not your fault that you are unattractive, but to deliberately frighten others with your appearance is truly an egregious offense. With a pained expression, Roger looked up and lamented, Do you think I wish to rely on my looks? The truth is, fate has been unkind in that regard. The sarcastic remark left Roger momentarily speechless, as he feared the repercussions of a potential beating. Although the blow from the formidable Chu Bawang had not been particularly forceful, Roger could distinctly sense the impatience embedded in his tone. Moreover, who was he to dictate the actions of Chu Bawang? A figure who had navigated life on his own terms? Even if you were the former pirate king who heralded the era of great pirates, you possess no authority to wield me as a mere tool. With an air of nonchalance that suggested he had seen through Roger's intentions, Chu Bawang remarked, Do not presume that I am oblivious to your thoughts. Were it not for this impulsive act driven by indignation, aimed at reviving Whitebeard only for you to subsequently unleash your full strength upon him, I would have already dispatched you back to your origin. Roger's secret schemes had been unveiled, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Even for one as brazen as he, this revelation was difficult to bear. He began to question if all of Chu Bawang's skill points were allocated to cunning. However, the awkwardness on Roger's face quickly dissipated, replaced by a somewhat sycophantic grin as he addressed Chu Bawang. Oh, great Bawang, I genuinely have your best interests at heart. Once you acquire Whitebeard's tremor fruit ability and merge it with your swordsmanship of legendary caliber, your power will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Reviving me will surely place you on the radar of the world government and the Navy, leading to exorbitant bounties, which, while indeterminate, will undoubtedly exceed 1 billion due to the formidable threat posed by the resurrection technique. At this point, even Roger couldn't help but be astounded, putting on a facade of selflessness as if he were utterly devoted to aiding Chu Bawang in achieving his grand ambitions. Considering the troubles I've caused in the past, it will undoubtedly create complications for you. However, should you choose to revive Whitebeard, you will gain access to the most potent abilities of the natural-type devil fruit. That is immensely powerful. A flicker of interest sparked within Chu Bawang. Truthfully, he harbored a significant curiosity regarding Whitebeard's tremor fruit. His intrigue stemmed from the fact that this devil fruit, acquired through god-level resurrection, would be impervious to seawater and seastone weaponry. Furthermore, it was said that consuming devil fruits was quite a challenge. Even Luffy had remarked on their unpalatable nature, which surely indicated considerable difficulty in consumption. Noticing Chu Bawang's apparent interest, Roger seized the opportunity to press on. To be honest, while that old scoundrel Whitebeard cannot match me in one-on-one combat, he excels in group battles. Even the formidable Shiki, with his float fruit, could not evade his might. Fearing that Chu Bawang might cut him off, Roger hurriedly gestured with his arms to illustrate the scenario. That guy is truly ferocious. With just one punch, merely one punch, the air can be torn asunder, unleashing colossal tsunamis spanning hundreds or even thousands of meters. Whether it be the boundless ocean, tranquil lakes, or majestic waterfalls, the water cascades with a thunderous roar. Truly a sight to behold. Regardless of whether it is the demon-slaying order or a massive naval flagship, all shall be laid to rest beneath that singular punch. In those days, even the Navy headquarters dared not provoke the youthful Whitebeard, lest this old rogue roam the seas claiming countless sons. Although their overall strength may have been slightly inferior to mine, it was still commendable. Roger, with his incessant chatter and comical gestures, endeavored to sway the formidable Chu Bawang, hoping to secure a form of insurance for his dear friend Whitebeard. He remained blissfully unaware that the corner of Chu Bawang's mouth was twitching ever so slightly. The legendary pirate king was undeniably a master of words. Whitebeard's tremor-inducing powers, deemed the strongest in the world, could conjure tsunamis of immense proportions with a single blow. As for whether Whitebeard would be resurrected, I have my own plans. So there is no need for you to concern yourself. Chu Bawang interrupted directly, as if breaking the spell of Roger's sales pitch. What? You do not covet the tremor fruit? Roger's face reflected surprise, feeling as though all his eloquence had been in vain. You would forsake the opportunity of acquiring the tremor fruit. What on earth are you after? It was evident that Roger firmly believed in Chu Bawang's foreknowledge of the Battle of Marineford. Otherwise, he would not have been so earnest in his persuasion. The thought that his unnecessary intervention had resulted in the presence of a loquacious old man beside him left Chu Bawang feeling rather vexed. Had he known Roger was so verbose, he would have refrained from divulging any information regarding that monumental event. Meanwhile, the petite Ching seemed to be struggling to suppress her laughter, evidently amused by her master's blunder. Though she masked it well, Chu Bawang had still caught on to her mirth. Laugh. What is there to laugh about? Tonight, I shall deal with you. Chu Bawang shot a fierce glare at the enchanting Ching, vowing that this evening she would serve as his personal attendant to broaden her horizons. Roger stood by, utterly bewildered. They had been conversing so amicably, and now it had taken such a sudden turn. Master, this may not be appropriate. The lady of the house is unlikely to approve of this matter. Ching's breathing had evidently quickened, her face flushed with a hint of shyness. She clearly understood the underlying implications in Chu Bawang's tone. With a grand gesture, Chu Bawang proclaimed, "What could possibly be wrong with this? It is decided then. Given your master's influence, is it not true that you would heed whatever I say? I am no henpecked husband, as the head of this household. If I do not possess even this small privilege, how can I claim to be the master? Damn it, once my wife is resurrected, I shall indulge in daily displays of affection." The tender exchanges between the mighty Chu and the enchanting Xiaoqing left Roger feeling as though he had bitten into a lemon. He could not fathom how someone as stunningly beautiful as Xiaoqing, presumably from a prestigious lineage, would consent to become a servant to this dandy. Wait a moment. With a mind that wandered, Roger suddenly recalled that Chu was already a married man, yet here he was, flirting with another woman. Did this mean that the dandy before him was truly a scoundrel? The mere thought of Chu playing both sides and treating such a lovely lady as a backup only deepened Roger's gloom. It was time to leave. His business in Lowtown was complete, and it was time to return home. Even knowing that his actions had been fully observed by Roger, Chu remained utterly unconcerned. He did not believe for a moment that Roger would foolishly report to Kaya, for he held Roger's heart in his hands. The matter of resurrecting Lugio was merely a word from him. Furthermore, given Kaya's nature and her indulgence towards Chu, even if he were to stray, she would likely turn a blind eye. At the port of Lowtown, aboard the Mary, it had been quite some time. Why had the tyrant not yet returned? Surely, he would be back soon. He had mentioned he would only be wandering around Lowtown. Nami's face was tense as she anxiously glanced at Kaya. But now the Navy in Lowtown is suddenly gathering in large numbers. If we don't leave soon, we may be surrounded. Kaya felt a twinge of unease but reassured Nami, saying, with the abilities of the tyrant, no one in Lowtown could possibly hold him back. Perhaps he is indeed attending to some urgent matter. I believe he will be just fine. Lying in a corner, Luffy chimed in, this time, I truly feel I have suffered a great loss. But the next moment, he sighed deeply, deflated like a punctured ball, and lamented, after finally arriving here. I missed the chance to witness Roger's execution site. It feels like I've been robbed. You're so carefree. You don't care at all about your benefactor's safety. Nami, concerned and agitated, delivered a punch to Luffy's bald head. Luffy, instantly on the verge of tears, thought to himself that he should not have engaged in this conversation. Indeed, when women get angry, they can be quite formidable. Usopp shouted, oh no, the wind is picking up. Steering the ship was proving too challenging for him. Zoro, Sanji, come help me. We must not let the Mary be swept away. Originally, the Mary was anchored. However, in order to facilitate a swift escape, Usopp raised the anchor prematurely and took the helm manually, securing the Mary in the surrounding waters. After all, with the formidable Chu Bawang capable of flying with his sword, as long as the silhouette of the Mary could be seen, it sufficed. Let me take the helm. While you direct, do not stray from this sea area. Zoro strode forward, stepping into Usopp's role as the helmsman. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously. A dense fog enveloped Lowtown, obscuring every glimmer of starlight. In an instant, a fierce wind arose. The once tranquil sea surface erupted into towering waves. The vast expanse of water, whipped by the tempest, roared and howled like a water tornado, hurtling towards Lowtown. In what felt like a mere illusion, as they passed the Golden Mary, Nami sensed that the terrifying waterspout seemed to momentarily hesitate. Simultaneously, the needle hidden within Nami's eardrum stirred restlessly, as if yearning to quell the tumult of the sea. With furrowed brows, Nami murmured softly, we have not even entered the Grand Line, yet such a bizarre wind direction has emerged. For some reason, an unsettling feeling lingers in my heart. The waterspout continued its unrestrained roar, propelling the surging waves directly towards Lowtown. Before the fierce winds even arrived, they had already cracked the blue stone pavement of the entire harbor, resembling a web of spider silk. A devil fruit user? Roger, who had been chattering away, suddenly found his drunkenness dissipating significantly. The previously gloomy depths of his eyes ignited with fierce battle intent, as if ashes had suddenly burst into a roaring fire. This is undoubtedly a formidable individual. Roger has already formed his own judgment. Just when I was in a foul mood, someone has now recklessly walked into the line of fire. As one drifts into slumber, a pillow is delivered at the moment of need. Yet, before Roger could make a move, the formidable Chu Bawang abruptly stepped forward. Doflamingo, dare to obstruct my path? Do you wish for death? Chu Bawang's thunderous roar resonated like a mighty bell. This simple inquiry caused the swirling water vortex before him to momentarily freeze. Roger's eyes widened in astonishment, once again shaken by this overwhelming aura. Even in comparison to my peak prowess of Conqueror's Haki, this was scarcely inferior. How could this be possible? He is so young, seemingly just reaching adulthood. How could he possess such terrifying Conqueror's Haki? Could it be that he began his training from the womb? In that instant, Roger felt as if he were trapped in a dream. At the age of 18 or 19, he had shown no signs of awakening the Conqueror's Haki, living in a state of lethargy. Yet, looking at Chu Bawang, who had achieved advanced mastery of both armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki at such a tender age, it was astounding. Not only was his swordsmanship remarkable, but he also had the affections of a beautiful partner and was playing both sides. The disparity between individuals was utterly infuriating. How do you know it is I? The ferocious water vortex, momentarily suspended in midair, astonishingly spoke, startling Roger into a tense stance. It dawned on him that while Chu Bawang had bellowed fiercely, he had also mentioned a name unfamiliar to him. Doflamingo. As memories of Chu Bawang's earlier lessons played back in his mind, Roger's expression darkened. For the figure obstructing his path was none other than the man deemed the most notorious criminal in history, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Yet, he could not fathom why Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, had suddenly appeared in Lowtown instead of causing upheaval elsewhere. By what means had Chu Bawang discerned Dragon's disguise with such ease? Hey, Doflamingo, did Carp not teach you not to respond to a question with another question? Confronted by the imposing Dragon, a mischievous grin spread across Chu Bawang's face. He was well aware of Dragon's intentions for this visit. It was merely a concern for his precious son, fearing that he could not overcome Smoker and step into the Grand Line. However, given that Dragon had arrived from the direction of the harbor, it was evident that his appearance was not merely about Luffy's safety, but rather a manifestation of his fury toward Chu Bawang. Dragon had long sought to free-range Luffy, wishing to shield his choices from interference. Yet now, Chu Bawang's presence had significantly disrupted Luffy's growth. At present, Luffy remains rather weak. Should he continue to linger beside the perilous figure of Chu Bawang, he would reap countless benefits with no detriment whatsoever. This is precisely why Dragon, upon learning that his beloved son was associating with the notorious figure known as the White Devil, the Overlord of Chu, chose to set aside the intricate affairs of the Revolutionary Army and embark on a journey to the East China Sea. Yet, just as he arrived midway, he was abruptly informed of Roger's resurrection, which further solidified Dragon's convictions. Allowing Luffy to continue cohabiting with this fiend would inevitably draw the attention of the world government, jeopardizing the plans of the Revolutionary Army and instigating a series of grave troubles. The Overlord. Perhaps it would be best for me to confront this individual. Roger, eager and restless, cracked his knuckles in anticipation. With your current state of weakness, do you truly believe you can contend with Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army? The Overlord scoffed and shot a glare at Roger. Roger awkwardly rubbed the tip of his nose. It is said that one should not strike the face. Even if I cannot best Dragon at present, I must not allow my spirit to falter. To my astonishment, the information was indeed accurate. GOLD. Roger, you have truly been resurrected by the White Devil, as the sole organization standing against the world government in the pirate realm. Dragon's network of informants is virtually omnipresent across the globe. Even in the Marine's infamous Impel Down, formidable individuals such as Ivankov serve as undercover spies. And it is inconceivable that such a crucial location as Lowtown would lack his watchful eyes. Observing the escalating aura of the Overlord, Dragon allowed a low chuckle to escape him. He deliberately dissipated the swirling waters that cloaked him, revealing his dark green cloak, the broad hood shrouding his visage, exuding an air of profound calm. Are you the one who has set this era into tumult? The White Devil, Overlord. Hidden beneath the expansive hood, Dragon displayed a momentary flicker of astonishment. What is happening? I clearly intended to call out to the formidable Chu Bawang, yet what escaped my lips instead was Ba-Wan. It sounds as though I were addressing someone as Baba, which left Dorag feeling quite peculiar. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Dorag couldn't help but reminisce about the times when Old Man Carp would chase him down the streets wielding a slipper. Just thinking about it brings tears. The joy of a father lies in the ability to discipline his son at will. The happiness of a father is something sons can hardly fathom. It is often said that rebellious children tend to defy their parents' wishes. It was precisely due to Carp's tendency to resort to physical discipline that Dorag developed a rebellious spirit, leading him to adopt a completely hands-off approach with Luffy, the one who stirs the tides of an era. Apologies, but my ambitions extend far beyond merely instigating such upheaval. Chu Bawang replied with a subtle smile, reclaiming the magical blade Qian Rin from Qing. The blade trembled, and a tempest roared. Chu Bawang was intensely curious about the devil fruit abilities that Dorag possessed. Since fate has brought us together today, how could one possibly let this opportunity slip away? There was a hint of mockery in Dorag's tone. What, do you intend to strike at me? How amusing. I have yet to encounter such an intriguing individual. One who is so audaciously willing to confront me despite being fully aware of my reputation. Dorag was genuinely inclined to laugh. However, in the next instant, his smile froze. This cannot be. How could Bawang possibly reach that pinnacle before me? Dorag stood momentarily dazed, gazing in awe at Chu Bawang, who had entered a state of harmony with the universe. The fierce winds, laden with seawater, lashed against him, Yet not even the hem of Chu Bawang's garments was dampened. A serene calm enveloped Chu Bawang's gaze, while the blood coursing through his veins began to simmer. Unbeknownst to him, he had ascended to the supreme state of unity with the universe that Dorag had yearned for throughout his life. Unity with the universe, where body and path converge. Although he had yet to awaken his observation haki, within Chu Bawang's sight, everything before him suddenly became strikingly clear. The passage of time seemed to slow. The trajectory of the raging winds, the dancing splashes of water, even the direction of the storm. He could perceive it all with utmost clarity. Chu Bawang spoke softly. Dorag, shall we engage in a duel? He extended his hand to grasp the hilt of the demonic blade, Thousand Blades. The sword's body was ensconced in a web-like pattern, seemingly on the verge of shattering at any moment. However, as the Overlord of Chu caressed the demonic blade, Dorag felt his entire body bristle with a primal fear, as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast from the primordial wilderness. With a powerful draw, the Overlord of Chu raised his sword, and a resonant, thunderous roar erupted, akin to the fall of stars, illuminating the heavens in its wake. Roger stood astounded, gazing in awe at this magnificent display, reminiscent of the creation of the world itself. What a formidable creature! Such a brutish and domineering swordplay surely transcended the realm of great swordsmen by leaps and bounds. He had not anticipated such depth of concealment. Thankfully, he had refrained from acting rashly, for had he done so, he would have likely been reduced to nothing but remnants. As a pirate, Roger was not one to show mercy. Had it not been for his aversion to repaying kindness with malice, he might have been compelled to engage in some reckless actions. With the sword's energy surging, the air thickened with a menacing aura like that of a dragon. The Overlord of Chu murmured within, embodying a gallant spirit, a youthful heart ablaze. One must wield the sword to slay dragons. Flameblade strike. With a thunderous stomp, he leapt into the air like a falcon in pursuit of its prey. Scorching flames enveloped the demonic blade, and he pointed forward with a sweeping gesture. With a whoosh, an explosive sound echoed. The searing flames reignited the heavens, banishing the oppressive darkness of the night and tearing apart the world's shadows. The surging and blistering fire merged with the demonic blade's own malevolent energy, blooming wildly like Van Gogh's sunflowers, igniting in a fervent blaze. What the hell? To unleash such a spectacle upon first appearance, how utterly uncouth. Dorag's lips twitched involuntarily. Initially, he thought this would be merely a trivial skirmish. Little did he know he had encountered a reputed master of the folk. Boom. An endless torrent of flames encircled the demonic blade, propelled forth by the earlier strike of the flame blade. The ocean was cleaved in twain, the very waters boiling. A tempest clashed violently with the roaring flames, their forces colliding fiercely in the air. Boom. The fiery red transformed the entire sea into an inferno, reflecting the Overlord of Chu's remarkably handsome visage. Thus, Dorag realized that he possessed the nature-type storm fruit. How intriguing. Indeed, when Eiichiro Oda initially crafted the world of One Piece, the strength of the devil fruits was largely influenced by the most formidable natural disasters threatening the island nations at that time. Earthquakes, volcanoes, and storms pose significant dangers to these lands. Earthquakes symbolize Whitebeard's tremor fruit, while volcanoes represent Akainu's magma fruit. As for storms, they epitomize the wind fruit wielded by Monkey D. Dragon. Furthermore, given Oda's penchant for detail, these three elements distinctly represent different factions: pirates, the navy, and the revolutionary army, creating a perfect trinity that embodies the central narrative of the pirate world. What a terrifying slash! Roger exclaimed. A mere stroke was enough to cause the sea to churn violently, invoking a sense of apocalyptic dread. The heart of the flaming blade struck down, transforming the surroundings into a desolate wasteland, smoke billowing ominously. Accompanied by a howling wind, a tangible stream of air coalesced into a spear, and Dragon initiated his counterattack. Let the game come to an end. The self-proclaimed Overlord merely expressed curiosity about Dragon's capabilities, not perceiving him as a rival. With a faint smile, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Drawing his sword, he executed a single-handed strike, effortlessly and stylishly. The gathered storm was instantly shattered, revealing a shadowy figure at its core. This strike is not easily thwarted. Roger marveled. No sooner had he spoken than a pained groan emerged from the storm's heart, and the figure began to materialize. Cloaked in a dark green windbreaker, the newcomer had his face obscured by a hood. as Dragon controlled the steady flow of air to descend. He bore a grievous wound on his shoulder, yet curiously, no blood flowed from it. Such formidable swordsmanship. Dragon's voice was tinged with melancholy and resignation. He removed his hood, unveiling a visage as profound as the depths of the ocean, with hair flowing wildly in the wind. As his gaze swept over Roger, his brow furrowed deeper. The one who has stirred the tides of this era is indeed quite youthful. Roger circled around Dragon with a grin, bursting into laughter. So, you are the son of that old fellow Carp? You bear little resemblance. How could that fool possibly father someone as astute as you? Perhaps someone has been sowing green pastures upon Carp's head. The corners of the Overlord's mouth twitched slightly. Roger's personality is rather erratic. Does he not possess a modicum of self-awareness regarding who the true fool is? Furthermore, I can't shake the impression that Roger harbors a peculiar fondness for green pastures. Could it be that one of his crew members has truly been enchanted by someone? The formidable warrior, Chu Bawang, casually tossed the demon blade Qianren to Shao Qing, and with a faint smile remarked, "Allow me to introduce myself, the world's most notorious criminal, the sole leader of the current Death Brigade. Monkey D. Dragon. Monkey D. Dragon. He who dares to challenge the dominion of the world government, often referred to as the most nefarious of criminals. Celebrated as the only individual capable of overthrowing the world conquest, he is also the son of the Navy hero Monkey D. Garp, the father of Luffy, and one of the most enigmatic figures in the realm of pirates. For the past decade, revolutionary ideals have been fervently championed, even leading to the overthrow of several politically corrupt kingdoms. Regardless of the monikers or reputations, there exists an aura of intimidation, an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Yet, facing the man who belongs solely to the shadows, the formidable figure of Chu Bawang remains unperturbed. Dorag scrutinized Chu Bawang for a moment before hoarsely laughing. Indeed. You are the audacious one who dares to resurrect the Pirate King. Your demeanor exudes the essence of a great general. However, those who have ignited the fervor of an era often meet a dire fate. In his speech, Dorag intentionally cast a glance at Roger, whose epic has long since faded into the annals of history. Allying with Roger now would undoubtedly bring more detriment than benefit. To keep Roger at one's side would be akin to harboring a ticking time bomb. Whether it be the conquest of the world, the Navy headquarters, or the malevolent pirate factions and ambitious schemers, they would all come knocking at the door. The prospect of slaying or capturing the legendary Pirate King Roger would surpass any reputation in its capacity to astonish. Had anyone else possessed the ability to resurrect, their actions would certainly not be so reckless, nor would they dare to bring the former Pirate King back into the realm of the living. By inciting enmity with multiple factions, one might find it increasingly difficult to even sleep soundly. Nevertheless, Chu Bawang chooses to defy the tenets of the world, resurrecting an era that had long been extinguished from history, allowing it to once again grace the stage of history. Such fearless grandeur commands even the heartfelt admiration of Dracul Mihawk. Were it not for the undeniable weakness of his son and the perilous proximity to such a formidable character, he would not have made a special appearance here. Although he has always taken a hands-off approach to Luffy as a father, Dracul harbors hopes that his son will carve out a future uniquely his own. The one who stirs the tides of an era? I hardly concern myself with such a title. The warlord of the sea chuckled softly, remarking that the desire to resurrect Roger stems merely from the belief that a world without Roger would lack much joy. Joy. Do you not comprehend the chaos that would ensue from Roger's revival? Mihawk narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the warlord with evident displeasure. You are truly being reckless. Do you genuinely perceive all of this as mere child's play? His voice was laced with irritation, and an aura of palpable danger emanated from him. The warlord maintained his smile, his gaze tranquil. No, you have perhaps misconstrued my intent. To me, this is merely a game. While you may suffer grave consequences for this game, for me, it is simply a means of seeking amusement. I refuse to live a life devoid of excitement. Of course, even though the world appears as a game to me, it is a game worthy of my earnest engagement. Mihawk was momentarily taken aback. Even as the world's most notorious criminal, it was his first encounter with such audacious rhetoric. This individual is undeniably a thorough madman. Subconsciously, Mihawk's assessment of the warlord's danger level escalated sharply. Roger, too, was left astounded, his teeth gritting in disbelief as he gained deeper insight into the warlord's psyche. He is undoubtedly not a man content with stagnation, but rather a fearless adventurer, striving to manipulate the world with his own strength. Only a man possessing both grand ambition and formidable power is worthy of becoming my little Qing's master. Beside him, little Qing inadvertently revealed a charming and exquisite smile. However, it is indeed because of the existence of individuals like you that so many are treated as mere pawns on the table. The capitalists at the pinnacle of society regard the lives of the underprivileged as mere toys, trampling upon their dignity and existence. A tone of coldness crept into Dragon's voice. What difference is there between your brazen actions and those filthy capitalists who seek to conquer the world? Perhaps this world truly operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Yet, do those who are weaker not deserve the right to attain their own freedom and happiness through hard work? In Dragon's eyes, the most repugnant aspect of world conquest is the division of life into hierarchies of status and worth. We are born free. What right do the celestial dragons have to regard all others as inferior beings, less than swine or dogs? It is precisely because the celestial dragons treat life with such disdain, and the world conquest serves as their accomplice, coupled with the Navy headquarters in action, that he, destined to be one of the future pillars of the Navy, resolutely joined the ranks of the life-cutting army. Listening to Dragon's deep-seated grievances, the Overlord of Chu nonchalantly cleared his ears. Dragon, there is no need for you to bind me with your self-righteous ideals. If you wish to be a hero, to become a great savior of the world, then by all means, pursue that path. I have neither the interest nor the time to stop you. However, you would do well not to judge others by your own standards. Moreover, a trace of derision crossed the Overlord of Chu's face. Even if you are labeled as the world's most heinous criminal, regarded by the conquerors as their greatest adversary, you, as the leader of the life-cutting army, have not accomplished anything worthy of praise from the common people. Your so-called quest for freedom and happiness for the people is nothing more than empty rhetoric. Dare you criticize my unwavering dedication to the life-cutting vision? Huh. A surge of anger welled up within Dragon, and he laughed bitterly. What do you mean? Have you not heard of the life-cutting army's overthrow of several corrupt kingdoms? Just toppling a few militarily weak kingdoms, can that truly be deemed a source of pride for you? The Overlord of Chu gently shook his head and pointed at Dragon. This is the truth. The life-cutting army has been established for over several decades, yet all these years, you have only dared to exert your influence over small kingdoms, far removed from the reach of world conquest. Yet, in the face of the crises confronting certain grand kingdoms, you remain utterly oblivious and indifferent. Reflect upon your conscience. Can the actions of the Deathcut army genuinely pose a substantial threat to global domination? Reflect upon your conscience. The actions of the Deathcut army, can they truly present a tangible peril to world conquest? The mighty king of Chu unreservedly denounces the Deathcut army's inaction. Despite its long-established existence, it only dares to seize the opportunity to plunder when those smaller nations are embroiled in turmoil. After all these years, you relentless warriors continue to engage in trivial skirmishes here. This is the shortcoming of Dracul Mihawk as a leader. The formidable Chu Bawang pointed at Mihawk and retorted with indignation. What I find most disgraceful is that the tyrant bear, being your ally, has been covertly transformed into a half-human, half-mechanical killing machine by the world government, and yet you remain utterly silent. Such a band of mercenaries hardly qualifies as the saviors of the world. Beside them, Roger was equally displeased. He had harbored considerable expectations for the legendary mercenary leader, but to his astonishment, after decades of development, the mercenaries were still engaged in trivial skirmishes. It's worth noting that Roger became the pirate king in less than 5 years. He exclaimed with irritation, in such a lengthy span, I could have become the pirate king 3 times over. Who the hell can compare to you, you freak? Even on the brink of death, you still wish to explore the end of the Grand Line. The most absurd part is that a grand ambition, which so many failed to accomplish, has somehow been realized by you. Faced with the dual mockery from Chu Bawang and Roger, Mihawk did not retaliate with anger but rather fell into an eerie silence. He clenched his fists tightly, rendered speechless, though it was a bitter pill to swallow. Everything Chu Bawang said was nothing but stark reality and truth, leaving him with no grounds for rebuttal. He was indeed aware of the transformation of the tyrant bear into a killing machine, being one of the senior members of the mercenary group. Yet, despite this knowledge, he dared not confront the world government directly. What troubled and perplexed him was how Chu Bawang had come to know that the tyrant bear was a cadre of the mercenaries. This matter is known only to a mere handful of sergeants within the Death Command Army, including myself. If the Overlord of Chu were to divulge this information to the world conquest, the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma would truly be facing a perilous fate. What madness drives him? Is he solely in pursuit of amusement and thrill, devoid of any other aspirations? Dolarg's expression grew increasingly somber, as he often felt before the Overlord, as if stripped bare, with not a shred of privacy remaining. Overlord, I concede that what you assert is indeed true. However, the reason the Death Command Army has yet to mobilize all its forces is not due to a deficiency in our strength. Rather, it is because we are awaiting the opportune moment, one that will decisively end the corrupt reign of the world conquest. Dolarg maintained a calm demeanor. For as the leader of the Death Command Army, he was not one to succumb to emotional outbursts at the slightest provocation. After all, the peril associated with the Death Command Army far surpasses that of pirates or brigands. It is a matter of placing one's head on the line. If Dolarg lacked cunning, he would not have survived this long. My heavens, one of the 7 warlords of the sea serving the world, the tyrant Kuma, is actually a member of the Death Command Army. This secret must be conveyed to Colonel Smoker or another naval comrade without delay. Meanwhile, Dasky, who had regained consciousness, secretly embarked on her eavesdropping mission, her heart secretly rejoicing while her assessment of Susong's danger level escalated several notches. The intelligence that even the world conquest might be unaware of was possessed by this man, who appeared no different from a mere pretty boy. How terrifying is the intelligence network of this man? Dashki had originally contemplated that regardless of her circumstances after being captured, she would find a way to escape and never contribute even a fraction of her strength to this scoundrel who had deceived her emotions. However, she has now devised a bold plan. Rather than attempting to flee, she intends to find every possible means to remain by this man's side. Only by gathering his preferences and intelligence can she gain the upper hand in the forthcoming battle. Yet, what Dashki may not have anticipated is that in her quest to gather intelligence, she would unwittingly invest both her body and soul. This is what is commonly referred to as being entirely devoted without reservation, as the 2 fish have already taken the bait. The corner of Chu Bawang's mouth curled into a meaningful smile. Dorage, you must understand. The optimal moment to claim a life is not something one waits for. It must be forged by one's own hands to create a beautiful future. Dorage's pupils constricted in sudden alarm. Could it be that this man intends to? Just as Dorage's mind surged with a flurry of plans, Roger suddenly leaned in as if discovering a new continent. Hey, kid, I have a question for you. And you must answer honestly. Are you the biological son of that old fellow carp? His disheveled appearance, combined with his wide-eyed scrutiny and the overwhelming scent of alcohol, made him resemble a wild monkey circling around Dorage. Even Dorage, known for his composed and strategic demeanor, felt his expression falter in an instant. Is this fellow truly the legendary pirate king? Are you jesting with me? I distinctly recall that at the execution platform, the unparalleled Roger, who could see through life and death, was not like this at all. So what? What difference does it make? Dragon steadied himself in his heart. Resolute in his indifference to whatever schemes were at play, he would simply confront whatever came his way. Roger squinted, his gaze repeatedly sweeping over the peculiar tattoos adorning Dragon's face, murmuring in a voice loud enough for all to hear. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. As the biological son of that old coot Garp, you have certainly endured a most wretched existence. Who would have imagined that Garp, with his bushy eyebrows and naive demeanor, would be so harsh towards his own flesh and blood? Look, take a close look. The scars on your face resemble those left by a shoe, imprinted so clearly. If I were in your position, I would surely wait until Garp was asleep to give him a taste of his own medicine. Let him experience the sensation of a shoe print on his face. Shocked silence enveloped the room. Dragon's expression darkened in an instant. What nonsense about shoe prints? This is a tattoo, for heaven's sake. Indeed, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, bore an exceedingly strange and eye-catching red net-like tattoo on his face. Typically, he would wear a dark green long coat, using the hood to conceal this bizarre marking. No one knows how Dragon's tattoo came to be or the profound meaning it may hold, yet one cannot deny that comparing the tattoo to a shoe print, Roger was not entirely inaccurate. The resemblance between the tattoo's shape and a shoe print is strikingly uncanny. To the unknowing observer, it might indeed appear as though young Dragon had received a rather harsh slap from Garp's sandal, imbued with the power of hockey. This is a delightful misunderstanding. Yet if possible, Dolarge wishes that such misconceptions could be diminished, even if just a little. Alas, what a frightful revelation. The normally formidable and astute Cap would stoop to inflicting such cruelty upon his own flesh and blood. How heartless. Yet, Roger, akin to one who has discovered a new continent, clings tenaciously to the tattoo adorning his face. As he shifts his stance, he creates a circling path around Dolarge, his expression brimming with curiosity, almost as if he longs to test the texture of slipper prints with his hands. Dolarge observes Roger, who resembles a monkey in his antics, with a stoic demeanor, while internally, a tempest brews. As he clenches his fist, the veins protrude like grotesque worms, starkly visible. That scoundrel. I am truly inclined to give him a good thrashing. If you cannot speak sensibly, why not remain silent and become a mere specter? Taking a deep breath, Dracula resolved not to be swayed by Roger's foolishness and turned to the formidable Chu, saying, Your Excellency, I sincerely hope you will refrain from excessively interfering with Luffy's future. That young lad deserves his own adventures. What he truly yearned to express was, You, my friend, are exceedingly perilous, even in the East Blue. Your initial bounty is a staggering 90 million berries. Should the Marines discover your ability to resurrect the deceased, that bounty would surely multiply tenfold. It would be far safer for my dear son to maintain a distance from such a dangerous criminal. When have I ever interfered with Luffy's future? Chu retorted, though the underlying guilt tugged at his conscience. After all, in his quest to transition from the mundane to the extraordinary, he had sacrificed Luffy's hairline and romantic prospects. Perhaps due to the hurried journey, Dracula had overlooked Luffy's peculiar circumstances. Had he known that his son was forced into monkhood at such a tender age, he would likely engage in a fierce confrontation. This foolish lad has always been somewhat single-minded, and now he has become bald. Does this not suggest a life of solitude in the future? If Luffy struggles to find a partner, how could Dragon possibly refrain from exerting himself? The mighty Chubawang declared. Nevertheless, there is no cause for concern. With my strength, even if the bounty were to increase 100-fold or 1,000-fold, it would be a matter of course. Dragon's lips twitched slightly. 100-fold or 1,000-fold. Surely you do not genuinely believe that your prowess surpasses that of the strongest man in history, Whitebeard. Chubawang gestured towards Roger and continued. Moreover, Roger has already consented to join my crew. Given time, he will surely regain his peak combat ability. With his connection to Ace, serving as a bodyguard and mentor along the way would be more than sufficient. Roger looked utterly bewildered. When did I agree to become your crew member? How could I be unaware of this? In the next moment, he suddenly remembered that his wife's life was still in the hands of the formidable Chu Bawang, and he wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. The sensation of being at someone else's mercy was quite unpleasant, yet the thought of his wife, Lugio, still relying on Chu Bawang's resurrection magic, made Roger instantly embody the essence of a seasoned actor. Nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grains, the captain speaks the truth. I, Roger, have officially joined His Excellency Chu Bawang's crew, becoming a grassroots pirate. However, on another note, Captain, you have yet to inform me of the name of our pirate crew. Dorag. Pirate King Roger. If you find yourself kidnapped, just blink. The feigning unconsciousness Darsky seemed to perceive a new world, stirring a tempest within her heart. The legendary pirate King Roger was indeed poised to join the crew of the White Devil, Chu Bawang. This intelligence must be promptly communicated to the Navy. What strikes Dasky as peculiar is the renowned pirate king suddenly expressing his desire to start from the ground up as a mere pirate. There is an inexplicable sense of oddity lingering in the air. Chu Bawang remarked with a faint smile, in this world, everyone possesses their own aspirations and goals. What I desire is to render this world more intriguing, to infuse it with a greater array of colors. Dorag's brow furrowed, his tone turning cold. So, you are resolutely determined to meddle in Luffy's future? As his words fell, a subtle yet palpable aura of menace began to emanate from his being. Within the dense fog, shadows of warships could be discerned, intermittently visible upon the vast ocean. Those were the forces of the Grim Reaper army stationed in the East Sea. Having developed over nearly a decade, the Grim Reaper army's influence has permeated every facet of the world, the sole distinction being the disparity in strength. The East Sea, as his place of resurgence, naturally harbors a commendable military force. It is indeed a great fortune and opportunity for your son to have caught the attention of my master. And yet you persist in obstructing him at every turn. How utterly foolish. Were it not for my master's benevolence, had it been my decision, I would have long since sent you, this blind fool, to meet the king of hell. Xiaoqing scoffed inwardly, regarding Dorag with the disdain one might reserve for a corpse. Inheriting the legacy of the Tianqing Niulong, a soul beast of the Stardow Forest, Xiaoqing is far from being as docile as she appears. Her outwardly benevolent demeanor is reserved only for a select few, such as Chu Bawang and Yana Mei. In the annals of her inherited memories, the Tianqing Niulong is revered as the king of all soul beasts within the Stardow Forest. When angered, its ferocity is enough to instill terror in the hearts of even the bravest. Dorag shivered involuntarily. For reasons unknown, he felt as if he had just traversed the gates of hell. Following the source of danger, his gaze met Xiaoqing's radiant, enchanting visage. This woman, who appeared unfathomably beautiful, evoked a primal fear within Dorag, compelling him to kneel in submission. Should you wish to avoid death, do not defy my master's will. Xiaoqing mouthed, her smile disarmingly warm. Should you wish to avoid death, be obedient, she reiterated, her expression still radiating warmth. In that fleeting moment, Dorag felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Every hair on his body standing on end. What a horrifying gaze it is. A smile graces her face. Yet her eyes conceal an overwhelming pressure akin to mountains of blood and seas of corpses. It is a fear that pierces the very soul, rendering one utterly defenseless. What perplexes Dorag the most is that this oppressive aura bears a resemblance to the Conqueror's haki, yet he cannot wield it in resistance. How can this be? Damn it! What kind of power is this? This woman is merely a servant, and yet she can overpower me with her Conqueror's haki. Without a moment's hesitation, Dorag retreated at lightning speed, placing a distance of over 100 meters between himself and the duo, Chu Bawang and Xiaoqing. His complexion as pale as death. His speed was astonishing, surpassing even that of a rabbit. No, he was swifter than any rabbit could ever be. Roger was utterly bewildered. What is happening? Just moments ago, they were engaged in pleasant conversation, and now such a commotion has erupted. Is it truly necessary for the esteemed leader of the death sentence army to flee at the mere glance of a girl? Is he afraid of being devoured or something? Huh, are you trying to intimidate me? Do you believe I am the kind of person easily swayed by threats? Catching his breath, Dorag's voice turned icy. His gaze unwaveringly fixed on Chu Bawang. He discerned that this terrifying woman was merely a maidservant to Chu Bawang. Without her master's permission, how could she exert such a pressure of Conqueror's haki upon him? Huh. If the leader of the death sentence army cannot withstand this modicum of pressure from my maid, then you are unworthy of being considered as a collaborator. Chu Bawang raised an eyebrow slightly, but did not chastise Xiaoqing for her presumptuousness. His nature was inherently protective of his own, regardless of what Xiaoqing had done. She was still his own. He would not permit outsiders to pass judgment upon her. However, I am not one to wield power to oppress others. So I grant you a moment to ponder whether you wish to collaborate with me. How shameless. You clearly intend to coerce me into submission. Were it not for my indomitable will, I might have already fallen into your scheme. A storm cloud loomed in Dorag's heart, yet his expression remained frosty. Collaborate? What ground do you have to negotiate with the death sentence army? Do you truly believe that merely the three of you, as formidable as you may be, can topple an empire that has dominated the world for 800 years? His words were laced with an unmistakable air of authority and confidence. He had every reason to voice such sentiments. After decades of development, the strength of the death sentence army had permeated every facet of the world, far exceeding that of any large pirate crew in the new world of the Grand Line in both overall power and scale. In the realm of intelligence networks, revolutionary factions have strategically deployed numerous formidable and enigmatic spies among the nations of the world. The scale of military power is indeed terrifyingly pervasive. All that Drago needs to do is await a fortuitous moment to unleash a tempest upon the New World, leading his forces in revolt. Now, let us turn our gaze to the formidable figure of the Overlord of Chu. That stunning woman and the pirate king, Roger, possess extraordinary abilities, complemented by the presence of the Overlord of Chu, whose elite combat prowess is undeniably commendable. Despite the immense individual strength of these three, the reality of warfare dictates that victory cannot be solely secured through personal might. The power of one is ultimately constrained. The once dominant Sea Overlord, Rox, exemplified this, as does the resurrected Pirate King. What does it matter if you stir the seas into chaos? The conquest of the world and the celestial dragons remain unchallenged atop the Red Land, oppressing the masses. Following their brief encounter, Drago acknowledged that the prowess of the Overlord of Chu and the young girl was by no means inferior to his own. They might even surpass him. However, in terms of influence and organizational control, The opposing party, when compared to himself as the sole leader of the life-cutting army, lacked the qualifications to negotiate. Faced with the derision evident on Drago's face, the Overlord of Chu remained unperturbed, instead wearing an expression of amusement. Drago, I once believed you to be an astute individual. Yet, upon our meeting today, I realize my understanding of you is rather superficial. Your perspective is exceedingly narrow. Drago's eyes widened in shock. How do you claim my vision is limited? I am the leader of the life-cutting army and the spiritual figurehead of its ideology. A pioneer destined to overthrow the dark reign of world conquest. Explain to me, where exactly is my vision lacking? Drago's fury transformed into a sardonic smile as he spoke coldly. As the leader of the life-cutting army, you ought to broaden your horizons and contemplate deeper truths. Every person born into this world symbolizes distinct meanings and carries missions they must fulfill. Just like you, Drago. Your identity encompasses more than just that of the world's most notorious criminal. While that title may instill fear, its actual benefits are minuscule. However, the title of the life-cutting army leader carries profound significance. With his hands clasped behind his back, the Overlord of Chu exuded the aura of a sage guiding the next generation. Drago paused momentarily, his expression contemplative as he lowered his gaze. Are you suggesting that I should leverage the advantages of titles and accolades to bolster my own standing? Is this akin to the Pirate King, Roger? No. That interpretation is erroneous. You must know better than I that titles like Pirate King in this era bring far more troubles than benefits. Perhaps the title of Pirate King indeed possesses the allure to attract a formidable crew of pirates, even enticing several veterans to return. However, the advantages cease there. Even if a successful assembly were to occur, the risks and returns involved would be utterly disproportionate. Ultimately, it would be incapable of shaking the very foundations of world domination, let alone overturning the corrupt rule of the celestial dragons. In the end, Drago unequivocally dismissed the proposal of the Overlord of Chu. I have always said that your perspective is limited, viewing the world from a narrow well, and yet you still refuse to believe it. Drago's face flushed with indignation. How infuriating. Could it be that I have truly misjudged? Yet, if not the Pirate King Roger, who else possesses the merit to leverage such a title and reputation to rally support? Drago, stubborn as ever, declared, if you possess the ability, do not beat around the bush. I am eager to see who truly holds the qualifications to provoke a stir in the pursuit of world domination. A hint of mystery graced the smile of the Overlord of Chu. He spoke of an individual so formidable that even the pursuit of world domination would tremble before him. No, he transcends mere humanity. His name is Fisher Tiger. As the words left his lips, Drago was suddenly struck, his entire being vibrating with shock. What a transgression. How could I have forgotten this man? Fisher Tiger, the most renowned adventurer of the Grand Line, once ascended the holy land of myriad, confronting the world nobles in a bid to rescue his fellow fishmen who had been purchased from slave traders. With his bare hands, he unleashed chaos within the headquarters of the world government, liberating thousands of enslaved individuals from various races. Later, he established the Sun Pirates, traversing the vast seas. The incident involving Fisher Tiger's uprising at the headquarters of world domination, myriad, continues to reverberate through history. When it first transpired, it was akin to a thunderous explosion, creating a monumental uproar across the globe. Although Fisher Tiger managed to rescue only thousands of slaves and did not liberate all those imprisoned within the Holy Land, he emerged as the leader of the abolitionist movement and a true humanitarian hero. He was the first in history to challenge the Holy Land of myriad and the first to confront the pursuit of world domination. This marks the first endeavor of the ordinary people to actively resist the corrupt powers of world domination, achieving remarkable success. Although the legendary Fisher Tiger has since fallen, the initial myriad incident undeniably liberated many slaves who suffered under the oppression of the celestial dragons, shattering the seemingly invincible aura of the celestial dragons in their quest for world conquest. Even in the current era of great piracy, many continue to regard Fisher Tiger as a spiritual leader and idol of the slave liberation movement and resistance against oppressive powers. Initially, Dragon, upon witnessing the darkness of the Navy headquarters and the machinations of world conquest, developed an admiration for it. He had to concede that the establishment of the Revolutionary Army was inspired by Fisher Tiger, who awakened within him the resolve to initiate a rebellion. However, this is not the only reason Fisher Tiger holds significance for Dragon. Mere fame cannot provide ample assistance. In truth, Fisher Tiger is not human. He is a fishman. He enjoys a lofty reputation within his race, revered as a great hero of Fishman Island, trusted and respected by the Ryugu Kingdom, and once a distinguished guest of Neptune and Otohan. In a sense, Fisher Tiger symbolizes the collective attitude of the entire fishman race. Moreover, one of the most formidable warriors of the New World, Jinbe, a former member of the Sun Pirates, holds Fisher Tiger in the highest esteem, affectionately referring to him as Big Brother Tiger. So, do you have the confidence to resurrect Fisher Tiger? Dragon's demeanor underwent a dramatic shift, becoming grave as he fixed his gaze intently upon Sook. Since you have witnessed the revival of Roger, it stands to reason that you could also witness the resurrection of Fisher Tiger. Contemplate this. If the hero of Fishman Island, Fisher Tiger, were to join the ranks of those resisting world domination, what impact would that have on your revolutionary army? What implications would it hold for the entire world order? Given your intellect, I trust you do not require further elucidation. Engaging with intelligent individuals is most gratifying. The establishment of the revolutionary army under the reign of world domination and its subsequent development to its current stature indicates that the other party possesses considerable merit. At the very least, their intellect and leadership skills surpass the majority in the pirate world. As one of the most intellectually gifted characters in the realm of the Pirate King, Dragon understands profound truths with minimal exposition. The significance of Fisher Tiger re-emerging on these seas is, in fact, equally as paramount as that of Dragon, the leader of the revolutionary army. It is precisely for this reason that Dragon approaches the matter with such gravity. Furthermore, Dragon owes Fisher Tiger a tremendous debt of gratitude. One of the commanders of the Don Quixote pirates, the young Kila, was a combat partner of the second-in-command, Sabo, and had once received the life-saving grace of Fisher Tiger. Had it not been for the Sun Pirates escorting Kila, they would not have been betrayed by the fearful and greedy locals, leading to their conquest. Nor would they have been forced to engage in a fierce battle against the Navy to protect their crew, resulting in their demise. If Fisher Tiger were still alive, perhaps the most suitable leader of the Don Quixote pirates would not be me, but rather him. Dracula felt a bitter smile emerge within him. If that were indeed the case, the influence of the Don Quixote pirates might have already grown to a level where they could contend directly with the forces of world domination. The Sun Pirates and Fishman Island would have become the most formidable vanguard against tyranny. Most importantly, if Fisher Tiger were still alive, the entire world's slaves would no longer be mired in despair, but would instead reignite their hopes for struggle and perseverance. In every corner of this world, the clarion call of battle shall resound. The overthrow of the corrupt dominion of world conquest and the celestial dragons is within our grasp. Even if the ultimate liberation movement for the enslaved fails, they can still forge an ideal realm to resist global domination, buoyed by the tides of humanity and providence. That realm is Fishman Island, a formidable nation capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the mighty Elbaf of the giants. In comparison to humans, the fishmen are inherently the finest warriors. Warfare at sea reigns supreme, and within this arena, the fishmen flourish, firmly seizing the advantage in combat. It can be asserted that in maritime confrontations, the fishmen's forces are virtually invincible. Unless faced with overwhelming firepower and numbers, victory is an elusive prospect. In a fleeting moment, myriad thoughts cascaded through Dracula's mind, and the deeper he pondered, the more trepidation he felt. So, this was the motive behind your collaboration with me. As visions of a radiant future danced before him, his heart surged with emotion. Yet, at that instant, he was interrupted by the cold, mocking laughter of the Overlord of Chu. You wish to ally with me? No. Dracula, you have gravely misunderstood. The tide of power flows in my favor. The initiative to resurrect Fisher Tiger lies within my grasp. It is not I who seeks your collaboration, but rather, you who must plead for mine. Dracula's eyes widened in disbelief. What a nefarious scheme. You intend to lure the dog in to slay it. He found himself momentarily bewildered. Finally, he comprehended why the Overlord of Chu had specifically named Fisher Tiger. It was clear now. He wished to retain the reins of cooperation firmly in his own hands. However, how could I trust that you could command Fisher Tiger's actions, guiding him along the path I wish to see? What does it mean to lure the dog in for slaughter? This is what it means to be lured into a trap. At this juncture, even if the formidable Chu Bawang remains silent, Dorag is eager to witness the transformation that Fisher Tiger's resurrection will bring to the world. However, the astute Dorag is unwilling to relinquish the initiative to Chu Bawang so easily. The primary reason for Fisher Tiger's demise was the treachery and betrayal of humanity. Ultimately, his dying words echoed with profound disdain. I can no longer love humanity, revealing the depth of his loathing at the end of his life. Chu Bawang, dismissing this with laughter, declared, the minor trends may be reversed, but the grand currents are immutable. In this world, there will always be individuals destined to become historical giants. The essence of Fisher Teague's character will not fade with time. Upon his return, regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, he will resolutely pursue his path. Indeed, he will fulfill his own mission without requiring the interference of others. History is a banner, and he is akin to a guiding light, illuminating the path for the proletariat. The facts are laid bare, requiring no further elaboration. As long as Fisher Teague breathes, the enslaved and oppressed proletariat of the world shall harbor hope. The militarily powerful Fishman Island will undoubtedly lend its robust support, and even the former Sun Pirates, now the warlord of the sea Jinbei, will naturally return. Conquest in this century will not permit the growth of rival powers to go unchallenged. Forces will inevitably mobilize for a crackdown. Even for the sake of self-preservation and the safety of his comrades, he will be compelled to expand his influence, ultimately collaborating with the Death Brigade, thus marching toward a preordained fate. Much like Lin Chong, forced onto the path of rebellion. The momentum of history is unchangeable. Waves crash and roar, fierce winds howl. One by one, large warships submerge beneath the waves, vanishing without a trace. Bawang, just as you wished, you have successfully ensnared me in your scheme, igniting my desire to collaborate with you. A smile graces Dorag's face. Your appetite is certainly not easily satiated. Pray tell, what is it about me that has led you to believe I, Dorag, possess the capital to engage in collaboration with you? As long as I can present something of value, I shall agree. However, thereafter, I hope you will honor the pact and ensure the flawless resurrection of Fisher Teague. Cooperation is typically founded upon mutual strength. We must need one another, depend on each other, and share common interests to establish a solid foundation for collaboration. Doflamingo could hardly believe that the Overlord of Chu had no need for him, as long as the demands were not excessively outrageous. Doflamingo possessed various channels to acquire anything from copious amounts of berries to the elusive devil fruits, and even confidential intelligence. Regrettably, he had no pressing tasks for the Overlord at the moment. If one must insist, he rather hoped that the Overlord would voluntarily present himself, allowing Doflamingo to strike a few blows, in the hopes of seizing the abilities of the storm fruit. Doflamingo, are you truly contemplating such foolishness? Setting your sights on my storm fruit? Let us set aside the question of whether you can resurrect me afterward. Given the current level of trust between us, I would never surrender passively and await my demise. The mere thought of the formidable commander, Little Green, in the Overlord S ranks, potentially bolstered by that terrifying conqueror's haki to impose his will upon me, made Doflamingo's heart quail slightly. Where do these extraordinary beings originate? How is it that even a mere maid possesses such terrifying strength that rivals my own? The Overlord of Chu waved his hand and jested. All right. I know you would never accept this condition, so I was merely teasing you. I never expected you to take it seriously. The storm fruit wielded by Dolag may indeed be a rarity to outsiders. However, when compared to Roger's ability to hear the voices of all things and his conqueror's haki, it pales in significance. Rather than waste time, he would be better off eliminating Roger and reviving him to test his luck. The ability to hear the voices of all things is a truly precious skill. Could you please refrain from looking at me with such a menacing gaze? It frightens me. At that moment, Roger seemed to sense something, crossing his arms protectively over his chest. His expression and posture resembled that of a fragile maiden on the verge of an assault. The corners of Chu's mouth twitched slightly. Damn it! What manner of pirate is this? Had I known, I would not have resurrected this fool. The antics are far too outrageous. Perhaps it would be best to put an end to this imbecile. Roger, listen well to my words. From now on, do not utter a sound in my presence, for I have no desire to hear your voice. Should you speak even once, I shall strike you down. Should you dare to speak twice, I shall end you twice over. The cold gaze of the Overlord of Chu swept over Roger, who immediately wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. It was futile, despite the regal spirit that lay dormant within him, refusing to bow to anyone. He now bore a significant vulnerability. His deceased wife, the son he had never met, and the numerous crew members who had perished in battle or succumbed to old age. The true power of this divine resurrection technique lies not merely in bringing the dead back to life and extracting a singular ability from them. Rather, it is in proclaiming to the entire ocean that he possesses the power to resurrect the deceased. Have you lost someone dear to you? What a coincidence. I can resurrect the dead. Do you wish to bring back your loved ones? Then it hinges on whether you can discern my intentions. Such is the simplicity of the matter. If one could resurrect the dead at will, the benefits would not be maximized. After all, among the vast expanse of the ocean, there are but a handful of notable characters that the old thief Oda has written to their demise, to preserve their lives, JPG. This divine resurrection technique is akin to the hook of the robot in League of Legends. If I do not cast the hook, circling around you will only make you feel uncomfortable. This is the greatest leverage that the Overlord of Chu wields to manipulate the hearts of men. Do you, dragon, wish to achieve victory? Do you aspire to utilize Fisher Tiger's power to overthrow the world government? If so, come and flatter me. Only by pleasing me shall I assist you in resurrecting Fisher Tiger. If you are unconvinced, come and challenge me. Heh. I revel in witnessing your clenched teeth and impotent fury. Speak, what price do you wish for me to pay? Dragon cast a deep glance at Roger, seemingly aware that the latter possessed a weakness or leverage that the Overlord of Chu had seized upon. Otherwise, with the inherent regal spirit coursing through him, he would not be so subservient. Yet, despite this, Dragon found himself compelled to humble himself in pursuit of collaboration with the Overlord of Chu. He sought to lead the revolutionary army to ultimate triumph. As a military powerhouse, Fishman Island was an insurmountable obstacle he could not bypass. Although the revolutionary army currently possessed considerable strength, mustering sufficient troops for an assault on a military stronghold proved challenging. However, with the assistance of the revolutionary pioneer Fisher Tiger, the situation would be entirely transformed. Fishman Island would become the first strategically significant revolutionary base for the revolutionary army. With Fisher Tiger, Dragon could potentially save himself a decade of struggle. Once the soundproofing was arranged, the Overlord of Chu leaned closer to Dragon, speaking in a tone audible only to the two of them. It is quite simple. You merely need to introduce these two individuals to me. Are you certain you wish to proceed? As far as I know, you already have a wife. Upon hearing the names proposed by the Overlord of Chu, Dragon's expression suddenly shifted to one of peculiar surprise. One is insufficient. I desire them all. The two exchanged knowing glances, each revealing a lewd grin of understanding. What on earth were these two discussing? Roger scratched his head, bewildered. What could possibly warrant such secrecy? Given your companion, a stunning beauty whose gaze was fixed downward, how could you be so greedy? I can indeed facilitate an introduction between you and these two, but I cannot guarantee success. Dragon pondered for a moment, aware of his own advantage. Do you have any other requests? Seeing the fish had taken the bait, the Overlord of Chu smiled knowingly. In addition to these two individuals, I require a promise from you. In return, I shall resurrect Fisher Tiger once you fulfill all my demands. A promise? Dorag is evidently an old fox, instinctively furrowing his brow. Indeed, the benefits are not to be had without cost. He cast a penetrating glance at the formidable Chu Bawang, as well as the companions, Xiaoqing and Roger beside him. The prowess of these three individuals is not inferior to his own, each possessing strength surpassing that of the 7 warlords of the sea. When united, they could effortlessly obliterate even the smallest of nations. Such a formidable combination of combat prowess. Does it truly necessitate the intervention of their life-risking army? What is it about this individual that warrants such a grand mobilization of forces? What are your true intentions? Dolag's tone grew increasingly grave. This matter allowed for not even the slightest hint of carelessness. Despite their brief acquaintance, Dolag had already formed a fleeting impression of the character known as Chu Bawang. The person before him was none other than the madman famously dubbed the White Devil by the world. The last individual associated with the term devil was the man known as Douglas Barrett, the devil's progeny, Douglas Barrett, as far as he knew. This monster was incarcerated in level 6 of the Navy's Grand Prison and impelled down. Though only a trio stood before him, their combined combat prowess was undeniably formidable. The necessity of invoking the death squad indicated that the target they were pursuing was certainly of extraordinary significance. This is precisely what Dorag fears the most. If the formidable Chu Bawang were to deliberately allow the death-granting army to engage in battle with the Navy headquarters, while he himself lurks nearby to reap the rewards, would the death-granting army not be sold off while assisting in counting the profits? Fear not. I assure you that I shall not send you to your demise at the Navy headquarters. Chu Bawang saw through Dorag's ulterior motives with a keen eye. Is such caution truly necessary? Are you not merely concerned about the age-old tale of the clam and the snipe, where one benefits from another's conflict? To speak frankly, I am not particularly interested in the depths of your death-granting army. A slight smirk crept upon Chu Bawang's lips as he remarked, in due time. I intend to rescue a friend from the Navy prison. When that moment arrives, I shall require your assistance in dealing with one particular individual. Dorag's brow furrowed even tighter. Must I indeed intervene? Pray tell, who is my adversary? He was intrigued to discover who could possibly be regarded as a friend by Chu Bawang, to the extent that he would endeavor to extricate them from confinement. Images of various devilish figures flashed through his mind, only to be dismissed one by one. Although he was uncertain who Chu Bawang wished him to confront, the fact that his intervention was sought indicated that this opponent would at least be of comparable strength. Such formidable foes are scarce upon the vast ocean. Chu Bawang smiled and inquired, if you were to face Magellan, how long could you endure? Dorag's expression shifted dramatically, a gasp escaping his lips as he exclaimed, the Warden Magellan? My heavens, you are targeting the underwater prison. Could it be that the person you wish to save is? Dorag's face was a portrait of shock, his gaze upon Chu Bawang akin to that of a madman. Even Roger, standing nearby, could not suppress the twitching of his lips. Could it be that this fellow truly intends to rescue his sworn enemy? The formidable Chu Bawang gestured for silence towards Roger, who immediately clamped his mouth shut in trepidation. Fortunately, my cleverness spared me from uttering a sound. Otherwise, I would have been doomed. Rest assured, I am aware that you and Magellan are contemporaries and colleagues, unwilling to inflict harm upon one another. Leave the remaining matters to me. You need not fret over the escape route. Simply guide me to Impel Down or provide me with its precise coordinates, and I shall handle the combat. Moreover, I do not require an immediate decision from you. Dragon's countenance was grave as he inhaled deeply, striving to suppress his astonishment. He never anticipated that this individual would wish to liberate both of them. Was it for the sake of the combined fruit and the float fruit? Dragon discreetly glanced at Roger, his mind plagued by a peculiar thought. To release those two monsters simultaneously. Are you not concerned that the three of them might engage in a brawl, obliterating your homeland in the process? With a wave of his hand, Chu Bawang chuckled. Now that everything has been resolved, it is time to return home and embrace my wife. Roger and Dragon's expressions darkened. Upon confirming that Chu Bawang had no immediate plans to assault the underwater prison, Impel Down, Dragon finally breathed a sigh of relief. The current strength of the Cutting Life army was insufficient to guarantee a successful infiltration of Impel Down. If Chu Bawang insisted, the risks borne by the Cutting Life army could escalate exponentially. Most critically, if Chu Bawang did not perceive sincerity, he might not resurrect Fisher Tiger. Ultimately, Dragon departed with a sense of fulfillment, despite the fact that it was merely a verbal commitment from Chu Bawang. In his view, true strength is rarely accompanied by deceit. Thus, I wish us a fruitful collaboration. Dragon extended his fist. To a successful partnership, Chu Bawang replied, reciprocating the gesture. What are these two playing at? Could it be that the White Devil has some insidious plot against the Navy? I must devise a way to extricate myself from his clutches. The first step is to ensure he lowers his guard. Wait, you just let Dragon leave like that. I had expected your sordid dealings to commence immediately. What a disappointment. Beside him, Roger had already activated his observation hockey to its fullest extent, yet he still failed to glean any meaningful information, leaving him in a rather sullen mood. His expression resembled that of a bystander who had been deprived of the juicy details. Now was not the time for chaos. Soon enough, he would be able to set his grand plans into motion. The formidable Chu Bawang cast a glance at Roger, but his spirits were high, and he could hardly be bothered with trivial matters. Despite possessing the strength to dominate the world, Chu Bawang relished the thrill of employing strategy and intellect to gradually claim supremacy. The reason he refrained from appending the world immediately was simply that he had yet to gather a sufficient number of fragments of the random teleportation portals. After all, the intriguing characters within the pirate realm were limited. If he devoured all the joy at once, it would undoubtedly become rather dull. You truly have a penchant for reveling in chaos. If I were to unleash my arch-rival, this world would likely descend into further turmoil. Observing Chu Bawang's lack of interest in engaging with him, the reckless impulses within Roger began to stir once more. Let the chaos ensue. This world is already in disarray, so a little more chaos would hardly matter. Moreover, as the ancients often said, what rises to great heights must inevitably decline. Perhaps, after reaching an extreme of disorder, peace could follow. Roger's eyes sparkled with a contemplative gleam. What? Have you grasped my meaning? Chu Bawang inquired, turning to face him. I did not comprehend. However, that does not impede my pretense of wisdom, does it? A true sage should, like me, feign understanding even in ignorance. If the world were to discover that the legendary pirate who heralded the era of great pirates is merely a peculiar character like you, they would surely feign on the spot. What is this ridiculous pirate king? Clearly, it is nothing but a farce. Come, allow me to introduce you to a rather intriguing individual who aligns well with your temperament. The formidable Chu Bawang seemed to recall something rather amusing. Giving Roger a light pat on the shoulder, Roger appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to grasp the concept. An intriguing individual? To be deemed interesting by Chu Bawang must surely imply something extraordinary. Should Roger and Luffy cross paths, one might expect a delightful spark to ignite between them. Luffy exclaims, "I shall become the king of the pirates." Roger responds with a bewildered expression. The mere thought of Roger's confused visage only heightened Chu Bawang's anticipation. What on earth is happening? It has been quite some time, and yet Bawang and Xiao Qing have yet to return. The expression on Ya's face was unmistakably one of anxiety. While initially she could feign composure, even comforting the anxious Nami, her true feelings were now laid bare. The Mary had been peacefully anchored in the port of Rogue Town, awaiting the return of Chu Bawang and Xiao Qing. However, unexpectedly, a fierce gale had swept through, carrying the Mary away several nautical miles. Zoro proposed, "Perhaps I should go in search of Master and Sister Xiao Qing." Instantly, Usopp and Sanji's expressions darkened, their faces etched with skepticism. "Are you joking? Sending Zoro to find someone? Who knows who would end up finding whom? With your abysmal sense of direction, it is no wonder you would get lost on the Mary, let alone in search of others. Who do you look down upon? Do not always regard me, the great Zoro, as directionally challenged. Although I may indeed be directionally impaired, the sword spirit, Shaolin, should not be. Right? Hey, Luffy, it is time for you to devise a plan. As captain, you should play a pivotal role in this moment." Nami, in a state of desperation, took a stance to kick Luffy, who was sprawled on the ship pretending to be lifeless. The wretched captain does nothing but sleep. Perhaps it would be better for him to sink into the depths of the sea. However, upon witnessing Luffy's despondent demeanor, resembling one who has lost all hope, Nami instinctively lowered the JoJo she had just raised. A closer inspection would reveal Luffy's vacant gaze, reminiscent of a soulless corpse. The posture he assumed was akin to that of a wretched fish who had just lost its dreams. "Luffy, could it be that you are still moping over the missed opportunity to witness the execution side of Roger? Is it truly necessary to be so sorrowful over the loss of a chance to observe the Pirate King's demise up close?" Usopp reached out to gauge Luffy's temperature, and the moment their skin met, he was struck with astonishment. The stench of this fish has nearly dissipated, lacking warmth, leading one to ponder whether it has truly lost its dreams. Perhaps it would be best to cast this dreamless fish back into the sea, allowing me, the Great One, to experience the joys of being a captain. Luffy, with vacant eyes akin to a gravely injured soldier on the verge of death, spoke in a hushed tone. "No, you do not understand. I, Luffy, am destined to become the king of the pirates. If I cannot witness the very spot where the former pirate king was executed, what right do I have to claim the title of Pirate King? What? You wish to become my man?" Suddenly, a large face loomed into view, glaring at Luffy with an intimidating expression. Nami turned to see the newcomer and, filled with joy, leaped into their arms, playfully exclaiming, "Baba, you have finally returned. No, you do not understand. I am meant to be the king of the pirates." The sound of Luffy's furious shout echoed, as if he had expended all his strength. "What? You wish to become my man?" Boom. Luffy was propelled away by a powerful kick. In the next moment, Roger's roar reverberated throughout the Mary. A tempestuous storm surged like a furious dragon, unleashing a cacophony of roars. The surrounding sea trembled, collapsing and rolling at an alarming speed. A colossal fissure appeared on the deck of the Mary. Inside this enormous crack, Luffy lay, utterly bewildered. Who kicked me? Such incredible speed! The sudden appearance of that figure. How could it have sent me, Wong Luffy, flying so effortlessly? Do I not have any dignity? As Luffy scratched his head in confusion, a disheveled face leaned closer. "Baba, you have finally returned." Upon recognizing the handsome man before her, Nami's heart leaped with joy, and she rushed towards him. Meanwhile, Kaya stamped her foot in frustration, secretly resenting the situation. Who, after all, is the rightful wife of the esteemed Chu Bawang? I, the legitimate consort. Have yet to make my move, yet she has already thrown herself at him. Ahem. Yes, I am back. I encountered a few intriguing individuals on my journey, which delayed me a bit, Chu Bawang said, affectionately ruffling Nami's hair, then gesturing to the anxious Kaya. He swiftly wrapped his left arm around Nami's waist and, in a flash, appeared beside Kaya. I must admit, from this angle, Nami's figure was simply stunning. Perhaps the little thief cat had been well fed, accidentally undergoing a second development phase. At this rate, I might need to invest in new undergarments soon. Despite the fact that everyone present, except for the single-minded Luffy, could sense the ambiguous feelings between Nami and Chu Bawang, he refrained from any overtly inappropriate actions, especially with the legitimate consort and others watching nearby. Such incredible speed. At this short distance, my observation haki cannot even grasp his movements. Could it be he has held back many cards during his battle with Dorag? Roger thought, astonished. The swiftness of Chu Bawang was truly extraordinary and uncanny. No, rather than extreme speed. It seemed to be a form of spatial maneuverability. Who is this? Kaya bit her lip, her gaze fixed on Dasky, who was slung over Xiao Qing's shoulder. Rubbing his nose, Chu Bawang casually replied, Kaya, you had mentioned wanting to open a pharmacy, so I thought I would help you find a secretary. I happened to come across a young girl named Dasky in Rogue Town, and found her agreeable, so it brought her back. Gazing at Dasky, who was knocked out and slung over Xiao Qing's shoulder, Roger's lips twitched slightly. That sounds rather charming, but are you sure you mean brought and not kidnapped? I witnessed you decisively subduing Smoker to take Dasky for yourself, quite forcefully, in fact. Kaya's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, Baba, you haven't forcibly taken a good woman, have you? Kia had indeed mentioned to the Overlord of Chu her aspiration to open a pharmacy in the future. However, have you ever encountered a pharmacy owner who requires a dedicated secretary? At least, within the entire pirate world, such a precedent is nearly non-existent. The number of physicians is already scarce, with only the Navy possessing large hospitals. Yet even the directors of Navy hospitals, in 99 out of 100 cases, do not appoint a secretary. The Overlord of Chu raised an eyebrow, stubbornly retorting, how could that be? Do I appear to be the sort of villain who engages in nefarious deeds? He continued, I shall not elaborate further for now. But once the young lady awakens, you will comprehend the veracity of my words. Dasky exclaimed, I have never encountered such a shameless individual. Nevertheless, the Overlord remained unfazed, having completely discerned the ulterior motives in Dasky's heart. Without absolute certainty, the other party would undoubtedly refrain from revealing the circumstances surrounding Log Town, for that would only embolden the Overlord, rendering any chance of escape even more elusive. Xiao Qing, tonight you shall share a space with Dasky. In a couple of days, I will arrange a larger room for you. As you command, Master, Xiao Qing replied obediently, nodding her head. In the presence of outsiders, her demeanor was quite domineering. Yet before the Overlord, she exhibited only docile submission. As a being created by the Overlord, she possessed a clear understanding of the power he wielded. Somehow, Usopp felt as if he had forgotten something important. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I suddenly recalled that something was kicked away just now, right? Sanji, with a cigarette filter clenched between his teeth, nodded in agreement. It was Luffy, exclaimed Usopp. Goodness. In our eagerness to converse with the Overlord, we completely overlooked Luffy. Zoro realized this with a hint of concern in his tone. Since Roger had appeared alongside the Overlord, everyone present instinctively considered Roger as one of their own. However, it was Roger who had just kicked their captain away. Luffy, are you alright? Usopp, Sanji, and Zoro rushed over, casting a glance at Luffy's unfortunate state before fixing their hostile gazes on Roger. Yet, they did not immediately draw their weapons. The presence of the formidable Overlord kept them calm, alleviating their fears of any tumultuous upheaval that Roger might unleash. Nami first cast a curious glance at Luffy before quickly scanning Roger with her eyes, her expression one of shock. For a moment, she was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by disbelief. How is it possible? The legendary Pirate King cannot possibly be here. Sanji and Zoro may not have immediately recognized the disheveled figure before them, but the astute Nami would undoubtedly not be deceived. This rather unkempt man bore an oddly familiar visage. As they gazed upon the individual clad in a red captain's coat, adorned with a naval merit badge, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp exchanged incredulous glances. In the next moment, all three held their breath, their faces turning as pale as corpses, jaws nearly dropping to the ground. You are, could it be? Roger paid them no mind. his expression dark with fury as he grasped Luffy's collar with one hand, lifting him off the ground. Hey, brat. Stop playing dead. I'm asking you a question. Whom did you say you wanted to be a man for? Luffy, bewildered, crawled out from a crevice, feeling as though his bones were about to shatter. He glanced down at his fists, which bore a deep wound, crimson blood steadily oozing from it. This man possessed immense strength. Roger, ignoring Zoro and the others, continued to hold Luffy aloft, his face still a thunderous shade of fury. Hey, kid. Stop pretending to be dead. I'm asking you a question. Whom did you say you wanted to be a man for? Had Roger's strength been at its peak, coupled with the watchful presence of the formidable Chu Bawang beside him, Luffy would have likely met a dire fate long ago. Roger's guttural roar left Luffy in a state of confusion. What kind of question is that? What do you mean, whom do I want to be a man for? Though uncertain about Roger's intentions, Luffy rolled up his sleeves and bellowed his iconic declaration. I said, I want to be the Pirate King. His voice resonated powerfully, confidence saturating the air aboard the Mary. Luffy appeared completely unfazed. However, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp were on the verge of losing their minds. Their eyes widened in disbelief, jaws nearly grazing the ground, a wave of anxiety surging from their feet to the top of their heads. Oh, really? You don't even know who I am? Roger, draped in his captain's cloak, grew increasingly cold and furious. It was over. Luffy's affliction of facial blindness had reared its head once more. Luffy's weakness was precisely that, facial blindness, and it was quite selective. Anything he deemed uninteresting was as good as forgotten, as if he were a single-celled organism, incapable of retaining any memory despite repeated mention. If anyone in the world could be oblivious to Roger's appearance, it would undoubtedly be Monkey D. Luffy, for he simply did not care what the former Pirate King looked like. Luffy furrowed his brow and scrutinized Roger carefully, still shaking his head earnestly, candidly stating, I truly have no impression of the messy old man. Moreover, I do not care who you are. Regardless of who it may be, nothing will impede my ambition, for I aspire to become the Pirate King. Suddenly, he paused. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, what are you doing? Luffy struggled, only to discover that his mouth had been firmly sealed by the trio. Luffy, you are utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Please be quiet. Even Zoro, who possessed a heart of steel, twitched at the corners of his mouth. You dare to declare your intention to become the Pirate King in front of the current Pirate King? You must be out of your mind. Let me go? Why won't you let me speak? Luffy, filled with indignation, ballooned in size and propelled Zoro and the others away. Please, do not utter that phrase again. Zoro's face turned as dark as a stormy sky. Sanji's forehead glistened with cold sweat, while Usopp, pale as a ghost, slumped to the ground in despair. It's over. It's over. Today, I'm going to be doomed by Luffy's foolishness. I knew that following Luffy would lead to no good. Is this dismal crew finally coming to an end today? What on earth has happened to you all? This gentleman isn't as terrifying as you think. Luffy, with a dismissive smirk, raised his hand and declared, Hey, sir. Allow me to reiterate, my dream is to become a pirate. However, Zoro could no longer tolerate Luffy's reckless antics and promptly stuffed a large piece of meat into his mouth. Stop talking. This gentleman is none other than the legendary Pirate King. It was then that Zoro realized why the formidable Chu was delayed for so long in Logtown. What manner of interesting fellow do you speak of? This is utterly astonishing. Who, pray tell, do you believe is the Pirate King? Luffy stood in shock, his fists clenched, eager for confrontation. Zoro and the others trembled slightly, pointing towards Roger. Luffy was once again rendered speechless, shaking his head in disbelief, exclaiming, How could this be? The Pirate King, Gold, Roger, perished in Logtown. This individual must be an imposter. Or perhaps you all have simply misjudged. Roger's expression darkened, an overwhelming aura of menace enveloping him. At last, someone could reign in this iron-headed fool. To counter an iron-headed fool with another, the ancients truly did not deceive me. Observing Roger's forehead vein bulging, clearly consumed by rage, the tyrant Chu felt a wave of satisfaction. Finally, someone has come to exact retribution for the indignities suffered in Logtown. Why is Roger here alongside you? Sanji quivered. Could it be? This man is a ghost. He was acutely aware that Roger had met his end 22 years prior. Yet, the sheer intensity of the murderous intent and the regal demeanor he exuded confirmed that the divine being before them was undoubtedly the true Roger. It was as if their master had invoked great power to resurrect him. Seeing this, Little Ching recounted the events surrounding Logtown to the group. Are you suggesting that the tyrant master inadvertently consumed a bizarre devil fruit in Lowtown, granting him the ability to resurrect the dead? Zoro nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this revelation. In this world, there exists even a resurrection-type devil fruit, and it is so coincidentally consumed by the formidable warrior, Chu Bawang? Such astonishing luck is almost beyond comprehension. Upon hearing this, Luffy widened his eyes and scrutinized Roger's appearance with great intensity, yet he stubbornly shook his head in disbelief. No, he cannot possibly be the Pirate King, otherwise, I would certainly have some recollection of him. I, Monkey D., Luffy, am destined to be the Pirate King. The Black King, Chubawang, was left utterly speechless. Initially, he thought Roger's foolishness was unparalleled, but he never expected Luffy to match him in sheer absurdity. Is it truly the case that those who aspire to be the Pirate King possess an intelligence quotient of nearly 250? If that is indeed the reality, then I shall forego the title of Pirate King. The doubts of the great warrior, King Chu, are profound. The so-called Pirate King is, in essence, a detrimental buff that reduces intelligence. I care not for your unkempt appearance or your identity. I have resolutely claimed the title of Pirate King for myself. It is time to settle the score for your earlier ambush. Luffy suddenly inhaled deeply, then clasped his hands together in a sunflower formation, striking towards Roger. How dare you masquerade as the Pirate King, deceiving even the formidable warlord? I shall never forgive you. Rubber, rocket cannon. How dare you masquerade as the Pirate King, deceiving even the formidable warlord? I shall never forgive you. Rubber, rocket cannon. Luffy roared, his hands forming a palm as he struck towards Roger like a cannonball. Luffy, do not act recklessly. That man is truly the Pirate King. Roger, Sanji, and Usopp, in a state of panic, wished they could toss Luffy into the sea immediately. The Navy headquarters had struggled for so long to capture Roger, and how could they possibly be his match now that he had appeared in the East Blue? Unfortunately, Luffy's assault was executed with such swiftness that even Zoro could not react in time. I have claimed the title of Pirate King. The single-minded Luffy cared little for the consequences, rolling up his sleeves and charging ahead. Boom! Following a tremendous explosion, Luffy found himself once again within the vast fissure. Luffy wore a bewildered expression. What just transpired? How did I return to my original position? Poor Luffy. He had been sent flying once more. Usopp, in a state of dread, crouched down, covering his head, unable to bear witnessing Luffy's plight. They were acutely aware of Luffy's remarkable resilience. Even facing a cannonball could not injure him. Yet, before the Pirate King Roger, there were no elaborate tricks, just a simple punch that sent the sturdy Luffy flying. The disparity in power was insurmountable. Even Nami could not bear to witness such a scene. Exclaiming, "Luffy, stop. If this continues, someone may truly get hurt." Bang! Luffy leaped directly from the fissure, sporting two adorably swollen lumps on his head. His appearance somewhat disheveled. No, I am destined to be the Pirate King. Upon seeing that the warlord made no attempt to restrain him, but rather appeared as an amused spectator, Roger clasped his hands together, causing a series of resounding cracks in his joints. You bold young man, daring to covet my throne before my very eyes. Allow me to teach you a lesson. Though Roger had a carefree nature, a flicker of genuine anger ignited within him at that moment. Rubber, machine gun. Luffy's fists rapidly retracted, crashing down upon Roger with tremendous force. Like a tempest, an uncountable number of fist shadows suddenly filled the sky, all aimed at Roger. The little fellow possesses quite a stubborn temperament. Allow me to teach you a lesson. For at your current level, aspiring to become the Pirate King is utterly insufficient. In an instant, Roger's figure vanished from sight. Luffy unleashed punch after punch, imbued with terrifying power and unparalleled speed, only to realize that not a single strike could land on his opponent. This speed, so swift. It seems he has completely anticipated my attack pattern. Could this be the observation haki that the Overlord casually mentioned? On occasions of leisure, the Overlord had spoken to Zoro about the 3 types of haki possessed by formidable warriors in the New World, imparting the training methods for observation haki to him. Yet, given Zoro's current strength, it was merely laying a foundation. Mastering observation haki is no simple feat. It can only truly flourish through the crucible of battle. Before Luffy could devise a counter-strategy, Roger's figure suddenly materialized before him. It was uncertain when he had taken Zoro's wooden sword, intended for cultivating energy, and covered it with armament haki, striking down towards Luffy. Naturally, Luffy would not remain passive. He quickly positioned his fists before him. Clash. The sound of metal colliding erupted violently. How painful. So this is armament hockey. You, scruffy old man, have mastered the same ability as the Overlord? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Luffy's figure was sent flying once more. However, this time, he was not so fortunate. The wooden sword, now infused with armament hockey, struck him with such force that it felt as if his bones had shattered. Luffy's face turned pale in an instant. Overlord. Nami cast a worried glance at the Overlord, who merely waved his hand dismissively, signaling her to remain calm. Recently, Luffy has been sailing through life with remarkable ease. It is essential to give him a wake-up call. Moreover, Zoro has been diligently training in the fundamentals of hockey, and the formidable presence of Roger serves as a timely reminder for both of them. To safeguard their comrades, they must possess substantial strength. In fact, the formidable Chu Bawang also wishes to grant Zoro a slight advantage, allowing him to rise as the world's greatest swordsman ahead of time. Unfortunately, the system is rather stingy, exhibiting an unfriendly attitude towards those with poor luck. Chu Bawang cannot even draw a modest card of enlightenment. The agony of being unlucky in lotteries is eternal. Roger spat, scoffing. Do you think you can be my man? You aspire to be me? Do you really believe you are the protagonist of a novel, destined to grow into such an impressive figure as myself? Chu Bawang has grown weary of Roger's narcissism and, linking arms with Koya and Nami, began to share whispered conversations. Let these two contrasting fools continue their antics. As long as they refrain from bothering him, he is willing to overlook it all. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, you three should entertain Roger for a while. A quiet word of caution. Roger has just been resurrected and has yet to regain his peak strength. He is arguably at one of the weakest stages of his life. If you wish to confront the Pirate King, you must seize this opportunity. Miss it, and it may never come again. Roger's expression darkened at that moment. Come on. You can't undermine me like this. The detailed description of the divine resurrection technique states, it can revive the deceased, expelling diseases from their bodies and restoring them to their healthy state prior to death. Note, severed limbs cannot be restored, and the resurrected will experience a period of weakness. Currently, one might indeed consider Roger to be at one of his weakest phases. However, if it were only Luffy, he would feel no apprehension. Yet, with Zoro and Sanji added to the mix, Roger's stamina may truly be put to the test, especially against this green-haired swordsman wielding 4 blades, whose aura of swordsmanship is almost overwhelming, making even Roger feel quite challenged. Zoro felt a surge of excitement. To pummel the Pirate King Roger? That suggestion sounds rather intriguing. Just imagine the prestige of saying, we beat the Pirate King. The trio of Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy exchanged glances, each revealing a grin that proclaimed their wicked intentions. Roger thought to himself, should I express my exasperation or not? Indeed, as Chu Bawang had anticipated, setting aside his vision and combat experience, Roger's current strength is merely comparable to that of Smoker, with Sanji having mastered the wind god Legend Zoro. A disciple of Chu Bawang, both could pose considerable challenges to Roger. After the addition of Zoro and Sanji, Roger found himself unable to defeat Luffy with a single blow. Initially, Roger held an advantage in battle, but as time progressed, his dwindling stamina rapidly diminished. Meanwhile, the resilient trio of the Straw Hat Pirates grew increasingly formidable, leaving Roger battered and bruised. You brats really intend to overwhelm me with your numbers? Truly, a dragon in shallow waters is mocked by shrimp, and a tiger in the plains is bullied by dogs, Roger exclaimed, his face darkening with frustration, as he begrudgingly summoned a bit of ink from within. This is outrageous. Was it necessary to humiliate me like this merely for a moment of bravado before you? The Great Chu. Sanji interjected with a smirk. Green algae head. He calling you a dog. As he spoke, his feet moved with the speed of lightning, launching an attack towards Roger. Although he had only learned the wind god leg technique from the mighty Chu, Sanji had perfected it. After all, he was the future creator of the demon wind leg. Both wind and fire techniques were Sanji's forte. Impossible. He must be calling you a dog. Your golden locks resemble a dog's fur far too closely, Zoro retorted mercilessly. In this world, there are no green-haired dogs, only golden retrievers. I believe that whoever consumes the most is akin to a dog. Luffy fell silent for a brief moment before adding, Zoro. Sanji. Usopp. Today has certainly broadened my horizons. It is my first encounter with someone who openly declares themselves a dog. Joking aside, let us not trivialize the matter of brawling. Although the three were engaged in banter, their movements were swift and precise. After all, the individual before them was none other than the legendary Pirate King. If they could land a blow on the Pirate King, it would undoubtedly bring immense pride. Pirate King Roger, your first blood shall be mine, Zoro roared, suddenly appearing before Roger and swinging his sword down. Such incredible speed. This lad possesses an extraordinary prowess. Is this truly the entry-level disciple of the formidable? His talent is rather terrifying. If this momentum continues, he could undoubtedly contend for the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Roger's expression momentarily shifted in surprise. Even his body was momentarily unable to respond to Zoro's assault. It was not a matter of awareness, but rather that his physical capabilities could not keep pace. Roger hastily positioned his sword, imbued with armament haki, before him. Clang! A sharp metallic sound erupted, accompanied by a shower of sparks that illuminated both Roger's and Zoro's faces. Young one, your sword intent is remarkably pure. Would you be interested in learning swordsmanship from me? Usopp's eyes widened in astonishment. What is happening here? Even Roger is contemplating taking on a disciple? Is Zoro's talent in swordsmanship truly that formidable? Heh, I hardly believe your sword skills surpass those of Master, Zoro scoffed, his gaze dismissive. Roger's eyes narrowed, his face contorting in disbelief. While my swordsmanship may not rival that of the great, I am certainly among the top ranks upon these seas. Is that why you look down upon me? You little rascal, do not underestimate the worth of a bean. Sword spirit, little one. Let the disheveled uncle witness our training over the past days. Zoro's grip tightened around his sword, and the sword he carried on his back suddenly hovered in the air. Whoosh! A breathtaking slash erupted, releasing an unmatched brilliance of sword light. Goodness, it seems this sword harbors such secrets. I wondered why you wielded only 3 out of the 4 blades in our battle. Roger's face was once again filled with astonishment. This was indeed the first time he had encountered a blade that could follow the swordsman's intent and unleash fierce strikes. His intuition whispered that the sword before him, akin to the famed Dowie, concealed a tremendous secret. Yet, you still underestimated me. Roger laughed heartily as he swung his sword, attempting to parry the oncoming strike. However, in the next instant, the smile on his face froze completely. The sound of blades slicing through skin echoed, leaving Roger momentarily stunned, his body growing rigid. A faint, barely visible scar appeared upon his chest, and a subtle scent of blood lingered in the air. What pure sword intent! You managed to wound my body without even mastering the Busashoka haki? Roger's tone was laced with disbelief. He was acutely aware that his martial arts and swordsmanship ranked among the very best on the seas, although he currently possessed only a fraction of his strength. Having just been resurrected and lacking the energy to coat his body with Busashoka haki, he still should not have been injured by these younglings. To his astonishment, Zoro had managed to breach Roger's defenses. The power behind that strike was astonishing. Had he known the techniques imparted by the legendary Mihawk were so formidable, he would have gladly risked his life to become his disciple. Alas, Zoro had already mastered so many advanced sword techniques, while he had only learned the wind god leg. Mihawk's attitude towards his disciples truly varied between those he favored and those he did not. Sanji felt a twinge of envy at the might of Zoro's sword strikes, his tone tinged with a hint of jealousy, akin to a lemon-sour individual. Throughout this arduous journey, Sanji has expended considerable effort, playing the role of a sycophant and flattering those around him. Yet, despite his endeavors, he has only managed to grasp the initial 3 forms of the wind god leg technique. In stark contrast, he observes the preferential treatment bestowed upon Zoro, a mere novice disciple. The disparity between individuals is so vast that it dwarfs even the gap between man and beast. As he scans the surroundings, Sanji attempts to locate the formidable figure of the Overlord of Chu. Where has that tyrant vanished to? In the blink of an eye, everyone seems to have disappeared. Alongside this sudden absence, the likes of Koya, Nami, as well as Ching and Dasky have also vanished from sight. A peculiar expression crosses Sanji's face. Could it be that those few are engaged in? The Overlord is indeed impressive. Managing to confront 4 adversaries single-handedly, truly, an exemplar for our generation. Though it is their first time fighting as a collective, the Straw Hat Trio displays remarkable synergy, even provoking the ire of Roger. Since ascending to the title of Pirate King, he has never endured such indignities. You have forced my hand. Since you 3 insist on overwhelming me with numbers, do not fault me for retaliating with superior force. Roger's eyes dart cunningly towards Luffy, the weakest among them. and the only one who has not presented significant trouble. Little brother, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. You are merely a soft target. Allow me to teach you what it means for an elder to deal with a youngling. With resolute strength, Roger tightened his grip on the sword, which shimmered with a dazzling light. The secret technique of swordsmanship, divine evasion. In the next moment, the blade's brilliance erupted like blossoms in spring. Boom. Luffy stood stunned, his complexion draining of color as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing onto the deck and stirring a cloud of dust. With the first target dispatched, the next would be the black-leg boy. Isolating each opponent is the most efficient strategy for battle. Luffy, are you all right? Usopp, who had been spectating, cried out in distress, limping hurriedly towards Luffy. Zoro and Sanji's eyes narrowed, instinctively positioning themselves in front of Luffy, their expressions filled with animosity as they fixed their gaze upon Roger. True to his reputation as the Pirate King, Roger effortlessly dispatched the robust Luffy in an instant. You've chosen some commendable companions, little brat, Roger remarked, slightly taken aback. He had unleashed his ultimate move, yet these youngsters remained spirited, showing no signs of fear. Alas, your strength is still far too lacking. With such pitiful combat prowess, you dare aspire to become the Pirate King. Haha, I do not wish to belittle you, but with your current abilities, aside from that green-haired individual, the rest of you are merely fodder destined for the new world. Luffy, having been sent flying by a single sword strike, stood up again, his forehead glistening with cold sweat and his legs trembling. At this moment, it was evident that Luffy's complexion was as pale as parchment, his body drenched in perspiration. Although he may currently fall short compared to Sanji and Zoro, as the captain, Luffy would never allow his comrades to bear the burden of protecting him without making an effort himself. Luffy's nature is inherently free-spirited and carefree. Thus, he rarely seeks assistance from others and would never humble himself to cling to someone for support. He has watched Sanji and Zoro grow stronger day by day while secretly engaging in considerable training himself, albeit with minimal results. This reckless youth truly has no regard for his life. Roger mused, realizing that although this young man may not possess the greatest fighting strength, his inner resolve was undeniably formidable. Even knowing he would be targeted and injured, he refused to cower behind his friends in fear. I once promised Shanks that one day I would become the Pirate King, a great pirate, and when we meet again, I shall return this straw hat to him personally. Luffy gasped for breath, his youthful face still bearing an expression of indescribable determination to prevail. From the day he set sail, he had already accepted the possibility of death. Yet even in death, he would not allow his life to be tainted by regret. Now, with only one step remaining to enter the Grand Line, how could he possibly fall here? I, Monkey D, Luffy, am destined to become the Pirate King. He raised the straw hat from the back of his neck and firmly placed it upon his head. If it weren't for that glaring bald head being somewhat out of place, it would undoubtedly exude an air of command. Why does this straw hat seem so familiar? Roger paused, his eyes fixated on the hat atop Luffy's head. It indeed appeared somewhat recognizable. Wait, were you just mentioning Shanks? That red-haired boy who once served as an intern on my ship. Roger's mouth fell agape, his expression turning astonished as he exclaimed, Indeed, this straw hat is the token Shanks entrusted to me. One day, I will return it to him with pride as the Pirate King. Luffy pressed his palm firmly against the straw hat, his expression serious. Meanwhile, Roger was left dumbfounded, his face flushed with emotion, resembling an enraged monkey jumping in place. The fiery-haired youth, you have the audacity to place your hopes upon my straw hat, Will, and yet you bestow such a wretched little brat upon me, Roger exclaimed, pointing at the hat atop Luffy's head with indignation. Return the straw hat to me at once. It belongs to me. Luffy, seething with rage, retorted, How can everything be yours? It's one thing for the title of Pirate King to belong to you, but why must even the straw hat be yours? Are you some kind of tyrant, flaunting your dominance? I care not. This is my straw hat, and no one shall seize it from me. Luffy, with no desire to continue battling Roger, swiftly removed the hat and cradled it close, clutching it tightly as if fearing it would be stolen. That is my hat. Mine. Mine. The two shouted, their voices echoing like roosters in a gladiatorial arena. Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp stood momentarily dumbfounded, their minds awash with disbelief. This was utterly absurd. The illustrious Pirate King Roger was bickering in public with someone else. What curious creature has the Overlord brought back? Zoro, covering his head, had lost all interest in this farce. It is merely a hat. In fact, I purchased a plethora of them in Log Town. If you desire one, I have plenty to spare. Usopp, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, quickly turned and retrieved a box of fashionable hats from the Mary. Before the hair growth potion was developed, he had hoped these hats would conceal the last few stubborn strands on his head. Swish! 2 pairs of eyes locked onto Usopp, their gazes tinged with a hint of madness. Usopp, what did you just say? Little brat, dare to repeat that. Usopp stammered. I am but a humble servant. I shall take my leave. My apologies for the disturbance. In Little Ching's boudoir, the atmosphere was warm as Chu Overlord and his companions gathered together. Kaya, Nami, I have brought you an abundance of local specialties from Logtown. Feel free to choose whatever you fancy. Chu Overlord gestured grandly. One by one, vibrant and luxurious undergarments filled the entire room. One must admit, the technology of the pirate world is truly remarkable, especially the quintessential example, the transponder snail, which surpasses even Earth's communication systems. Even when compared to the technologically advanced and commercially prosperous Earth of yesteryears, this world lacks only a hint of modernity. However, what brings the most delight to the legendary figure of Chu is the distinctive fashion of this realm. Not only are there an array of exquisite stockings, but also an astonishing variety of lingerie that beautifully accentuates the grace of femininity. In the quaint town of Rogue alone, Chu has amassed no fewer than 300 pieces of alluring lingerie that are undeniably pleasing to the eye. The figure is indeed substantial. Even through the discerning eyes of the modern-day king of Chu, one can perceive the thriving state of the fashion industry within the world of pirates. Kaya, Nami, I have brought you an abundance of local specialties from Logtown. Choose whatever you fancy. With a grand gesture, the king of Chu summoned forth an array of vibrant and exquisite undergarments, instantly filling the study. At that moment, Kaya and Nami had not disembarked, thus missing the chance to accompany the king on his shopping excursion. What a beautiful white dress, Kaya gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, her eyes sparkling with delight. Despite being a modestly affluent young lady from Syrup Village, she lacked for nothing in her daily life. However, it was merely a small village, and its scale and development could not hold a candle to Logtown. The desire for beauty is a universal sentiment. Kaya's initial apprehensions gradually dissipated in the wake of her excitement. Oh, this fits me perfectly. How did you know I would choose this? Nami inquired curiously, holding a rather ominous piece. Kaya, akin to discovering a new path, shifted her gaze between the king of Chu and Nami, her eyes widening in shock. Despite having mentally prepared for the possibility of her husband's infidelity, she was clearly unprepared for the unsettling reality that he would so swiftly take an interest in his own goddaughter. You scoundrel! Yet, to be fair, one must admit that her goddaughter, who was nearly of the same age, had blossomed remarkably. In an instant, Kaya glanced down at herself. The king of Chu rolled his eyes, gently tapping Kaya's head, which was lost in thought. Nami, your audacity grows bolder by the day. If I don't keep you in check, you little rascal, you'll become increasingly mischievous. Isn't it because you, the little thief, always seize the opportunity to sneak around when Kaya is in the study? Surely, I must acknowledge that this is rather typical behavior, isn't it? However, the king of Chu chose to disregard Nami's playful provocation, feigning ignorance and completely overlooking her taunt. Let us leave this matter be. Any explanation would only serve to exacerbate the situation. Shao Qing, having accompanied me for such a long time, has yet to receive a gift from me. These few bikinis and sleepwear, I believe, suit you quite well. Accept them as a memento. In the future, should I come across anything intriguing, I shall bestow it upon you as an additional reward. For this enchanting maiden, whose heart resonates with mine, unwavering loyalty and breathtaking beauty. I find myself quite fond of her. She is not only stunning and formidable, but also exceedingly obedient. Who could resist such charm, right? However, Shao Qing hesitated to accept these gifts. Being able to stand by her master's side is already a fortune she has cultivated in her past life. How could she dare to covet further rewards? Yet, despite her words, she couldn't help but covet those exquisite garments. A desire for beauty is inherent in all, especially for the celestial azure python, whose intelligence rivals that of humankind, Shao Qing herself. Nonetheless, as her status is merely that of a maid, she would not presume to challenge the rightful wife, Kuya. Since they are gifts from the Overlord, Shao Qing, you should accept them without reservation. Moreover, you have indeed assisted both me and the Overlord considerably in recent days. It was Kuya who spoke, her tone exuding the grace of a true matriarch, generous, considerate, and empathetic. Xiao Qing nodded, cradling the bikinis and sleepwear closely to her heart. This was indeed the very first gift bestowed upon her by her master, imbued with profound commemorative significance, and it must be cherished with utmost care. Little did she expect that Sister Qing Qing, who usually remained inconspicuous, was actually slightly older than herself. Observing the trademark with keen eyes, Nami felt a surge of urgency within her. It appeared that she needed to seize the opportunity and swiftly turn her intentions into reality. Otherwise, she risked being intercepted by this understanding elder sister. I must refine my plan and launch a strategic offensive to decisively win over this charming, considerate, and formidable man. Oh dear. This time, please do not blame me for encroaching upon your territory. Gazing at the strikingly handsome visage of Lord Chu, Nami clenched her small, delicate fist, silently encouraging herself. Meanwhile, Koya remained blissfully unaware of Nami's altered filial piety. After all, she could hardly fathom that Nami would dare to be so bold and audacious, even considering engaging in such unscrupulous acts against her own husband. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of urgent knocking suddenly echoed outside Sister Qing Qing's chamber, a rhythm that conveyed both anxiety and a fear of disturbing the private conversation occurring within. Master Bawang, we are in grave trouble. Due to Usopp's disdain for Luffy and his straw hat, both Roger and Luffy now wish to join forces to deal with Usopp. Sanji and I cannot hold back these two dimwits. Koya, Nami, Dasky, pretending to be asleep and blushing profusely. What an extraordinary maneuver this is. Usopp, were you not merely a bystander? It is evident that this is a confrontation between Roger and the three main pillars of the Straw Hat crew. Yet how did the scene abruptly shift to Roger and Luffy ganging up on you? The mighty Chu Bawang sighed in a blend of pity and frustration, remarking, this compatriot is truly a handful, reminiscent of a hopeless case. Why can't arranged AD simply focus on development? Must he dance and taunt in front of these two simpletons? Kaya also found herself at a loss for words regarding this compatriot. Of all the disparaging remarks to make, why demean Luffy's essence, the Straw Hat, right to his face? Who else would you choose to strike? Faced with the combined assault of Luffy and Roger, even Zoro and Sanji struggled to withstand the onslaught. Had Chu Bawang not intervened, it would be safe to assume Usopp would be incapacitated for a considerable duration. Roger, Luffy, for my sake, cease this conflict. After all, your flaccid punches are incapable of causing any real harm. Zoro interjected. Are you certain this is an attempt at mediation rather than pouring oil on the flames? No, Usopp dared to belittle my Straw Hat. I must teach him a lesson he won't forget. Roger was evidently caught up in the battle, deeply displeased by Usopp's actions. This is the Straw Hat of the Pirate King, a symbol of freedom's will. When did it become acceptable for a mere child to critique from the sidelines? So, are you implying that you have no intention of granting me this favor, Roger? Chu Bawang smirked slightly, chuckling softly. No sooner had he spoken than no one could discern the movement of the Bawang. There was merely a fleeting shadow that swept past, a rush of wind trailing behind. Bang! That was the sound of Roger plummeting into the sea. Waves radiated outward from the center of his plunge, as Roger's body slowly ascended from the depths, adorned with a multitude of bumps on his head. How formidable! He was vanquished in a single strike. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji all stared at Roger, their faces pale, their eyes brimming with astonishment. How astonishing indeed! Is this truly the formidable strength of the White Devil, Chu Bawang? In a fit of rage, he dares to strike even the King of Pirates. Such a battle, akin to an overwhelming force, required no techniques or preparations, as he concluded the fight with lightning speed. It is worth noting that the combined efforts of the three of them merely resulted in a stalemate against Roger. This is indeed a testament to Roger's mercy. Were the keel of the Mary damaged, even the most skilled shipwright in the world would be incapable of restoring it. The Mary was bestowed upon you not to serve as a battleground. Dusting off his fists, the formidable Chu Bawang cast a stern glance at Luffy and stated, Luffy, grant me the courtesy of Chu Bawang. Cease your fighting. Luffy retorted, could you possibly lower that fist of yours, which resembles a sandbag, while you speak? I find it rather intimidating. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Luffy felt that the might of Chu Bawang's fist surpassed even that of Carp's iron fist of love. After all, Carp had once left him with a head full of bumps. A single blow from Chu Bawang might very well render him unconscious. Meanwhile, Zoro shot Luffy a warning glance. Yet, he thought, My battle with the disheveled old man remains unresolved. However, he reassured, rest assured, I shall never engage in combat aboard the Mary again. Though Luffy was aware that honesty could lead to a beating, his stubborn nature often compelled him towards self-destruction. Luffy was oblivious to the true nature of the so-called keel of the Golden Mary. If its integrity were compromised, and no shipwright could mend it, it was imperative to safeguard it diligently. Oh, so it seems you have no intention of granting me any favor? Chu Bawang retorted, anger giving way to a sardonic smile. Just as he was about to hurl Luffy into the sea, a mechanical voice from the system suddenly interrupted. Ding! Hidden mission triggered, rebellious Luffy. You have 3 choices. 1. Ignore Luffy's provocation and receive the reward. Imperial artifact, universal power of 5 senses. 2. Pretend not to hear Luffy's taunts and allow his unchecked growth. Mission reward, Imperial artifact, universal power of 5 senses. 100 bottles of 1982 law fight. 3. Deliver a sound beating to Luffy, upholding your dignity as a strongman. Mission reward, Imperial artifact, universal power of 5 senses. 100 bottles of 1982 law fight. A perfect Michelin 3-star gourmet meal package of 100 sets. What on earth? I can't believe this triggers a hidden mission. What a wretched system. However, it has indeed been quite a while since I savored modern cuisine. If I feel drowsy, I can count on you to bring me a pillow, dear system. You truly are my comforting little quilt. In the world of pirates, everything is quite satisfactory. Yet the only aspect that irks the mighty Chu Bawang is the culinary offerings. They are utterly incomparable to the exquisite delicacies of earth from my previous life. In my youth, I grew up in the village of Zilabu, where I subsisted on the meals shared among many families. Simply having something to eat was a blessing, leaving me disinclined to be picky. Ever since I encountered the gourmet chef Sanji, I had hoped that I would indulge in gourmet delights daily. But as I journeyed from the floating restaurant Baratie to Low Town, I suddenly became acutely aware of a grave realization. Perhaps the culinary standards in the pirate world are rather mediocre after all. Whether it be top chefs or gourmet dishes, they merely represent a slight improvement over the unpalatable. They can barely be considered flavorful. When compared to the exquisite offerings of new Oriental and 3 Michelin-star cuisine from my past life, the disparity is as vast as the heavens and the earth. 100 bottles of 1982 Lafite and 100 sets of perfect 3 Michelin-star meals could easily sustain one for an entire month. Moreover, the power of the Imperial artifact, 5 Vision Omnipotence, is indeed a remarkable asset. I truly had no other choice. My apologies, Luffy, after sacrificing your romantic fortunes and hairline. I am left with no option but to strike decisively against you. Chu Bawang immediately stood up, his expression grave. It seems I have been too lenient, allowing you all to presume that I am a mild-mannered individual who seldom loses his temper. Since you have chosen not to spare me any face, do not blame me for being ungrateful. Initially, a twinge of guilt lingered in my heart. After all, I did sacrifice Luffy's romantic prospects and hairline in exchange for numerous valuable rewards. Yet the system has forced my hand, and I am left with no recourse. System, you are merely coveting my culinary rewards, you shameless one. Alas, Luffy, do not despair. Does Master Bawang leave you any path to survival? Zoro, standing nearby, panicked like a frightened dog. The captain is indeed a source of great concern. Can't he find a way to evade the storm for a moment? Caught in a dilemma, Zoro finds himself torn between his master, who has imparted his swordsmanship, and his own captain. What is he to do? Yet, he realizes there is little to fret over, for he is no match for the formidable king of Chu. Boom. Another straightforward uppercut, devoid of any flamboyant technique, sends Luffy flying, joining Roger, who is similarly battered. How delightful. It turns out that tormenting Luffy is such an amusing endeavor. No wonder Carp is so fond of it. Clapping his hands, the king of Chu instructs Zoro, go fetch that landlubber Luffy. We mustn't let him truly drown. While I have the means to revive him, it would undoubtedly leave him with a psychological scar. As for Roger, let him drown. Reviving him later is a trivial matter. Zoro, feeling as if he has been granted a reprieve, leaps into the sea, swimming towards Luffy. Oh, Luffy, it's not that I wish to abandon you. I was simply powerless. If it were anyone else, Zoro might have put up a token struggle. But in the face of the king of Chu's serious punch, he lacks even the will to resist. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the task reward, the Imperial Artifact, Omniscient Vision. 100 bottles of 1982 Lafite. 100 exquisite Michelin 3-star dining experiences. As the system's notification fades, the king of Chu feels a slight chill in his eyes, as if a piece of ice had been placed there. Moments later, the chill dissipates, and his temperature returns to normal. Almost simultaneously, a plethora of information regarding the Imperial artifact, Omniscient Vision, floods his mind. The Imperial artifact, Omniscient Vision, originating from the healing anime Akin Kill, was created by the founding emperor of an empire to maintain long-lasting dominion. With unimaginable wealth and power, he summoned the world's finest craftsmen, utilizing legendary and perilous materials, along with rare metals like orichalcum and numerous lost secret techniques, to develop one of the 48 irreplicable weapons. The Imperial artifact, Omniscient Vision, possesses 5 distinct abilities: Insight, Foresight, X-ray Vision, Future Sight, and Illusion Vision. Insight allows one to discern another's thoughts through their expressions, akin to a mind-reading ability. Foresight enables one to see distant objects as if they were a hawk, a relatively simple power. Illusion Vision creates vivid hallucinations for the target, ensnaring them in a mesmerizing illusion from which escape is nearly impossible. The ability to foresee the future allows one to perceive subtle movements of the enemy's muscles, thus anticipating subsequent events. This is strikingly similar to Katakuri's ability to foresee the future through his observation haki. However, unlike the foresight offered by observation haki, this future sight is limited to combat scenarios. Nevertheless, it is sufficiently potent to elevate an individual's combat prowess to a whole new level. Just observe the numerous setbacks Luffy faced against Katakuri to comprehend how terrifying the enhancement of battle power through foreseeing the future can be. Naturally, as a master of disguise, the most intriguing aspect for the formidable Chu Bawang lies in the final capability granted by the Imperial artifact, Omnisight, which bestows the power of X-ray vision. In this state, he can disregard obstacles and directly perceive his target, embodying the ultimate dream of every man to possess X-ray vision. Chu Bawang cast a glance at the trio following him, Xiaoqing, Nami, and Kaya. Hiss. The power of the Imperial artifact, the omnipotent vision, is rather daunting. Master, what has befallen you? Have you perhaps overindulged in oranges? There's quite a bit of blood trickling from your nose. The sly and somewhat mischievous Xiaoqing was observing the unfolding drama when she suddenly sensed the gaze of Chu Bawang upon her. Turning around, she encountered his somewhat peculiar expression, with a streak of crimson beneath his nose. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward. Fortunately, Zoro and Sanji had both plunged into the sea, and Usopp's attention was diverted elsewhere. Otherwise, Chu Bawang feared that the persona of a reclusive sage he had endeavored to cultivate would be exposed. Is it so easy to masquerade as a hermit? Oh, I'm fine. Perhaps I've just been a bit overheated lately, he replied, following Xiaoqing's lead. Though the power of the omnipotent vision remained a secret, it was Chu Bawang's first time engaging in such an illicit act, leading to a twinge of guilt as he averted his gaze. What? How could this be? I've only eaten a few oranges. How could I be overheated? Quickly, let me see if you are truly bleeding. Upon hearing about Chu Bawang's nosebleed, Nami rushed to his side, her face filled with concern. Oh my goodness, I never noticed before. But today is quite the visual feast. Glancing over at Kuya, Chu Bawang felt a bit surreal, murmuring softly, Are you alright, Bawang? Why is the blood flowing more profusely? Kuya's expression mirrored her worry as she hurriedly retrieved a handkerchief to dab away the blood. Chu Bawang took a deep breath to steady his emotions, temporarily shutting off the omnipotent vision, reverting to his sage-like demeanor. It's nothing serious. Let us proceed to dine. The meeting place is in Xiaoqing's chamber, but do ensure that Luffy, the voracious eater, does not discover it. Since acquiring the system, Chu Bawang had indeed drawn various delectable modern dishes, albeit in limited quantities. While he occasionally enjoyed Sanji's culinary creations, he often dined alone with Kuya. Although not a malevolent character, Chu Bawang was not so altruistic as to share his treasures without compensation. Moreover, if he were to present all the delicacies he possessed, it would scarcely suffice for Luffy alone. Dining. Kuya's eyes sparkled at the mention, her lips instinctively moistening. More delicacies to savor. Yet I just indulged in Sanji's exquisite meal, and I feel rather stuffed now. But speaking of which, Bawang, have you yet to have breakfast? Would you like me to ask Sanji to prepare another serving? The cunning little thief, Nami, tilted her head in suspicion. Chu Bawang chuckled and shook his head. No, let us not waste food. for Sanji's cooking is simply dreadful. The astonished Nami parted her rosy lips, a faint flush of embarrassment and irritation gracing her countenance. What on earth is this? Although Sanji is a gentleman with a penchant for romance, he is undeniably a competent chef. Every time I indulge in his culinary creations, my belly is left pleasantly full. To suddenly declare that Sanji's meals are inedible is nothing short of a slap in my face. How outrageous of you! Nami, with her bright eyes wide open, stormed up to the tyrant, raising her petite fist in indignation, exclaiming, Sanji's culinary skills are truly remarkable. Can they not even be compared to a national banquet? Although I have never had the privilege of tasting a formal national feast. Beside her, the little green one seemed to ponder, feeling a tinge of annoyance as she murmured, Master, you are rather biased towards Lady Koya. Even when there are delectable dishes, you do not invite me. That said, the lecherous chef indeed possesses considerable culinary prowess. Both Nami and I have savored his dishes heartily. Your claim that his food is subpar is rather excessive. However, this was merely a thought she dared not voice aloud. If she were to speak such words publicly, tonight's role would surely transcend that of a mere bed servant. The tyrant shrugged helplessly, an innocent expression adorning his face as he replied, This time, I have not deceived you. It is simply that among the delicacies I have sampled, Sanji's culinary artistry hardly ranks as exceptional. It might even be considered below average. If you doubt my words, inquire with Koya. Below average is already a generous assessment. Compared to the random rewards from the system, such as a KFC bucket, fried chicken legs, or the occasional candlelight dinner, Sanji's meals pale in comparison. Yet, considering that Nami had never tasted his cherished culinary treasures, the tyrant chose not to dwell on the matter with the little thief. After all, he had previously lacked the means to share such delights, and system rewards were barely sufficient for two. Naturally, he prioritized Koya and himself. With such an understanding and gentle wife, it is only fitting to cherish her deeply. Although reluctant to admit it, one cannot deny that the delicacies treasured by the tyrant are indeed delectable. My palate has grown quite spoiled. Feeling guilty for having dined exclusively with the tyrant without inviting Nami and the little green one, Koya's expression reflected her remorse. Humph, Mama Koya and the tyrant are deceiving me again. Nami pouted in disbelief. How could a chef renowned in the East Sea's most prestigious seaside restaurant not possess top-tier culinary skills? While those combat chefs may have fiery tempers, their culinary talents are unparalleled. Sanji is undoubtedly among the finest of them all. If even a chef of his caliber can only produce mediocre dishes, what then could possibly be considered top-tier cuisine in this world? Moreover, it is not solely her who finds the culinary delights delectable. Do the others aboard the Mary not share her sentiments? Who among them has not indulged to the point of fullness, with juices glistening at the corners of their mouths? Especially the ever-enthusiastic Luffy, who could be described in less flattering terms as being covered in grease and sporting an overly round visage. Surely, it cannot be that all our palates have gone awry. I find Miss Nami's perspective to be quite valid. Little Ching nodded her small head and quietly remarked, Even if there exist chefs with skills surpassing Sanji's, they must be exceedingly rare. Oh, it seems even Little Ching doubts my words. I had initially planned to invite you all to savor true gourmet delights, but now, with your resolute stances, when Koya and I indulge in our feast, I trust you two will not plead for leniency. Lord Chu chuckled nonchalantly and turned to step into Little Ching's quarters. Inside, Dasky, who was attempting to escape, immediately feigned sleep to avoid drawing attention. Little Ching covered her mouth and chuckled sweetly. I still find it hard to believe that such exquisite dishes exist in this world. Nami, displaying her unwavering spirit, lifted her chin defiantly and declared, Yes. Little Ching is right. No matter how delicious it may be, we shall not partake, even if it means starving to death or jumping off the Mary. Neither I nor Sister Nami will touch a morsel of your food. I could almost envision the delicious JPG meme. Nami and Little Ching exchanged confident glances, their expressions brimming with assurance. Their confidence stemmed from the fact that they had both enjoyed a hearty breakfast that morning, leaving them entirely devoid of hunger. Lord Chu, entwining his arm with Koya's, made his way to Little Ching's room, deftly setting up a scent barrier to prevent Luffy, with his keen sense of smell, from being drawn to the aroma and interrupting their dining experience. After all, the system had only rewarded him with a mere 100 Michelin 3-star meals, which might barely suffice to satiate Luffy's voracious appetite. As they began their meal, Lord Chu approached the wooden table within the room and extracted 5 portions of exquisite Michelin 3-star cuisine from the system space, filling the table to the brim without a sliver of space remaining. He then retrieved a bottle of 1982 Lafitte, elegantly pouring half a glass for Koya and himself. The system space is managed intelligently. When the perfect Michelin 3-star delicacies are stored in the gourmet zone, the internal environment adjusts to optimal temperature and condition, ensuring that spoilage, decay, or deterioration never occur. In the gourmet zone, even time can be set to cease its flow. Even time has ceased its flow, rendering food immune to spoilage. Indeed, the system space is replete with remarkable utilities, many of which await further exploration and development by the formidable Chu Bawang. Truly, it is a culinary masterpiece worthy of a Michelin 3-star rating. As the delectable dishes were unveiled, an array of tantalizing aromas filled the entire chamber, igniting an insatiable appetite. Just a single inhalation of this fragrant essence was enough to induce sheer ecstasy. "Oh, how delightful it smells!" exclaimed Kuya, unable to resist lifting her delicate nose to savor the enticing aroma of the gourmet offerings, her surprise evident. "What a little glutton you are." "Do taste and discover the flavors," remarked Chubawang, playfully pinching Kuya's cheek with a look of affectionate indulgence. Xiaoqing. Nami. The Association for the Care of Single Individuals expresses its vehement disapproval. Please refrain from flaunting your affection, and thank you for your cooperation. Such bouncy beef meatballs. The perfect Michelin-grade set meal awarded by the system is not limited to just one variety. Nor is it comprised solely of visually appealing but insubstantial fare. What Kuya is now savoring is none other than the superlative Buddha jumps over the wall. A dish of Michelin 3-star caliber. These beef meatballs not only possess exceptional nutritional value, but their texture and flavor are truly unparalleled. The aroma is delightful. Both Nami and Xiaoqing, upon merely catching a whiff of the scent, felt a sense of euphoria enveloping them. The two ladies could not help but shed tears of longing and drool. "Oh my goodness! The fragrance is simply irresistible. If only I could take a bite. Wouldn't that be sheer ecstasy? Master, I can hardly contain myself. Sniff, sniff. What exquisite delicacy is this? It's far too enticing." As Dasky, lost in a stupor, discreetly wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, it wasn't that she wished to resist the allure of such culinary delights. Rather, she was overwhelmed by the subconscious salivation of her taste buds. "No, Dasky, you must hold firm. You cannot yield to the temptations of wickedness. It's merely a meal. After all, once you return to the Navy headquarters after accomplishing your mission, the chefs there can prepare delectable dishes for you daily. However, one must wonder, surely there must be top-tier culinary artists within the Navy headquarters, right? Why don't you two take a moment to inhale deeply and see just how aromatic it truly is?" The Overlord of Chu deliberately placed the beef meatballs before Nami and Xiaoqing, wearing a playful grin. Though both women were aware that he was intentionally teasing them, they found themselves unable to resist. Despite their verbal refusals, their bodies betrayed them. Almost instinctively, both ladies leaned in closer, their pert little noses greedily inhaling the mouth-watering scent of the beef meatballs. How delightful! It truly is overwhelmingly fragrant. Ah! The little thief cat Nami could no longer restrain herself. Her mouth slightly agape, she eagerly took a bite. Ouch! She bit into thin air. The collision of her upper and lower teeth rang out like a crisp chime due to her excessive fervor. Master, you are simply too wicked. Rubbing her sore jaw, Nami pouted and playfully stomped her foot. With a blush on her cheeks, she complained to Koya, "Koya, you must rein in Master. This is utterly intolerable. He is deliberately toying with me." Koya, with her mouth smeared with grease from the delicious meatballs, leisurely wiped her lips and cheerfully replied, "It's absolutely delightful. This is the best beef meatball I've ever tasted. A bite reveals its tender juiciness, leaving a lingering fragrance on my lips." Nami, the pitiful Xiaoqing. Hey, when did you, Koya, become so cunning as well? Could it be that this sly attribute is contagious? Dasky, feigning sleep on the bed, secretly swallowed hard. These rascals were truly insufferable. Not inviting her to join in their meal. Do they not realize that such actions could be deemed as mistreatment of captives, deserving of severe condemnation? Delicious beef meatballs. They are mine. The Overlord of Chu, with a subtle smile, brought the beef meatball to his mouth with his chopsticks. One bite, and the juices burst forth, filling his mouth with exquisite flavor. I was utterly astonished by how delicious it was. It was simply exquisite. Chu Bawang experienced the superlative Buddha jumps over the wall for the first time, and he was instantly captivated. As he mumbled incoherent praises about the delectable beef balls, he joined the throng of food enthusiasts. Just one bite unleashed an explosion of savory meat aroma that tantalized the taste buds, sending a delightful shiver through the senses. Who would have thought that a Michelin 3-star delicacy could be this delectable? Indeed, the system's offerings are nothing short of extraordinary. Chu Bawang had indulged in Michelin 3-star cuisine before, yet the culinary creations provided by the system represent the pinnacle of gastronomic excellence achievable at this level. In simpler terms, while they may all bear the Michelin 3-star label, there exists a significant distinction between the basic and the supreme tiers. Can the flavors of the initial 3-star compare to those of the higher echelon? The system's provisions are akin to the epitome of 3-star perfection. The level of deliciousness is, of course, self-evident. Truly, it is a rare delight in this world. Although Chu Bawang's current prowess ensures he would not starve even without sustenance, he still upholds the cherished tradition of the Chinese people to relish exquisite cuisine. When confronted with such deliciousness, one must indulge heartily. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Xiaoqing, Nami, and Dasky could not help but draw in their breath at the tantalizing aroma. This fellow is simply insufferable. It is perplexing. I am already full, yet I still feel ravenous. Even the typically composed Xiaoqing could not maintain her poise in the face of the superlative Buddha jumps over the wall. Her rosy lips continuously curled and rubbed together, her expression betraying an insatiable craving. Chu Bawang exchanged a knowing glance with Kuya, and they both erupted into laughter upon witnessing the two lovely maidens' insatiable appetites. Chu Bawang reached out, retrieving 2 empty bowls, placing a beef ball in each, and cheerfully remarked, "You two are practically drooling." Let it not be said that Kuya and I are merely putting on a show. Such exquisite flavors are truly rare. What? Gazing at the solitary beef ball in the large bowl, Nami and Xiaoqing displayed dismayed expressions. The former pouted in dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "There are so many beef balls. Yet you only give one to me and Sister Xiaoqing. Are you insulting us? Do you not wish to partake? If not, I shall reclaim it." Chu Bawang shrugged nonchalantly, attempting to retrieve the beef ball with his chopsticks. "Humph, you are indeed insulting us." However, Nami would never turn her back on exquisite cuisine. With resolute words spilling from her lips, she acted with unreserved enthusiasm, without needing the intervention of the formidable Chu Bawang to assist her with chopsticks. Nami swiftly reached for the large bowl, deftly shoveling the beef balls into her mouth. Xiaoqing, too, hesitated no longer, using her chopsticks to lift a beef ball and send it into her own mouth. The moment was punctuated by the sounds of eating, but soon, the entire room fell into a profound silence, as if only the breath of Dashki remained. The expressions on the faces of Nami and Xiaoqing morphed into something indescribable. Before Chu Bawang could utter a word, the spirited Nami dashed to his side, clasping his hands tightly, as if fearing he might escape. "I still want more." Her orange eyes brimmed with glistening tears, fixed intently on Chu Bawang. "What was that you said earlier about starving to death, or even jumping from the merry-go-round instead of eating my food?" Chu Bawang, unhurried, took a sip of pure, fresh milk and smiled lightly. "Did you not just accuse me of humiliating you? And now, after consuming a single beef ball, your sentiments have shifted so swiftly?" He raised an eyebrow, feigning incredulity. "Is one humiliation insufficient? Do you desire further degradation?" Nami's complexion paled, and she knelt before Chu Bawang, gazing up with a smile. "Of course. Have you not noticed how dark the expression of the esteemed Koya beside us has become? Cough, cough. Nami, please rise. Prolonged kneeling is not good for your knees." "My master, I too long for you to continue humiliating me," Nami confessed, still on her knees. While Xiaoqing squatted down at Chu Bawang's other side, her expression resolute, unwilling to relent until their desires were fulfilled. There was simply no other option. The Michelin 3-star delicacies before them were utterly divine. If Sanji's culinary creations could be likened to the numeral 1, then the beef ball they had just consumed was undoubtedly 1,000. The disparity was extraordinary. Under ordinary circumstances, neither Xiaoqing nor Nami would display such a ravenous demeanor. Yet, one could only blame Chu Bawang's culinary prowess for being so remarkably delectable that even the most composed of maidens could not maintain their poise. Observing the pitiable, starry-eyed expressions of the two, the cunning Chu Bawang felt an immense sense of delight, resolutely intent on teasing them further. "That simply won't do. You two shall either be my goddaughters or my sword attendants. I, Chu Bawang, lead a life of integrity. How could I repeatedly humiliate you? He vehemently waved his hands, his expression grave and earnest, firmly rejecting their proposal. His demeanor was that of a true gentleman. How can a man ever declare himself incapable? Nami's eyes widened in surprise as she huffed, I don't care. Regardless, you must be competent today. You must resolutely humiliate both me and Sister Ching. If once is insufficient, then twice. If twice is inadequate, then thrice. Ching quickly chimed in, her temptation for the delectable feast causing her to blurt out, indeed. Miss Nami is absolutely right. Master, you must act like a scoundrel today and thoroughly humiliate the two of us. As soon as the two women finished speaking, without waiting for Chu Bawang's agreement, they promptly seated themselves at the dining table, voraciously devouring the exquisite dishes laid before them. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 3 Michelin-star meals were entirely consumed. Nami's appetite in the face of such culinary delights far exceeded Chu Bawang's expectations. Ching, being the manifestation of the celestial blue bull python that had evolved into a golden core, naturally had a considerable appetite. However, at her level, there was no need for her to force herself to eat. Whether she indulged or restrained herself had little impact on her combat prowess. But Nami was just an ordinary young girl. Slow down, slow down. You two don't choke. Seeing the two of them gorging themselves, Kayla, concerned they might choke, poured each a glass of 1982 Lafitte. Chu Bawang retrieved another exquisite dish from the system space, thoroughly satiating the two little gluttons. He mused, whose little piglet is this? She can really eat. Indeed, Nami was astonishingly voracious. Even after having a full meal, she managed to consume 2 entire Michelin dinners. It seems that in the world of pirates, the average human constitution is remarkably robust, with everyone being a champion eater. Otherwise, they might have burst their bellies long ago. However, even the most ordinary Usopp could eat himself into a ball, making Nami's gluttony seem somewhat acceptable. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of an empty stomach echoed in the air. Nami and Kayla simultaneously turned their gaze toward Dasky on the bed, both revealing expressions of sudden realization. No wonder she was pretending to be asleep. Who could possibly resist such enticing food? Could I possibly have a bite of that beef ball from earlier? Dasky sluggishly rose from the bed, her face resembling a rosy apple. She felt a bit embarrassed. Why did her little belly choose this moment to grumble? A mischievous smile danced on Chu Bawang's lips as he softly remarked, So, does that mean you agree to become Kayla's personal secretary? I had anticipated you would exhibit a stronger resolve. It appears the implements I intended to employ to compel your submission shall go to waste. Dasky nodded obediently, not refuting the provocation from Chu Bawang. She had long since come to a clear understanding. When one finds oneself under a roof, one must bow their head. It is preferable to endure a little hardship rather than suffer greater consequences. Should Chu Bawang be pushed too far, it would ultimately be her who bears the brunt of it. Moreover, to acquire more intelligence, it is paramount to first gain Chu Bawang's trust. Earning an adversary's confidence begins with allowing them to feel at ease. How infuriating! You have once again ensnared a lovely young lady. Koya and Nami exchanged playful glances at Chu Bawang. I am finally satiated. After a hearty meal, a stroll of 100 paces ensures longevity. Let us go for a walk, Mama Koya. After frolicking in Xiao Qing's boudoir for half an hour, Chu Bawang and the ladies leisurely made their way to the deck. Embracing a post-meal stroll in retirement mode, Baba, I hope you will continue to humiliate me and Sister Xiao Qing in the future. Nami turned back, making a playful face, and bowed to Chu Bawang with laughter. Emerging from the shadows of Cocoa West Village, the smile on the little thief cat's face grew ever wider. The mischievous little thief cat, during its stroll, exhibited an utterly unrefined manner, bounding along in a series of playful hops. How could such a disheveled creature even be deemed a little thief cat? Perhaps it would be more fitting to rename you the little glutton cat. Chu Bawang couldn't help but chuckle as he playfully pinched Nami's pert nose. What nonsense. I am but a little glutton cat, while Mama Kaya is undoubtedly a great glutton cat. Indeed, it seems that like attracts like. Nami, with a charmingly feline expression, linked her arm with Kaya's and pouted sweetly. All you do is bully me. Clearly, it's little Ching who is the true glutton. Kaya's smile was as sweet as honey, her eyes mischievously hinting at little Ching. In contrast, little Ching maintained a far more demure demeanor than Nami. Although she too was tempted by delicacies, she felt somewhat unable to act coy in public. Naturally, Chu Bawang hoped that Little Qing and Kaya would not undergo drastic changes in their personalities. Each individual possesses their own unique brilliance. Kaya's traits are her gentle nature, kindness, and understanding, while Little Qing embodies a blend of softness and strength, being obedient and well-behaved. It is through the preservation of their distinct characteristics that Chu Bawang's life becomes increasingly vibrant and colorful. The next day, a series of notifications chimed. Ding. You have won a pair of winter cotton gloves. Ding. You have won a desk lamp. Ding. You have won a bottle of plain water. Ding. You have won a teacup. Ding. You have won a package of brown sugar. Ha ha. The odds today are indeed quite favorable. However, as the lottery proceeded, Chu Bawang's expression grew increasingly dark. Roger and Luffy exchanged nervous glances, fearing that a moment of displeasure from Chu Bawang might result in them being knocked unconscious and tossed into the sea. On the third day, more notifications rang out. Ding. You have won a complete set of level 4 English practice exercises. Ding. You have won a jar of honey. Ding. You have won a pair of table tennis paddles. Ding. You have won a bottle of Lao Ganma. Ding. You have won a pair of decathlon boxing gloves. Chu Bawang's expression darkened further, and he immediately donned the decathlon boxing gloves. Luffy, Roger, you two come and spar with me. It's ideal to exercise after a meal as it aids digestion. Roger and Luffy's mouths twitched, murmuring under their breath, but we haven't even eaten yet. There's no need for digestive exercises. With a raised eyebrow and fists clenched, Chu Bawang challenged, what? You two look like that, and you're unwilling to spar with me? Roger and Luffy instinctively took 2 steps back, their faces reflecting reluctance. Who in their right mind would dare to practice with such a weirdo? That would be akin to seeking out torment. Half a minute later, Luffy and Roger once again found themselves sharing an intimate kiss with the ocean. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring the Supreme Edition Noah's Ark aircraft carrier. Ding. Congratulations on receiving a bottle of air freshener. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 10 table tennis balls. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring 1 great white shark assault ship. Ding. Congratulations on receiving 1,000 sets of Michelin 3-star dessert packages and 1,000 sets of perfect Manchu Han Imperial Feast. Days later, Lord Chu finally came to terms with reality. For the unfortunate, lottery draws remain an eternal source of anguish. Nevertheless, this time he at least received a consolation prize, the Supreme Edition Noah's Ark aircraft carrier and the Great White Shark assault ship. Not long ago, Lord Chu contemplated establishing a pirate crew, and unexpectedly, the system favored him, providing valuable rewards in such a short span of time. Once he enters the Grand Line, he could assemble a super fleet comprised entirely of female warriors. Upon speaking, Lord Chu's intentions were rather suggestive. The ordinary military vessels of the pirate world could hardly capture Lord Chu's interest. However, given that the Supreme Edition Noah's Ark aircraft carrier is a system reward, its overall performance undoubtedly exceeds expectations. Currently, the Going Merry, coupled with Roger's words, clearly indicates that space has become somewhat insufficient. It seems I must make early plans. With his family in tow, Lord Chu's team has already grown to 5 members, rivaling the current Straw Hat crew in numbers. Although he could set up soundproof barriers while engaging in intimate activities with Koya, continuing to stay aboard the Merry would be rather unreasonable. Although the Straw Hat crew refrains from voicing their thoughts, being constantly fed dog food at all times certainly does not contribute to their morale. Michelin 3-star desserts. It has been quite a while since I last indulged, truly nostalgic. The most delightful aspect remains the 1,000 sets of Michelin 3-star desserts and 1,000 sets of perfect Manchu Han Imperial Feasts. No one can resist the allure of exquisite cuisine. As long as there is delicious food, Lord Chu naturally feels joyous, leaving him little inclination to spar with Roger or Luffy. Sometimes, a man's happiness is simply that uncomplicated. If given the choice between a top-tier warship and exquisite cuisine, Lord Chu would unhesitatingly choose the latter. After all, food belongs to the consumable realm. It may appear abundant, yet it vanishes swiftly. Lord Chu, being a man with a family of gluttons to feed, requires 3 meals a day, especially with Nami and Little Qing's impressive appetites. Despite having received 100 sets of Michelin delicacies last time, merely 3 days have passed, and he is already on the verge of announcing a shortage. This time, it may only last a mere 2 months. If there were an opportunity to inherit the culinary skills from new Oriental chefs, or to learn the art of creating the radiant dishes from the little chef of China, it could be imparted to Xiao Qing. ensuring that delectable food would never be in short supply. The divine palette depicted in Food Wars also seems quite impressive. Lord Chu, quietly calculating the gains and losses, is a rather selfish individual, unwilling to utilize such treasures for Sanji. As the Mary sailed onward, the distance to the Grand Line grew ever shorter. Following Sanji's resupply, the Straw Hat crew was fully prepared to embark on their adventurous journey into the Grand Line. On the deck, Usopp gazed at Dasky, who cautiously followed behind Lord Chu, his eyes twitching in disbelief. Who would have imagined that Lord Chu could act so tyrannically, even bringing a frail girl aboard? Miss Kaya is certainly indulging him too much. At this rate, trouble is bound to ensue. Roger gave Usopp a thumbs up, lavishly praising him. Well done. To dare speak ill of Lord Chu. Aye, Roger. Salute your bravery. Raise your glass. Rest assured, on this day next year, I shall personally lay a handful of earth upon your grave. The youth of today, it seems, have no sense of propriety. To challenge Lord Chu, one must be truly reckless. Usopp, who clung to his pride, was about to retort when he suddenly caught sight of Lord Chu emerging from Shao Qing's quarters, his demeanor instantly deflated, resembling a frostbitten eggplant. His head bowed like a quail. Everyone, Lord Chu declared, and as if by some extraordinary magic, all eyes were drawn to him. This was the first time they beheld the serious and solemn demeanor of the formidable Chu Bawang aboard the Mary. Curiosity surged among the crew. Master Bawang, is there something you wish to convey to us? Zoro inquired, lifting his gaze toward Chu Bawang. With a nod and a light chuckle, Chu Bawang responded. Once we pass through the entrance of the Grand Line at Reverse Mountain, I may no longer accompany you all. The crew exchanged puzzled glances. After all, they had been getting along so well. Why the sudden notion of separation? Sanji furrowed his brow, perplexed. What does this mean? If you are not following the Mary, what vessel will you take to navigate the Grand Line in the New World? Everyone was equally bewildered. The Straw Hat crew was aware that Chu Bawang and Kaya were merely enjoying their honeymoon aboard the Mary. Yet, without the Mary, how could they even celebrate such a honeymoon? Chu Bawang shrugged nonchalantly and replied with a serene smile, Please allow me to finish. While I may not journey alongside you in the future, I shall not be departing from the Mary in the immediate term. As for my alternative means of transportation, there is no need for concern. I have already acquired a super battleship. Since the Mary had been entrusted to Luffy, Chu Bawang had no intention of retracting his decision. These days have been spent aboard the Mary, and the presence of the formidable Chu Bawang with his entire entourage has proven quite inconvenient. However, now that there is a magnificent warship at our disposal, the prospect of hosting lavish parties on board is tantalizingly within reach. The alluring life of a splendid harem beckons to me, and how could I possibly be interested in frolicking with this gaggle of youngsters? Usopp's eyes widened in astonishment. A warship? Sanji, wearing an expression of disbelief, exclaimed, This cannot be. Surely there must be a limit to such jesting. Roger fell into a contemplative silence, his expression grave as he pondered. Is it truly so simple to possess a warship, aside from world domination and the Navy headquarters? Zoro appeared to be struck by a sudden realization, his face reflecting shock as he exclaimed, Wait, Master Bawang, you haven't actually engaged the Navy headquarters and casually seized a warship, have you? The room fell silent, all eyes converging on Zoro. The words spoken here are profoundly insightful. Moreover, it appears that the formidable Chu Bawang indeed possesses the capability to assault the Shanghai Naval Headquarters. And seizing a super battleship seems hardly a daunting task. Zoro, you have truly outdone yourself to concoct such an implausible narrative. I, as Chu Bawang, cannot possibly regard the dilapidated vessels of the Naval Headquarters as anything of value, mere scrap metal, hardly worthy of the title super battleship. In a moment of exasperation, Chu Bawang bestowed a chestnut upon Zoro, exclaiming, The sole reason I possess a super battleship is merely due to a fortuitous encounter with a miraculous devil fruit. This particular fruit is not catalogued within the compendium of devil fruits. It is the fruit of imagination. If harnessed appropriately, I can materialize entities through the power of my imagination. The ability of resurrection is the primary power of the fruit of imagination. And the second ability I developed allows me to summon a super battleship out of thin air. No sooner had he finished speaking than Roger's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression awash with shock. What? The fruit of imagination? Is there truly such a remarkable devil fruit in this world? Moreover, you have managed to develop a new ability for the imaginary fruit in such a brief period. A wielder of awakened devil fruit abilities, you say? During Roger's era, There were indeed many such individuals. The likes of the airborne admiral, Golden Lion, and the maritime overlord, Rox, were all absolute powerhouses among those who had awakened their devil fruit abilities. However, for someone like the overlord of Chu to develop a new ability for the imaginary fruit in merely 3 days, and possibly even awaken the devil fruit itself, is something Roger has never encountered in his lifetime. Oh, I see now. The imaginary fruit is truly an extraordinary creation. Lost in contemplation, Luffy suddenly struck his palms together, his expression one of epiphany. Zoro, Roger, Usopp, your thought process is truly peculiar. If something is beyond explanation, simply labeling it as extraordinary suffices. Roger concurred, stating, although it sounds rather bizarre, the devil fruit compendium is still under refinement. The abilities of the devil fruits themselves are indeed bizarre and cannot be measured by ordinary standards. The emergence of the imaginary fruit is certainly within the realm of possibility. At this juncture, even he felt a tinge of envy for the overlord of Chu's fortuitous encounter. The so-called imaginary fruit is remarkably powerful, with its primary ability being divine resurrection, and it can potentially develop second and third abilities based on imagination. Just the thought of it is enough to incite envy and jealousy. If one could consume the imaginary fruit and envision oneself swimming and battling in the ocean, wouldn't that lead to unparalleled dominance? Mr. Overlord, might we have a glimpse of your magnificent battleship? Luffy and Usopp's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Their curiosity for the novel was insatiable, and they possessed a strong desire for exploration. What could possibly go wrong? Hearing is one thing, but seeing is believing. Everyone must pay close attention and not blink. The crowd, filled with concern and curiosity, knew that the Overlord of Chu would not conceal his abilities. With a delicate step of the Navy's 6 styles, moonwalk, he hovered in midair. The moonwalk of the Navy's 6 styles? Isn't that a technique developed by Black Arm Zephyr? It's astonishing that the Overlord has mastered even the Navy's 6 styles so proficiently. Roger subtly furrowed his brow. He had dealt with the young Black Arm Zephyr on numerous occasions. Despite Zephyr's youth, he was one of the naval leaders that all pirate factions dreaded to provoke. Zoro, Usopp, steer the Mary away. Be careful not to collide with it. The two, understanding the gravity of the situation, deftly maneuvered the helm to leave the nearby waters. Come forth, Ark Noah. After the reminder from the Overlord of Chu, he gently pressed his hands downward, and with a mere thought, summoned the Supreme Edition Noah's Ark from the system's space. An explosive surge of waves erupted, sending splashes of water flying. The sheer size of the warship took the Straw Hat crew and Roger by surprise, as they collectively gasped in astonishment. Before them, the vast expanse of the sea was suddenly graced by a colossal vessel, its dimensions far surpassing those of ordinary naval ships. Equipped with an array of modern artillery, including anti-air and anti-ground shells, the moment the Supreme Edition Noah's Ark aircraft carrier emerged, the surrounding waves seemed to pale in comparison. The Mary was entirely overshadowed. To draw a metaphor, it was akin to a crane standing tall among chickens. In the Bible, Noah's Ark is revered as a grand vessel constructed under divine instruction, meant to shelter Noah, his family, and various terrestrial creatures from a catastrophic deluge sent by God. The scriptures describe Noah's Ark as box-like in form, accommodating Noah's 8 family members along with diverse avian and terrestrial life, pairs of unclean animals, and 7 pairs of clean animals. When the floodwaters engulfed the earth, only those aboard the Ark were spared, and after the deluge, it came to rest upon the mountains of Ararat. Ultimately, God established a covenant symbolized by a rainbow, promising never to curse the earth again due to humanity's transgressions and ensuring the preservation of all living beings. The Supreme Edition Noah's Ark aircraft carrier, akin in shape to its biblical namesake, is a square vessel. However, in contrast to the primitive shipbuilding techniques that birthed the original Ark, the performance specifications of the Overlord of Chu's Supreme Edition Noah's Ark far exceed those of its predecessor. Its displacement alone surpasses that of the famed Titanic by 3-fold. With a staggering total capacity of 150,000 cubic meters. The Supreme Edition Noah's Ark aircraft carrier features 3 decks, enhancing both stability and overall area to nearly 35,000 square meters, the equivalent of approximately 5 standard world-class football fields. In the realm of pirates, the notion of devil fruits is far more readily accepted. Otherwise, the Overlord of Chu might find himself at a loss to thoroughly explain the situation, regardless of how fervently he tried, given that everyone was concerned about their fate. The Overlord was generous enough to allow them a glimpse. After receiving his permission, without further delay, Luffy, Roger, and the others swiftly made their way to the deck of the Noah's Ark aircraft carrier. How cool and impressive. In an instant, Luffy's gaze was captivated by a colossal star, filled with admiration and adoration. The secrets of Frankie's weaponry could keep Luffy so excited that he would lie awake for hours. Not to mention the terrifying impact brought by the Noah's Ark. Had it not been for his exceptional physical constitution, Luffy might have fainted from sheer exhilaration. Usopp too wore an expression of envy, even hesitating to lean against the gleaming black cannon, fearing he might tarnish its brilliance. The shipbuilding technology was astonishingly advanced. Despite being an enormous aircraft carrier, it could navigate entirely without human operation. Reflecting on the exhausting effort it took to steer the Mary, Usopp felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Usopp's words inadvertently reinforced the devil fruit theory posited by the formidable Chu Bawang. After all, whenever an explanation diverged, it could simply be attributed to the devil fruit. Indeed, the world of pirates had never witnessed a high-tech warship capable of automatic navigation. Every super battleship required substantial manpower for real-time monitoring to operate correctly. Only Chu Bawang's devil fruit theory could elucidate why Noah's Ark did not necessitate human operation. Casting a glance at the astonished crowd, Chu Bawang smiled and remarked, Noah's Ark not only possesses a manual mode, but can also transition to manual control. If I find a suitable helmsman in the future, I may consider allowing them to steer. What he did not mention was that Kaido's daughter, Yamato, seemed like an excellent candidate. The thought of Yamato potentially becoming the helmsman of Noah's Ark brought an even brighter smile to Chu Bawang's face. Roger rolled his eyes at this, thinking to himself, I knew it. Chu Bawang is indeed a habitual show-off. He can't go a day without flaunting. The heavens surely have no mercy. They say show-offs get struck by lightning, yet I see no signs of misfortune befalling him. Could it be that this fellow is the illegitimate child of the heavens? Despite his sarcasm, Roger held great admiration for Chu Bawang's prowess. With a vessel capable of accommodating over 20,000 people, he indeed had the means to boast. This kitchen is simply exquisite. When Sanji laid eyes on the pristine, expansive kitchen of Noah's Ark, he was tempted to remain aboard indefinitely. Though the Mary's kitchen was quite comfortable, he incessantly dreamed of possessing a larger one. This is one of Sanji's dreams as a chef. I feel a twinge of jealousy. Why is the training ground of the formidable master Kuro so vast? Equipped with an array of training tools, I have resolved to save up more money. I shall eventually acquire a grand ship with an expansive training arena. Even the usually composed Zoro was momentarily transformed into a sour lemon upon beholding that training ground, which rivaled the size of a football field. Nami crossed her arms, casting an unkind glance at Zoro. I must admit, this is indeed a magnificent dream. However, before that, shouldn't you settle my loan first? Zoro, could we refrain from mentioning repayment? If we avoid the topic of money, we can still be good friends. Prior to arriving at Lowtown, he had indeed borrowed a considerable sum from Nami to purchase swords. Initially, the formidable Kuro had gifted him 3 fine blades, which should have left him with some excess funds. Alas, the intoxicating allure of the local spirits proved too tempting, and Zoro squandered all his money on drink. Unable to resist the cravings of his own appetite, Zoro found himself in quite the predicament. After thoroughly exploring the Noah Ark and indulging in the sights, Roger and the Straw Hat crew returned to the Mary. Although the host, the formidable Kuro, did not issue a dismissal, the guests were keenly aware of their place. If you intend to form a pirate crew, you surely wouldn't compete with me for the title of Pirate King, would you? Luffy lamented against the railing, a hint of sorrow in his voice. If Kuro was determined to claim the title of Pirate King, Luffy feared he might never get the chance. Kuro, with a polite yet insincere smile, replied, Heh. I have no interest in the negative buffs of diminished intelligence and emotional intelligence that come with being Pirate King. Observing Roger and Luffy, 2 rather simple souls, one can discern that aspiring to be Pirate King necessitates a common trait: low intelligence paired with high emotional intelligence. Kuro, possessing a perfect blend of intelligence, emotional acuity, and charm, saw no utility in such a detrimental buff. When the news first circulated that Kuro might soon depart, the Straw Hat crew felt a profound sense of loss. Yet, as time passed, the resilient crew gradually emerged from their melancholy, readjusting their perspectives and continuing their voyage. They are all adults now, and they understand a fundamental truth. Regardless of how close friends may be, there will inevitably come a day when they must part ways. However, That bond of friendship shall never fade. As long as they are together, they must cherish every single day they spend in each other's company. Time is precious. Let us cherish each moment. The nearby sky is adorned with scattered white clouds, basking under a clear blue expanse. In stark contrast, the distant horizon has darkened ominously, reminiscent of the tempest that follows a lover's parting, evoking a heavy sense of melancholy. Nami, urgent report. A vast area of cumulonimbus clouds has appeared ahead. Beneath them lies a storm. What shall we do next? Sanji and Zoro stood upon the lookout, each wielding a telescope, presenting an inexplicable resemblance of a married couple. Roger could not help but think them a fitting pair. We should be nearing the red line. Why does it feel as though we have returned to our original course? Nami, clutching the navigation chart, wore a look of confusion. At last, we are headed for the Grand Line. Hey, Sanji, look. We are almost at the red line. We're so close. Luffy exclaimed, his face alight with joy, rhythmically pounding Sanji's back with his fists in excitement. His enthusiastic strikes were so forceful that they nearly collapsed Sanji's shoulder. Without hesitation, Sanji retaliated with a swift kick to Luffy's round face, exclaiming, "You are insufferable. Be quiet, or I shall withhold your meals." My apologies. Luffy's face contorted in discomfort, yet before he could regain his composure, he excitedly turned to Zoro, delivering a series of enthusiastic punches to his back. "Zoro, we are almost there. Almost there." Caught off guard, Zoro was knocked down. Wishing he could pierce Luffy's exuberance with a cold glare, utterly fatigued, as if contemplating retirement. The captain of this wretched ship is truly a source of endless worry. Everyone, come and see. I have heard it said that the nautical charts depict it this way. The entrance to the Grand Line lies atop a mountain, and upon this mountain exists a grand canal that allows us to ascend. If we follow this canal upward, we shall traverse the red line and reach the first half of the Grand Line. Zoro raised a question. This chart was seized from the clown buggy. Can we truly place our trust in it? Nami tapped the table, her expression resolute. Of course. This is information directly from the mouth of the great Babwa. Could it possibly be false? Although Nami was equally curious about how Babwa had learned the way to cross the red line, she was 100% convinced of his words. Ah, so it was Master Babwa who said so. Then all is well. Zoro's demeanor shifted with remarkable swiftness, resting his chin on his hand with a calm expression. Roger observed the varied expressions of the Straw Hat crew and suddenly began to comprehend why Babwa was so determined to depart from the Mary. Currently, Luffy is ostensibly the captain of the Straw Hat crew. Yet, in reality, the true backbone of the ship had quietly transformed into Babwa. If Babwa were to remain aboard the Mary, then Luffy's position as captain would be rendered meaningless, stunting his growth. No wonder Babwa spoke with such conviction about leaving the Mary. It was out of concern for the crew's development. Indeed, only when fledgling eagles weather the storms can they become the proud eagles soaring through the skies. Roger found himself lost in thought. He even pondered whether Babwa was reluctant to part ways with the Straw Hats, perhaps enduring great inner turmoil to make this decision. However, in truth, Babwa merely felt it was somewhat inconvenient to engage in certain embarrassing activities in such a public setting. I understand now. I finally grasped the meaning behind Babwa's words. The Upside-Down Mountain, located on the Red Line, is an extraordinarily unique area in the world of pirates. As the sound of rushing water grew increasingly turbulent, Nami's eyes began to gleam with excitement. It turns out that the currents of the four seas all flow toward the Grand Canal of the Upside-Down Mountain. The rivers formed by the four seas converge along the canal to the summit of the mountain, ultimately flowing into the Grand Line. Due to the Winter Island's influence, the water currents plunge from the surface to the depths. If we fail to successfully enter the canal, we shall crash against the walls of the Red Line. In such a rapid collision, any sailing vessel that strikes the Red Line would be utterly shattered, meeting a watery grave. At this juncture, a note of gravity entered Nami's tone. Gaining access to the canal is no simple feat. Only with an exceptional helmsman do we stand a slim chance of breaching the waters of the Grand Canal. At present, it is rather awkward that the Mary is manned by a somewhat inexperienced helmsman, Usopp. Relying on him for navigation is akin to courting disaster. Haha, this time, I have grasped the concept. In any case, it is the inverted mountain. Luffy raised an eyebrow and laughed heartily, feigning understanding. In this regard, he bears a striking resemblance to the audacious Roger. There are times when even the formidable Chu Bawang questions whether Roger and Dragon mistakenly swapped their children at birth. Luffy's intellect certainly seems to fall short of Dragon's remarkable genetic legacy of a 250 IQ. As the Mary pitched violently, Chu Bawang, who had been napping blissfully alongside the affluent Koya, stepped out. Casting a glance at the sky, dark and brooding as the depths of the ocean, Chu Bawang yawned and remarked, "As long as you can locate the entrance to the Grand Canal and adeptly steer the ship, you can harness the swift currents to soar over the inverted mountain." Though it may sound deceptively simple, in reality, over half of the adventurers attempting to enter the Grand Line meet their demise in the sea before they even set foot inside. You must rely solely on your own strength to access the Grand Line. This time, I shall not extend my assistance to you. Upon hearing this, the Straw Hat crew felt neither fear nor trepidation. Rather, they were invigorated, each one eager to take on the challenge. As the Mary advanced, a colossal mountain peak, shrouded in mist and obscured at its apex, loomed ominously before them, resembling a ferocious beast from the primordial wilderness. This was the entrance to the Grand Line, the inverted mountain. The shape of the Red Continent and the Grand Line resembles two intertwined rings, with two intersection points, the first of which is the inverted mountain, also known as Levis Mountain. It is an incredible and perilous peak, serving as one of the two sole entrances to the Grand Line, the other route being through the doldrums. The inverted mountain features 5 canal waterways, arranged in a distorted X shape. The water flow in these canals operates on a 4-in, 1-out system. The 4-in refers to the incoming waterways from the East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea. The 1-out signifies the exit of the inverted mountain, the starting canal of the Grand Line. Due to the overwhelming strength of the ocean currents from the 4 seas, sailing vessels can defy the force of gravity and ascend. It feels akin to riding a roller coaster up a slope while aboard the ship. However, the pace is slightly more exhilarating, which may not be particularly friendly for those with heart conditions. While the anime depicts the Straw Hat crew breezing through the inverted mountain with ease, in reality, this is one of the most treacherous domains where pirate casualties abound. Over 50% of adventurers perish here. The reason is simple. The entrances to the 4-in canals are exceedingly narrow, making it challenging to dock smoothly, even in calm conditions. Moreover, prior to entering the canal, the exceedingly turbulent and ever-shifting currents of the ocean, which even gave rise to numerous deep-sea whirlpools invisible to the naked eye, made it far from an exaggeration to refer to Reverse Mountain as the graveyard of adventurers. The great sea raged and roared, rendering the small Mary as insignificant as a mere grain of sand in the vast ocean. At that moment, the Mary faced the most perilous deep-sea whirlpool, causing the entire vessel to tremble violently amidst myriad dangers. Originally pulled by Zoro to help with the sails, Luffy found his arm flung into the air like a swing due to the ship's intense quaking, creating a scene both comical and absurd as he swung back and forth on the mast. Roger, who had indulged in considerable drinking with Zoro beforehand, cursed at Sanji and Usopp, exclaiming, Hey, quickly take control of the helm. We are about to be sucked into the whirlpool. At this rate, we shall meet our doom before even sighting the entrance." In exasperation, he added, "You're merely spectating while we're in peril. Can't you lend a hand?" Steering in such treacherous conditions was no easy feat, and even with Sanji and Usopp as combined efforts, their faces turned a deep shade of crimson. Had it not been for the insurmountable odds, Sanji would have certainly taken the opportunity to teach Roger why flowers bloom so beautifully. As towering waves surged, the heavy rain clouds transformed into a pitch-black mass. In the next moment, a torrential downpour ensued, rendering visibility nearly impossible. This only heightened the difficulty of navigating into the canal. Roger's tone was tinged with urgency. "Little girl, have you not yet spotted the entrance? At this rate, we shall collide with the rock wall." As the ship was on the brink of crashing into the formidable cliff, Roger could hardly contain his anxiety. What a wretched fate. Had he only been revived for a few days? Could he possibly meet his demise once more? Although he could rely on his observation haki to discern the entrance to the upside-down mountain, he refrained from offering guidance to the Straw Hat crew, fearing it might contravene the intentions of the formidable Chubawang. After all, falling into the clutches of Chubawang and opposing him would lead to a fate worse than death. Nami, clad in a raincoat, leaned over the railing, intently focused, unwilling to overlook any detail. This concerns the lives and deaths of all comrades. Furthermore, it is the first time that the formidable Chu Overlord has allowed her to make a decision independently. She certainly does not wish to leave a negative impression in his mind. one where she is merely seen as a decorative piece. Nami stood up, brimming with excitement, and declared loudly, "I have spotted a crack in the rock wall. We must proceed straight in this direction." Zoro, astonished, gazed through the telescope at the fissure in the cliff, exclaiming, "It is truly unbelievable. The seawater is indeed climbing the mountain." The tumultuous currents were surging up the narrow path of the inverted mountain, extending infinitely like a celestial waterway. With a serious demeanor and a grave expression, Nami emphasized, "We must successfully pass through the central water gate. Otherwise, the Mary will be shattered to pieces." Rarely showing his intellect, Luffy stood behind the figurehead of the Mary, aligning himself, the figurehead, and the water gate in a straight line. The bow is slightly off. A little more to the right, just a bit more to the right. Now to the left, a tad more to the left. But which way is it, left or right? Sanji and Usopp strained every muscle they had. Suddenly, with a deafening crack, the ship's helm was unexpectedly snapped in two by the two of them. Usopp and Sanji, taken by surprise, fell flat on their backs, exclaiming in disbelief, "What the heck?" Roger, startled, dropped his flask to the ground. Luffy and Zoro rolled their eyes, nearly losing their composure. "How on earth can we continue like this?" Just as we are about to enter the water gate, the helm that directs our course has been broken in half. As the Mary was about to collide with the artificially constructed steel water gate, Luffy ignored the impending impact and leaped toward the bow of the ship. Gum Gum Balloon. In an instant, Luffy's body expanded, shielding the Mary from the point of contact with the steel gate. Boom! The sheer force of the Mary, bolstered by the rushing waters, crashed violently against Luffy's inflated belly. Ouch, that hurts. It was evident that under the immense kinetic energy, blood vessels in Luffy's eyes had burst, and his forehead turned a deep shade of blue-purple. His face contorted in agony, resembling one who had donned a mask of suffering. Yet, despite enduring such a tremendous impact, Luffy clenched his teeth, locked his breath, and held every ounce of air within him. He understood that in this critical moment, he could not afford to show any weakness. Otherwise, the fate of all his comrades would be nothing short of a dead end. What a clever lad! He devised such a method to alter the course of the Mary, yet in doing so, he has placed himself in grave peril. I am indeed curious to see how you intend to safely return to the Mary, as Luffy valiantly strives to protect his crew, prompting a flicker of admiration in Roger's eyes. It appears that the red-haired youth has chosen a worthy heir, displaying commendable character. Just as Luffy was on the verge of plunging into the tumultuous waves, facing certain doom, the devoted husband Zoro bellowed, "Luffy, quickly grab my hand. I will pull you up." Luffy and Zoro shared a profound understanding, requiring no further elaboration. The former promptly extended his rubber arm, firmly grasping Zoro's arm, and successfully returning to the Mary. The only slight blemish was that Luffy landed face first, with his bald head crashing into the deck, becoming firmly lodged. Roger cast a glance at the seamlessly coordinated duo of Zoro and Luffy, smirking with a playful glint in his eye, remarking, "Indeed, the more I observe, the more I perceive that you two are remarkably well suited for one another. There's an inexplicable resemblance of a couple." He jested. "How about I suggest that the tyrant utilize the imaginary fruit to develop a feminization ability and transform one of you into a woman?" Sanji, Usopp, what nonsense are you spouting? In truth, I also find the two of them quite compatible. Coincidentally, at that moment, the tyrant interjected, "Actually, I have indeed developed a feminization ability. Do you all wish to experience the sensation of becoming a woman?" The feminization ability spoken of by the tyrant was not genuinely derived from the imaginary fruit. It was merely a ruse. What? Feminization ability? Sanji and Usopp were momentarily taken aback, followed by a chilling sensation below. Good grief, you have absolutely no qualms about meddling with such matters. How could a perfectly good imaginary fruit be twisted into a feminization ability? Is it not bewildering how skewed these skill points are? What? Has the formidable Lord Chu truly developed the ability to feminize? Roger was utterly flabbergasted. He had merely jested about it, never expecting that Chu would actually accomplish such a feat. This was the very ability that every respectable man had once dreamed of possessing. If one were to acquire this skill, would it not mean transforming kittens, puppies, little foxes, tiny tigers, and snakes into stunning beauties? At that point, with just a flick of a finger, those cat-eared maidens, fox maidens, and serpentine maidens would be at one's beck and call. As he pondered this, Sanji was drooling profusely, nearly desperate to seize a kitten or a puppy on the spot, imploring Lord Chu to demonstrate the ability right then and there. He too desired to behold the legendary cat-eared maiden. Luffy struggled mightily, finally managing to extract his head from the deck, only to tumble head over heels due to his excessive force. Unlike Sanji, Luffy's intentions were devoid of any lewdness. His curiosity was simply overwhelming. However, the fervor of the crowd could not be contained, and Lord Chu displayed his signature mischievous smile. Since you are all so enthusiastic, allow me to broaden your horizons today. As soon as he spoke, his gaze fell upon the bewildered Roger. The inebriated Roger suddenly felt a wave of sobriety wash over him, and a chill ran down his spine. How could it be that with so many men aboard, he was chosen as the test subject? Was it truly necessary to hold a grudge over a mere jest? Suddenly, a thought struck him. It seemed the gas in the kitchen had been left on. Excuse me, I must take my leave. With no further hesitation, Roger bolted in a panic, cursing his parents for not having given him a second pair of legs or wings. But alas, it was too late. Feminization technique. Lord Chu's index finger suddenly glimmered with a pink light, and with a subtle flick, that pink orb shot towards Roger. No matter how swiftly he ran, that luminescent orb remained steadfastly tethered to him. Whoosh! As Roger attempted to slow his pace, a burst of pink light struck his shoulder, causing him to groan and collapse onto the deck. Suddenly, a thick cloud of pink mist enveloped him. Little glutton, you shouldn't look, lest your eyes be sullied. Chubawang chuckled, covering Nami's eyes before turning to wave farewell to the Straw Hat crew. If Roger were still in his youth, perhaps he would resemble a striking young woman. However, now that he had entered middle age, transformed, he might resemble a woman in her 40s or 50s, likely akin to Big Mom in appearance. Usopp's eyes sparkled with excitement. Has he really transformed into a woman? I can't wait to see what the Pirate King looks like post-transformation. Luffy nudged the peeking Sanji, expressing his discontent. Hey, Sanji, there's plenty of space. Don't crowd me. Zoro, with a skeptical expression, remarked, something feels off, in my recollection. Master Bawang was not one to distribute such benefits. Sanji, lost in his thoughts, gleamed with fervor. Why worry about the details? If there's a pretty girl, I'm not going to miss out. Except for Nami, the rest of the Straw Hat crew craned their necks, eager not to miss a single detail, resembling a row of spectators awaiting a spectacle. As the pink mist dissipated, they finally beheld the transformed Pirate King. Roger, she was truly ghastly. I've never seen such an ugly woman in my life. Usopp exclaimed, retreating from the viewing area in disgust. Damn it, I just lost my lunch. Why must you scar my eyes with such a grotesque sight, Bawang? Luffy slumped against the railing, retching into the sea. It's unbearable. My eyes are burning. Water. I need water to cleanse my eyes. Sanji lamented, collapsing to the ground, rolling about like a ball. At that moment, Roger, feeling an itch in his nose, unconsciously made a gesture to pick it. That expression, that posture, that demeanor, it was reminiscent of a certain infamous figure. I knew Master Bawang would never grant us any benefits. Now you must all believe me. Zoro finally lost his composure, his grip on his sword tightening, veins bulging, revealing his inner turmoil. If it weren't for the fear of facing defeat, he would have drawn his sword against Chubawang. He simply couldn't comprehend it, having nearly departed from the Mary. Couldn't the old man leave everyone with a better impression? What is the outcome? When it comes to matters involving people, you seem utterly disinclined to engage. Usopp lay languidly on the deck, mumbling weakly. The city is fraught with schemes. I long to return to the countryside. Sanji, his face a picture of despair, felt he could never bear to behold a woman again, grumbling. The longest road I have traversed in this life is the route of the tyrant. Initially, Luffy, Zoro, and the others were still enveloped in sorrow, fearing the imminent departure of their beloved Chubawang. However, with the uproar caused by the Pirate King Roger and Big Mom, their hearts were not merely heavy with reluctance. They ardently wished for Chubawang to be as far removed from them as possible. Except for Zoro, who steadfastly trained his sword heart. The remaining members of the Straw Hat crew leaned against the railing, retching uncontrollably. Given the chance to start anew, they would rather face death than witness Roger's nose-picking visage again. Luffy, are you not the man who aspires to become the Pirate King? Act swiftly. I have revived Roger, and, using my transformative abilities, turned him into a woman. If you two are truly enamored, you may now perform the ceremonial bowing to the heavens, the earth, and the esteemed ancestors, and enter the bridal chamber together. Luffy wore a befuddled expression. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I, Monkey D. Luffy, aim to be the man who becomes the Pirate King. not merely the man of the Pirate King. Is it truly your belief that I must rely on others to achieve greatness? Mr. Tyrant, could you possibly restore the disheveled man to his former self? If you delay any longer, I fear I shall be left with lasting psychological scars. Gazing at Roger's grotesque appearance while picking his nose, Luffy wore a mournful expression. He declared, in all sincerity, that he truly knelt before Chubawang. How could he ever find solace to boldly proclaim his iconic slogan in front of others again? The mere recollection of his countless declarations of "I will become the king of the pirates" left Luffy on the verge of tears. Goodness. This time he truly feared being haunted by a psychological scar. Oh, mighty one, I beseech you. Would it be too much to ask for you to revert me back to my former self? Roger, equally despondent, clasped his hands in supplication toward the direction of the young maiden's chamber. Just moments ago, he had gazed into the mirror, nearly moved to tears by his own reflection. The realization that his ill-fated words had come to fruition filled him with an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Why utter such words, of all things? But to say that he had become feminine? If this were to reach the ears of old acquaintances, Whitebeard and Carp, would it not provoke them to laughter until their sides ached? Where on earth should this old face go? Fine, since you have insisted so strongly. I shall reluctantly revert Roger back to his original form. It is often said that curiosity killed the cat. Yet the ever-inquisitive Chu Bawang could not resist using his observation haki to glimpse the transformed visage of Roger. In an instant, he was utterly dismayed. Previously, he believed that Feng Jie and Ru Hua Jie, the peculiar women from Tang Bohu Spot's autumn fragrance, were the epitome of tastelessness. But upon witnessing the feminine version of Roger, Aunt Roger, Chu Bawang finally comprehended the notion that there is no limit to ugliness, only greater degrees of it. Reversion of the feminine transformation. There was no need for Roger to plead repeatedly. Chu Bawang took the initiative to eliminate the pink feminine factors from Roger's being. Ultimately, the incident of Roger's transformation could only be regarded as a minor diversion along the journey. Nevertheless, the Straw Hat crew took quite some time to recover from the shadow of Aunt Roger. Since that day, Zoro keenly observed that Luffy, after experiencing Roger's transformation into a woman, seldom boasted about his aspiration to become the Pirate King in the presence of others. Perhaps this is what growth entails. The Mary continued its voyage. The frigid seawater, under the cold climate, condensed into a veil of mist. The climate of the reverse mountain is uniquely reminiscent of Iceland. The wind howls fiercely as the Mary sails swiftly. Suddenly, Zoro furrows his brow and inquires, "Did you hear something?" Roger, ever the jovial one, claps Zoro on the shoulder and chuckles. "You're quite impressive, little fellow. No wonder you are the disciple of the formidable Chu Bawang. Mastering the fundamentals of observation haki in such a short time is no small feat." Sanji, taken aback, feels a wave of despair wash over him. Goodness, could it be that Chu Bawang is giving that green-haired brat special treatment again? How utterly biased. The gap between me and that green-haired fool is growing ever wider. As Sanji reflects on the fact that he has only mastered the first 3 forms of the Wind God leg, while Zoro has already acquired several unparalleled sword techniques and has even begun his training in the 3-color haki, the bitterness within him is beyond words. Is this the fate of a sycophant? In the end, despite all the flattery, one remains empty-handed. It seems that something is indeed amiss. Usopp's legs trembled, his eyes wide with shock as he pointed ahead, stammering, "Nami, come quickly. There is a colossal black wall in the canal leading to the Grand Line." Sanji exclaimed, "My goodness, what kind of creature is that? Its size is astonishing." Roger spoke solemnly, "That is not a monster. It is a massive island whale from the West Sea. However, its aura appears somewhat unstable." Sanji was taken aback. A whale? What kind of species could grow to the size of a mountain? If we liken the sea beast Moo Moo to a small vessel, then the enormous island whale before us is akin to a towering peak. Do not panic. I have a way to navigate us through this peril. As the merry-go-round descended the slide, it was on the verge of colliding with the gigantic island whale. Bald-headed Luffy suddenly had a moment of inspiration and fired a bubble projectile towards the whale. With the powerful recoil of the bubble, the Mary's speed indeed diminished. "You really are something, Luffy," Usopp praised. "I've noticed that since you shaved your head, your intelligence seems to have sharpened." "Of course, I've always been clever." Luffy chuckled contentedly, pointing at the last few stubborn strands of hair on Usopp's head, and began dispensing motivational wisdom. "Usopp, I believe you must bravely confront your fears. Only then will your spirit grow stronger." The great Bartholomew Kuma once told me to never fear any difficulties, but to face them with a smile. The way to conquer fear is to confront it. Keep going, Usopp. I believe that one day, you will surely triumph over your inner demons. With an extravagant and stylish hat atop his head, Usopp expressed his exhaustion and desire to disembark. Could we please refrain from mentioning my hairline? Isn't this akin to stirring up trouble? Usopp believed that Luffy, this incompetent captain, was utterly lacking in perception. Should they continue their voyage under his leadership, the crew would inevitably meet their demise. Ding. The system has detected that the host has traversed the upside-down mountain and arrived at the starting point of the Grand Line, encountering the island whale, Laboon, and triggering a hidden selection task. You may choose from the following 3 tasks. Option 1. Pass by discreetly, ignoring the pitiful whale, Laboon. Upon completion, you will receive a reward, a standard set of snail telephones from the pirate world and 100 servings of the exquisite Michelin 3-star main course. Option 2. Ignore the sorrowful whale, Laboon, and roast the whale for consumption, savoring the legendary taste of the island whale. Upon completion, you will receive a task reward, a hacker-grade snail telephone and 100 servings of the exquisite Michelin 3-star main course. Option 3. Offer assistance to the forlorn whale, Laboon, by seeking out the Rumbar pirates or Brook. Upon completion, you will receive a task reward, a Panda brand Sky Net snail telephone and 100 servings of the exquisite Michelin 3-star main course. As for the snail telephone, the Overlord of Chu was indeed familiar with it. This represents a quintessential example of advanced technology within the world of pirates. Its appearance resembles that of a snail, adorned with spots, and atop its shell lies a communication device or buttons. During conversations, the mouth of this telephone bug moves in synchrony with the speaker, conveying emotions during dialogue. There are several varieties, including the standard dial-up telephone bug, the black eavesdropping telephone bug, the exclusive gold and silver connecting telephone bugs, also referred to as the Demon Slayer order telephone bugs, the payphone-style large telephone bug, and the surveillance telephone bug, among others. The acquisition of a complete set of telephone bugs would be of immeasurable worth, particularly the Golden Demon Slayer order telephone bug. This artifact strikes fear into the hearts of the majority of pirate factions. Once the Demon Slayer order is issued, even in the presence of knowledge, the Slayer fleet is unafraid to annihilate its own kind. However, what truly piques Chu Bawang's curiosity is the nature of the hacker-grade telephone bugs and the Panda brand Skynet telephone bugs. System Pup. What exactly are these hacker telephone bugs and Panda brand Skynet telephone bugs? As the old adage goes, when faced with difficulties, consult the experienced. For a traverser, this transforms into, when confronted with challenges, consult the system. When in doubt, asking the system pup is undoubtedly the right choice. Ding. Hacker-grade telephone bug. Also known as the hacker telephone bug, it can infiltrate the ordinary telephone bug network of the pirate world, specifically targeting a designated telephone bug, allowing for eavesdropping and call interruption, among other operations. Remarkable. This implies that I can eavesdrop on any desired telephone bug. Chu Bawang commended the ingenious maneuvers of the system pup. When it comes to operations, the system pup indeed excels, if utilized wisely. This hacker telephone bug could possess considerable strategic significance. And what about the Panda brand Skynet telephone bug? What capabilities does it possess? Ding. The following introduces the functions of the Panda brand Skynet telephone bug. This telephone bug is a mutation inspired by Avengers, Age of Ultron, endowed with numerous functionalities. Function 1. Activate information reconnaissance mode, automatically surveilling and detecting all telephone bugs within a specified range, 24 hours a day, while preserving all conversations, recordings, and visuals. Special investigations can be conducted at the host's request, with retrieval available at any time. Function 2. Within the signal range. It can infiltrate any telephone bug network and perform specialized editing, capable of preventing that telephone bug from receiving or making signals, redirecting its signal source to the Panda brand Skynet telephone bug, extracting its historical call records, and even simulating all sounds present in the historical call records of that telephone bug. Function 3. Within a certain range, it can establish core connections with any visual telephone bug and unilaterally force the activation of video call functionality. Function XXX. Oh, I thought the system pup's operations were already quite audacious, but it appears to be even more so. Chu Bawang silently lamented. This Panda brand Skynet telephone bug is indeed something remarkable. In comparison to the hacker-grade phone bug, the latter is merely a piece of utter detritus. Hacker-grade phone bug. There is a phrase I wish to utter, yet am uncertain if I should. Just a moment ago, I affectionately referred to her as sweetheart, and in the next breath, I am calling her Madam Cow. Alas, you scoundrel! Is there still a choice in this matter? I, the noble and benevolent Chu Bawang, generous towards others, strikingly handsome, charmingly elegant, standing tall like a jade tree, valiant and formidable, unrivaled across the world, the foremost in the universe, a solitary master. Impervious to blades and arrows, standing in supreme authority, a gentleman of exquisite beauty, invincible in compassion, fearless in courage, wise and martial, extraordinarily chivalrous, boundlessly righteous, unparalleled throughout history, humble and eager to learn. Indeed, I am unmatched, both in the past and in the future. Naturally, I must assist the unfortunate Labu in seeking the support of the Rumbar pirates. Alas, it is an unavoidable circumstance. Who could blame my inherent kindness? When encountering a pitiful and helpless wild little whale, I cannot simply stand idly by, can I? Chu Bawang nestled into Koya's embrace, taking a deep scent of her, attempting to draw out something. He then remarked with deep emotion, Koya, am I perhaps too kind-hearted? Koya gasped in astonishment. Can't you just act like a decent person for once? You've hurt the poor creature. On the deck of the Mary, it seemed that at the current speed, we indeed would not collide with that terrifying island whale. Sanji secretly sighed in relief. He certainly did not wish to meet his demise just as he entered the Grand Line. The Mary was finally coming to a stop. As expected, my cleverness prevailed. I stepped up just in time during a crisis. Luffy laughed boisterously. In critical moments, one must rely on the performance of King Luffy. However, before he could bask in his moment of glory for even 2 seconds, he was once again met with a harsh reality. Although the Mary's speed had decreased, it ultimately crashed into the whale-up. With a resounding bang, Luffy was severed in two at the neck from the luxurious seat of the Mary, crashing down before him with a loud thud. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Mary, we owe you an apology. We have subjected you to unwarranted suffering at such a tender age. One must admit, the journey of the Mary has been fraught with trials akin to the 81 tribulations of the journey to seek the scriptures. It has encountered more than its fair share of misfortune. As soon as the Mary set sail into the Grand Line, it was struck by the immense whale, Abu, due to Luffy's reckless maneuver, severing the ship's figurehead. What on earth? That was my premium seat. Luffy's expression darkened instantly, as if he were owed a fortune by someone. Was it because the colossal body of the island whale concealed the massive bubble's impact? Or was it merely a matter of sluggish reflexes? Sanji, lost in thought, gazed upward and involuntarily gasped. The monstrous creatures I was several times larger than the Mary itself. Why would such a terrifying beast obstruct the very beginning of the Grand Line? What are we waiting for? We must flee at once. Usopp exclaimed, staring at the boundless horror before him, swallowing hard. It's enormous. This whale is truly colossal. You inquire about its size? It is of such magnitude that even if Luffy were to feast upon it for half a year, he would still find it insatiable. Only through close proximity can one genuinely appreciate the terrifying enormity of the island whale. Usopp even experiences a peculiar illusion. The island whale, with a mere flick of its tail, could reduce the Navy's super battleships to mere fragments. If we do not flee now, when will we? Zoro furrowed his brow, for he discerned that the island whale was not in a healthy state. Its immense forehead bore haunting scars. Observing that neither Zoro nor Roger intended to assist, Usopp and Sanji hastily retrieved their oars, fervently paddling in a desperate bid to escape this perilous place. Roar! The island whale emitted a profoundly mournful bellow, resonating in their minds like an ominous incantation, causing immense anguish among the Straw Hat crew. Usopp glanced up, only to meet the gaze of the whale's enormous, expressive eyes, leaving him utterly speechless with fear. The eye was excessively large, filled with blood vessels, and appeared exceedingly unsettling. Its size was truly alarming, dwarfing even their ship. The Mary, what on earth have you done to my special seat, you monster? Luffy roared, swinging his fist towards the eye of the whale Laboon. Sanji and Usopp were instantly rendered speechless by fear. Such stubbornness. Usopp, on the verge of tears, lamented, I always knew that sooner or later I would meet my demise at the hands of Luffy. I just didn't anticipate that this day would arrive so swiftly. Indeed, this raucous crew is doomed. After receiving a punch from Luffy, the sturdy whale Labu looked bewilderedly at the Straw Hat crew, resembling mere ants. Instantly, He felt indignant. Am I, Labu the whale, so easily trifled with? Do these mediocre imbeciles think they can tread upon me? Luffy, feeling a pang of trepidation, swallowed hard and feigned composure, shouting angrily, You scoundrel! What are you staring at? If you have the guts, come at me. Silence yourself. Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp, in unison, sent Luffy crashing to the ground. Even Zoro, standing nearby, could no longer bear the sight. If given another chance to start anew, I truly wish the one who invited me aboard would have been Master Baratie. This troublesome captain, who only incites chaos, is indeed better off cast into the sea. Despite the fact that the whale Labu has chosen not to retaliate against your cannon fire, you audaciously strike back in defiance. The eyes are the most vulnerable part of the body, a truth that holds even for the mighty whale Labu. That it did not weep from the pain of being struck in the eye by Luffy is already quite remarkable. However, the taunts from the crowd ignited a fire of fury within Labu. Roar! It opened its massive maw, its sharp teeth resembling a row of blades, causing the very ocean to tremble and surge. The Mary could scarcely manage to even fill the gaps between Labu's teeth. It is truly incapable of doing so. As Labu widened its mouth, an unfathomable torrent of seawater surged towards it. It intended to swallow every human that dared to disturb its peace. At last, is it my turn to take action? A glimmer sparkled in Roger's eyes, for indeed, gold shines brightly wherever it may be found. At long last, the moment for him to showcase his prowess has arrived. Roger, who had initially remained silent and observant, was poised to act when the Straw Hat crew found themselves in a dire predicament. Clearly, he was a habitual show-off. However, the formidable Chu Bawang would not afford him any opportunity to display his arrogance. With hands as solid as iron, he grasped Roger's shoulder. And upon turning to gaze back, Roger inhaled sharply in astonishment. How could I have forgotten this fellow, who relishes in ostentation as much as I do? In an instant, he was reminded of the dread instilled by the transformation curse. Merely attempting to show off in front of Chu Bawang had previously resulted in his merciless retribution. Should he seize the chance to eclipse Chu Bawang once more, he would surely face obliteration. Coughing nervously, he stammered, esteemed Bawang. I was merely observing and had no intention of truly intervening. In such a critical moment, a minor character like myself cannot possibly contribute. Roger's heart raced. There was no room for hesitation. Did he not witness the last time this individual attempted to flaunt his abilities before the Straw Hat crew, only to be swiftly punished by the curse? With a serene smile, Chu Bawang addressed Nami, who stood behind him. Little thief cat, why do you linger? If you do not act soon, Luffy and the others may indeed meet their demise. Me save them? Surely, you jest. Nami momentarily froze. Then her expression transformed into one of realization. Rui Jingu Bang, suppress the seas for me. With a commanding shout, she reached for her flowing hair. The Rui Jingu Bang, initially the size of a sewing needle, swelled to the girth of a bowl as she chanted her incantations. As the Rui Jingu Bang materialized, the sky erupted in brilliant hues, exuding an atmosphere of tranquility and auspiciousness. Golden light radiated in every direction, dazzlingly resplendent. Nami hurled the Rui Jingu Bang into the sea while reciting a series of esoteric incantations. The once tumultuous ocean was instantly calmed, and within a 10-mile radius, even the water ceased to flow, as if entirely imprisoned, unable to budge an inch. The Rui Jingu Bang was forged from divine iron by the venerable Laozi and later borrowed by Diyu to control the waters. To suppress the seas within a 10-mile radius was an effortless task. What an astonishing artifact! How could it even restrain the waters? Roger stood in awe. With such a treasure, who would fear the tempests of the sea? It was utterly invincible. Nami chuckled, hee, this is a welcome gift from Bawang, known as the Rui Jingu Bang. Even I am surprised at how effectively it works. Roger remained silent for a considerable time. Subsequently, he turned to Chu the Overlord with a serious expression and inquired, Overlord, do you still require a godson, or perhaps a leg ornament? Nami, Chu the Overlord, the Straw Hat crew, I have never encountered such unmitigated audacity. Pirate King Roger, I hold you in disdain. The members of the Straw Hat crew raised their middle fingers towards Roger. Notably, Sanji, the most sycophantic of them all, reacted with utmost intensity. Recalling how he had always been dutifully attentive, unwaveringly loyal through both tempest and calm. Yet, here was Roger, the old rascal, attempting to cut in line. Young lads, you are still too naive. Were you truly aware of the immense terror embodied in this staff, I assure you, you would surpass even my shamelessness. weeping and wailing as you beseech the Overlord to accept you as his godsons. Roger smacked his lips. For while others may not perceive the profound dread associated with the Rui Jingu Bang, it certainly did not escape his notice. Can this truly be regarded as a weapon? It would be no exaggeration to refer to it as a divine artifact. Roger understood this all too well. Even the ancient weapon Oro Jackson, which he commanded and was said to possess the power to annihilate worlds, could not be compared to the might of this stick. Yet, what troubled Roger was the fact that he could not comprehend such a terrifying object, yet the formidable Chu Bawang casually bestowed it upon a young girl. Is this a manifestation of chaos? Alas! The whale, Labu, once again emitted a peculiar cry, its entire being in disarray. Just as it intended to engulf the crew of the Mary, it suddenly discovered that the surrounding waters, stretching 100 miles, had come to an abrupt halt. What seemed to be merely an iron rod the size of a toothpick exuded an ancient aura reminiscent of primordial times, instilling a sense of unease within the whale, Abu. What on earth is this? Why does it instill in me an innate sense of dread? Almighty King, what on earth is the matter with this island whale? It is evidently a species from the West Sea. Yet how could it be trapped at the very beginning of the Grand Line? Nami inquired with curiosity. This is also the greatest enigma in the hearts of the Straw Hat crew and Roger. Logically, the island whale is a social creature, reigning as one of the most formidable marine dominators in the West Sea. Its terrifying size could easily be likened to a walking island. The upside-down mountain is exceedingly tall, and given the immense weight of the island whale, it seems implausible that anyone could transport an adult island whale into the Grand Line. This particular whale, named Laboon, possesses a deep emotional connection with humanity, hinting at a complex origin. As the mighty warrior, Chopper, leaped into the air, he landed on Laboon's back. The whale seemed to sense his presence and emitted a desperate roar toward the direction of the upside-down mountain. Chopper gently tested Laboon's back with a few light steps, discovering its softness, and then settled comfortably on a drier spot atop the whale's head. He chuckled softly, stating that Laboon did not intentionally obstruct the starting point of the Grand Line. Rather, it lingered there simply to crash against the red earth to seek out its companions. The Straw Hat crew exchanged bewildered glances. Companions? Did Laboon have friends in the Grand Line? Could there be other island whales here? Did it truly believe it could breach the red earth? Such stubbornness seemed absurd. Luffy silently scoffed. Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp turned their gazes toward Luffy, their patience wearing thin. Who could possibly rival such obstinacy? The audacity to criticize others for being headstrong. Chopper waved his hand and retrieved a parasol and a cup of fragrant red tea from the system's space. Savoring a sip before continuing, Laboon indeed hails from the West Sea, belonging to the largest species of whales in the world. Over 50 years ago, a boisterous crew known as the Rumbar Pirates arrived at the starting point of the Grand Line. These pirates were the ones who brought Laboon along on their journey. Due to the perilous nature of navigating the Grand Line, the Rumbar Pirates initially intended to leave Laboon in the West Sea. However, Laboon could not bear to part from its companions and chose to accompany the Rumbar Pirates to the Grand Line's beginning. Typically, island whales gather in groups with their companions, yet for Laboon, those foolish pirates of the Rumbar crew were its true companions. Due to a ship malfunction, the Rumbar Pirates were forced to remain at Twin Cape for several months. To protect the young Laboon from danger, the crew had to bid it farewell, promising to reunite 3 years later after circumnavigating the Grand Line. Little did they know that farewell would last 50 years. Is this the reason why Laboon has been roaring, yearning to collide with the Red Earth? Sanji exhaled a smoky ring, realizing that the situation was far from simple. In other words, this whale had been waiting at Twin Cape for the Rumbar Pirates for a full 50 years. Usopp's eyes widened in disbelief. What a peculiar agreement this is. Although the life of a whale is long, how many 50-year spans can one truly squander? Reflecting on this, Usopp felt a surge of indignation. Could it be that the Rumbar Pirates, after thriving in the Grand Line, would abandon the unfortunate Laboon? Zoro, unable to contain his emotions, grasped his sword with a heavy heart and said, Usopp, you can't possibly be this Na'vi. This is the Grand Line. Every pirate who enters these waters must be prepared for the inevitability of death. So much time has passed without their return. The Rumbar Pirates must have perished in the Grand Line. Even if Laboon continues to wait, they shall never come back. The topics of life and death have always weighed heavily upon the heart. Even the typically exuberant Luffy and Roger fell into an unusual silence at this moment. As the somber atmosphere enveloped the Straw Hat crew, The formidable Don Quixote Doflamingo stood up and stretched languidly. He placed his hand on the immense scar left on Laboon from the impact with the red line, chuckling lightly. "Little whale, consider yourself fortunate to have encountered me, Doflamingo." Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clenched her small fists, exclaiming, "Doflamingo, do you intend to lend a hand to the poor Laboon?" Doflamingo employed the advanced Navy 6 style technique, moonwalk, to hover in midair, smiling as he replied, "Indeed, you are as perceptive as ever, my dear." He then executed the technique of body bind. To prevent Laboon from wasting any more time, Doflamingo directly cast the binding spell upon the whale. Though Laboon's size was indeed somewhat intimidating, no living creature could escape the grip of the bind. Just as the others were about to inquire how Doflamingo planned to assist Laboon, he suddenly clapped his hands against the sea beneath him and, astonishingly, lifted the colossal whale with one hand. Then, with the motion reminiscent of throwing a shot put, he hurled Laboon straight into the Grand Line. Did a large black rat just fly by? Nami instinctively swallowed hard, her body shuddering slightly. What a large black rat, indeed. It was merely Laboon being thrown out. What manner of creature is this? The island whale weighs several tens of thousands of tons, yet he effortlessly vanished from sight. Such terrifying strength. Is this the prowess of the great Doflamingo? I can scarcely believe that if he wished, he could simply uproot an entire island. Roger and the members of the Straw Hat crew were utterly astounded. What extraordinary strength is this? To think one could hurl an island whale as if it were a mere shot put. Ah, it appears to be the handiwork of the formidable Lord Chubawang. In that case, all is well. Wait a moment, Lord Bawang. Surely you do not mean to imply that this is your intended method of assisting the whale Labu in finding companions? Roger's lips twitched uncontrollably. This is indeed the Grand Line. Although the size of the island whale is remarkably large, its combat prowess leaves much to be desired. If it were to encounter a sea king, it would surely be regarded as a sumptuous meal offered on a platter. The mere thought of the island whale, Laboon, being treated as a fresh delicacy by numerous sea kings fills Roger with sorrow. It is unfortunate that, instead of encountering anyone else, it had to face the formidable foe, Chu Bawang. Rest assured, waiting at Twin Cape will yield no results. I have already sent Laboon to the place it yearned for the most, disregarding the gazes of the crowd, which regarded him as a monster. Chu Bawang casually clapped his hands and remarked, "The place Laboon yearned for the most? You didn't send him directly to heaven, did you? If the Rumbar pirates hadn't committed too many heinous acts, perhaps Laboon would indeed be waiting in paradise." Roger wore a pained expression. To his surprise, he had accurately guessed. That place was indeed a paradise for Laboon. While others may remain oblivious, Chu Bawang certainly knew of the Rumbar pirates' demise. The Rumbar pirates had been annihilated in the Devil's Triangle by one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Moonlight Moria. Moreover, Laboon's former comrade, Brook, was also in the Devil's Triangle. Determined to assist Laboon, Chu Bawang thought to himself that, since he was already involved, he might as well see it through to the end, delivering Laboon to its destination by casting it into the Devil's Triangle. Upon hearing this, the Straw Hat crew wore benevolent expressions, silently offering their blessings and prayers for Laboon's journey. Farewell, dear little whale. May there be no Chu Bawang in heaven meanwhile. In the territory of one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Moonlight Moria, within the Devil's Triangle, the gigantic and grotesque Moria was convening a meeting with his subordinates. "Absalom, how many zombies have we managed to collect and create this month?" Moria preferred relying on others to accomplish tasks, seldom taking matters into his own hands aside from shadow collection. Reporting to Lord Moria, this month, only 2 pirate crews ventured through the Devil's Triangle, resulting in the capture and creation of 500 zombies. However, our adversary, the Singing Brook, has liberated 50 zombies using sea salt this month. Absalom, one of the 3 freaks and a user of the transparent devil fruit, spoke, his terrifying visage visible as he raised his head. His face and body had been modified by the genius surgeon Hogback. His nose, mouth, and jaw resembled that of a lion, while his skin was akin to that of an elephant. Curse that Singing Brook. He is becoming ever more outrageous. He freed 20 of my zombies last month, and now he dares to do it again. Absalom, inform Perona immediately. You 2 must thoroughly search the Devil's Triangle and ensure you capture that Singing Brook. In the grip of my moonlight, Moria declared, I shall transform him into a zombie. Absalom responded, Rest assured, Lord Moria. This time I will capture the villain who has disrupted our plans, and you may deal with him as you wish. Moria nodded, expressing his satisfaction with this subordinate, who proved to be remarkably dependable when confronted with genuine difficulties. handling troublesome matters with utmost seriousness and diligence. In contrast to the exceedingly childish and often absent ghost Princess Perona, he held 100-fold confidence in Absalom. This time, it is indeed my most loyal subordinate. Endowed with both strength and obedience, what supervisor could possibly disapprove of such a gem? It seems that if an opportunity arises to acquire something I currently deem unnecessary, I could bestow it upon Absalom, who would undoubtedly be eternally grateful and steadfast in his loyalty. Moria mused quietly. As Absalom turned to leave the meeting room in the graveyard, a smile reminiscent of a withering uncle graced his lips. Could it be that I have another chance to encounter the little girl Perona? This time, I hope not to be ensnared by Perona's ghostly puppets. Beneath his polished exterior lies a fervent obsession, particularly for fragile yet fierce women. Possessing the transparent fruit, he often exploits his abilities to surreptitiously observe females. Regularly, he finds himself mocking his colleagues, Perona and the zombie maid Sindali, belonging to Hogback. Just as he was gleefully preparing to depart, a tremendous sound erupted from the sky. A gust of wind roared past his ears as Absalom slowly lifted his head. The smile on his face froze in utter disbelief. How could a whale island descend from the heavens? Without a moment to evade, he was struck by the whale, Laboon, leaving his body utterly shattered. Boom, boom, boom. The immense, terrifying three-masted ship shook violently. What is happening? Could it be an earthquake? No, that cannot be. The Devil's Triangle has not experienced an earthquake for decades. Moria stood in shock. A minor subordinate rushed over, breathless, to report, "Boss Moria, we're in big trouble." For some inexplicable reason, a whale island suddenly flew down from the sky. Commander Absalom has been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Moria, utterly bewildered, slowly typed out a series of question marks. Damn it. Is the universe conspiring against me? The capable subordinate I painstakingly nurtured has been killed by a celestial whale. Ding. Congratulations on completing the hidden selection task, earning the reward. 1 Panda Brand Skynet telephone bug and 100 servings of Michelin 3-star staple food. Ding. Congratulations on completing the hidden side quest, successfully eliminating the LSP user of the transparent fruit, Absalom. You have earned the rewards, 7 recording pointers and 7 permanent pointers. Is the system malfunctioning? How could I have simultaneously completed 2 hidden tasks? In this bewildering scenario, the object of attention has transformed into the formidable Chu Bawang. A hidden selection task necessitates the triggering and fulfillment of concealed conditions before one can make a choice, ultimately reaping rewards upon the task's completion. Conversely, the hidden side quests rely solely on fortune, as even Chu Bawang himself remains oblivious to the means of triggering such clandestine tasks. Nevertheless, after the incidents at the Baratie restaurant and with the whale Labu, Chu Bawang has gleaned a modicum of insight. The adage rings true: follow the narrative, and one may live to a ripe old age. Perhaps this encapsulates the sentiment perfectly. As for Absalom, Chu Bawang's recollection of him is rather hazy, for foreign names tend to elude his memory. Yet, the mention of the transparent fruit ignites vivid memories. In the original narrative, this character brazenly spied on the thief cat Nami, even harboring intentions of forcibly abducting her for marriage. Should one compile a list of those destined for demise in the pirate world, Momonosuke would undoubtedly occupy the top position, with Absalom, the wielder of the transparent fruit, also making the cut. To his astonishment, Chu Bawang inadvertently ended the life of this decrepit scoundrel. However, a pressing question arises. Although Chu Bawang harbors a degree of animosity towards Absalom, he has yet to take action against him. Could it be that the whale Labu's landing spot fortuitously struck this miscreant? Contemplating this, Chu Bawang recalls the recent incident where he had hurled Labu like a cannonball. While he did indeed launch Labu into the treacherous Devil's Triangle, the precise location of his landing remains a blur. Naturally, Chu Bawang would never allow Labu to meet a fatal end, but the exact landing site is uncertain. Might it be that, in a moment of carelessness, he unwittingly tossed Labu into Moria's territory? This possibility seems quite plausible. If that were the case, Absalom's misfortune would be most profound. One could say, sitting at home, a whale descends from the heavens. Chu Bawang's heart remains tranquil, devoid of any sorrow for such a scoundrel. After all, should they cross paths, it is inevitable that he would eliminate him. Better to perish early and achieve rebirth. Yet, another conundrum surfaces. If Absalom has indeed met his demise, then where has his transparent fruit vanished to? As a seasoned LSP, Chu Bawang remains quite invested in the whereabouts of this devil fruit. He is but a humble butterfly, and even the slightest flutter of his wings could instigate monumental upheaval, triggering a grand butterfly effect. While pondering the means to locate the transparent fruit, Nami unexpectedly approached from behind, clutching two perfectly ripened oranges. Bawang, what occupies your thoughts? Care for a taste of my freshly squeezed orange juice? It's delightful and surely rivals any concoction from Mama Koya. Can we refrain from driving? The river crab divine beast might catch us and take us for tea. Moreover, your dear mother Koya truly lacks maternal essence. She is yet to bear children, so no matter how one attempts, it remains absent. In the vast majority of cases, women who have not given birth will not possess such essence, as the hormones responsible for its secretion, including estrogen, progesterone, and prolactin, are insufficient. Naturally, regarding this physiological trait of women, Nami is likely unaware, which leads her to misinterpret the intimate interactions between Chu Bawang and Koya. After all, Nami has also never borne children. As for juice, I shall simply have an orange. Chu Bawang, disregarding the little thief cat's provocation, directly reached for the orange in Nami's left hand. However, just as he grasped the orange, a tremendous transformation occurred. The originally golden orange fruit underwent an astonishing metamorphosis before the eyes, transforming into an exceedingly bizarre strawberry-shaped fruit. What in the world is happening? Nami was utterly bewildered. How did the large orange she had just picked suddenly turn into a big strawberry? Chu Bawang's thoughts stirred, as if he had made a connection. Could it be? Is today yet another day of transcending boundaries? Surely my fortune cannot be this overwhelming. Dog system, please investigate the relevant information about this fruit. If there is anything unclear, consulting the dog system is undoubtedly the right choice. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the superhuman devil fruit, transparent fruit. P.S. You can use the great furnace to enhance it to a perfect level, eliminating its weaknesses of fearing seawater and sea prism stone, transforming it into a delectable fruit. According to the lore of devil fruits, each fruit is a unique entity. Only upon the death of the user will the fruit reappear. It seems today's drop rate is indeed high. I never expected that just after Abrosum's demise, the transparent fruit would manifest beside me. Slaying monsters rewards equipment. What a generous soul. In that case, I shall not be courteous and will gladly claim the transparent fruit. I am curious about the specific function of this great furnace, which can apparently eliminate the drawbacks of devil fruits. If I were to acquire it, wouldn't that be an exhilarating moment? If only I could have another chance to transcend boundaries, perhaps I could draw this treasure. The African chieftain, Chu Bawang, silently mused, while also giving himself a pat on the back. Nami, splendid work. You are truly a lucky star and a comforting warmth, bringing me good fortune from the very start. Before Nami could react, the mighty Chu Bawang playfully pinched her delicate face. Oh dear, what are you doing, father? If Mama Koya sees this, it won't reflect well, she exclaimed. Instantly, her cheeks transformed into rosy red apples, her expression adorably charming. Although Nami feigned disdain with her words, her body betrayed her true feelings. In that moment, she resembled a contented little kitten, her delicate form sprawled across the mighty legs of the formidable Chu Bawang, her face radiating pure bliss. Chu Bawang raised an eyebrow, exclaiming incredulously, how could this be? As her godfather, is it truly excessive for me to indulge my goddaughter? I find it entirely justifiable. If a godfather does not cherish his goddaughter, then who else shall he cherish? Come closer, my little temptress. I have a splendid treasure to bestow upon you. A splendid treasure? Nami was momentarily taken aback, her thoughts racing to the Rui Jingu bang that Chu Bawang had gifted her at Baratie. She hastily shook her head in refusal. No, those gifts are far too precious. It would be a travesty for such treasures to fall into my hands. Only in the hands of my father can these magnificent treasures truly shine and unleash their potential. The more Nami learned about the Rui Jingu bang's capabilities, the more she felt a chill of apprehension. Initially, she had perceived it merely as a mere stick. Yet she was now astounded to discover its terrifying power to quell tsunamis. Should this item circulate beyond our confines, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy across the globe. Having acquired such a precious treasure, she felt a profound sense of contentment. Rest assured, this is not an item of great value, yet it holds immense significance for you. Without it, navigating the Grand Line would be an arduous endeavor. With a mere flick of his hand, the Overlord of Chu presented the 7 recording pointers and 7 permanent pointers he had recently obtained from the system. Astonishing. How could there be so many? Was it not said that recording pointers are typically rare and hard to come by? What? Even the exceedingly rare permanent pointers are so plentiful. Nami was taken aback, her astonishment palpable. She had long desired to possess a recording pointer to document her nautical diary, but in the East Sea, such items were exceedingly scarce, verging on the notion of being valuable yet unobtainable. To her disbelief, she stumbled upon them today. The Overlord of Chu gently tousled Nami's hair and smiled, saying, "Choose the recording pointer you cherish most, and let it mark the first stop of our voyage. Father, you are truly wonderful to me." Nami giggled, her eyes sparkling with a glimmer of greed, and she planted a kiss on the Overlord's cheek. Due to the damage inflicted upon the Going Mary's ram by the whale Laboon, the shipwright's half-hearted repairs necessitated that the Straw Hat crew linger at Twin Cape for several more days. Within this brief interlude, the crew experienced a whirlwind of weather phenomena: spring, summer, autumn, and winter, as well as rain and snow, leaving them bewildered by the Grand Line's capricious climate. Just moments ago, heavy snowflakes had blanketed the ground, with Luffy and Usopp merrily crafting snowmen and engaging in snowball fights. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the sky transformed into a radiant expanse of sunshine. The Grand Line is indeed peculiar. First snow, then thunder, and now a clear sky. Its seasons and weather seem utterly chaotic. Nami, perched by the window, murmured her thoughts. Just moments before, she had painstakingly wrapped herself like a dumpling, yet she still shivered from the cold. Now, she longed to don the newly acquired bikini and bask in the sun's warm embrace. A sense of unease lingered in her heart, as though something had been overlooked. Gazing up at the carefree clouds against the azure sky, the Overlord of Chu cradled a glass of pure milk, sensing that he had neglected some detail. It seemed to pertain to Laboon's ailment, yet no concrete recollection surfaced. After much contemplation, he yielded to the uncertainty. At that moment, Usopp suddenly sneezed, muttering softly, "The weather on the Grand Line is truly bizarre. I never anticipated that last night's sudden chill would leave even me, a brave warrior of the seas, with a cold. It seems I must propose to Luffy that we seek a ship's doctor as a companion." A ship's doctor? The Overlord of Chu furrowed his brows, and a sudden realization struck him. How could I have overlooked such a crucial clue? It is indeed a grave error. I had completely forgotten to retrieve Dr. Crocus, the former ship's doctor of Roger, from the belly of the whale Laboon. Crocus, the lighthouse keeper of Twin Cape, had once served as the ship's physician for the Roger pirates while seeking the infamous Rumbar pirates. His medical expertise was unparalleled, and he was the only doctor in the world capable of alleviating Roger's suffering from his illness. After the disbandment of the Roger pirates, he returned to Twin Cape, opting to reside within the body of Laboon to treat him and prevent the whale from inflicting harm upon himself repeatedly. Reflecting on this, the Overlord of Chu felt a wave of shame wash over him. This meant that he had not only cast Laboon into Moria's territory, but had also inadvertently thrown Roger's old physician into the fray. "I hope your constitution can endure, Crocus." He silently mourned for 2 seconds. The moment of silence concluded. 2 seconds was already ample time. There could be no more. Under Nami's call, the Straw Hat crew convened for a meeting. Clutching the log pose that belonged to the Overlord of Chu, she stated earnestly, "Everyone must remain vigilant, as we do not yet know what challenges lie ahead. I have confirmed that this sea belongs to the Grand Line, and only now have I come to grasp the terrifying nature of this region. My navigational skills are rendered utterly ineffective here, so I am certain of this." Roger remarked, "Since when did the little thief Nami start being so honest? To so candidly admit her flaws, is she not afraid of being scolded by her comrades?" "What? Nami is the adopted daughter of the Overlord of Chu? Oh, then it's nothing to worry about." According to the log pose's guidance, the Going Mary sailed for approximately another fortnight, finally arriving at the first stop of the Grand Line, Whiskey Peak. Though named Whiskey Peak, it would be more fittingly termed Cactus Peak. This is an extraordinarily enchanting island. Within it lies a quaint town that ostensibly welcomes pirates, yet in reality, it serves as a haven for bounty hunters and a subordinate branch of the clandestine criminal organization known as Baroque Works. Numerous young and inexperienced pirates have become prey for these bounty hunters. Aboard the Mary, as they navigated along the canal, the surrounding mist grew denser, rendering the island increasingly eerie. The timid Usopp murmured, "Surely there aren't any monsters lurking within?" Zoro, with a mischievous glint in his eye, replied with a sardonic grin, "Of course, this is the Grand Line. Anything is possible." Usopp exclaimed, "Boss, I'm not well read. Please don't frighten me." After a moment of contemplation, Luffy chuckled, "If we do encounter a monster, we shall simply depart swiftly." Zoro and Sanji rolled their eyes in unison. "Huh, if you truly encountered a monster, you would probably leap with excitement. They retorted, "Have you little ones forgotten the operational rules of the log pointer? Only by lingering on the island for a while can the log pointer register the island's magnetic force. Otherwise, you cannot reach the next island. Of course, if you possess other log pointers, disregard my words. However, I must caution you, obtaining a log pointer is not a trivial matter," Roger remarked nonchalantly, as he strolled by with a jug of spirits, prompting Zoro's expression to shift to one of dismay. This month, in a bid to compete with Roger in drinking, he borrowed several tens of thousands of berries from Nami at exorbitant interest rates. This nefarious Roger does nothing but challenge me to drinking contests. He is truly a disruptive influence. Zoro attributed all the debts to Roger, asserting that had it not been for Roger's insistence on challenging him, he would never have incurred such a significant debt to Nami. Nami nodded in agreement, recalling the wise words of the formidable Chu. Roger is indeed correct. Due to the varying speeds of magnetic field recordings across different islands, some locations require merely a few hours to gather sufficient magnetic force, while others may necessitate several days before we can proceed. As she spoke, she cast a surreptitious glance at Chu, who was basking in the sun on the deck alongside Koya. Memories of Chu's handsome face, when he earnestly advised her, flooded her mind. Her father looked incredibly dashing when he was serious. What piqued her curiosity was how Chu possessed such extensive knowledge, demonstrating profound understanding of a navigator's work and the Grand Line. Could it be that Chu is a concealed master navigator? This implies that even if we must flee from the treacherous monster island ahead, we are still obligated to remain until the magnetic recording is complete, right? Usopp felt a surge of anxiety. Nami shrugged and confirmed, "Indeed." Usopp furrowed his brow in distress and murmured, Everyone, please lend me your ears for a moment of sincerity. My old ailment has unexpectedly flared up, rendering me incapable of going to the island." Zoro and Sanji replied in unison, "Cowardly Usopp, you truly live up to your name. To avoid going to the monster island, you've concocted such an unconvincing lie." As they drew closer to Whiskey Peak, the fog thickened. Despite everyone being on deck, there was an eerie sense of being unable to see one's hand in front of one's face. Within the layers of mist, shadowy figures flitted about, clutching foggy telescopes and whispering conspiratorially, "Look, another new pirate crew has arrived. At long last, new pirates are here. My sword hasn't tasted blood in ages. Hee hee. If that's the case, let's proceed with our original plan and teach these naive newcomers a lesson." Luffy, perched in a prime spot, leaned forward and exclaimed, "Everyone, look, it seems there are a few figures moving ahead." The number of dark silhouettes multiplied, and upon closer inspection, there appeared to be nearly 100. It resembled a well-prepared army, awaiting their unwitting prey. Nami spoke with a serious tone, "Everyone must be extremely cautious." Usopp donned the sniper's goggles he had acquired from Lobetown and declared fiercely, "This is outrageous. Have we encountered formidable foes so soon upon arriving in the Grand Line? Regardless of whether they are monsters or anything else, let them come." Roger cast a penetrating glance at him, internally scoffing, "If one disregards your shivering legs, your words possess a certain imposing vigor." The formidable Master Chu and the gracious Mistress Koya are currently indulging in their midday repose. I must not allow those nefarious miscreants to disturb their tranquility. Should anyone truly seek their own demise, they ought not to blame me for my ruthless response. Zoro gently placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword, ever ready to confront any unforeseen circumstances. As the foremost disciple of the formidable Chu, he understood that his master's temper could be quite formidable. Should his slumber be interrupted, the repercussions could be exceedingly dire. The last time Roger had drunk too much and caused a ruckus, disrupting Chu's peaceful morning slumber, he had endured a severe beating and was unable to walk for an entire week. As the Thousand Sunny advanced, the Straw Hat crew gradually discerned the true nature of the shadowy figures ahead. They were not foes, but rather a group of warm-hearted residents. Young and old, stout and slender, large and small, male and female, without exception, all wore radiant smiles. They were cheering, celebrating the arrival of the Thousand Sunny. "Pirates, welcome to the Grand Line. We are the hospitable town of Whiskey Peak. Please revel in the conveniences it offers. Welcome, welcome, a hearty welcome. Long live the heroes of the sea." The Straw Hat crew, poised for action, were left utterly bewildered. The keen-eyed Usopp even noticed several children waving red welcome flags high above their heads. Such unparalleled hospitality is truly remarkable, reminiscent of a leader's visit. Oh my, how many charming young ladies there are, surely fragrant and soft. Before Nami could utter a word of caution, Sanji was utterly captivated by the beauties surrounding him, his eyes sparkling with hearts of passion. Indeed, pirates are regarded as heroes in everyone's hearts. Brave seafarers, no matter where they venture, are always accorded the highest honors. Usopp was nearly floating with delight. Luffy, seated in the VIP section, emitted a boisterous laughter akin to a monkey's, clearly overjoyed. This warm reception signifies an abundance of delectable treats at his disposal. What a predicament this presents. One can only hope that you do not provoke the notoriously grumpy Master Zoro, otherwise trouble may ensue. Zoro, feeling a slight headache, rubbed his temples. If these villagers were foes, it would be simple to eliminate them, yet their overwhelming hospitality made it difficult for him to summon his resolve. Upon the myriad's arrival, a middle-aged man with voluminous curls stood at the forefront of the welcoming committee, clutching a small saxophone. He cleared his throat and introduced himself. Ahem. Welcome. My name is Akin, and I currently serve as the mayor of Whiskey Peak. This quaint town, renowned for its fine wines and melodious tunes, takes immense pride in its hospitality. We boast an abundance of exquisite vintages, and if you wish to accompany your libations with tales of adventure, then I invite you to join me for an enchanting feast. Indeed, we are ever so eager to oblige. In the face of such a hospitable community, Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp felt no trepidation, merrily dashing into the crowd, as carefree as a hefty fellow weighing 200 pounds. These three fools are far too relaxed, Nami sighed, rolling her eyes, but she paid it little mind. After all, she wielded the Rui Jingu Bang. Should any of the villagers harbor ulterior motives, they need not blame her for a dark encounter. Nami inquired, by the way, may I ask how long it takes to record the magnetic forces on this island? Record? Akin paused momentarily, then a lewd grin spread across his face. Ha ha ha. Let us set aside such trivial matters for now and first relieve our travel fatigue at Whiskey Peak. Ladies and gentlemen, let us commence our banquet and graciously host our adventurous guests. He sauntered towards Nami, aiming to play the role of an eager guide and draw her into his embrace. Clearly, Akin was well-versed in dealing with these naive young ladies. As his large hand neared Nami's delicate shoulder, a gleaming blade suddenly hovered in the air, emanating a warning. Halting the hand just inches away, the ethereal sword, awakened by a hint of its formidable nature, sent a shiver down Akin's spine. What on earth is this? Violetta gasped, for it was the first time he had witnessed a blade capable of levitating without a swordsman to wield it. Was he imagining things? Or had he encountered a supernatural phenomenon? Zoro, without lifting his gaze, remarked, Mr. Akin, if you wish to keep that arm of yours, I advise you not to touch this girl. In this world, there exists an abundance of ignorant dogs, utterly oblivious to their own folly. Even the daughter of the formidable king of Chu dares to extend her hand. One must wonder if she has grown weary of life itself. Had it not been for the innocent and kind-hearted villagers, who he wished to spare from psychological trauma, he would have severed Akin's arm as a stern warning long ago. At the same time, he could not help but feel a sense of relief that the king of Chu was currently indulging in a midday repose. Otherwise, Akin's life would undoubtedly be forfeit. To expect leniency from the White Devil, under the command of the king of Chu, would be a fool's errand. The atmosphere grew decidedly frosty. Noticing the villagers' unwavering gaze upon him, Zoro sensed that his tone may have been excessively harsh and promptly softened his words. Mr. Akin, do not be afraid, for I am here to save you. The villagers and Akin responded, could you kindly remove the blade poised at my throat? Your words carry no semblance of credibility. Yet, it was undeniable that Akin was cowed by Zoro's imposing aura, rendering him immobile. He recognized that this swordsman was a man of his word. Should he dare to overstep, the blade would undoubtedly cleave through his arm without hesitation. The once harmonious atmosphere became stiflingly tense. No one anticipated Zoro's utter disregard for their dignity, leaving them with no room for negotiation. Do not act rashly. We may not be a match for this individual, Akin silently cautioned, fearing that his companions might recklessly confront Zoro, thus making him the first casualty. Stealing a furtive glance at the three blades adorning Zoro's waist, Akin's heart raced. This was none other than the infamous Roronoa Zoro, the pirate hunter whose name instilled dread among countless pirates in the East Sea. Had he perhaps transitioned from his renowned three-sword style to a four-sword style? Akin's mind was once again engulfed in tumultuous waves of realization, as the sense of peril intensified. If the three-sword style was already so formidable, what might a four-sword style entail? It would be akin to a cow soaring through the skies, utterly astonishing. Unexpectedly, a mocking laugh resonated from above. The king of Chu, entwined with the elegant Koya, peered downwards. In his star-like eyes, a fleeting glimmer of wrath passed, dissuading anyone from making direct eye contact. Even a distant glance towards him elicited an overwhelming sense of danger, instilling an instinctive fear that kept all at bay. The crowd collectively raised their heads, unable to contain their excitement as they chanted the name of that formidable man. Father King, Father King, Father King. In his mind, he clearly intended to utter the name Chu King, yet the words Daddy Wang escaped his lips instead. In that fleeting moment, countless individuals were reminded of their own fathers. Deeply moved by the profound essence of paternal love, the scene was nothing short of bizarre. Have you ever witnessed the peculiar sight of hundreds, if not thousands, simultaneously addressing someone as Daddy? Chu King himself admitted to having seen such a spectacle before, and not just once. Back in his hometown of Ziluobu village. This was his favorite post-meal entertainment. My goodness, could this fellow possibly be the notorious White Devil who vanquished a naval colonel? His initial bounty soared to an astounding 90 million berries, placing him among the elite of novice pirates, and today he unexpectedly encountered such a formidable character. The situation was becoming increasingly precarious. The villagers exchanged glances, each recognizing the complications at hand. Clearly, this group of scheming villagers remained oblivious to the monumental secrets that had unfolded in Rogue Town. They were unaware that Chu King's bounty had skyrocketed from 90 million to 1 billion berries. Otherwise, they would have likely fled without a trace. Not every organization possesses the luxury of a den mushi. Furthermore, given the significant delays in maritime communication, it was understandable that these individuals were ignorant of the astonishing events in Rogue Town. Zoro, you truly are my excellent disciple. I had cautioned you to safeguard Nami, and this is how you choose to protect her? Chu King glanced at Zoro, a faint smile gracing his lips. Alas, it appears this group of saboteurs has caused quite the trouble. Zoro's heart skipped a beat. Though his exterior remained composed, his inner turmoil was palpable. His master was about to unleash his wrath, fierce and violent. I hope I remain unscathed. Zoro steeled himself and stepped forward, saying, Master Chu, please remain calm. I shall teach this ungrateful old lecher a lesson. In an effort to shield the villagers from collateral damage, Zoro bravely advanced, reiterating, Master Chu, please remain calm. I shall teach this ungrateful old lecher a lesson. After spending so many days together, Zoro had gleaned some understanding of Chu King's character, calculating, protective of his own, quick to anger, and recklessly impulsive. Whatever he set his mind to, he accomplished without fail. Whoever he wished to eliminate, he did so with ease. Zoro's expression darkened as he cast a disdainful glance at Akin, muttering fool under his breath. How could such a pathetic individual become the mayor of the town? It was utterly embarrassing. Zoro's sole concern was that Chu King might unjustly vent his anger on the innocent villagers. As for Akin's fate, it had become inconsequential. Step, step, step. With each step Zoro takes forward, it resonates like a heartbeat, sending shivers down the spines of countless onlookers. It is a force that belongs to the mightiest. No one dares to impede Zoro's relentless advance. On the surface, this appears to be an ordinary village, yet in reality, it serves as the stronghold of bounty hunters. The name of Roronoa Zoro, the three-sword-style pirate hunter, is certainly familiar to these individuals. In a certain sense, Zoro is akin to a colleague to them, an old acquaintance from their days as laborers. No one understands the terrifying prowess of Zoro better than they do. Among the swordsman bounty hunters, Zoro claims the second position. None dare to assert they hold the first. Currently, he has taken on the tutelage of the formidable king of Chu, embodying an exquisite and pure essence of swordsmanship. Standing there as if he were a humanoid beast of ferocity, Akin finds himself utterly despondent. He never anticipated that he would provoke two formidable deities simultaneously. A single pirate hunter is already beyond their capacity to confront, let alone the notorious White Devil, the king of Chu, with a bounty soaring to 90 million berries. Zoro. Could it be that he truly intends to slay Akin? Nami's heart skipped a beat in alarm. With a swift flash, the sharp blade glimmered, and none could discern the angle from which Zoro struck. Akin, the first to bear the brunt, trembled uncontrollably, paralyzed by fear, as if awaiting his demise. My life is forfeit. Princess Vivi, I am deeply sorry. The burden of being an undercover agent in the Baroque works will now rest upon your shoulders. Akin despairingly closed his eyes, overwhelmed with guilt. He had infiltrated the Baroque works as an undercover agent to save Alabasta, never imagining he would meet his end over such a trivial matter after finally embedding himself within the enemy's ranks. If King Cobra were to learn of this, he would find no peace in the afterlife. Father, Nami tugged at the hem of the King of Chu's garment, feeling both warmth and anxiety. The warmth stemmed from the King of Chu's audacious and tyrannical nature, which arose from witnessing her nearly being wronged. The anxiety, however, was rooted in her fear that the obstinate Zoro might actually kill Ikelim in front of so many villagers. This man does not deserve death. A mere reprimand will suffice. The King of Chu replied calmly. Though he typically acted recklessly and without regard for consequences, he was someone who repaid kindness and vengeance in equal measure. Ikelim's actions were driven by a desire to gain the trust of the Baroque works to ultimately rescue the nation in peril, not out of malice. Otherwise, a simple reprimand would not suffice. Very well. Zoro's spirits soared upon hearing this, and he quickly adjusted the angle of his blade. Unfortunately, his haste rendered the lethal strike unavoidable. He redirected the blade and instead struck Ikelim sharply across the face with the back of his sword. With a thunderous crash, Ikelim was left with a face resembling that of a pig, spinning and leaping with his eyes closed, propelled several dozen meters away. Zoro harbored suspicions that the cunning Chu Bawang had deliberately chosen this moment to speak, fully aware that he would not have time to sheath his sword. Struck with such force, Ikelim's pig-like visage would likely remain unrecognizable for at least 10 days or more. However, upon reflecting that Ikelim had fortuitously escaped with his life, Zoro could not help but feel that the opponent had profited immensely from enduring that blow. Gulp. The onlookers collectively swallowed hard, their expressions a mixture of confusion as they gazed at the ferocious duo, Chu Bawang and Zoro. Are you certain this is what you refer to as a mild reprimand? Surely, they haven't just killed him outright. With a bounty as high as 90 million berries, we cannot afford to provoke this formidable figure. Indeed, we initially anticipated capturing a minor thief for a modest reward, only to find ourselves face to face with a merciless white devil. This encounter has proven disastrous. As the villagers exchanged glances, they recognized the weight of their shared helplessness and shock. Among bounty hunters, Zoro and the childbearing daddy were already among the elite, possessing combat prowess sufficient only against pirates with bounties of around 20 million berries. Could one truly expect them to confront Chu Bawang head-on? They were not so foolish as to engage in a futile fight. Zoro turned to the villagers, whose expressions were rife with concern, and bellowed, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry and save him. Do you truly wish for Ikelim to perish here?" The crowd responded, "Are you certain you want Ikelim dead?" Rather